Every time you sunbathe with a beautiful woman, several aircraft carriers will come to monitor you. If you get tired and want to turn over, all the fighter jets on the aircraft carriers will be startled and start up. Lift your foot up. The number one assassin of the Dragon Kingdom, the Grim Reaper, quickly comes up to give you a leg massage. You shrugged your shoulders, and the enchantress of the world's top intelligence organization, Tianji Tower, immediately came over to give you a back massage. You raise your hand, and the head of the largest bank in Dragon Country quickly hands over the mobile phone. Just because you were once the terrifying lord of the Abyss Palace, who made all the countries in the world tremble, appointed as a general at the age of 18, and commanded gods at the age of 20. In just a few years, he commanded millions of soldiers and established the Tianyuan Palace. He was invincible in battle, unstoppable in conquest, and defended the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, making the whole world tremble in fear. I didn't expect the people of Kyoto to worry about your power and influence, using a conspiracy to imprison you in the prison of imprisoned dragons, and publicly claim that the Lord of Tianyuan Palace is dead, and the so-called dragon prison is actually a cruise ship, constantly monitored by several aircraft carriers, with tens of thousands of soldiers ready to attack at any time. Jumping clowns, I disdainfully glanced at them, then opened the phone and start playing games with the girl. Just as I was getting into it, a short film came into view. Dad, where are you? Come save me quickly. I furrowed my brows. I should have unsubscribed. So why am I still receiving these deceptive jokes? I was just about to leave when I heard the little girl in the short film shout, "My name is Wanwan. My mother's name is Jiang Yao. And my father is the great hero Yi Tianyuan." With a loud bang, I felt as if a thunderbolt had appeared in my mind. Jiang Yao. How could it be Jiang Yao? The only connection I have with her is from that accident 8 years ago. Thinking of this, I stared intently at the girl in my phone. Her eyes seemed like mine. My mom says my dad is a great hero. Do any of you know him? My mom has already. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her, grabbed her, covered her mouth, and took her away. Then the short film ended. I stood up abruptly. This is my daughter, Yi Tianyuan. She is in danger. She is my daughter. I raised my head and roared angrily. Someone. I want to return to the Dragon Kingdom, immediately. At this moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and bolts of black lightning streaked across the sky. The strong wind suddenly rose, causing the waves to almost capsize the aircraft carrier. At this moment, several aircraft carrier formations have all aimed their heavy weapons at the prison dragon. All fighter jets and helicopters took off and rushed over here, while the soldiers on the warships became increasingly panicked. Staying here for 3 years, it is the first time I have seen the Lord of Tianyuan Temple go mad. They are fortunate, but at the same time unfortunate. Under the heavens, mobilize all forces, seize aircraft carriers, capture fighter jets, and follow me back to the Dragon Kingdom to save people. I roar, and hundreds of figures behind me kneel down at the same time. With a loud roar, we obediently follow the Lord's command and then charge towards the aircraft carrier formation. The soldiers on board the prison dragon felt a sense of impending doom. Their hands holding weapons trembled violently, and some were even so frightened that they knelt down directly. Stop it, all of you. At this moment, an old man on the deck roared angrily. Are you all crazy? If you provoke him, all of you will have to pay the price. Then the old man hurriedly ran towards me. Yi Tianyuan, are you crazy? Releasing all the people on the prison dragon ship. Do you want to bring disaster upon the world? I can't take care of so much anymore. I angrily watched him. My daughter and wife have been kidnapped now, their fate unknown. Compared to them, what does it matter if I am at odds with the world? The old man, seeing the situation was not good, hurriedly said, have you forgotten the promise you made 3 years ago? That you would not leave the prison dragon ship even half a step? Are you now going to break that promise? For them, I would rather bear the burden of the world. My promise is based on the premise that I am an individual. If they get into trouble, I will turn into a demon, a terrifying devil that the whole world fears. I say this with determination. The old man frowned. Where did your wife and child come from? I was too lazy to talk to him, so I went straight over and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Old thing, whoever dares to block me today, will die. I don't mind going all out, and my subordinates haven't indulged in violence for years. Have you seen their crimson eyes? I give you one last chance. Obediently hand over the fighter jet, and I will spare your lives. The old man's throat was locked by Yi Tianyuan, his face pale, but when he caught a glimpse of those prisoners licking their teeth and showing a crazy fighting spirit, he also panicked. If these people are released, the world will be in chaos. Seeing him still hesitating, I sneered and went to snatch the fighter jet. Anyone who obstructs will be killed without mercy. The subordinates instantly shouted with excitement upon hearing this sentence. They had been waiting for 3 years with the Lord in the prison dragon. and the pent-up anger could finally be released. Utilizing their respective abilities, they quickly approached the aircraft carrier. At this moment, the old man was filled with extreme fear. Yi Tianyuan, make them stop quickly. I'll give you all my fighter jets, okay? I snorted coldly and let go of him, walking towards the aircraft carrier. You made the wisest decision of your life. A few minutes later, hundreds of fighter jets roared into the sky, heading straight for the Dragon Kingdom. Watching Yi Tianyuan leave, the old man's heart turned to ashes. He shouted at the warriors on the deck. Who can tell me what's going on here? At this moment, a soldier hurriedly approached and cautiously said, according to Yi Tianyuan, his wife and daughter were kidnapped in the Dragon Kingdom. The old man was angry in his heart. Who on earth is so blind? He has provoked this evil god. Quickly inform the lord of the country and tell him that the imprisoned dragon is ascending to the heavens. I'm afraid that the sky is about to change. I sat on the fighter jet and took out my phone, dialing a number I hadn't contacted in 3 years. Tian Cheng, immediately investigate Jiang Yao's whereabouts. Inform the former members of Tianyuan Palace, and tell them that I have returned. After finishing the call, I hung up the phone and sat in the fighter jet, feeling extremely anxious. I wished the plane could go faster so that I could maximize its performance, but even that couldn't alleviate the anxiety in my heart. At this moment, in the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom, within the highest command headquarters of the war zone, a man is roaring angrily. Someone actually dared to harm the lady of the house and the young master. Immediately investigate for me. Also, notify all the warriors of the Abyss Palace to gather immediately. Bring all the available weapons on board and be ready to return to the Dragon Capital at any time. The members of the command center all responded in unison, and then quickly went to carry out the orders of the Heavenly Engine War God. A few minutes later, a soldier ran over quickly, holding a file in his hand. He reported to the God of War, Tian Cheng, that they had found the information. According to the intelligence sent by the Palace Lord, the young master is in Qingshan City, and there is still no news of the main mother for now. Continue to search for me. Tian Cheng frowned and said, then quickly opened his phone and sent out this message. I frowned and returned to look at the message sent by Tian Cheng. Now, everyone hurry to Qingshan City. Even if we have to turn it upside down, we must find Jiang Yao's whereabouts. Tian Cheng gave the order, and quickly made several phone calls, including the Eastern War God territory, the Western War God Shinbin, and the Southern War God Huangquan. The 4 major war zones of the Dragon Kingdom were quickly mobilized, and the former members of Tianyuan were urgently dispatched to Qingshan City. Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto. At this moment, an emergency meeting of the elders is being held. With the continuous arrival of news, the 6 elders are sweating profusely. Dragon Country. Something big is about to happen. After a discussion, the Elder Council decided to order the Jinjiang Military District and the Jinjiang Governor's Office to fully cooperate with Yi Tianyuan in searching for his family. Otherwise, execute on the spot. Jiang County received an order from Kyoto today. Immediately, they sent someone to inform the leader of Qingshan City, Hu Xianjun. As he looked at the red-lettered order in his hand, Hu Xianjun was dumbfounded. Thousands of warplanes are rapidly approaching Qingshan City. The fate of Longdu, Jiang County, and the 4 major war zones is now at hand. Qingshan City is about to experience a major earthquake. Qingshan Airport. Hundreds of fighter jets quickly landed. After flying for 2 hours, Yi Tianyuan finally arrived with his subordinates. At this moment, Tian Cheng is already waiting at Qingshan Airport. Seeing Yi Tianyuan approaching, he quickly goes up and respectfully says, I have seen the Lord. I frowned and looked at him. How did the investigation go? Tian Cheng's eyes revealed a look of difficulty because there was not enough time. He has only managed to determine the general location of the young master. Just as he didn't know how to respond, a piece of intelligence came in. Lord, we have found the young master. I nervously grabbed Tianqing's shoulder and asked, where is it? Take me there quickly. Due to my excessive excitement and lack of control over my strength, there was a sound of bones cracking coming from Tianqing's arm. Qingshan City, a vegetable market in the old town area, where there is a mix of people and often small troublemakers gather here to cause trouble. In a conspicuous place, a little girl knelt on the ground, her clothes in tatters. In the middle of winter, with only a thin shirt on her body, she is now covered in bruises, her legs folded together at a strange angle, seemingly already useless. There lies a weak man behind her, but if you look closely, you will know that he is pretending. The eyes revealed a fierce gaze staring at the little girl. Quickly cry a few times for me, otherwise who will give you money? Passing pedestrians stopped one after another, looking at the pitiful little girl with sympathy in their hearts, all prepared to take out money to give her. Just at that moment, a young boy ran over. Don't be fooled. I know this man. He pretends to be disabled everywhere to cheat money. This little girl should also be someone he deceived. At this moment, the little girl burst into tears. Uncle, aunt, grandpa, grandma, please save me. This person is not my father. My father's name is Yi Tianyuan. He is a great hero. My mother's name is Jiang Yao. She has been kidnapped by bad people. Please, I beg you to save me. The man with a disability angrily approached and kicked Wan Wan in the back. Stinky brat, if you keep talking nonsense, I will cut off your tongue. He took out a machete and said, whoever wanted to meddle in my business earlier, step forward. I'll kill them. Passers-by saw the imposing manner of the leader and were scared, so they quickly ran away. The young man was also scared and ran along with the crowd. The sweat stopped, and he turned his head to look at the Wan bull. Stinky brat, I'll break your legs and you still dare to cause trouble for me. Do you want me to cut off your tongue so you'll shut up? At this moment, Wan Wan looked at the Khan in front of her with fear and cried out, Dad, where are you? Wan Wan is dying. Come and save Wan Wan. Little brat, how dare you mess with me? You keep shouting that your dad is a big hero. A big hero. Let him come then. Wan Wan did not reply to him, but kept murmuring to herself, Dad, come quickly. Wan Wan can't hold on much longer. Dahan looked at Wan Wan still muttering to herself, angrily walked over, took out a knife and prepared to chop off both of her arms. After all, the more miserable she is, the more valuable she becomes. At the moment he raised his hand to strike, a cold light flew by and directly severed both of his arms. Then a furious roar sounded. Dare to touch my daughter. I will make you wish you were dead. The man's two arms were chopped off in unison. My hands dash. That man immediately rolled on the ground in pain. Yi Tianyuan brought people with him. A chariot filled all the streets. 3,000 warriors surrounded all of the 200 meters in a circle, and everyone was cleared out. Such a huge scene scared everyone in the periphery. When he saw his daughter's appearance, Yi Tianyuan couldn't wait to smack himself. Yi Tianyuan, who never shed tears of remorse and self-reproach. Yi Tianyuan's whole body trembled as he arrived in front of Yi Yuanyuan's body, and all of the heavenly prime war gods group of people also erupted in monstrous fury. Damn it, beasts worse than pigs and dogs. How could they torture little lord like this? Damn it. The heavenly prime war god stomped on the man's body, and the monstrous fury scared the hell out of the man, terrified to the extreme. Yuan is sorry. Daddy is late. Yi Tianyuan was heartbroken and blamed himself beyond measure. Yi Yuan stared at Yi Tianyuan in a daze with wide eyes for a long while before Yi Yuan dared to ask carefully, Are you my father Yi Tianyuan? Yi Tianyuan instantly broke the room. As soon as he tightly embraced Yi Yuan in his arms, his voice trembled, Yuan, I am Daddy Yi Tianyuan. Daddy has come back to save you. Yi Yuan smiled. Mommy said Daddy is a big hero. I knew Mommy wouldn't lie to Yuan. I knew Daddy would come back to save Yuan. After saying that, Yi Yuan immediately cried out again. Daddy, you have to go save Mommy. Mommy has been captured by bad people for 2 days. Those bad people will kill Mommy. Oh, I want Mommy. Yi Tianyuan immediately looked at the heavenly prime war god. The heavenly prime war god hurriedly said, Your Highness, my subordinates are still investigating. There should be news immediately. Quickly, give it to me quickly. Yi Tianyuan roared angrily. More than 2 days had passed and Jiang Yao was still alive or dead. Yi Tianyuan's heart was burning with anxiety. Time was life. It had to be fast. Yi Tianyuan said to the demon lady behind him, Take Yuan to the car to rest. However, Yuan held onto Yi Tianyuan and desperately shook her head. Yuan doesn't want to. Yuan wants to follow Daddy. Yuan will never let Daddy leave again. Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan's heart ached like a knife. Gently touching Yi Yuan's head, he said, Yuan is a good boy. First go to the car with your sister to take a rest. Daddy is going to fight the bad guys, and he wants to ask about Mommy's whereabouts. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Yi Yuan only nodded her head obediently. Yi Tianyuan handed Yi Yuan to the demon lady, who immediately took Yi Yuan onto the chariot. After sending Yi Yuan away, Yi Tianyuan suddenly transformed into a demon of hell and a killing god of Shura. Frightened, the man quickly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. My lord, I was wrong. I really didn't know he was your daughter. It's none of my business. It was Chen Xiao who told me to do this. Chen Xiao? Yi Tianyuan raised a cold eyebrow. The man immediately explained. Chen Jie, the Chen family's son. I was instructed by him to capture your daughter to beg for food. Your daughter kept trying to escape, so I just dash. And you broke her legs, right? Yi Tianyuan's voice was ghostly cold to the extreme. I. The man instantly panicked. Bang! Ka-ching! Without waiting for that man to react more, Yi Tianyuan lifted his foot and violently stomped down on that man's legs. Ah ah ah. The powerful force directly stomped that man's legs directly into mush, as if they had been crushed by a tank. The pain caused the man to almost faint. Yi Tianyuan ordered to the god of death. I'll leave the rest to you. Make him beg for his life and death. Not tortured enough, never let him die. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan immediately said to the heavenly prime war god, immediately find Qin Shao for me. The heavenly prime war god immediately led the way and quickly gave the order. And at this time, a warrior came over to report. Your Highness, Commander Hong of the Jiang County War Department, the governor of Jiang County, the head of Castle Peak City, and the head of the Castle Peak City Defense Bureau are seeking an audience, saying that they have news of the Lord Mother. Hearing that there was news of Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan immediately said, quickly let them in. Soon, the four people, Commander Hong and Governor Yang, walked over warily. All four of them looked at Yi Tianyuan with incomparably curious yet honorable gazes. This was the Dragon Kingdom's guardian god, the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master. Governor Yang hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully and incomparably said to Yi Tianyuan, Temple Master Yi, according to the information we have found out, Miss Jiang Yao was taken away by the Chen family. The Chen family again? Yi Tianyuan erupted into heavenly fury and gave an order. Quickly, all of you, kill the Chen family for me, surround the Chen family for me, and don't let a single fly of the Chen family fly out for me. Chapter 5, Chen Family Master. Come out and receive death. Governor Yang hurriedly said, Hall Master Yi, we also want to make a small contribution. Let us go along as well. Yi Tianyuan did not object. After thinking about it, Yi Tianyuan spoke to Governor Yang. Governor Yang, please help me go and capture that Chen Jie from the Chen family. Governor Yang hurriedly led the order. After speaking to Governor Yang, Yi Tianyuan's group immediately got into the car and killed the Chen family. Governor Yang also immediately said to his city head and Ma chief, you guys go and capture Chen Jie from the Chen family. Be quick. This is a great opportunity for us to embrace Hallmaster Yi's thighs. Don't miss it. Whose city chief and Ma chief naturally didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and immediately sent out one order after another. This matter was personally led by Chief Ma. Kar, the heavenly prime war god, reported to Yi Tianyuan, Hall Master, Hell and the three of them have already arrived. Tell them to blockade the entire Castle Peak City for me and never allow anyone to transfer Jiang Yao away. Yi Tianyuan spoke to the Heaven Prime War God. The Heavenly Prime War God immediately nodded and sent orders to the Hell War God and the others. Dad, Mom won't be killed by the bad guys, right? Yi Yuan suddenly asked with worry. Yi Tianyuan immediately shook his head and said, No, Mommy is the best woman under the sky. She'll be fine. Daddy will definitely get Mommy back. Those bad people, Daddy will send them all to hell. Hearing this, Yi Yuan was much relieved. However, soon after, Yi Yuan said in a downcast voice, Daddy, Yuan's leg is broken. Is it that she will never be able to walk again? Yi Tianyuan immediately looked at Yuan's broken leg in heartache. He, Yi Tianyuan, really deserved to die. To let his daughter endure such inhuman torture and pain at such a young age. Why had he not seen the video earlier? If he had seen the video on the same day, then maybe everything would still be in time. Yi Tianyuan hated himself. Yi Tianyuan hugged Yuan tightly and said, No Yuan, Daddy will definitely cure your leg. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan immediately ordered the Heavenly Prime War God, immediately send someone to pick up Dr. Ghost Valley Immortal, and tell him to make sure he arrives in Castle Peak City before nightfall to cure Yuan's leg. What? Hall Master, you mean Dr. Ghost Valley Immortal? It is said that no one knows where Ghost Valley is. Even the Dragon Kingdom's Lord wants to ask the Ghost Valley Medical Immortal to cure him. It's difficult for us to dash. The Ghost Valley Medical Immortal is the most mysterious godman with the highest and most superb medical skills in the Dragon Kingdom. It is rumored that he could bring the dead to life. As long as there was still a breath left, then he would definitely be able to save it. But Dr. Ghost Valley has been living in seclusion. No one can find him. Even if he did, he wouldn't easily come out of Ghost Valley to cure people. Yi Tianyuan directly flung a phone to the Heavenly Prime War God and said, Just call the number above and report my name. He will come. The Heavenly Prime War God gave Yi Tianyuan a stunned look, his heart extremely shocked. Worthy of being a Hall Master, even the Ghost Valley Medical Immortal would give face to him. The Heavenly Prime War God didn't dare to hesitate and immediately went to arrange this matter. As expected, everything went very smoothly, and Ghost Valley Medical Fairy agreed without hesitation when she heard the three words Yi Tianyuan. The Sky Prime War God immediately had the nearest armed helicopter to Ghost Valley take off to pick up the Ghost Valley Medical Fairy, and then sent it to Castle Peak City in a fighter jet. Yuan, do you know why those bad guys want to capture Mom? Yi Tianyuan suddenly asked Yi Yuan. After thinking hard, Yi Yuan Yuan still shook her head. Yi Tian Yuan gently touched Yi Yuan Yuan's head and comforted. I don't know, it's okay. Daddy will definitely save mommy. Yi Yuan Yuan nodded and shrunk into Yi Tian Yuan's embrace again. Chen Family Villa. The Chen family master was having a small drink or two with an old friend. Sect Master Zhang. Congratulations, this time in seclusion. Your power has risen to another level. I'm afraid you'll break through the shackles in a matter of days and become the first martial arts master in our Castle Peak City. Right? Family Master Chen said with a smile. Sect Master Zhang smiled and humbly waved his hand and said, although it's only a small step away, this small step is also like a heavenly moat. From a first-rate martial artist to a martial grandmaster, that's still as difficult as climbing into the sky. However, within 3 years, I'm still very confident that I can become a martial Dao sovereign. 1 year if I'm quick. The Chen family master immediately cupped his fists and congratulated. Then I wish Sect Master Zhang early achievement of the position of martial Dao patriarch in advance. First-class martial artists. Our entire Castle Peak City is only a handful. You, Sect Master Zhang, are recognized as the #1 expert in Castle Peak City. Aside from you, Sect Master Zhang, who else is qualified to become a martial Dao grandmaster? Ha ha ha. After Sect Master Zhang laughed aloud, he raised his wine cup. I'll borrow your good advice. Come and drink and drink. After a cup of wine was downed, Sect Master Zhang suddenly added, by the way, Family Master Chen, do you know what heavenly events have happened in Green Mountain? It is rumored that both Governor Yang and Commander Hong personally visited Castle Peak City. The Castle Peak Airport was temporarily taken over by the Zheng County War Department, and the entire Castle Peak City was blocked off by the War Department's people. It's even rumored that the 4 great war gods have all gathered in our Castle Peak City, and I don't know who stabbed the sky. The Chen family lord shook his head and said, I've heard some of this news as well, but the situation is unknown for now. Forget it, it's none of our business anyway. Come and continue drinking. And just at this time, a voice like a flood of angry thunder came in from outside. Where is the Chen family master? Speed up and roll out to receive death. This voice immediately caused both the Chen family master and Sect Master Zhang, who were drinking, to instantly bounce up in shock. They looked outside with odd expressions. What's going on? Who had eaten the guts of a bear and dared to come to the Chen family to spread wildness? The Chen family was one of the 3 great families in Castle Peak City, and was considered to be extremely powerful in Castle Peak City. Even the head of Castle Peak whose city has to give the Chen family a few points of face. So who else dares to come to the Chen family to act wildly? The Chen family head coldly spoke to an old man behind him. Elder Wu, I'm counting on you. After Elder Wu nodded to the Chen family master, he walked out with large strides. Elder Wu was the Chen family's envoy, a first-rate martial artist with strong strength. It was with Elder Wu's protection that the Chen family master had been able to turn every danger into a success over the years. With a disdainful face, sect leader Zhang said to the Chen family lord, it's just a petty scoundrel who doesn't know how to die. And with Elder Wu's hand, he'll die for sure. Bang! But, Sect Master Zhang's words had only just fallen when a figure smashed through the door and flew in, smashing heavily on the dining table and directly smashing it to pieces. And when the two of them, the Chen family master and Sect Master Zhang, fixed their eyes on it, their jaws dropped and their expressions were extremely wonderful, because this figure was no one else but Elder Wu who had just walked out. Dead, the two of them, Chen family master and Sect Master Zhang, looked at each other with stunned expressions to the extreme. A first-class martial artist, Wu Lao, had just walked out and was killed and thrown back? This, before the two of them could think more, Yi Tianyuan broke through the door with a group of strong men, and at this time, a middle-aged man came sprinting with a terrified look and said loudly to the Chen family head, Dad, something big is wrong. Our Chen family is surrounded by a large number of heavily armed warriors. All the bodyguards have been killed in this regard. And at this moment, Yi Tianyuan's flooding voice of anger sounded once again. Who is the Chen family master? Still not quick to roll out to receive death? Chapter 6 Those who hurt my daughter, die. Seeing Yi Tianyuan who stepped in as if he was a god of killing, the Chen family master immediately turned pale with fear and panic. Behind Yi Tianyuan, there were still more than 100 absolute ferocious disciples following him, as well as the heavenly prime war god, and heavily armed warriors that could not be seen to the end. This aura, directly drawn out, who wouldn't be frightened? The Chen family master was also instantly terrified to the extreme, and hurriedly spoke out in a trembling voice, Dare I ask who your excellency is? I, Chen, have never met with you all, right? If there is anything that my Chen family has incurred and offended, I hope that your excellency will calm down and have a word with you. And at this time, the heavenly prime war god reported to Yi Tianyuan, Your Highness, that Chen Xiao has been captured. Is he to be brought here? Bring it up, Yi Tianyuan said in a cold voice. The heavenly prime war god immediately ordered his men to bring Chen Jia up. Until now Chen Jie was still in a daze. He had just been having fun with a group of foxes and friends. However, Chief Ma of the City Defense Bureau with a large number of people from the City Defense Bureau suddenly broke down the door and took Chen Jie down without saying a word. Not giving Chen Jie any chance to speak, directly took Chen Jie away. At this moment, after being escorted up and seeing the Chen family head, Chen Jie immediately grabbed the straw that saved his life, and hurriedly and desperately sent out a plea for help to his grandfather. Grandpa, Dad, quickly save me. These people are crazy. They even dared to grab me. I didn't commit any crime. Seeing his most beloved grandson being arrested, Elder Chen was also agitated at once. Your Excellency, have something to say. Let my grandson go first. Yi Tianyuan did not pay any attention to Elder Chen, but instead looked at Chen Jie with cold anger and a chilling voice. You didn't commit anything? Instructing the beggars to grab my daughter, causing my daughter to have her legs broken and beg for food on the side of the road. You deserve to die for your crime. Boom! A monstrous murderous aura gushed out from Yi Tianyuan's body, as if it was a 10-sided mountain weighing down on Chen Jie. The heavenly prime war god and the rest of them were similarly filled with a monstrous murderous aura and rolled in anger. The terrifying aura was like a huge mountain pressing down on Chen Jie. Chen Jie was instantly scared and terrified. His ass fell to the ground in a flash. Chen Jie stared at Yi Tianyuan with wide eyes and a look of disbelief as he looked at him dead in the face, his voice trembling as he said, You're Yi Yuanyuan's father? No, how is this possible? Yi Yuanyuan is not a wild child. How could she dash? Snap! Before Chen Jie could finish his words, Yi Tianyuan slapped down with a heavy slap. Instantly, half of Chen Jie's face was cracked and blood flowed out, which was very miserable. Chen Jie instantly cried out in pain. Chen Jie never dreamed that the wild seed born by Jiang Yao even had a father, and it seemed to come from a very big place. Seeing his precious grandson being hit by a slap from Yi Tianyuan so miserable, the Chen family lord was instantly in a state of physical pain. The middle-aged man beside the Chen family lord was also so anxious that he was on the verge of crying, urging the Chen family lord, Dad, please save Chen Jie. This is the only son I have. The Chen family head was naturally anxious as well. He said to Yi Tianyuan in a deep voice, Your Excellency, even if my grandson has done something wrong, there's no need to put up such a big show, right? My Chen family has a foothold in Castle Peak City for an aeon of time, and is honored to be the head of the 3 great families in Castle Peak City. Even the head of Castle Peak City, the head of whose city, would have to give my Chen family 3 times the respect. In Castle Peak, no one has dared to do this to my Chen family. This little thing, it's not so bad, right? In that case, how much money is needed? Your Excellency, you named the amount. A small matter? Hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan immediately became furious, cold as a murderous god as he looked at the Chen family master. This terrifying look caused the heart of the Chen family master, who had been walking the Jianghu for a year, to tremble. What terrifying eyes! What a terrifying killing aura! At such a young age, to be like this? What kind of person is this? When did Qing Shan have such a person? To be able to get someone from the war ministry to help out, he should be someone with some energy. However, Master Chen is not afraid of anything, is he? In Castle Peak, it was still Hu Shishou who had the final say. The Chen family lord's mind had already begun to calculate. Harming my daughter, even if it's just a single hair, is a heavenly matter. For this alone, he, Chen Jie, deserves to die. Yi Tianyuan looked at Chen Jie with incomparable cold fury and asked, Why did you instruct someone to take my daughter captive? Under Yi Tianyuan's god-killing terrifying aura, Chen Jie had long been scared out of his wits. At this time, he naturally didn't dare to hesitate for half a second, and immediately said with a trembling voice, Previously, I've been pursuing Jiang Yao, but she's been rejecting me, so I've been harboring a grudge against her. After realizing that Jiang Yao was captured, I had a vengeful mindset, so I let a beggar go and take your daughter, but I definitely didn't let that beggar break her legs. I just Yi Tianyuan suddenly let out an indignant roar. Bang! After the roar, Yi Tianyuan violently stomped his foot towards Chen Jie's head. Chen Jie didn't even have time to let out one last scream before he died miserably on the spot. Yi Tianyuan indifferently looked at Chen Jie's corpse. Whoever hurt his daughter must die. His daughter's anger had been taken out for the time being. Now, it was time to settle the score with the Chen family lord. Seeing Chen Jie die tragically in front of them, the Chen family master and Chen Jie's father froze on the spot. The faces of the two were filled with anger and grief. Damn! The Chen family master let out a roar of rage as he looked towards sect leader Zhang with a pleading face and said thickly, Sect leader Zhang, I still hope to make a move to avenge my grandson's death. Sect master Zhang hesitated slightly. The Chen family master said again, These people appear to be poor and vicious people. and they definitely don't have any great origins. As for those warriors from the war ministry, this is fine. I will personally call city head Hu and head Ma later. Jiang County War Department. I, Chen, also have people? I can also make a call to the Jiang County War Department side. Hearing family head Chen say this, the concerns in sect leader Sang's heart were also suddenly much smaller. Without a second thought, sect master Zhang directly took a large step out. Muddy strength also burst out with his steps. As soon as sect leader Zhang's arms shook, a powerful qi energy exploded out from his body, directly bulging up his sleeves. One could tell at a glance that this was definitely a top-level expert. As the number one expert of Green Mountain, sect leader Sang's strength was naturally not something to be reckoned with. Zhang sect master flooded his voice and shouted, under the Bagua sect master Zhang Hong, where are the youngsters? Quickly report your name. Unfortunately, handsome but 3 seconds. Before sect master Zhang finished his words, one of the villains behind Yi Tianyuan struck. Sect master Zhang didn't even have a chance to react, and was directly slashed to seal his throat. After reacting, sect master Zhang's hands tightly covered his throat, but it was too late. Sect leader Zhang's expression was extremely painful. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at the villain with a face of horror and disbelief before his body collapsed straight down. Dead? Now, the Chen family master was finally unable to remain calm. His expression was stunned to the extreme as he stared at sect master Zhang's corpse in death, the sense of shock in his heart having reached a point of no return. How could this be? Qing Shan's number one expert, the pinnacle first-class martial artist, sect leader Zhang, had actually, without even moving a single hand, he was killed in seconds? Then the strength of the person who just struck in the end was so powerful that how terrifying was it? Simply unimaginable. Noisy. The person who had just struck out was the Black Emperor. He looked at sect leader Zhang's corpse with disgust and scolded without any goodwill. Coming out to die and still so much nonsense. I hate people who talk too much. After saying that, the Black Emperor respectfully stood behind Yi Tianyuan again. This performance, even more so, made the Chen family master look dumbfounded. A terrifying expert who could kill the Chen family master in a single move would be so respectful to this young man in front of him. This young man, just what kind of god was he? He said that he was that little girl's father. Then he came to the Chen family this time. Not good. The Chen family master's heart suddenly thumped violently as he finally realized. Chen family master, I'll only give you one chance to speak. Where is the woman you captured? And right at this moment, Yi Tianyuan's cold and ghostly voice suddenly sounded like thunder in the Chen family master's ears. Instantly, the Chen family master was like entering the Nine Ghosts. Chapter 7, Jiang County King's Mansion. Seeing with his own eyes that the two first-class martial artists, Elder Wu and sect leader Zhang, were instantly killed in seconds on the spot, how could the Chen family master not understand that his Chen family had invoked the great bodhisattva that he could not afford to mess with today, knowing that a great disaster was on the horizon? The Chen family master laughed instead of being angry. Do you think I'm stupid? Speak up, and I will surely die. If you're capable, you can just do it and kill me, so that you'll never know the whereabouts of that woman. Going on a killing spree in my Chen family? Do you think Hu Shishou will let you go? I've already sent a message to Hu's city chief just now. This will be the time when Hu's city chief is already on his way here with people from the city defense bureau. Humph. So what if you can invite people from the Ministry of War? It's not the war ministry's turn to meddle in local matters. Yi Tianyuan gave a wink to the heavenly prime war god, who immediately shouted to the outside. Hu Xianjun. You two come in. Hu Xianjun. Wasn't that the name of city head Hu? Upon hearing the words of the sky prime war god, the Chen family lord suddenly froze violently and looked towards the doorway with a skeptical expression. When the Chen family master saw the two of them, Hu city chief and Ma chief, trotting in with a groveling face and saluting Yi Tianyuan, he was immediately struck by lightning. His eyes went black and he almost didn't fall down. At this moment, the Chen family had felt that the sky had collapsed. The Chen family's sky was collapsing. It was over. This time, the Chen family was really going to be in big trouble. Go, as fast as you can. Capture everyone in the Chen family, leaving no one behind. Yi Tianyuan gave an order to the heavenly prime war god. Yes, your highness. The heavenly prime war god immediately led the order. The Chen family lord was immediately terrified and begged for mercy from Yi Tianyuan. I say, please be magnanimous, your excellency, and let my Chen family live. Yi Tianyuan raised his hand, stopping the heavenly prime war god, and looked at the Chen family lord coldly. The Chen family master didn't dare to hesitate for half a second and immediately said, "It was the Jiang County King's mansion that asked me to arrest the person. That woman has already been sent to the Jiang County King's mansion." What? Jiang County King's mansion? Hearing these words, the two of them, Hu city chief and Ma chief, suddenly changed their faces abruptly and looked at each other for a while. The reaction of the two people. Yi Tianyuan caught their eyes. Yi Tianyuan looked at the two of them and asked in a cold voice, "What is the origin of the Zheng County King's mansion?" Hearing that Yi Tianyuan actually didn't even know about the Zheng County King's mansion, the Chen family master instantly laughed coldly in his heart. The reason why he was so quick to give up the Zheng County King's mansion was ostensibly because he was forced to do so by formality. But in reality, the Chen family master had his own calculations. As long as Yi Tianyuan dared to go to the Zheng County King's mansion to ask for someone, then he would definitely die in the Zheng County King's mansion. In this way, the Chen family crisis can be solved, but also for his grandson Chen Jia revenge can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Zheng County King's residence, that is the sky of Zheng County, messing with the death of all. Mr. Hu hurriedly explained. The Zheng County King's mansion is the residence of the Zheng County King, located in the suburbs of Jiangning City, the capital city of Zheng County. The Zheng County King is the veritable king of Zheng County. The king of Zheng County has 4 sons. The eldest son, Wang Battle, is a powerful official in the capital. The second son, Wang Lei, is a god in the army and the head of the First Realm War Zone. The oldest third Wang Hu is the richest man in our Zheng County, with wealth that reaches the heavens. The fourth Wang Ba is the underground emperor of Zheng County, with over 10,000 minions under him. As soon as city head whose words left his mouth, the heavenly prime battle god snorted disdainfully. Wang Lei battle god. What the hell does he count for? If you mess with my palace master, then you have to die as well. Hearing such domineering words from the heavenly prime battle god, whose city head smiled awkwardly. Indeed, in front of the heavenly abyss hall master, the Wang Lei war god was indeed nothing. However, in Jiang County, the king's house that was indeed the sky, even the duo of Governor Yang and Commander Hong didn't dare to mess with it half-heartedly. But, this time, the Jiang County Royal Mansion has messed with the heavens of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang County Royal Mansion. I'm afraid it's going to die. Who the hell are you people? How dare you be so rude to the Jiang County Royal Mansion? The Chen family lord let out a roar. Humph. The heavenly prime war god let out a heavy cold snort and cursed disdainfully. The bullshit Jiang County Royal Mansion is nothing but a pile of shit. Then do you know who I am? I am the Sky Prime War God of the Northern Realm War Department. What do you dash? The Chen family lord's expression was stunned to the core. You are the Heaven Prime War God? The Heaven Prime War God pointed at Yi Tianyuan again and said to the Chen family lord, "Then do you know who he is? Does the Heavenly Abyss Palace know? He is the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master." What? This. The Chen family lord's mind immediately collapsed, no longer able to remain calm. This young man in his 20s in front of him could be the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master who was the patron saint of the Dragon Kingdom, a myth in the military, and a peerless nationalist? It was over. His Chen family was completely finished. Wasn't the Jiang County royal family also going to be finished? Chen family master didn't dare to think further. Yi Tianyuan also didn't give the Chen family lord any more chances, and directly gave an order to the Heavenly Prime War God and the others. All of the Chen family's people, all of them will be executed. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan then turned around and left. Governor Yang and Commander Hong had been guarding outside the Chen family's door, and when the two of them learned from city head who that the Chen family had been instructed by the Jiang County royal house, they were really shocked as well. However, when they thought of Yi Tianyuan's terrifying strength and identity, they immediately shook their heads secretly and sweated for the Jiang County royal family. This time, the Jiang County royal mansion was in a big trouble. Soon, the entire Chen family was executed. The Chen family, the first of the 3 great families of Qingshan, was removed from the world. Yi Tianyuan said to Hu Shishir, "Leave the aftermath to you. All of the Chen family's assets will be donated to those poor children." Hu Shishir immediately nodded. "Alright Temple Master Yi, I will get this done." After ordering this matter, Yi Tianyuan immediately gave orders to the Heavenly Prime War God. "Notify everyone. Kill the Jiang County King's mansion for me with all of them at the fastest speed possible." "Yes, Your Highness." The Heavenly Prime War God immediately led the order, and then an order was given down. Hundreds of armed helicopters were already parked in front of the Chen family's entrance. "Your Highness, let's get on the airplane." After arranging everything, the Sky Prime War God then spoke to Yi Tianyuan. However, Yi Tianyuan was tightly frowning at this moment, with a puzzled look on his face. Yi Tianyuan voiced out his doubts. Zhang Yao should have no grudges against the Jiang County royal family. Why would the Jiang County royal family allow the Chen family to capture her? This was a question that everyone was also puzzled by and couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, Zhang Yao and the Jiang County royal family were not in the same world at all. What would the Jiang County royal family be doing arresting an ordinary person? In here, there must be a reason, right? With Yi Tianyuan's understanding of Zhang Yao, she was a good woman with an extremely kind heart. Surely she wouldn't go to offend people and provoke them. After thinking about it, Yi Tianyuan said to City Head Hu, "City Head Hu, please go and check for me. If we can determine the cause, then perhaps we can know Jiang Yao's current approximate situation." City Head Hu immediately nodded his head and said, "Alright Hall Master Yi, I'll do my best to look into it right away." After instructing Hu Shishou, Yi Tianyuan then boarded the helicopter gunship with the heavenly war god and more than 100 absolute villains and killed the Jiang County King's mansion at the fastest speed possible. The Hell War God and the others had already rushed to the Jiang County King's mansion at full speed. Governor Yang and Commander Hong didn't hesitate and immediately followed them. The sky of Jiang County. This is the rhythm of collapse. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone, and a prosperous year of the rabbit. Chapter 8. Where is the king of Jiang County? Get out and meet me. The armed helicopters had just left the boundaries of Castle Peak City when the Heavenly Prime War God reported to Yi Tianyuan. Your Highness, news has come from Hu Shishou's side that a very important clue has been found out. That the blood type of the main mother is the extremely rare panda-type blood of the world, and that someone has gone to Castle Peak No. 1 hospital to investigate this matter. Therefore, the arrest of the Master Mother might have something to do with this. After hearing the words of the Heavenly Prime War God, Yi Tianyuan's emotions immediately became incomparably agitated, and he hurriedly shouted to the cab, "Quickly, quickly, give me speed. We must kill the Jiang County King's mansion with the fastest speed." Seeing how excited Yi Tianyuan was, the Heavenly Prime War God immediately spoke out to comfort him. Your Highness, hell they should arrive at the Jiang County King's mansion first, and will quickly take control of the Jiang County King's mansion, and not a single fly in the Jiang County King's mansion will want to fly out. Yi Tianyuan however shook his head and said in a chilling voice, if Jiang Yao was really taken away by the Jiang County King's mansion's people because of her blood type, then there is only one possibility. Someone in the Jiang County King's mansion needs to change Jiang Yao's blood. There is an extremely rare disease in this world that requires the replacement of the entire body's blood in order to be cured. It's been almost 3 days since Jiang Yao was captured. Replacing the blood of the entire body would only take 3 days at most. So dash. Boom. Yi Tianyuan's monstrous murderous aura that was like a hellish death god gushed out once again. The Sky Prime War God's face also changed abruptly, and he also hurriedly yelled at the pilot. Quickly, faster. Goddamn Jiang County Royal House. If anything happens to my Master Mother, I will definitely let the entire Jiang County Royal House die without a burial place. Yi Tianyuan's eyes were red as if they could drip blood. Jiang Yao, you mustn't be alright. You must wait for me. Jiang County King's Mansion. I'll make all of you not die well. Yi Tianyuan suddenly added to the Heavenly Prime War God. Immediately have someone go and check. To do a whole body blood replacement surgery, it must need specialized equipment. Quickly go and check for me. Yi Tianyuan's murderous aura and rage had burned to the extreme. The Heavenly Prime War God immediately gave an order. On the other side, Jiang County King's Mansion, situated on top of an island in the center of the lake. This island covered a large area of over 1,000 acres. There was only one bridge leading to the island, and the waters formed a natural barrier. The Jiang County King's Mansion had 3,000 family soldiers, militarized management, and the selection specifications of these people were extremely high, completely comparable to special warriors. Moreover, these family soldiers are all equipped with guns. This kind of privilege, only the king of Jiang County has it in the entire Jiang County. The guards here were extremely strict, completely no worse than the Jiang County War Department. There is a guard at every 3 steps, a sentry at every 5 steps, and patrolling family soldiers. The tower, the guard room. The 2 house soldiers on duty were playing with their cell phones there in boredom. Suddenly, a roar of an airplane came from far away. The 2 house soldiers looked outside and were immediately startled by the dense swarm of armed helicopters in the distance. One of the family soldiers uttered in horror, "I'll go. What kind of big battle is this? Should we sound the alarm?" Another family soldier slapped over and said in an unkind manner, "Sound your head. I guess it's a maneuver or something from the Jiang County War Department. It's definitely not aimed at our Jiang County Royal Mansion. Put 120 hearts on it. No one in Jiang County dares to come to the Jiang County King's Mansion to spread wildness. Even the Jiang County War Department wouldn't dare." But, as soon as this house soldier's words fell, he saw a fire snake shooting towards the island. The 2 house soldiers froze for a long time before jumping up immediately in shock. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack dash. However, everything was already too late. An artillery shell had already accurately flown into the tower. No! Amidst a chorus of terrified and desperate screams, the 2 house soldiers were instantly blown to pieces. At the same time, a shell smashed into the police posts in various parts of the Jiang County King's residence. It exploded along the perimeter of the Jiang County King's residence, with a special focus on bombing the Jiang County King's family soldiers' barracks. Hundreds of helicopter gunships directly surrounded the entire island. bombing it indiscriminately. Hundreds of combat vehicles, also vastly from the bridge into the island. Thousands of fighters, crossing the lake to the island, the entire Jiang County royal residence completely besieged dead. The Jiang County royal mansion was in a state of mourning and chaos. In the middle of the mansion, Jiang County's richest family, Wang Zhan's family, was dining with his mother. Jiang County King's eldest son and second son are away for many years, seldom come back to the royal mansion. Only the Wang War live in the Jiang County King's mansion for a long time. If Wang Hu, he would come back a few times a month. Wang mother had a worried look on her face, and in the face of this table of delicacies, she also did not have any appetite at all. Seeing this, Wang Hu hurriedly comforted, "Mother, you can rest assured. Dad's blood replacement surgery will be over soon. After today, Dad will regain his life, and living for another 20 years will definitely not be any problem. The ones who operated on Dad are all top-level authoritative experts in the Dragon Kingdom, and with old Four accompanying Dad, he'll definitely be fine." Only after hearing this did the Queen Mother nod slightly. Boom boom boom. But just at this time, a violent explosive explosion suddenly rang out from outside the entire royal mansion. The ground suddenly shook. All the people in the royal residence were also panicked at once. Mother Wang was so scared that she almost fell off her chair. But fortunately, Wang Zhan's wife came forward in time to support her. Wang Zhan and his two sons also stood up in shock. Looking outside with frightened faces, Wang Zhan yelled loudly to the outside, "What's going on outside?" The sound of artillery fire was constant, and the screams were overlapping. There was clearly a fierce and incomparable battle going on outside. A captain of the household soldiers hurriedly ran in, losing his voice and exclaiming, "Reporting to the princess, reporting to the third master. Something big is going on. A large group of warriors are fiercely attacking the royal residence. No matter how much we shout, the other side doesn't pay any attention to us. The king's household soldiers have suffered extremely heavy losses. At most they can hold out for another 5 minutes. I'm afraid dash." In the latter words, that house soldier captain did not dare to continue. Wang Zhan instantly roared, "I'm afraid of what?" Only after being roared at by Wang Zhan did the captain of the family soldiers hurriedly said in fear, "I'm afraid that our Wang Fu family soldiers will be completely wiped out." "What? The entire army will be wiped out? Just how many people did the other side deploy? To be able to exterminate 3,000 of my Wang Fu's family soldiers in a few minutes?" Wang Zhan was so shocked that his face turned pale and he asked after them incredulously. That house soldier captain's voice trembled as he said, "According to the incomplete meeting statistics, the other party has deployed over 500 of our Dragon Kingdom's most advanced armed helicopters, over 500 battle tanks, and I'm afraid that the number of fighters exceeds 10,000. So dash." Hearing these words, the Queen Mother almost fainted in fear. Wang Zhan was also considered to be a one-time lord-like figure. He was able to become the richest man in Jiang County. His ability was naturally not covered. However, he was also a bit unsteady in fear at this moment. Such a terrifying formation. No wonder he was able to destroy his Wang Fu's 3,000 family soldiers in a few minutes. What kind of people were the other party? How did they dare to attack the royal residence? Bang bang bang! And right at this moment, Yi Tianyuan led the heavenly prime war god and his group to break through the door and rushed in with great strides. Immediately afterward, a cold voice rang out, 5 minutes? You've also overestimated the strength of your royal family soldiers, haven't you? A bunch of rabble that can't be placed on the stage. But dirt chickens and dogs. Unbeatable." These words immediately caused Wang Zhan and the others to be struck by lightning. Dumbfounded, they stared at Yi Tianyuan and the others. Each and every one of these people exuded a monstrous killing aura. An overwhelming evil aura. None of them were good. Where exactly were these people from? A voice like Hong rolling and angry thunder suddenly resounded through the entire royal residence. Deafening. "Where is the Jiang County king? Roll out and meet me." Chapter 9, every 5 seconds. Kill a man. What? Bold. Unbridled. When these words came out, the royal family was in an uproar. Who dared to be so rude to the Jiang County king? Wang Zhan was completely furious and shouted in a stern voice, "Who the hell are you people, daring to go on a killing spree in my royal residence? Who gave you the guts? Kill!" In the face of Wang Zhan's angry shout, Yi Tianyuan only coldly spat out 2 words. Immediately, a Jedi villain grinned coldly and killed towards Wang Zhan. Death instantly descended. Wang Zhan also instantly fell to the 9th ghost. His face instantly turned pale to the extreme, his body stiffening. And just at this time, an old man in his 60s suddenly rushed out, pulling Wang Zhua away with one hand, then fiercely punched out. Bang! That old man exchanged punches with the Jedi villain who had killed out. Ka-ching! Under the destruction of the powerful force, that old man's arm was instantly twisted and deformed, and was directly ruined. That old man's face steeped in horror as he retreated back and forth. When Wang Zhan saw this scene, he also lost his voice in shock. Patriarch Duan. You dash. Puff. A mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from Patriarch Duan's mouth. Patriarch Duan looked horrified as he said to Wang Zhan, I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you anymore today. Wang Zhan's face stiffened. That absolute villain grinned and said with playful disdain, what a bullshit martial arts sect master. Unbearable. Die. Before the words fell, that Jedi villain had already killed out. Bang! A heavy punch directly smashed on top of Patriarch Duan's head. It instantly killed Patriarch Duan on the spot. This was a martial arts sect master. Surprisingly, he was killed by 2 punches. This is too appalling, isn't it? The gazes of all the people in the royal mansion were filled with horror as they looked at that absolute villain. Could it be that this person had reached that realm? That realm. But it is like a legend. In the entire Jiang County, there was only one. After resolving Duan Zongshi, that Jedi villain carried Wang Zhan to Yi Tianyuan's face. Seeing this, the people of the Wang mansion were shocked and terrified. Mother Wang was even so anxious that she shouted, who the hell are you people that dare to spread wildness in the Wang mansion? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to withstand the monstrous wrath of my Wang mansion? Quickly, call and inform Governor Yang and Commander Hong to bring people here. Quickly let them come to defend my Wang Fu. Yi Tianyuan didn't pay any attention to the Queen Mother, but instead looked at Wang Zhan coldly as if he was a murderous god and asked, where is the woman who was captured by you? What woman? Wang Zhan first froze violently and immediately reacted. Could it be the woman who was captured from Castle Peak City? The woman who was captured from Castle Peak City? But, didn't he say that the woman didn't have any identity or background at all? Although he was surprised in his heart, Wang Zhan's face did not have any reaction, and immediately denied it. What woman? Is there some kind of misunderstanding on your part? I can't understand what your excellency is saying. As soon as Wang Zhan's words fell, one of his hands was wasted. Yi Tianyuan looked at Wang Zhan with cold fury. Jiang County's richest man Wang Zhan, you should be a smart person. I don't want to hear any more nonsense from your mouth. Otherwise, die. Such a cold and murderous aura caused Wang Zhan to shiver. And at this time, a warrior ran in to report the situation. Hall Master, the entire king's mansion has been searched all over, and no traces of the master mother or anyone else have been found. The most feared thing had still happened. Jiang Yao was not in the royal residence at all. County King Jiang was also not in the royal residence. Then it seemed that there was only one possibility. Jiang Yao had been taken away by the Jiang County King. It seemed like it should be a blood change for the Jiang County King. Yi Tianyuan looked towards the heavenly prime war god, who immediately said, Your Highness, it's already being fully investigated. If the Jiang County King is going to undergo a blood exchange surgery, he shouldn't have run too far. So it's estimated that the probability is that the person is in one of the hospitals in Jiangning City. Yi Tianyuan eagerly said, Be fast, must be fast, use all the power, no matter what the cost. Give me to find the person as soon as possible. If anything goes wrong with Jiang Yao, I will make sure that all the people involved are all buried with her. The monstrous anger and killing intent seeded the entire royal residence, scaring all the people in the royal residence to the point of trembling. Terrified, they looked at Yi Tianyuan, who was like the king of hell. All of them were thinking, just what kind of god is this? Where is the Jiang County King? Yi Tianyuan asked to Wang Zhan with cold anger to the extreme. Facing Yi Tianyuan's monstrous anger and overwhelming ferocious aura, the one-time Lord Wang Zhan also stood unsteadily at this moment, as if he was being pressed by a 10-sided mountain. I don't know, Wang Zhan still said with a very stiff upper lip. Death. Yi Tianyuan was enraged. Boom. Yi Tianyuan violently slapped a heavy slap down towards the top of Wang Zhan's head. Puff. A mouthful of essence blood sprayed out from Wang Zhan's mouth, and then he fell straight down. He died. Perhaps Wang Zhan couldn't believe that this young man in front of him actually dared to kill him without saying a word. Who was he? He was the richest man in Jiang County. He was the third son of the king of Jiang County. How could anyone dare to kill him? Husband. Dad. Wang Zhan's wife and son all lost their voices and cried out in shock and pain. Wang mother even almost fainted. Her face turned red with excitement and she let out a hysterical roar. Young man, who the hell are you? Do you know what you are doing? My royal family has been based in Jiang County for dozens of years, and is the heaven of Jiang County, dominating it. You dare to bring people to violate my Wang Fu and kill my son. You've committed an unforgivable crime. I want you all to die. All of you. Where are the royal residence's confessors? All of them come out for me. Swish swish swish. As soon as the Queen Mother's words fell, 5 figures instantly swept out of the shadows. One by one. Their aura was powerful and their strength was not bad. The strength of these 5 people were all above the Duan Zongshi from earlier. All extremely powerful martial Dao Zongshi, martial Dao master. Ah! One must know that the strongest person in Castle Peak City was only a peak first-class martial artist who was working hard to impact the martial Dao Master realm. In the entire Jiang County, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to find many martial arts masters. As for the Jiang County Royal Mansion, 6 martial Dao sovereigns had appeared right now, with 5 martial Dao sovereign masters standing there. It was indeed a bit intimidating, but in Yi Tianyuan's eyes, they were obviously all trash. Yi Tianyuan didn't even bother to look at them, but instead, his flooding voice was like thunder as he barked at the Queen Mother. Where is the Jiang County King? If you don't tell me, everyone who is in the King's residence today will have to die. Kill them. The Queen Mother directly gave her orders to the 5 confessors. The 5 martial arts masters didn't have any hesitation and immediately all shot out to kill Yi Tianyuan. Bang! 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 As a result, it was obvious that there wouldn't be any surprises either. The 5 supreme villains met them, and in a single glance, they killed those 5 martial Dao sovereigns on the spot. The difference was simply too great. The 5 martial Dao sovereign masters that the Jiang County King had spent a high price to hire for his offerings were actually so unbeatable. Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother was also completely stunned and instantly felt some despair. This was the first time in her life that she had such a feeling of fear. From now on, I will kill one person from your royal family every 5 seconds, directly until you tell me where the Jiang County King is. As soon as Yi Tianyuan's words fell, those Jedi villains rushed out and grabbed everyone in the royal family. The Queen Mother trembled violently, shocked and angry. Young man, you have good guts. Good guts. The Queen Mother still refused to speak. Yi Tianyuan spoke out coldly. Kill. As the words fell, blood sprayed and lives fell. Wang War's eldest son, killed on the spot. Chapter 10, Old Wise Jiang County King. Such a scene stunned all the people in the royal residence. Only a moment's effort. The richest man in Jiang County, Wang Battle, and the eldest son will be killed tragically died on the spot. The Wang consort was so angry and bloody that she directly collapsed into a chair, her voice trembling immensely as she asked the people around her, when will Governor Yang and Commander Hong be able to come? Everyone else was also trembling with fear, looking terrified to the extreme. No one paid any attention to the Wang consort at all. The shadow of death shrouded the entire royal residence. Yi Tianyuan condescendingly looked at the Wang concubine coldly, just like a supreme heavenly god, overriding everything in this world. At this moment, in the eyes of the royal family, Yi Tianyuan was like a great peak, looking up but not reachable. Yi Tianyuan suddenly opened his mouth indifferently. You want to let Governor Yang and Commander Hong too to save the day, right? Then come and ask them yourself if they have the guts. As soon as Yi Tianyuan's words fell, the heavenly prime war god allowed the duo of Governor Yang and Commander Hong to walk in. If it was any other day, if Governor Yang and Commander Hong's duo saw the princess, then naturally, they would have to be respectful. However, today, the real protagonist was here, so the two of them naturally knew how to take care of themselves. Governor Yang and Commander Hong both respectfully stood behind Yi Tianyuan. Such a move already explained everything. The crowd of the royal family was once again stunned. The head of the red and white of Jiang County was actually bowing down to this young man? This young man? Just what kind of god was he? After all, the royal concubine was also considered to be someone who stood at the top of the clouds. Naturally, she was not an old woman without a brain. At this moment, she certainly realized that the situation was afraid to be much more complicated and frightening than what she had imagined. Therefore, the Wan Fei once again asked Yi Tianyuan, Your Excellency, who the hell are you? Yi Tianyuan coldly uttered, You don't deserve to know who I am yet. And you still refuse to say where the Jiang County King is, right? Kill again. Those Jedi villains could be waiting for Yi Tianyuan's order. As soon as Yi Tianyuan's word kill came out, a Jedi villain immediately pounced on Wang Zhan's second son. Wang Zhan had 2 sons, and his eldest son had just been killed in the northwest. The second son had already been petrified on the spot. Stop it! Don't! Princess Wang and Wang War's wife cried out sharply. But it didn't matter. Ka-ching! Wang Battle's second son had his neck directly snapped by a Jedi villain and died beyond death. Seeing her husband and 2 sons die tragically in front of her eyes, Wang Battle's wife could not withstand the blow and directly fainted. Princess Wang was so furious that she almost had a heart attack. The other people in the royal family, all scared shitless, all looked at the Wang Fei with pleading eyes, hoping that she would speak up quickly. After her grief, the Wang consort immediately said, I will call the king of Jiang County right now and ask him to send that woman back. Hearing this, Yi Tian, profound, was only slightly satisfied. Naturally, the Wang concubine didn't dare to hesitate for a second and immediately took out her cell phone and pulled out a call. The phone was quickly connected, and after the crown princess only said the word hello, the phone was snatched over and then respectfully sent to Yi Tianyuan's hand. Yi Tianyuan picked up the cell phone and put it to his ear. A low voice on the other side of the phone came over. Who is your excellency? How dare you barge into my king's mansion and arrest my family? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to withstand this king's endless anger? Where is Wang War? What is he doing? On the other end of the phone was the voice of Zheng County King. Yi Tianyuan coldly said, if you want to know, then you can go down and ask him. If you dare to grab my woman, I will dare to kill your entire family. I'll give you half an hour to return my woman unharmed. Otherwise I'll make your royal family disappear from here on out, and the entirety of your royal family will have to die. Before Yi Tianyuan could finish his words, the other party unexpectedly hung up the phone. The heavenly prime war god immediately said, Your Highness, the call time is not enough to lock on to the other party, but the approximate location has been determined. It's in Jiangning. Hell, they've all been mobilized. Even if they turn the entire Jiangning over, they must find the main mother. Yi Tianyuan's eyes were like deep depths as he swept a glance at Governor Yang and Commander Hong, and the two of them also hastened to state their position. Hall Master Yi, we have also dispatched all our forces to search for the Zheng County King. As long as the person is still in Jiangning, then it's fine. I've just ordered it down, blocking off the entire Zheng city. Not a fly will be let out. Half an hour was still too long for Yi Tianyuan. He didn't want to wait. Zhang Yao's life was at stake, and he, Yi Tianyuan, couldn't wait either. But there was no better way now. He just hoped that the county king of Zheng would care about his family's lives and wouldn't dare to touch Zhang Yao's life. Zhang Yao, you must hold on. You must wait for me to save you. The heavenly prime war god suddenly spoke again. Your Highness, the Zheng County King's eldest son and his second are both away for long years, and the third son, Wang Battle, is at the royal residence accompanying the royal consort. So then this time when the Zheng County King is having a blood replacement surgery, it will only be possible that the fourth son, Wang Ba, will be accompanying him. Wang Ba is the underground emperor of Zheng County. He has many minions under him. There will always be someone who knows where he is going. Perhaps we can arrest all of Wang Ba's minders and interrogate them one by one. We may be able to find out Wang Ba's whereabouts. Yi Tianyuan immediately nodded. This method was feasible. The heavenly prime war god immediately asked Governor Yang to cooperate to do this. And naturally, Governor Yang had no second thoughts. Jiangning, a private vacation resort. It was said to be a vacation resort, but it was actually a private sanatorium. In the operating room, there were two hospital beds leaning against each other. Lying on one of the beds was a woman who was anesthetized. The woman's face was ghastly white. Not a trace of blood could be seen. Not a trace of blood color. On the other bed, there was an 80-year-old man. The two of them were undergoing a blood-swapping operation. This 80-year-old man was naturally no one else but the Zheng County King. And the woman who was unconscious under anesthesia was none other than Zhang Yao. In the operating room, there were several authoritative top-level experts standing, and they were all carefully monitoring the surgery to ensure that the surgery could be completed safely and successfully. If the surgery was not successful, then not only would they have to die, I'm afraid that their families would be hard to spare. Before the Zheng County King's illness, a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure and ferocious expression stood there. Just the aura emanating from his body was enough to make people fear and retreat. This person was none other than Zheng County King's fourth Wang Ba. After hanging up the phone, Zheng County King's complexion was cold, ghostly and gloomy to the extreme. Wang Ba came forward and said, Dad, the situation has been clarified. What? After hearing Wang Ba's report, County King Zhan was also so shocked that he almost jumped up from his hospital bed. Such a move could really scare all those experts. Fortunately, the Zheng County King quickly calmed down. Humph, whatever they are, if they dare to go against my Zheng County royal house, then they all have to die. Half an hour? Humph, no one has been able to threaten my Zheng County King yet. Anyone who dares to threaten my Zheng County King has gone to meet the King of Hell. Dare to kill my son and grandson. This king will execute his 9 clans. Zheng County King's monstrous anger spewed out, causing his blood pressure to soar, and the detector directly flashed a red light in alarm. Zheng County King asked those experts drilly, how much longer will the surgery take to complete? An expert said cautiously, if everything goes well, it should be completed in an hour. The king of Zheng County frowned deeply. An hour was too long for him. The other party had said that they would only give him half an hour. The surgery absolutely could not be stopped, or he would have lost all his previous efforts. Zheng County King's complexion sank as he said to Wang Ba, Fourth, didn't the oldest two say they would be back today? You quickly call and ask to see where they've gotten to, so that they can quickly return to the king's mansion to save the people. Humph. I'd like to see who has eaten the guts of a bear and dares to go against my Wang mansion. Wang Ba said with a straight face, Dad, even Governor Yang and Commander Hong take orders from each other. I'm only afraid that this person has a big level of origin. Perhaps someone from the capital side? Humph. But the Zheng County King remained unconcerned. So what? Our Jiang County royal family will be afraid? Your elder brother is the one who has half a foot in the Dragon Kingdom Elder Council. And your second brother is the Dragon Kingdom God of War, commanding millions of troops. Just ask how many people there are in the capital that are worthy of my Jiang County royal house's fear? Wang Ba nodded his head at once, and immediately took out his cell phone to pull a call out. Chapter 11 Wan Lei Battle God Pro. In the royal residence, there was a solemn atmosphere. The duo of Governor Yang and Commander Hong stood outside waiting for orders. Old Yang, with your means would you not be able to find out where Wang Ba is going? I did hear that you and Wang Ba are quite close. Commander Hong suddenly spoke. Hearing Commander Hong's words, Governor Yang was incredibly nervous. Hastily, he made a silent gesture to Commander Hong, and then Commander Hong said, Old Hong, we've been friends for most of our lives, don't get me killed. Commander Hong couldn't help but smile when he saw Governor Yang looking so terrified. He lightly patted Governor Yang's shoulder and lowered his voice. Don't worry, old Yang, we're on the same boat now. If I get you killed, what favor can I ask for? There are no outsiders here now. Let's have a good chat. The current situation is also clear to you. We are also following orders. Being able to retreat in one piece is the best outcome for us. Governor Yang nodded slightly with a grave expression. Yes, right now, their biggest request is to be able to retreat in one piece. However, when the immortals fight, how can they not be affected by it? Governor Yang thought for a moment before he said to Commander Hong, Old Hong, do you think that Hall Master Yi is really able to destroy the Jiang County Royal House? This question was also what Commander Hong had been pondering. Commander Hong shook his head and said, It's really hard to say. We can only say that anything is possible. The biggest variable should be on Wang Hu. He's half a foot into the Elder Council after all. War God Wan Lei definitely can't suppress Hall Master Yi. The only way to see if Wang Hu dares to break the mold for the Jiang County Royal House, whether or not the Jiang County King is actually willing to release that woman. I'm afraid it's all a dead end. With Hall Master Yi's heart, there is absolutely no way that he will let Jiang County King go. Jiang County King is afraid that he will die. Once the Jiang County King dies, then the things that come after that are really hard to say. Governor Yang nodded approvingly and sighed. And just at this time, a voice like thunder rang out. I am the Wang Lei War God. Who among you dares to make a scene? Why don't you quickly put down your weapons and make way for Hong Yuanqi to roll out and meet me? Hearing this voice, Commander Hong instantly looked at Governor Yang with a bitter smile. Wang Lei battle had come. 3,000 warriors raised their guns to block Wang Leishan's path, causing him to become furious and thunderously rebuke him. But no matter how much he rebuked, those warriors didn't pay any attention to him. Wang Lei War God. Wang Thunder God of War returned to the Jiang Wang mansion this time to celebrate the rebirth of his father, the Jiang County King. So he didn't bring much manpower with him. He had only brought 100 of his inner circle with him. Those who dare to stand in the way of this war god, die. Wang Lei War God was furious with killing intent. Governor Yang accompanied Commander Hong as he walked briskly. Seeing the duo, Wang Lei War God became even more furious, pointing at Commander Hong's nose and angrily rebuking. Hong Yuanqi, have you eaten bear heart and leopard gall today? Daring to lead a people to besiege my Jiang County King's mansion. How many heads do you have enough for me to chop off? And you, Yang Jia, are you also tired of living? Commander Hong said with a bitter smile on his face. Wang Lei War God, please don't be angry. We are also following orders. Without waiting for Commander Hong to finish his sentence, War God Wan Lei angrily rebuked. Under whose orders? In Jiang County, the only order you have to follow is the order of my Jiang County Royal House. Who the hell are the others? Humph. Not to mention your crown, even if it's your life. I, the Jiang County Royal House, can take it away anytime I want to. I'll only say the last sentence. Now everyone listen to my order. If you don't obey, military justice will be dealt with. Humph. As soon as Wang Lei War God's words fell, a thunderous cold voice rang out. Wang Lei War God, you have a great military authority. You even dare to come and dispose of the warriors of my Northern Realm War Department. Who gave you the guts and authority? Upon hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Wang Lei War God's brows instantly furrowed deeply. Soon, the Wang Lei War God saw the Sky Prime War God who was striding towards him. Sky Prime War God, why is it you? Seeing the Sky Prime War God, the Wang Lei War God was also immediately startled, and his aura couldn't help but weaken a few points down. But immediately, Wang Lei War God pretended to be strong again and said, what exactly do you mean by this? Heavenly Prime War God? Bringing people to besiege my Jiang County King's mansion and killing my third brother and 2 nephews. Are you really bullying my Jiang County King's mansion? The Heavenly Prime War God disdainfully swept a glance at the Wang Lei War God and sneered. Speaking as if your Jiang County King mansion has a decent person. They're all a bunch of fucking animals that are worse than pigs and dogs. You, These words almost didn't make Wang Lei War God spit out blood. Wang Lei War God hardened his head and said again, "Everyone is a war god. Do you not think I'm afraid of you? Don't think that just because you, the Heavenly Prime War God, are outnumbered today that you can overpower me. It's not the turn of my Jiang County King's mansion for you, the Heavenly Prime War God, to come and spread your wildness. What about me?" As soon as Wang Lei War God's words fell, Yi Tianyuan came with his hands in the air. Wang Lei sized up Yi Tianyuan and snorted out coldly, "Which crotch of your pants did you pop out of again? Dirty thing? Today's matter, were you the mastermind? Humph, something that doesn't know how to die. Bold." As soon as Wang Lei's words came out, the 3,000 warriors shouted angrily in unison. However, with such a formation, Wang Lei War God scoffed in disdain. The corner of his mouth lifted and he sneered, "Bluffing and scaring cats and dogs?" Yi Tianyuan put his hand on his back and looked at Wang Lei coldly and asked, "You don't recognize me?" War God Wang Lei squinted at Yi Tianyuan and laughed coldly. "This war god needs to know you? Who the hell are you?" "This war god is not interested in dead people. Since you are the main messenger, then come out obediently and suffer death. Dare to kill someone from my Jiang County King's mansion, I'll break you into pieces and let you die without a burial place." Yi Tianyuan skimmed his mouth. "The world is winding down. I, Yi Tianyuan, have only been retired for 3 years, and surprisingly, no one recognizes me already. Yi Tianyuan? This name, why does it feel somewhat familiar?" Wang Lei War God frowned, looking at Yi Tianyuan, then at Tianqin War God, then associating it with the 3 years. Many pieces of information quickly scurried together, causing the Wang Lei War God to immediately think of a terrifying figure. Thinking of this person, Wang Lei War God's face changed abruptly. His mind was horrified, and he instantly stared at Yi Tianyuan with wide-eyed death. "You are the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master? It seems that you are not that ignorant." Yi Tianyuan faintly and coldly spoke out. "What? It really was the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master?" Wang Lei was so scared that his feet went weak and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Heavenly Abyss Hall Master. Just these 4 words alone were like 10 great mountains. How could the Jiang County Royal House have messed with this great Bodhisattva? That's not right. The Wang Lei War God suddenly shook his head. "Didn't they say that the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master died in battle outside the domain 3 years ago? The Heavenly Abyss Hall has been disbanded for 3 years. The Heavenly Abyss Hall Master should have died long ago. There's no way you could be the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master. Fake. It must be fake. Kid, how dare you? How dare you impersonate the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master? What crime should you commit? Heavenly Prime War God, you're even more audacious. How dare you aid and abet the enemy? Do you still have the law of the land and military discipline in your eyes? Governor Yang, Commander Hong, why don't you all hurry up and take down this person who is impersonating the Heavenly Abyss Temple Lord?" However, no one listened to Wang Lei War God's words. They all looked at Wang Lei War God with strange eyes. Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to pay much attention to Wang Lei War God, but instead asked in a cold voice, "Do you know where the Jiang County King is?" Wang Lei War God looked at Yi Tianyuan deadpan and did not finish his sentence. Yi Tianyuan obviously had no extra patience. "Since you don't know, then die." This time, the Heavenly Prime War God took matters into his own hands. Seeing that the Heavenly Prime War God dared to make a move on himself, Wang Lei was both shocked and terrified, and roared out in rage, "Heavenly Prime War God, I am the Dragon Kingdom's War God. If you dare to kill me, the Dragon Kingdom's military Dragon Kingdom hierarchy won't let you go, and you will have to die as well. Not only do you have to die, you will also involve your brothers in the Northern Border War Department." Crazy man. Stop it. But, the Heavenly Prime War God didn't pay any attention to Wang Lei, but instantly killed in front of Wang Lei's body. Those of Wang Lei's personal soldiers still wanted to resist, but they were directly shot on the spot by the old part of the Heavenly Abyss Palace. Seeing all of his own soldiers die here, Wang Lei War God immediately broke out into a cold sweat, knowing that the Heavenly Prime War God was playing for real. Although they were both war gods, Wang Lei War God's strength was obviously not as good as that of Sky Prime War God. Under the exchange of hands, Wang Lei War God was losing ground. Wang Lei War God spoke out urgently, "Heavenly Prime War God, you quickly stop. Heavenly Abyss Hall Master has something to say." "I believe you are Heavenly Abyss Hall Master I really don't know where my father is "Okay, Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, I'll say it Chapter 12, War God? I'll slaughter it like a dog. Only then did Yi Tianyuan signal the Heavenly Prime War God to stop. Wang Lei War God dragged his severely injured body, limping with difficulty towards Yi Tianyuan. "Stop. No approaching the Palace Master." The Heavenly Prime War God issued a stern warning to the Wang Lei War God. Wang Lei War God looked at Yi Tianyuan and said, "Hall Master Tianyuan, this is something I'll only talk to you alone." Hearing this, the Heavenly Prime War God instantly became enraged. Seek death. Just as the Heavenly Prime War was about to strike at Wang Lei again, he was stopped by Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan raised his hand to signal Wang Lei to come forward. Wang Lei quickly arrived in front of Yi Tianyuan's body, and the moment Wang Lei approached Yi Tianyuan, he suddenly pounced at Yi Tianyuan as if he was a mad beast. In his hand, he didn't know when there was an extra sharp knife. At this moment, Wang Lei was extremely crazy. The only way for him to fight Yi Tianyuan to the death was to take the next step. But, obviously he had overestimated himself. How could Yi Tianyuan not see this little thought of his? The Heavenly Prime War God and the others had also seen through it long ago. If Yi Tianyuan hadn't let him, Wang Lei War God, come over, the Heavenly Prime War God would have killed him long ago. Facing Wang Lei's extremely crazy, death-defying attack, Yi Tianyuan was however disdainful and looked at it indifferently. Only seeing Yi Tianyuan casually wave his hand, an incomparably loud slap sounded on Wang Lei's War God's face. This slap was surprisingly loud. With a powerful force, it unexpectedly slapped Wang Lei War God out hard. His neck was directly broken, and his head instantly exploded. By the time the Wang Lei War God fell to the ground, he was already dead. With a slap of his hand, he was able to slap a war god to death. Yi Tianyuan's terrifying strength. Looking at the crowd, they were all bowled over. Governor Yang and Commander Hong looked at each other in shock for a while. This was a god of war, to kill it just like that? This is too much, right? After slapping Wang Lei War God to death, Yi Tianyuan turned around and returned to the royal residence. The Heavenly Prime War God casually picked up the dead Wang Lei War God and followed closely behind Yi Tianyuan. The 100 or so absolute villains followed obediently. Only Governor Yang and Commander Hong were left there dumbfounded. The Zheng County King's mansion. It seemed like it was going to be completely cool. Royal Mansion. Hall. The Heavenly Prime War God threw the corpse of War God Wang Lei in front of the King Consort. When the King Consort saw the corpse of her second son, the Wang Lei War God, she was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning in disbelief. The Wang concubine stared at Wang Lei War God's corpse for a long while before she angrily and helplessly, looking at Yi Tianyuan, she said, "He is the War God of the Dragon Kingdom's military sealed mountain Ah. He is the leader of a party that is in command of 100,000 troops. How dare you kill him? You are simply lawless. The Dragon Kingdom military will not let you go. You can kill everyone in my royal family today, but tomorrow you will also die. You will also go to hell to accompany us." Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at the royal princess and spoke out with indifference and disdain. "War God, I slaughter it like a dog. War God, I slaughter like a dog?" These words, it's a bit too arrogant, isn't it? When these words came out, the entire royal family was shocked beyond words. How could he dare to be so arrogant? The entire Dragon Kingdom has only 30 or so registered war gods. Every one of them is the god of the Dragon Kingdom's army, standing at the peak level of the Dragon Kingdom's military. The proper top-level big shots, the powerful generation. Killing this kind of big shot, the consequences can be imagined. This is a great provocation to the dragon military. Dare to touch the dragon's authority, is not seeking death? But on the contrary, he, Yi Tianyuan, regarded this as shit. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at the royal consort and said, "What other tactics do you Zheng County royal house have? Feel free to use them. If you can't catch them, count me as incompetent." Yi Tianyuan, there is not much time left for you. Please cherish it. Yi Tianyuan was also waiting to find Zheng County King, expecting County King Zheng to take the initiative to send Zheng Yao back. Yi Tianyuan knew that the hope was slim. When Yi Tianyuan said that he would give Zheng County King half an hour, he was actually stalling Zheng County King. On the other side, the Zheng County King on the operating table was grief-stricken and angry after learning that his second son, Wang Lei, the god of war, had been killed. Good guts, good guts, good guts. Even the god of war dares to kill. You guys, just what kind of people are you? Hearing the news that his second and third brothers were killed, the one-time Lord Wangba was also a little less calm. Wangba frowned deeply and looked at Zheng County King with a worried expression. "Father, it seems that we have somewhat underestimated the strength and madness of these people. The current situation is very unfavorable to us. We must think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise I'm afraid that we, the Zheng County King's mansion, will really have to die." How could the Zheng County King not smell a crisis at this time? Not afraid of you being strong, but afraid of you being crazy. If you are only strong, then you will still be able to do something. But once crazy, then it is terrible. Quickly, call your big brother. There is no way. Things can only be used now. Your big brother, this card. It's just a pity. If it's a few years later, then your big brother should be able to enter the Elder Council. Once your elder brother enters the Council of Elders, then no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom will dare to touch a single hair of my Zheng County King's mansion. the Jiang County king said to Wang Ba in a hurry. Wang Ba didn't have any hesitation. And now he could only use the biggest card of the Jiang County king's mansion. But Wang Ba just took out his cell phone. His big brother called. Wang Ba immediately picked up the phone. Big brother, it's me. What heavenly abyss palace lord? What heavenly abyss temple? Millions of old troops pressing Jiang County. What? Well, big brother, I understand. I immediately, according to your meaning to do. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. For everyone, it was like days, as if they were years, and they all felt that the time had passed exceptionally long. 20 minutes made Ji Tianyuan feel that it was even longer than the 3 years he spent on the prisoner dragon. Luckily, news finally came through. The heavenly prime war god said to Yi Tianyuan with a face of incomparable excitement, Your Highness, we found the Jiang County king. The hell war god and the others have already rushed over at the fastest possible speed, and in less than 5 minutes, they will be able to save the main mother. Hearing this news, Yi Tianyuan was also instantly excited and immediately spoke out. Tell Hell and the others not to kill the Jiang County king. I'm going to personally slaughter this beast. A few of you guard here. The others follow me. 10 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan led the heavenly prime war god and his group to that sanatorium. The Hell war god, Xianhei war god, and Yellow Springs war god respectfully knelt down to greet Yi Tianyuan and shouted in unison, Greetings, Palace Lord. Yi Tianyuan didn't have the mental effort to hush up with them at this moment, and eagerly asked, Where's Jiang Yao? The Hell war god hurriedly stepped forward and said with a face of self-reproach, I'm sorry, Your Highness, we came 1 step too late. The main mother has already been taken away. We've already sent people to chase after her with all their might, but for the time being, we haven't been able to find out the whereabouts of our Lord Mother's whereabouts, so I asked the Palace Lord to condemn us. What? Upon learning this news, Yi Tianyuan was instantly struck by lightning, and his emotions almost went out of control. Only after a long time did Yi Tianyuan take a deep breath and asked coldly, The Jiang County king and the others have all run away? The Hell war god immediately said, The Jiang County king was captured by us and is over there. Only the Lord Mother was taken away and her whereabouts are unknown. But what's certain is that the blood exchange surgery between the Jiang County king and the host mother hasn't been completely successful, so the host mother should be alive right now. But this old fox, Jiang County king, sent the main mother away in advance. Humph! Yi Tianyuan let out an angry hum like thunder from the sky. Bring me the people. Chapter 13. One more word and I'll let you die. With a wave of the Hell war god's hand, someone immediately brought over the Jiang County king. Accompanying the Jiang County king were 2 other people. One was the Jiang County king's 4-time king-bearer, the Jiang County underground emperor. The other, a flower-armored old man, wore a black robe. Although his aura was well restrained, Yi Tianyuan could still tell at a glance that this was an Earth Realm martial artist who had surpassed the level of a Zhongsher. There were rumors that there was a martial artist in Jiang County who had surpassed the level of a Zhongsher, and that was bound to be the one in front of him. It turned out that it made sense to have been following the king of Jiang County. However, a mere Earth Realm martial artist, Yi Tianyuan naturally didn't put it in his eyes, and didn't even bother to take a second look. Jiang County king looked at Yi Tianyuan with a deadpan look, only needing to give him half an hour more. His blood exchange surgery could be completed, and he, Jiang County king, would regain his life, but all of this was ruined by this young man in front of him. You are the Heavenly Abyss Palace Master? Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at the Jiang County king. He even knew about himself? It seemed that Jiang Yao was sent out in time. There was some circumstances here. Yi Tianyuan coldly and incomparably said to Jiang County king, I'll give you 1 minute to tell where Jiang Yao is. Jiang County king, however, suddenly laughed coldly and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a provocative look on his face and said, Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, aren't you omnipotent with your hands and eyes? Then where do you think that woman is now? Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Jiang County king and did not make a sound. He just coldly swept a glance at Wang Ba. Immediately, a supreme ferocious disciple rushed out and killed Wang Ba. As the underground emperor of Jiang County, Wang Ba's own means of strength was naturally very strong. He could also be a martial grandmaster, and his strength wasn't inferior to Grandmaster Duan and the others. But, in front of this absolute ferocious disciple, Wang Ba immediately realized how frail and weak he was. In a single glance, Wang Ba was directly struck down on the spot, dying a horrible death on the ground, unable to rest in peace. The 4 sons of the king of Jiang County, now all but the eldest son, had died tragically. Seeing with his own eyes that 4 times Wang Ba died in front of him, the Jiang County king almost collapsed to the ground, but fortunately the old man behind him held him up in time. County King Jiang was so enraged that he was seething. His emotions were agitated to the extreme. Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, aren't you afraid that I will break that woman into pieces? Swish! Yi Tianyuan was enraged. Just as Yi Tianyuan was about to kill in front of the Jiang County king, That old man blocked in front of the Jiang County king with a flash. Yi Tianyuan coldly and disdainfully said to that old man, "Now get out of the way and I'll spare you from death. Madman." That old man let out a chorus of whistles and fiercely slapped his palm towards Yi Tianyuan. It seemed like a plain and ordinary palm, but it contained the power of 10,000 pounds. This palm, not to mention a cow, even an elephant could be slapped to death. But it was a pity that the old man was facing Yi Tianyuan today. Facing that old man's fierce palm, Yi Tianyuan casually slapped his palm out. The destructive force instantly disintegrated all of that old man's attacks. Ka-ching! The powerful force shattered that old man's arm directly. That old man spat out blood and flew backwards, and after smashing heavily on the ground, his expression was stunned to the extreme as he looked at Wang Chuan in death, his eyes full of disbelief. "You!" Spitting out only one word, the old man died with a tilt of his head. "An Earth Realm martial artist?" Yi Tianyuan swept his eyes at the old man's corpse with a cold disdain. "I'll slaughter it like stepping on an ant." This scene completely petrified the king of Jiang County. The only Earth Realm martial artist in Jiang County had been killed in a single glance? How terrifying was the strength of the Heavenly Abyss Hallmaster? Was his Jiang County royal house really going to die? No. As long as he still had that card in his hand, he wouldn't lose. The Jiang County king immediately calmed down, coldly looked at Wang Chuan and laughed instead of being angry. "Heavenly Abyss Hallmaster, this time I admit that I did wrong, but it's just a pity that there's no pills of regrets to eat. Things have come to this point. There is nothing much to say. I'm now also just begging for a campaign to make a chance of survival for my Jiang County royal house. If you dare to kill one more person from my Jiang County royal house, then I guarantee that woman will also die. If you don't want that woman to die, then let me and my family go and I will tell you the whereabouts of that woman." "Oh right, Heavenly Abyss Hallmaster. Just now you were generous enough to give me half an hour. Unfortunately I don't have the time now. I'll only give you 10 minutes to think about it. Once the 10 minutes are up, if you still refuse to stop, then let's die together. Although I can't help you Heavenly Abyss Hallmaster by half, but pulling on that woman to accompany me to the funeral will definitely make you Heavenly Abyss Hallmaster feel guilty and regret it for the rest of your life, right? Ha ha ha. Even if you are the Heavenly Abyss Hallmaster, you still don't want to be above my Jiang County king. My Jiang County king won't let you manipulate me. In this acre of land in Jiang County, I, the king of Jiang County, will still be the master." Yi Tianyuan's face suddenly chilled, cold and ghostly to the extreme. Indeed, if Jiang Yao had any shortcomings, then Yi Tianyuan would blame himself for the rest of his life and would never forgive himself, even if it was death. Yi Tianyuan had to save Jiang Yao. What now? The heavenly prime war god gritted his teeth fiercely in anger and said, "Hall Master, the main mother and the others will definitely not be far away. Use all of our power to look for them. We will definitely be able to find the main mother. We'll definitely be able to find the Lord Mother. Whoever dares to hurt a single hair on the Lord Mother's head, we will kill his entire family and execute his 9 clans." The Hell War God and the others all nodded their heads in agreement with the words of the Sky Prime War God. An absolute villain walked out with an evil sneer and said, "Boss, hand over the Jiang County king to me. I guarantee that within 3 minutes I will make him honestly account for the whereabouts of the Lord Mother. If I can't ask, I'm willing to die in thanks. Haha, even the hardest bones won't last 3 minutes in my hands." Yi Tianyuan frowned deeply and suddenly said, "The entire Jiangning has been blockaded by us. The Jiang County king's residence has also been surrounded by us, and all of Wangba's men are all under control. So where did he, the Jiang County king, get the strength to be able to send people away from under our noses?" As soon as these words came out, the 4 great war gods fell silent. Upon careful consideration, they were able to immediately realize that there was bound to be an end to this. The heavenly prime war god was the first to speak. "Hall Master, are you saying that someone among us assisted the Jiang County king in sending the Lord Mother away? For the time being, the person should still be in Jiangning, and being able to evade our searches. He should be hiding. Our brothers from the Temple of Heavenly Abyss can be completely trusted. That is Governor Yang and Commander Hong." Yi Tianyuan spoke out coldly. "Immediately have someone bring the 2 of them over to me." The heavenly prime war god snorted angrily and immediately gave the order. County King Zhang's heart immediately panicked, but his face forced composure as he said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, don't waste any more time. Otherwise, we can only die together. Say one more word and I'll let you die." Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at the Jiang County king. Being given this look, it instantly made Jiang County king feel as if he was being stared at by a hellish Shura. It seemed as if he had fallen into the 9 ghosts in Yellow Springs. An inexplicable sense of fear instantly spread all over his body, hitting the depths of his soul. It made County King Jiang not dare to doubt Yi Tianyuan's words in the slightest. Facing the threat of death, after struggling in his heart, County King Jiang obediently conceded and shut up. This young man in front of him made him impervious, as if he was an abyss. When you gazed into the abyss was also gazing into you. Soon, the duo of Governor Yang and Commander Hong were brought over. When they saw Yi Tianyuan's eyes that were as cold as a killing god, Governor Yang and Commander Hong were immediately trembling in fear and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a terrified expression. "Two old dogs, kneel down for me." A furious shout from the Heavenly Prime War God scared Governor Yang and Commander Hong's legs, and they instantly flopped down and knelt in front of Yi Tianyuan. Both of them were instantly scared, pale and sweating coldly, as if they were in great danger. The Jiang County King frowned deeply with a puzzled expression. What exactly did he, Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, want? Chapter 14, Third Elder Present. I'll only give you one chance to speak. I hope you'll cherish it. Yi Tianyuan's cold voice was like a sharp sword stabbing deep inside the hearts of Governor Yang and Commander Hong. The two of them were instantly shocked for a while and looked at each other in fear. The two stared at each other for several seconds before speaking. Hall Master Yi, your wife was indeed sent away with our assistance dash. Boom! As soon as these words came out, monstrous fury immediately erupted out of their bodies from the Heavenly Prime War God. You seek death. The Heavenly Prime War God was furious. His killing intent was so thick that he was about to make a move against the duo of Governor Yang and Commander Hong. Fortunately, he was stopped by Yi Tianyuan. Otherwise the next second, Governor Yang and Commander Hong would have their heads on the ground. Governor Yang and Commander Hong's faces were deathly gray, and they also knew that they were in trouble. Say a reason for me not to kill you, Yi Tianyuan coldly said again. Governor Yang and Commander Hong looked at each other again. This time it was more of a surprise, I guess. They had thought that they were bound to die today, but they didn't expect that now Temple Master Yi would give them a chance of survival. After the two hesitated slightly, they still gave a truthful account. The people above told us to do this. The Heavenly Prime War God swept over with a murderous eye angrily and indignantly said, Nonsense! Of course I know that someone let you do this. In the end, who is it? Wang Hu? I'm sure. He shouldn't have so much energy to make the two of you risk your lives to follow orders, right? Governor Yang and Commander Hong both hesitated at once, looking as if they didn't dare to say much. If you don't speak, then die. The Heavenly Prime War God spoke out in cold fury, and was about to strike again. The two of them, Governor Yang and Commander Hong, instantly fell to the nine hells with a look of despair. Forget it dash. Yi Tianyuan suddenly spoke up to stop the Heavenly Prime War God. Governor Yang and Commander Hong looked at Yi Tianyuan with a grateful face. The Heaven Prime War God was puzzled and said, Your Highness, why don't you let me kill these two old dogs? Yi Tianyuan glanced at the Heavenly Prime War God and said, I'm afraid that the only people who can make the two of them obediently follow orders and refuse to speak up even in death are the ones from the Elder Council. If it was just Wang Hu, I'm afraid they would never dare to do so. Since it's someone from the Elders' Council, they indeed wouldn't dare to disobey. If that's the case, then Zhang Yao should be safe for the time being. Hearing these words, the Heavenly Prime War God's expression also suddenly became a few points heavier. People from the Elder Council were involved? Then things indeed wouldn't be too good. However, the Heavenly Prime War God immediately let out a heavy cold snort and said with rage, Humph. So what if it's the existence of the Elder Council? As long as one dares to harm the main mother, then the millions of generals of our Heavenly Abyss Palace will definitely not agree. Big deal. So what if we turn over the sky? Yi Tianyuan's eyes were as deep as an abyss, as cold as 1,000 years of ice, and his monstrous aura made Governor Yang and Hong, Commander Tu were like being suppressed by 10 great mountains. Governor Yang trembled and said, Please rest assured, Hall Master Yi, your wife is absolutely safe for the time being dash. Humph. Yi Tianyuan gave a heavy cold snort. A supreme sharpness blossomed in his eyes. No matter who dared to harm Zhang Yao, he, Yi Tianyuan, would never let go. Even if it was the totalitarian existence of the Elder Council. No matter how heavy the world was, it was not as heavy as his wife and child, Yi Tianyuan. In the past 8 years, Yi Tianyuan had been too negative towards Zhang Yao and Yuan. Even if he were to lose the world, Yi Tianyuan would never lose Zhang Yao and Yuan again. Go back to the Jiang County King's mansion. Control everyone in the Jiang County King's mansion and leave no one behind. Yi Tianyuan coldly said to the Heavenly Prime War God. The Heavenly Prime War God immediately said, Your Highness, the entirety of the Jiang County King's mansion has long been under control. Other than Wang Hu's family, all other personnel are in place. Yi Tianyuan and his group had just returned to the Jiang County King's mansion when Wang Hu arrived. Wang Hu glared angrily and fiercely at Governor Yang and Commander Hong before he grimaced and said in a cold voice to Yi Tianyuan, Hall Master Yi, this matter is a misunderstanding. My father did not know that Miss Jiang is your wife. If he knew, then he definitely wouldn't dare to harm a single hair on Miss Jiang's head. This matter is the fault of my Jiang County royal house. and my Jiang County royal house has also paid a great price for this. I still hope that you, Hall Master Yi, will be magnanimous and let my Jiang County royal house have a way out. As long as Hall Master Yi is willing to be magnanimous, I will return Miss Jiang with both hands. Jiang Yao is in your hands? Yi Tianyuan looked at Wang Hu with an incomparably cold humor. Wang Hu didn't say anything but said in a cold voice, this is something that Hall Master Yi doesn't need to ask more about. I can guarantee that I will return Miss Jiang to Hall Master Yi, that is. The person isn't even in your hands? What guarantee can you take? Yi Tianyuan spoke out coldly. Wang Hu was silent for a moment, deadly looking at Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan also didn't bother to talk more nonsense with Wang Hu, and said in a cold voice, I'll give you 1 minute. Immediately let the person behind you come out to talk to me. Otherwise, after 1 minute, I'll start a killing spree on the whole of the king's house of Jiang County. Upon hearing about the killing spree, those 100 or so Jedi fierce disciples were instantly incomparably excited. One by one, their ferocious light was revealed as if they were transformed into absolute demons. Wang Hu's face instantly sank to the bottom. He naturally didn't dare to doubt Yi Tianyuan's words. He also didn't expect that his words wouldn't be able to act as a deterrent to Yi Tianyuan. After some hesitation and struggle, Wang Hu could only choose to compromise. After all, this matter wasn't led by him. He didn't have the final say. So, Wang Hu made a pleased gesture to Yi Tianyuan and pointed to a chariot not far away. Hall Master Yi, please also move. Yi Tianyuan glanced at the chariot and stepped over. The heavenly prime war god and the others immediately followed, but they were stopped by Yi Tianyuan, waved his hand to stop them. It was fine for him to go alone. Wang Hu led Yi Tianyuan to the chariot. The chariot was empty, with only a display screen. Wang Hu operated it and a majestic godlike old man appeared in the display. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at the old man in the display. Third Elder. The third elder on top of the screen looked serious and incomparable. Yi Tianyuan, this matter is just a misunderstanding. There's no need to make too much of it. You saved the people, and you've taken out the anger. So let's stop here. Stop here? Yi Tianyuan immediately laughed coldly with anger to the extreme. I have not saved anyone, and my anger has not been taken out yet. So you're asking me to stop here? Humph. I'll send you 4 words never to the third elder. The third elder's face was gloomy and unsightly for a while. He was silent for a long time before he said, Yi Tian Hall, don't worry, that woman is fine. I assure you that she is absolutely safe and won't be harmed in any way. Old me will also absolutely deliver her to you so that you can be reunited. Only dash. This matter has gotten too big, and it's time to end it. How about you sell old me a face and spare the Jiang County King's mansion? How about that? Yi Tianyuan slightly pondered for a moment or two before speaking out. I can spare the Jiang County royal house a horse, but the culprit, Jiang County first king, I will never be able to spare his life. He has to die, and he has to pay the due price for the harm done to my woman and daughter. My daughter is only 7 years old. What's wrong with her? Just because of him, County King Jiang. He caused her to have her legs broken and dragged to the streets to beg. This will be a lingering shadow for the rest of her life. What's wrong with Jiang Yao? Just because she is a panda blood type, she has to be captured and killed by his Jiang County King? If I don't kill his County King Jiang, where is the justice in this world? Not to mention you, third elder, even if the state lord personally comes out, I won't sell this face. If I don't kill the Jiang County King, I, Yi Tianyuan, swear not to be a human being. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say his words to such a desperate point, Wang Hu had a face of pain and despair. Was there really no one who could save his father's life? Of his 4 brothers, 3 had already died. If his dad, the Jiang County King, died again, then the Jiang County King's house would be destroyed as well. The third elder's face became even more gloomy and ugly. There was even thick anger that appeared in his eyes. Fine, then the Jiang County King will be punished by you, and the others will be let off the hook. In the end, the third elder compromised. Hearing the third elder compromise, Wang Hu's emotions immediately became somewhat agitated, and he hurriedly spoke out. Third elder, you shut up. But before Wang Hu could finish his sentence, the third elder sternly rebuked. Immediately, the third elder said with a serious and upright face, Yi Tianyuan, now let's talk about business. Business? Chapter 15, Heavenly King must die even if he comes. Wang Hu's face changed abruptly, and he looked at the third elder in the screen with a few stunned expressions. In other words, the matter of the Jiang County King's mansion was over? The third elder personally did not come out to save his Jiang County royal mansion. There were more important things? At this, Yi Tianyuan was not surprised and had expected it. A Jiang County royal mansion was naturally not worth the third elder's personal attack. The third elder continued, Yi Tianyuan, you should know what I am for. Let's make a deal. I'll let that woman go, and you take those absolute murderers back into the prisoner dragon. You should know that if you and those absolute ferocious disciples don't return to the prisoner dragon, then all the countries in the world will be terrified, and what horrible consequences that will bring will be incalculable. Even, there is a possibility that it will affect the safety and security of our dragon kingdom. The prisoner dragon was built with the cooperation of all the countries in the world, spending decades, sacrificing the lives of countless warriors, and utilizing countless amounts of money. The prisoner dragon, it cannot be destroyed by you. Yi Tian Yuan, you are a hero of the dragon kingdom. You are loyal to the dragon kingdom, and you love the dragon kingdom even more. Therefore, I also hope that you have the greater good in mind. Humph. Hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan suddenly laughed coldly. The laugh was somewhat sad and more angry. With the greater good in mind? It was with the greater good in mind that I willingly entered the prisoner dragon 3 years ago. But what have you done in these 3 years? Dissolved the heavenly abyss temple, and fragmented all of my heavenly abyss temple's millions of generals into pieces. My women and daughters, miserably treated in such a manner. And you still want to protect the Jiang County royal house. Since I walked out of the imprisoned dragon, I will absolutely not go back. I will use the rest of my life to compensate Jiang Yao and my daughter. Those absolute ferocious people from the prisoner dragon ship came out with me to save Jiang Yao and my daughter. So naturally I can't repay them with kindness, and I've granted them their freedom. If you guys have the ability to do so, come and capture them yourselves. There's no way I'm going to let them return to the prisoner dragon. The third elder instantly spoke out in annoyed indignation. Yi Tian Yuan, are you trying to cause the world to be in chaos and the people to be in a state of abject misery? If you do this, not only will you become the sinner of the dragon kingdom, you will also become the sinner of the whole world, and at that time, you will go from being a hero to a sinner that everyone spits on. Humph. World chaos? Souls in ruins? What does that have to do with me? Yi Tian Yuan laughed out coldly. First of all, I'm a husband. Secondly, I'm a father. If I can't even protect my own woman and daughter, then what if the world is destroyed? I don't owe the dragon kingdom, much less this world. I only owe Jiang Yao and Yuan. You, the third elder, was a little speechless for a moment. Yeah, Yi Tian Yuan indeed did not owe the dragon kingdom, much less this world. It was the dragon kingdom and this world that owed him too much. But, the third elder immediately added in a deep voice, I understand your feelings very well, Yi Tian Yuan, but for the sake of the greater good, someone has to be sacrificed. As the saying goes, who will go to hell if I don't? You are the glorious one-time heavenly abyss hall master. You are the guardian god of the dragon kingdom's billions and billions of subjects. You are our dragon kingdom's peerless national scholar. You should understand this better than anyone else. Since human feelings don't make sense, there's only a bit of tactics. Old me is talking to you about a deal today, not a question from you. 2 choices, either bring those absolute ferocious people back to the prisoner dragon, or fish to death. 10 seconds, make your choice. But, as soon as the third elder's words fell, Yi Tianyuan suddenly struck out violently. As soon as he did, he pinched Wang Hu's neck and then fiercely exerted force. Click! Wang Hu's neck was instantly pinched to death by Yi Tianyuan. Wang Hu could not even let out his last cry of pain, and then he drank his hatred in the northwest. Probably to death. Wang Hu do not know how he died. Who is he? Wang Hu? That is the official to the capital. That is the existence of the second echelon of power in the dragon country. It is even said that the third elder intends to train Wang Hu to become his successor. Therefore, many voices said that Wang Hu had already stepped into the elder council with half a foot. It was such a powerful figure that died in Yi Tianyuan's hands just like that. Moreover, Yi Tianyuan had killed him in front of the third elder. This was the means by which Yi Tianyuan returned to the third elder. When the third elder saw this, his expression became a little complicated for a moment, and a senile anger surged on his face. Yi Tianyuan, the third elder suddenly roared out in rage. Are you really lawless and want to rebel? How dare you even kill Wang Hu? Then is it that if Lao Fu was in front of you at this moment, you want to kill even Lao Fu together? Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at the third elder and said, I don't know. Why don't you come over and try? Third elder. You. The third elder was so angry that his face went black. Audacious. Too unbridled. He was the third elder, but the number 4 person of the dragon kingdom. Who dared to say such treacherous words to him? In the entire dragon kingdom, or even the entire world, I'm afraid that only he, Yi Tianyuan, would dare, right? After his anger, the third elder spoke out in an eerie and chilling voice. Yi Tianyuan, do you really want that woman to die? You can dispose of the royal residence on your own. The old man will no longer interfere by half. But you and those absolute ferocious people absolutely can't come to this world again. The charge of the world's chaos we dragon country can't bear. The world is in chaos. Chaos? With him Yi Tianyuan in the world. Those worldly criminals wouldn't dare to act recklessly. So why would the world be in turmoil? Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to explain anything to the third elder, but coldly said, "The third elder, you should know my temper. What I decide to do, that is the king of heaven came also can't block. I have my bottom line and principles. The Jiang County king will die. Neither I nor those absolute ferocious people will be able to return to the imprisoned dragon. Whoever dares to touch a single hair on Jiang Yao's head, I will kill his entire family. And that includes you, the third elder. If you want to touch Jiang Yao, then you must first ask me, Yi Tianyuan, if I will answer, if those 100 or so Jedi fierce disciples will answer, and if the millions of generals of my heavenly abyss palace will answer. As I said, I can bear the world, but I will never bear Jiang Yao and Yuan again. Third elder, I hope you don't force me, or else I don't mind being a sinner as an evildoer, or even becoming a demon that destroys the world." The moment these words came out, the third elder couldn't help but stiffen his expression all of a sudden, deadly looking at Yi Tianyuan. The third elder was very clear that Yi Tianyuan was not scaring him, joking with him. This madman, if he dared to say something, then he would definitely dare to do it. And would definitely do it? Once this madman really did it, then the world would really be in chaos. It was even possible that the Dragon Kingdom would come to an end. Even if the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't really perish, there was a possibility that the dynasty would have to be changed. Who could afford such a consequence? One wouldn't even dare to think about it much. There was no way he, the third elder, would go and be such a sinner. So, after pondering and weighing the struggle in his heart again and again, the third elder still chose to compromise. Yi Tianyuan, I hope you won't regret it. What terrible consequences will come from you making such a choice today? Who knows? But all of this must be faced and resolved by you. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at the third elder and said, "This is not for you to worry about. Third elder, since I dared to do this, then naturally I have thought of all the consequences. In the future, if there is any trouble that is brought out because of this matter, then just come and find me, Yi Tianyuan. I will not escape and will definitely go and solve it." The third elder did not say anything more, but only let out a heavy cold snort. Very helplessly and unwillingly, he said, "I'll have someone send that woman over right away." The screen went black after saying that. Yi Tianyuan walked out from the chariot, and the heavenly prime war god and the rest of them immediately poked up and looked at Yi Tianyuan with concern. Immediately, someone realized that Wang Hu was dead. This caused the heavenly prime war god and them to immediately become a little nervous. It seemed that the situation was not good. Just as the sky prime war god was about to open his mouth to inquire, a group of personnel wearing special warrior uniforms came this way. Chapter 16, finally meeting Jiang Yao. Forbidden guards? Seeing this team of special warrior uniforms, the crowd was secretly surprised. Surprisingly, even the forbidden guards had come? Forbidden guards. Ah, this was the close guards of the Son of Heaven, only following the orders of the Dragon Kingdom's Lord and the members of the Council of Elders. Only they, too, had the qualifying power to mobilize the forbidden guards. If the forbidden guards were mobilized, then it meant that a member of the Elder Council was involved in this matter. In fact, everyone had guessed that the probability of being able to make the two of them, Governor Yang and Commander Hong, obediently follow orders was the existence of the Elder Council. Now it seemed that it was indeed the case. The four great war gods also couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyuan somewhat nervously. After all, the heavenly might of the Council of Elders was just a little too strong. Soon, the crowd saw the forbidden guards carrying an unconscious woman out. This woman's face was pale, without any semblance of blood. Her breath was incomparably weak, looking like her life was in danger at any time. This woman was no one else but Jiang Yao. The moment he saw Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan immediately fell into a cold pool. His body instantly stiffened, as if struck by lightning. His eyes were suddenly red, his eyes were moist, and the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. Guilt, self-blame, pain, anger, many emotions all converged together and instantly erupted. Looking at the dying Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan couldn't wait to kill himself. After the forbidden guards put Jiang Yao down, they quickly turned around and left. In the entire scene, there was a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath, not daring to gasp, and they were also furious. Yi Tianyuan flopped down and knelt in front of Jiang Yao's body. Looking at the unconscious Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan's heart was like a knife, agonizing. Jiang Yao, I'm sorry dash. It's me, Yi Tianyuan, who is negative towards you. It's all my fault. It's me who didn't take good care of you and my daughter. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. For the rest of my life to come, I will do everything I can to make it up to you and my daughter. From now on, I won't let anyone hurt a single hair on your head. Anyone who dares to speak out loud to you and your daughter, I'll let him know how to write the word death. Don't worry Jiang Yao, I will definitely cure you and your daughter. I will definitely let you wake up healthy. Saying that, Yi Tianyuan stretched out his hand and tremblingly touched towards Jiang Yao's face. It was an icy cold face. It showed that Jiang Yao's situation was extremely not optimistic. Yi Tianyuan immediately rushed at the heavenly prime war god and shouted in an urgent voice. Hurry up! Send Jiang Yao back to Castle Peak at the fastest speed possible. And bring the Castle Peak First Hospital under my control quickly. Have Dr. Ghost Valley take Yuan and go to the hospital immediately. The heavenly prime war god immediately led the order to take action. Then to Yi Tianyuan, he asked, Your Highness, what about the rest of the Zhang County King's Mansion? Zhang County King's Mansion. There is no need for it to exist anymore. Yi Tianyuan spoke to the Heaven Prime War God in a cold voice. The Heaven Prime War God immediately nodded. He knew what to do. What about these two old dogs? A flash of ruthless anger and killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Sky Prime War God. Governor Yang and Commander Hong knelt there with deathly pale faces. Both of them were desperate and ready to die. There was nothing they could do. The third elder's order. How could they dare to disobey? Even if they were given another chance to choose again, they could still only obediently follow orders. As for such a consequence, they could only recognize it. Daring to harm the Master Mother. The crime deserves death. Let me slaughter them. Seeing that Yi Tianyuan did not speak for a moment, the Heavenly Prime War God spoke out with more than just anger. After saying that, he was about to make a move. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said in a cold voice, It was the third elder who gave the order. It's justifiable that they didn't dare to disobey. Forget it, they didn't sin enough to die. Hearing that Yi Tianyuan unexpectedly had no intention of killing them, Governor Yang and Commander Hong were overjoyed and looked at Yi Tianyuan with incomparable surprise and astonishment. Hall Master Yi would actually be lenient towards them? Then it seemed that Hall Master Yi wasn't that scary, wasn't a murderous fiend, and still had a few kindnesses. Hall Master, we can't just spare them like this, right? The Heavenly Prime War God was a little anxious for a moment. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Governor Yang's duo and said, Although I, Yi Tianyuan, have killed countless people, I don't kill innocents indiscriminately. I have always distinguished between right and wrong in terms of grudges. You are following orders. I am not too difficult for you, but deadly sins can be spared. But living sins are hard to escape. Considering that nothing happened to Jiang Yao, I'll spare you guys for now. You guys can retire to your hometown. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's punishment so light, the Heavenly Prime War God was all indignant and upset, but he didn't dare to say anything more. After all, it was the decision made by the Palace Lord, and no one could change it. After the two of them, Governor Yang and Commander Hong, heard what was said, they were instantly grateful and thanked Yi Tianyuan. They weren't young, and in fact didn't have a few years before they had to retire. It wasn't a bad thing for them to return to their hometowns ahead of time. To be able to save a life and land safely, that was already a great gift. After resolving these matters, Yi Tianyuan embraced Jiang Yao and boarded the airplane, rushing back to Castle Peak City at the fastest speed. On the side of the Zhang County King's Mansion, the Heavenly Prime War God left it to his men. The four great war gods and more than 100 absolute ferocious disciples accompanied Yi Tianyuan back to Castle Peak City. The first hospital of Castle Peak City had already been blocked off by the city chief of Castle Peak City and the City Defense Bureau's Chief Ma, who had taken over the entire hospital. No one was allowed to enter. In the hospital's VIP ward, an immortal-like old man was treating a little girl's leg. Next to the hospital bed, there was a long and extremely enchanting woman relying on the wall, with a lollipop in her mouth, with an indescribable flavor. Who would have thought that this was the dreaded Demoness? Yuan had become brave under the comforting encouragement of the demon lady, and was very cooperative during the treatment. The old man with a fairy-like demeanor was the Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor, who was hard to even invite to the Dragon Kingdom's Council of Elders. Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor. His medical skills were unrivaled, and he was able to turn the dead into white bones. It was said that as long as there was still a breath left, no matter how serious the disease was, he could cure it. Even if it is a person whose life expectancy is coming to an end, he is also able to borrow some time from the King of Hell. Dr. Ghost Valley was surprisingly careful at the moment, and was seriously treating Yuan's legs. At the entrance of the hospital room, there were three people who looked very nervous standing there, especially an old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was Zhang Jingquan, the dean of the first hospital of Castle Peak City, while the two people standing in front of him were none other than Hu Shishou and Ma Shishou. Dean Zhang was now in a terrified and tense mood. Hu City Chief and Ma Chief, two people, even more nervous and worried. Such a big thing happened. They don't know what will happen afterwards. In the hospital room, there is a little ancestor lying there. If anything happens to this little ancestor, I am afraid that their heads will have to move. City Chief Hu, what exactly is that little girl in the room? Dean Zhang really couldn't help but ask. He had only glanced at it hastily as well. Don't ask if you don't want to die. City head who gave Dean Zhang a cold and stern look. Dean Zhang was instantly frightened. Was it that serious? After some slight hesitation, Dean Zhang still cautiously added, City head who just now went in that old man's medical skills are good or not? How about I personally go and ask Dr. Mo to help? You should know about Dr. Mo's medical skills. Shut up. Without waiting for Dean Zhang to finish his sentence, City head who shouted in cold anger, viciously gouging out Dean Zhang. He said with a serious face, you'd better shut up now and not say a word. Otherwise I don't guarantee that you'll be able to live through tonight. Dean Zhang was instantly shocked by these words, his face instantly turning pale as he looked at Hu Shirsho in a stunned manner. He naturally sensed that Hu Shirsho was not joking with him. This made Dean Zhang even more curious. Just how heavenly that little girl was, able to make the head of a city nervous like this? Originally, when Dean Zhang mentioned Divine Dr. Mo, he also wanted to show off a bit, and perhaps he would be able to have some unexpected gains, but I didn't expect. At this very moment, a more thick aura rolled in like a flood tide, sweeping across the sky with the momentum of crushing everything. The hearts and minds of the three heads of Hu City suddenly trembled violently, and there was an involuntary shudder when they saw Yi Tianyuan holding a woman, accompanied by the 4 great war gods and more than 100 absolute ferocious disciples. They came. Hu City head's 3 legs instantly went weak and trembled violently, almost about to kneel down. The closer they got, the more powerful the sense of oppression became. All 3 of them were as if they were pressed by 10 large mountains, and by the time Yi Tianyuan approached, the clothes of the 3 of them had already been wet with cold sweat. Head of Hu City reacted furiously and hurriedly pushed open the door of the ward, respectfully and incomparably saying to Yi Tianyuan, Hall Master Yi, the little princess is inside. Chapter 17, Dragon Blood Pill. You guys guard the doorway. No one is allowed to approach. Those who dare to approach will be killed without pardon. Yi Tianyuan coldly spoke to the Heavenly Prime War God and the others. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan carried Jiang Yao and quickly walked into the ward. The Heavenly Prime War God carefully closed the ward door without making a single sound, then guarded the entrance of the ward as if he was a door god. The 3 Hu City heads were instantly terrified and stood there trembling, especially Dean Zhang. His heart was muttering, what kind of killing gods are these? All of you get the hell out. Right at this moment, a cold, stern and chilling voice suddenly exploded in the heads of the 3 Hu City heads as if it was a thunderbolt. Frightened, the 3 people's hearts and minds trembled violently, where they dared to stay any longer, and hastily retreated to a faraway place. The 4 great gods of war and more than 100 absolute ferocious disciples at this time are as if the god of the door guarded there, silent, but absolutely ferocious. Inside the hospital room, seeing her unconscious mother, Yuan burst into tears. Mom dash. While crying, she was about to get up. Seeing this, Ghost Valley Medical Fairy hurriedly coaxed and begged Yi Yuan, my little ancestor you can't move now. Quickly and obediently lie down. Don't worry, your mom isn't dead yet. Yi Tianyuan placed Jiang Yao on the hospital bed before heartily touching Yi Yuan's head. Yuan, don't worry. Mom is fine. This old grandpa's medical skills are amazing. He will cure you and mom. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Yi Yuan suddenly quieted down. Staring at Yi Tianyuan with wide eyes and tears in her eyes, she asked in a pitiful voice, is it true, Dad? Is mommy really okay? Yi Tianyuan heartily hugged Yi Yuan, then nodded his head and said, Daddy will never lie to Yuan. Yuan is a good boy. Quickly lie down and let the old grandpa heal your leg. Only then did Yi Yuan nod obediently and lie down. Soon, the Ghost Valley Immortal Doctor finished the treatment. Phew! Only then did the Ghost Valley Doctor Immortal let out a sigh of relief and got up to say to Yi Tianyuan, Hall Master Yi, little Yuan is already fine. She only needs to rest for a few days before she can get out of bed and walk. Yi Tianyuan nodded to Ghost Valley Medical Immortal and said, many thanks, and thanks for this side as well. Ghost Valley Medical Immortal waved his hand and said, what's the point of being polite with me? To be able to work for you, Hall Master Yi. That's a great honor for me. I never dreamed that Hall Master Yi would need my help one day. This shows that I still have some status in Hall Master Yi's heart. Old me is very pleased. Yi Tianyuan just looked at Ghost Valley Medical Immortal lightly and said, let's get down to business first. Ghost Valley Medical Immortal gave Yi Tianyuan an odd look and said, Hall Master Yi, your medical skills can be far above mine. Just now you were not available, I did a little bit of work on your behalf. Now that you are free, why don't you do it yourself? Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao lying on the hospital bed, but shook his head and said, no, I haven't treated anyone for 3 years. My hands are a bit rusty. I'm relieved that you're doing something. It's not like this is a disease that you Ghost Valley Medical Immortal can't solve. So don't ink it. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Ghost Valley Medical Immortal didn't dare to hesitate for a second and immediately examined Zhang Yao. After checking, Ghost Valley Medical Immortal immediately said to Yi Tianyuan, Hall Master Yi, fortunately, your beloved's condition isn't that bad. It's just a deep shock caused by excessive blood loss. Good thing it's not too long. Everything came in time. As he spoke, Ghost Valley Medical Immortal then pulled out an exquisite jade box from his body. Opening the jade box, a strange fragrance wafted out. A blood-red, pebble-sized elixir lay inside the jade box. Seeing the blood-red elixir inside the jade box, Yi Tianyuan's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise as he looked at Ghost Valley Medical Immortal and said, You even have the dragon blood elixir. This is the first time I've seen this kind of immortal elixir. Ghost Valley Medical Immortal immediately smiled smugly knowing, He Temple Master Yi. How can I say that I am also a Ghost Valley Medical Immortal, isn't it? As the 9th generation of Ghost Valley's heir, it's quite reasonable to possess a dragon's blood pill, isn't it? Although this is a legendary life-saving elixir, I, Ghost Valley, still possess one. However, there is only this one. This one can still be refined by our Ghost Valley's old ancestor, and it has been passed down to me for almost 300 years. Speaking of which, it's also considered the Ghost Valley's heirloom treasure. Yi Tianyuan looked at the Ghost Valley Medical Fairy and said, Since it is the treasure of the Valley of Transmission, you just took it out so easily? This is a bit of treason. Ghost Valley Medical Fairy laughed and didn't say anything more, but directly fed the dragon blood pill to Zhang Yao. As soon as the dragon blood pill was fed, it really did have an immediate effect. Zhang Yao's vitality was rapidly recovering, her breath was rapidly improving, and her face, which was extremely white, also began to have a little bit of blood color. Such a miraculous effect caused the Ghost Valley Medical Immortal to nod with great satisfaction, and smiled as he said to Yi Tianyuan, Don't worry, Hall Master Yi. One dragon blood pill is enough to cure your beloved. Not only can it be cured, but also in the future, your beloved will be free from all diseases, youthful and prolong her life. Yi Tianyuan looked at Ghost Valley Medical Immortal with a grateful face and solemnly said, Thanks, this time I let you break the bank. Ghost Valley Medical Immortal was unconcerned and waved his hand and said, Although the dragon blood pill is absolutely precious, but even more precious things are no different from dog shit if you don't use them. I am the Lord of the Ghost Valley. I have the final say on how this dragon blood pill is used. If you can use it, Hall Master Yi, then the dragon blood pill will reflect its value. As long as Hall Master Yi needs it, what is a mere dragon blood pill? Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly and did not say anything more. Yi Yuanyuan stared at Yi Tianyuan and the Ghost Valley Medical Fairy with wide eyes and a bewildered look on her face. She seemed to understand a little bit about their conversation, but she didn't seem to understand it. This filled her with curiosity. Under the divine effect of the dragon blood pill, Zhang Yao's qi and blood quickly recovered completely, and her breathing became even. It looked as if she was already as fine as a person, only that she was still in a comatose state. Ghost Valley Medical Immortal gave Zhang Yao another careful check before saying, Don't worry, Hall Master Yi, your beloved is no longer in any trouble. It's just that the recovery of qi and blood still needs a bit of time, so she didn't wake up so quickly. Let her have a good sleep. She'll wake up after a good night's sleep. Yi Tianyuan nodded. He could also see Zhang Yao's situation. Yi Tianyuan's heart that was hanging in the air was also finally able to be put down. Yi Tianyuan glanced at Ghost Valley Dr. Immortal and Demon Jin Yang. Without waiting for Yi Tianyuan to say anything, both of them immediately exited the ward in a sensible manner. Soon, only Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Yao and Yi Yuanyuan were left in the ward. Zhang Yao was still in a coma. Looking at the unconscious Zhang Yao, Yi Tianyuan's thoughts couldn't help but return to 8 years ago. The past was like smoke. Scenes emerged in Yi Tianyuan's mind. Every scene was so warm, so touching to the soul. 8 years. The years had left many traces on Zhang Yao's face. From these traces, Yi Tianyuan was able to imagine how much suffering Zhang Yao had suffered in these 8 years alone with her daughter. And all of this was his fault. Yi Tianyuan. 8 years ago, he left without saying goodbye, and didn't even leave Zhang Yao with a contact information. If he hadn't left without saying goodbye back then, if he had left Zhang Yao a contact information back then, but in reality, there weren't that many ifs. Dad. Chapter 18, The Four Great War Gods Hear the Command. Just as Yi Tianyuan was in the middle of his thoughts, a sweet voice suddenly interrupted Yi Tianyuan's thoughts. Yi Tianyuan immediately turned back to look at Yi Yuanyuan. Yi Yuanyuan endeavored to reach out her tender little hand to Yi Tianyuan's face and helped Yi Tianyuan wipe away the tears at the corner of his mouth. Yi Yuanyuan said worriedly, Daddy, why are you crying? Did Yuanyuan just misbehave and make Daddy angry? Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yi Yuanyuan's head and smiled. Silly girl, Daddy is not crying. Daddy is happy. You didn't make Daddy angry. It's Daddy who is sorry for you dash. Not waiting for Yi Tianyuan to finish his sentence, Yi Yuan shook her head like a rattledrum. Her tender face became incomparably serious and firm at this moment. Her voice was very strong and said, Daddy didn't apologize to Yuan. Daddy saved Yuan. Saved Mommy. Daddy is the best daddy in this world. Hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan was even more remorseful and ashamed. It was as if there was a knife that had been ruthlessly stabbed into his heart, twisting it with force. He, Yi Tianyuan, was ashamed of the 3 words good father. Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yi Yuan's head and said, but Dad left you and Mom behind for so many years. Don't you blame Dad? Yi Yuan still shook her head vigorously, and still said with an unparalleled firmness in her tone, of course Yuan won't blame Daddy. Mommy told Yuan that Daddy is a great hero, that Daddy went to the battlefield at the border to protect the country, and that Daddy is a great and glorious warrior, and Yuan has always been proud of Daddy. Jiang Yao. Hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan's eyes suddenly became moist again. Jiang Yao, just how much aggression has she carried all these years? Yi Tianyuan, you really deserve to die. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao, unspeakably guilty and blaming himself. To hell with defending the country, to hell with Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, to hell with the hero. A man, if he can't even take care of his own wife and children, and can't protect them well, what qualifications does he have to talk about defending the country? Protecting the family and defending the country. First protect the family and then defend the country. Yi Tianyuan is not ashamed of the Dragon Kingdom. He has protected the country for 10 years. However, he, Yi Tianyuan, was ashamed of Jiang Yao and his daughter. In these 10 years, everything I did was to protect the Dragon Kingdom. For the rest of my life to come, everything I do is to guard their mother and daughter. I, Yi Tianyuan, will no longer be the Heavenly Abyss Temple Master, no longer the Peerless Kingdom Scholar, and no longer the Guardian God of China. From now on, I, Yi Tianyuan, only have 2 identities, and that is Jiang Yao's husband and Yuan's father. Yi Tianyuan secretly made up his mind. He would spend the rest of his life to make up for Jiang Yao's mother and son. Dad, why are you crying again? Yi Yuan used her tender hand to gently wipe Yi Tianyuan's eyes. Yi Tianyuan immediately gathered his emotions and smiled at Yi Yuan, softly saying, Dad is touched. He is happy. Yi Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan, blinked her eyes, thought hard, then nodded obediently as if she seemed to understand. After a while, Yi Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan again and said, Daddy, are you going to leave Yuan again soon? Yi Tianyuan immediately shook his head and said, No, Daddy will never leave Mommy and Yuan. Okay? Really? Daddy, you're not lying to Yuan, are you? Yi Yuan was instantly excited, looking at Yi Tianyuan with a face of joy. The happiness of little children was so simple. What they asked for was actually not much. Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yi Yuan's head, and looked at Yi Yuan with a serious face. Of course it's true. Have you forgotten what Daddy told you just now? Daddy will never lie to Yuan. Yes. Yi Yuan immediately nodded and said, Daddy just said that he would never lie to Yuan. But Yuan forgot. Then Daddy and Yuan pulled a hook. If you pull the hook, you can't change for 100 years. Yi Tianyuan immediately laughed and extended his pinky finger. Okay, Yuan, let's hook up. Yi Yuan immediately and happily pulled the hook with Yi Tianyuan. After pulling the hook, Yi Yuan smiled happily, like a bright peach blossom that had just bloomed. The smile was full of happiness, and innocence was written all over her face. This was the most innocent age. Yi Yuan's smile completely melted Yi Tianyuan's heart. This was a smile that could heal everything. As long as one looked at this smile, it was as if all the troubles of the world would suddenly disappear. This smile, as if it had a magical power. After laughing for a while, Yi Yuan suddenly seemed to have remembered something, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Yi Tianyuan immediately asked with concern, What's wrong with Yuan? Where is she uncomfortable? Quickly tell Daddy. Yi Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan with a worried look on her face and said, Daddy, don't you want to go to the border battlefield to defend the country? You can't stay with Mommy and Yuan all the time, right? Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan was relieved and immediately said with a face of assurance, Silly girl, Daddy has already discharged his armor and will not go to the border battlefield in the future. In the future, Daddy will accompany Mommy and Yuan, and will never leave again. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Yi Yuan immediately smiled happily again. Watching his daughter smile, Yi Tianyuan also smiled. When his daughter was happy, Yi Tianyuan was also happy. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao, who was still in a comatose state, and secretly said in his heart, Jiang Yao, wake up soon. We will be reunited as a family of 3. Soon, Jiang Yao would wake up after a nap. Yi Yuan was good and snuggled in Yi Tianyuan's embrace, holding Yi Tianyuan tightly, as if as soon as she let go, her father would leave again. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest daughter under the sky. Daddy, what did you do on the frontier battlefield for so many years? Daddy fought bad guys. Then Dad must be very good? Well, that's for sure. Dad is very powerful. All bad guys can be defeated. Others call Dad the god of war. Wow, the god of war. Isn't that very powerful? Then Dad, can you beat Ultraman? Ultraman is a good guy. Why should I fight Ultraman? Daddy only fights bad guys. Oh, then Dad, can you beat Godzilla? Godzilla? I don't know. I haven't fought Godzilla yet. I'll fight Godzilla the next time I see him. Okay? Daddy, you just said you would never lie to Yuan. So soon you are lying to Yuan. There is no Godzilla in this world, right? Ahem. Daddy thought you were joking with Daddy. Daddy was wrong. Daddy apologizes to Yuan. I was joking with Daddy Law. The warm father-daughter conversation filled the entire ward. What neither Yi Tianyuan nor Yi Yuan noticed was that the corner of the unconscious Jiang Yao's mouth slipped through a tear at some point. Bringing up a daughter was exhausting, but it was also very happy. Little children were walking 100,000 reasons. There were many questions that Yi Tianyuan did not know how to answer. It was only after Yi Yuan finished asking the 101st question that she finally fell asleep from exhaustion. Looking at the sleeping Yi Yuan, Yi Tianyuan could not help but gently kiss her on the cheek. In her sleep, Yi Yuan's mouth suddenly let out a sound. Daddy, don't go. Don't leave Mommy and Yuan. Yuan will be very good. Yi Yuan's dream words once again deeply stunned Yi Tianyuan. Don't worry Yuan. Daddy will definitely not leave you and Mommy behind this time. Yi Tianyuan softly said to the sleeping Yi Yuan. Then he looked at the unconscious Jiang Yao with incomparable self-reproach before getting up and walking out. Chapter 19, Seeking Justice for the Heavenly Abyss Palace. Walking out of the ward, the 4 great war gods and over 100 absolute ferocious disciples immediately looked at Yi Tianyuan in awe. In their eyes, Yi Tianyuan was like a magnificent god. Standing there would cause one's heart to surge, wanting to worship. Heaven Prime, Hell, Underworld, Yellow Springs Dash. Yi Tianyuan gazed at the 4 great war gods. Hearing this familiar shout, the 4 great war gods immediately stood upright and answered with a radiant and loud voice, subordinates are here. The battle is over. Take your men and immediately retreat back to your respective war divisions. Yi Tianyuan spoke to the 4 great war gods. Once these words came out, the 4 great war gods were instantly confused and looked at each other for a while. The heavenly prime war god hastily spoke out. Your Highness we dash. This is an order that must not be disobeyed. You are still soldiers of my dragon kingdom. This country and its people still need you. Speedily get back to me. Without waiting for the heavenly prime war god to finish his words, Yi Tianyuan spoke out in a majestic and cold voice, scaring the heavenly prime war god so much that he could only swallow back all the words that followed. The 4 great war gods once again looked at each other in dismay. Not knowing what to do for a moment, Yi Tianyuan coldly shouted again. What? After not seeing you for 3 years, I can't control you brats anymore? The 4 great war gods were so frightened that they hurriedly led the order. My subordinates follow the order. Scram! Yi Tianyuan waved his hand at the 4 great war gods. The 4 great war gods didn't dare to stay longer and could only turn around and leave. After seeing off the 4 great war gods, Yi Tianyuan looked at the 100 or so absolute ferocious disciples again and said with a straight face, since I brought you all out of the imprisoned dragon, I won't send you all back again. This time, you are acting under my orders. I will return your freedom even if I risk the world. Now that you are free, all of you get lost. Puff! As soon as Yi Tianyuan's words fell, those more than 100 absolute ferocious disciples knelt down in a neat and unified manner as if they had negotiated, then said in unison, Boss, we swear to follow you to the death. I beg Boss to let us follow you. Saddle our horses, and go to the fire and soup, and then go to the fire and then go to the fire. Looking at these absolute ferocious disciples, Yi Tianyuan had a few moments of relief in his heart. However, Yi Tianyuan still shook his head and said, now I just want to accompany Jiang Yao and Yuan to live an ordinary and mundane life. How else can I live with so many of you ferocious people following me? Get lost all of you. Go and make a good new life. The demoness immediately said, Boss, the moment you brought us out of the prisoner dragon, you have become the #1 target of all the countries in the world. The Snow Country in particular will spare no effort and will seek revenge on you, Boss, at all costs. According to my Tianji House's intelligence, There are currently at least 20 countries and organizations that have already sent men and horses to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, preparing to assassinate you, boss. These petty people old. Boss, you naturally don't need to worry about anything, but the safety of the Master Mother and Princess Yuan. Boss, you have to consider. Hearing the words of the demon lady, Yi Tianyuan's brows suddenly furrowed as a slight look of gravity surfaced on his face. This was indeed a problem that he, Yi Tianyuan, had to consider right now. 3 years ago, he had mistakenly killed the Snow Kingdom's crown prince, and if he had been obediently staying in the prisoner dragon, then the Snow Kingdom would naturally have nothing to say. However, now that he had escaped from the prisoner dragon, the Snow Kingdom's lord would definitely be furious, and would do everything in his power to find him, Yi Tianyuan, to avenge his son's death. There were also other countries. I'm afraid that they would also use the opportunity to stir up trouble, wanting to come and get rid of him, Yi Tianyuan. As long as Yi Tianyuan died, the Heavenly Abyss Palace would truly cease to exist. The deterrent power of the Heavenly Abyss Hall, to the countries of the world, was just a little too great. Even though the Heavenly Abyss Hall had been disbanded, it would still make the countries of the world feel uneasy, especially now that Yi Tianyuan had escaped the imprisoned dragon and gathered the Heavenly Abyss Hall's million-strong army. It would be even more terrifying to all the countries of the world, and they would all be worried that the Heavenly Abyss Hall would come back from the dead and come back to the world. That would be a nightmare for all the countries in the world. Therefore, there were many people who wished for Yi Tianyuan's death. Yi Tianyuan's current situation was indeed very bad. If he was the only one, then Yi Tianyuan was fearless. Even if the Heavenly King came, Yi Tianyuan would still behead him. But now it was different. Yi Tianyuan had to protect Zhang Yao and Yuan. They were ordinary people who could not withstand any storm. Yi Tianyuan's eyes were glowing with a thick killing intent. Whoever dared to hurt Zhang Yao and Yuan a hair on their head, Yi Tianyuan would absolutely make him regret coming to this world. The god of death suddenly spoke. Boss, I'm good at camouflaging and hiding, and I like to live in the darkness. You let me stay and secretly protect the main mother and the princess. For this task, I don't think there's anyone here who would be better at it than me. Seeing the god of death open his mouth, the demoness was not willing to show weakness and immediately said, Boss, let me stay as well. My Tianjilu's intelligence is unparalleled in the world. I can be the first to grasp the intelligence of the world's countries as well as the major power organizations. And most importantly, Princess Yuan likes me. I can take care of Princess Yuan. Taking care of a little girl. It's still a bit more convenient for a woman like me. The other Jedi fierce disciples all spoke up as well, all vying to stay by Yi Tianyuan's side. Alright dash. Hearing the noisy sounds, Yi Tianyuan immediately gave a cold shout and glared at the crowd chiding. Don't wake up my wife and daughter. Hearing this, the crowd of Jedi fierce disciples hurriedly covered their mouths, not daring to make any more noise. Yi Tianyuan's gaze sized up the crowd of Jedi fierce disciples' bodies. All of them looked at Yi Tianyuan with a look of expectation and pleading, hoping that Yi Tianyuan would let them stay. After pondering for a while, Yi Tianyuan made a final decision. Death God, Black Emperor, and Demon G, you three will stay, and everyone else will go back. As soon as these words came out, the god of death, the Black Emperor and the demoness immediately rejoiced in a victorious manner. The others, on the other hand, were sad and full of sorrow. However, they did not dare to say anything more. They all knew that once the boss decided something, no one could change it. Yi Tianyuan looked at the lost crowd of ferocious disciples and said, If I need you guys in the future, I will look for you again. Hearing these words, the faces of the crowd of Jedi fierce disciples then showed some joy. Only then did they reluctantly accept the result. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand at that crowd of Jedi fierce disciples and said, Alright, you guys can get lost. But remember, even though I have given you guys a chance to be human again, you can't be as evil as you were before and do nothing wrong. The rules I have set for you all these 3 years, I hope you can keep them in mind. If there is anyone who violates them, I will personally take action and capture them back into the prisoner dragon. All of you, give me the opportunity to monitor each other, and those who report successfully, I can consider staying by my side. The crowd of absolute ferocious disciples immediately said in unison, Yes boss, we will definitely bear this in mind and behave ourselves again. If there is any violation, let the boss do as he pleases. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly and waved his hand once again. That crowd of absolute ferocious disciples reluctantly left. After sending off that crowd of extremely fierce disciples, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a little empty in his heart. After being together for 3 years, Yi Tianyuan was also a bit reluctant to part. However, there was no banquet in the world that didn't break up. The three of them, the demon lady, also had a lot of reluctance to part. This goodbye, meet again. I do not know when years and months, perhaps, It is the next life. Only after a long time did Ji Tianyuan retrieve his thoughts, and his gaze landed on the demon lady trio as he said, Reaper, you will be responsible for secretly protecting them in the future. Black Emperor, you are the underground emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter which path it is, you will be able to eat well. You are responsible for building up a force in Castle Peak City to be at my disposal at all times. There are some small things that still need to be done by the people below, and don't need us to do it ourselves. This is something that you will see to it and arrange yourself. Death is in the dark. You are in the light. The god of death and the Black Emperor immediately heaved their heads and led the order. Finally, Yi Tianyuan looked at the demon lady and said, Since Yuan still likes you, then you will be responsible for taking care of Yuan from now on. Demon Jin Yang immediately nodded happily and led the order. Don't worry boss, just leave this to me. After arranging these things, Yi Tianyuan then secretly sighed in relief. And just at this time, Chapter 20 The meeting of the First Yuan Council. The three of them, City Head Hu, Chief Ma and Dean Zhang, cautiously walked over. City Head Hu respectfully said to Yi Tianyuan, Hall Master Yi, the four great war gods and all of them have withdrawn. The people from the Zhang County War Department have also withdrawn. This dash, seeing that everyone had withdrawn, Hu's city head and the others didn't understand what was going on, so they wanted to come over and ask. Without waiting for Hu's city chief to finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan coldly said, You guys can also withdraw. This matter ends here. The duo of Hu's city chief and Ma chief froze slightly before nodding their heads. A stone hanging in their hearts could finally fall down as well. The storm had finally passed. Luckily, the sky hadn't collapsed in Castle Peak City, but they knew that both Governor Yang and Commander Hong had resigned and returned to their hometowns. This was just the official word. The actual situation of Hu's city chief, the two of them naturally knew very well that it must have something to do with Hallmaster Yi. Therefore, the two of them were also incomparably terrified as to whether or not Palace Master Yi would take his anger out on them. After all, this matter had occurred in Castle Peak City. Fortunately, Hallmaster Yi did not have any intention of blaming them. After Hu's city chief and Ma chief looked at each other, they didn't dare to stay longer and immediately nodded their heads to leave. But just as they left, they were shouted at by Yi Tianyuan. Wait! This caused the two of them, Hu's city chief and Ma chief, to have their hearts thumped, looking at Yi Tianyuan with a terrified expression. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Hu's city head and asked, How did you find out about that matter? That matter? Hu sure was first stunned, then immediately reacted and hurriedly said, Hall Master Yi, it's already been investigated clearly. The matter of Miss Jiang Yao's blood type was investigated by Lu Ping, the vice president of the first hospital of Castle Peak, who went over to the blood bank. In Yi Tianyuan's eyes, a flash of morose and thick killing intent immediately flashed out. This terrifying killing intent caused the three Hu's city heads to shiver violently, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The entire body instantly turned cold to the extreme. This feeling, it was too terrifying. All three of the Hu's city heads were in awe of Yi Tianyuan like a god. Take me to them. Yi Tianyuan spoke out coldly. Hu Shishou immediately kicked Dean Zhang. This was his territory. Dean Zhang immediately reacted and hurriedly nodded his head and made a pleased gesture to Yi Tianyuan. Hall Master Yi, I will take you there. Without looking back, Yi Tianyuan dropped a sentence to the Death God trio. You guys guard here. The god of death and the Black Emperor had wanted to go with Yi Tianyuan, but when they heard these words, they immediately and honestly retreated back. Soon, Dean Zhang brought Yi Tianyuan to an office and carefully said to Yi Tianyuan, Hall Master Yi, Lu Ping should be inside. After saying that, Dean Zhang went to knock on the door, but was stopped by Yi Tianyuan. You guys stay at the door first, I'll go in alone. Yi Tianyuan wanted to go in alone. Dean Zhang naturally didn't dare to say anything more and immediately made way and stood respectfully at the door. Head of Hu's city and head of Ma's land also stood straight at the door. The three of them were as if they were. The three of them were like door gods. Yi Tianyuan pushed open the door and walked in. A middle-aged man in his early 50s was sitting on the boss chair looking at his cell phone, smiling in a somewhat lewd manner. I don't know what kind of childish things he was looking at, until Yi Tianyuan came to the front. Lu Ping suddenly realized that there was more than one person in front of him, and he was scared out of his wits, and his cell phone almost fell to the ground. Lu Ping, who calmed down, immediately looked at Yi Tianyuan with a serious and angry face and said, What kind of person are you? Why did you enter my office without knocking? I don't care what business you have. Now immediately get the hell out of here. When will you learn to be polite? When will you come back to knock on the door? He, Lu Ping, was the vice president of Qingshan First Hospital, the second in command. Usually, there was still a bit of official authority, except for Dean Zhang, who could enter his office without knocking. Anyone else had to knock. Otherwise, it is inevitable to be scolded by him. The young man in front of him, Lu Ping obviously did not recognize. So even more rude. Yi Tianyuan looked at Lu Ping as if he was a god of killing. That eerie and terrible eyes full of killing aura. Looking at Lu Ping's heart was terrified. His scalp was numb. And he was suddenly afraid. What kind of person is this? Lu Ping once again voiced out. What in the world do you have to do? Yi Tianyuan coldly asked. Do you recognize Jiang Yao? Jiang Yao? Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Lu Ping could not help but frown. It was only after a careful thought that he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the woman with the panda blood type that Family Master Chen had asked him to find? In the entire Jiang County, there was only one such person. This was something that he had personally organized, and it had only been a mere 3 days, so Lu Ping naturally remembered it. The woman called Jiang Yao seemed to have been captured by the Chen family, and he, Lu Ping, didn't know what happened behind the scenes. This kind of thing, he naturally will not ask anything more. He just need to do as instructed. The young man in front of him even came to ask him about this. What happened? This thing? According to reason there will not be anyone know only right. Chen family organizers should not be so careless sloppy right? Lu Ping was able to achieve the position of vice president of the first hospital in Castle Peak City. Naturally, is also 1,000 years fox. His face didn't change. He didn't move and said in a deep voice, I come into contact with so many patients every day. I don't have the time to memorize anyone's name. If you want to look up any information, then go to the medical department and look it up on the computer. What are you doing here in my place? Get out. I don't have any information you want here. Lu Ping now only wanted to quickly get rid of the person in front of him. Did you know that the Chen family master is dead? What? The Chen family lord is dead? How is this possible? Hearing this news, Lu Ping was shocked and almost jumped up from his chair. The Chen family, that was one of the 3 great families in Castle Peak City. Moreover, the Chen family had a first-class martial artist in their midst. In Castle Peak, who would have the ability to kill the Chen family head? Furthermore, if the Chen family master were to die, it would definitely be a big event that would stir up the entire Castle Peak. So how could he not know about it? For the time being, he hadn't heard any news about the Chen family lord's death, even if it was just a small rumor. Therefore, this was by no means possible. Chen family master, I killed him. The entire Chen family, all of them, are dead. Yi Tianyuan once again spoke out in a cold and ghostly voice. But obviously, Lu Ping still did not believe it. He only thought that Yi Tianyuan was a madman, babbling nonsense here, not knowing what he was talking about. Therefore, Lu Ping did not really want to pay much attention to Yi Tianyuan. Instead, he treated Yi Tianyuan as if he was a psychopath and said, Fine, I get it. You killed the Chen family lord, and you also exterminated the entire family of the Chen family well, you're awesome, I'm impressed. That's all said and done. Can you go out now? If you don't go out, I'm going to call the security over. Yi Tianyuan looked at Lu Ping coldly. Looks like you don't believe it? I'm a big idiot if I believe me. Lu Ping scoffed at this in his heart, but on his mouth he said, I believe it, very much, but this has nothing to do with me. You guys come in. As soon as Lu Ping's words fell, Yi Tianyuan shouted at the door. Immediately, the office door was pushed open. Just as Lu Ping angrily got up to have a fit, he was shocked beyond belief to see Ding Zhang walk in. What was this situation? Why did Ding Zhang come? Lu Ping didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly came out to meet him. Just after taking a step, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly widened. Because, behind Ding Zhang, there were 2 more people. One was Hu City Chief and the other was Ma Chief. What was going on today? How come 3 big shots came to his office together? Before Lu Ping could think more, Yi Tianyuan's cold voice sounded again. Jiang Yao, it's my wife. She almost died. The Chen family was wiped out by me. And the Jiang County royal family was also wiped out by me. Now it's your turn. What? Puff. Hearing these words, Lu Ping was instantly so frightened that his legs went limp and he paralyzed to the ground. His expression was terrified to the extreme as he looked at Yi Tianyuan in death, and then looked at the 3 Hu city heads, and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. But it was obviously too late to beg for mercy now. Yi Tianyuan raised his foot and violently stepped down on Lu Ping's head. A tragic scene occurred, scaring Hu Shirshi's 3 people who did not dare to take a look. Lu Ping did not even have time to let out his last scream before he died on the spot. After killing Lu Ping, the anger in Yi Tianyuan's heart dissipated. The people who were related to this matter were considered to be all resolved. Yi Tianyuan looked towards the 3 Hu city heads and said, Everything that happened today, block the news as much as possible. My identity, I don't want it to be known by anyone. Understand? Immediately, the 3 Hu city heads nodded heavily. How dare they not understand? After sending Yi Tianyuan away, Hu city head let out a long sigh and said, It seems that Hallmaster Yi is preparing to stay in Castle Peak. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for us. Yi Tianyuan had just returned to the hospital room when Jiang Yao woke up. Chapter 21. Yi Tianyuan angrily reprimands the fifth elder. Seeing the awakened Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan instantly stiffened in place with excitement. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with surprising calmness. Spare 8 years of absence. Jiang Yao recognized Yi Tianyuan at a glance. This was the man carved into her bones. Even if he turned into ashes, she still recognized him. After 8 years of goodbye, she didn't expect that when she saw him again, it would be such a scene. The two of them looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. A glance of 10,000 years might be just like that. It was not known how long it took before Yi Tianyuan opened his mouth. I'm sorry, but without waiting for Yi Tianyuan to finish his sentence, Yi Yuanyuan suddenly woke up. When she saw her mom standing in front of the hospital bed, Yi Yuanyuan instantly climbed up with excitement and jumped directly into Jiang Yao's embrace, hugging Jiang Yao tightly and shouting happily, "Mom, you finally woke up. Dad really didn't lie to me. Dad said you're fine. Your mom will wake up after a nap. Yuanyuan also had a beautiful sleep just now, and as soon as she woke up, she saw her mom. 3 days was the longest time Yi Yuanyuan was separated from Jiang Yao. Seeing the safe and sound Yi Yuanyuan, Jiang Yao's eyes suddenly turned red. Gently touching Yi Yuanyuan's head, she said with a look of remorse, "I'm sorry Yuanyuan, it's mommy who didn't take good care of you." Yi Yuanyuan immediately shook her head like a rattledrum, and said in a childish but firm tone, "I don't blame mommy. It's those bad people who are too bad. But daddy said that those bad guys were all captured by the city defense uncles, and those bad guys will be duly punished." Jiang Yao nodded. Her eyes couldn't help but glance at Yi Tianyuan again. Yi Tianyuan walked over and looked at Jiang Yao with a serious face and said, "Jiang Yao, it's me who's sorry for you. It's me who's in these 8 years." Without waiting for Yi Tianyuan to finish his sentence, Jiang Yao smiled faintly and coldly and said, "Yi Tianyuan, I think you should have some misunderstanding. You didn't apologize to me for anything. What happened back then was just an accident. We had agreed not to mention it again. Although Yuanyuan's surname is Yi, she is not your daughter. So there's really nothing between us." Yi Tianyuan's brows suddenly frowned as he looked at Jiang Yao in a daze. Yuanyuan was not his daughter? How could this be possible? Without waiting for Yi Tianyuan to think more, Jiang Yao indifferently said again, "Yi Tianyuan, thank you for saving me and my daughter this time. I will remember this favor, but I also hope that you won't come back to disturb me and my daughter's life in the future. We should all leave each other alone, shouldn't we? This was also our tacit agreement back then. So please leave. Thank you." Listening to Jiang Yao's such desperate words, Yi Tianyuan only felt that he was ruthlessly stabbed into his heart by a sharp knife, so painful that he couldn't breathe. All the adjectives in this world were far from being able to describe a millionth part of this pain. But at this very moment, Yi Yuanyuan desperately shook her head and said, "No, mommy lied and cheated. Mom has been telling Yuanyuan since she was a little girl that Yuanyuan's father's name is Yi Tianyuan and that he is a great hero, a warrior who protects his family and defends his country. Mommy always mentions daddy to Yuanyuan. Mommy obviously misses daddy, because mommy always secretly weeps one by one. Mommy always talks in her sleep and calls out daddy's name dash." Hearing that Yi Yuanyuan had revealed her past, Jiang Yao instantly became anxious. Pulling Yi Yuanyuan, she said, "Yuanyuan, he's not your father. Mommy has always lied to you, because mommy doesn't know who your father is either. So she lied to create a lie to trick you." Whoops! Yi Yuanyuan burst into tears. Mommy is lying to Yuanyuan now. This is Yuanyuan's daddy. Pouncing, Yi Tianyuan suddenly knelt in front of Jiang Yao. By this kneeling of Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao was also suddenly shocked and at a loss for words. Her expression was stunned and incomparable as she looked at Yi Tianyuan. For a moment, Jiang Yao covered her mouth, unable to speak. How heavy Yi Tianyuan's kneeling was. Jiang Yao's heart was naturally very clear. For his own sake Yi Tianyuan, even. For a moment, Jiang Yao's heart was touched in an indescribable way. Jiang Yao's eyes were suddenly moist. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao with a serious and incomparable face and said, "Jiang Yao, I hope you listen to me first to finish my words, okay? It was my fault for leaving without saying goodbye 8 years ago, and not even leaving contact information for you. I indeed never thought that that night would make you dash. All these years, it's me who owes you and Yuanyuan. I owe you. I didn't know before, so I never came back for you. Now I know, so I came back. Jiang Yao, please give me a chance for me to take care of you and your daughter. For the rest of my life to come, I just want to take care of both of you, mother and daughter. I won't let anyone hurt a hair on your head again. I want to make up for what I owe you guys 10 times over, 100 times over, 10,000 times over. Jiang Yao, can you give me this chance? I want to give you a home. I want to grow up with Yuan Yuan as a fatherly role. Can I? Snap. Hearing these emotional and earnest words from Yi Tian Yuan, it was obviously false for Jiang Yao to say that she wasn't touched. In these 8 years, there wasn't a single day that she didn't think about Yi Tian Yuan. She had also fantasized countless times that Yi Tian Yuan would suddenly be able to come back to her one day, and then she would give Yi Tian Yuan a big surprise. But what made her despair was that after 8 years, 8 whole years, Yi Tian Yuan was like he had evaporated. She also thought about going to look for Yi Tian Yuan, but she didn't know any information other than a name. In this vast sea of people, where would she go to look for him? Disappointed more and more. In the end, it naturally turned into despair. 8 years, she lost too much, also paid too much, more bear too much. Now, this man finally stood in front of her. No, accurately speaking it should be kneeling in front of her. She very much wanted to rush up and hug Yi Tian Yuan, pouring out the bitterness of these 8 years to her. However, she didn't dare to. 8 years ago, Yi Tian Yuan left without saying goodbye. What about now? Can he, Yi Tian Yuan, really accompany himself and his daughter? If he can't, then it would be better not to have this fantasy, to pick up this hope again. If you don't hope, you won't be disappointed. Yi Yuanyuan took Jiang Yao's hand and shook it vigorously. With a pitiful look on her face, she begged, "Mommy, promise Daddy. Yuan Yuan wants Daddy. Yuan Yuan won't let Daddy go. Yuan Yuan wants Daddy to stay with Yuan Yuan forever." Listening to Yuan Yuan's words, Jiang Yao's heart was also indescribably painful. Her tears flowed into 2 streams. Aren't you a soldier? Aren't you going to defend your country? Don't you have discipline? How can you stay with me and my daughter? Jiang Yao's heart finally softened, but she also had something to worry about. Yi Tian Yuan immediately said to Jiang Yao, "I've retired from the army. I'm no longer a soldier in the future, but an unemployed hobo." Really? Hearing this, Jiang Yao was instantly excited and somewhat ecstatic. If this was really the case then, Yi Tian Yuan nodded heavily and said to Jiang Yao with a face of assurance, "Really, 1,000 times true. As long as you don't mind that I don't have a house, car or job." Jiang Yao broke into a sob and laughed, saying, "Then if you can't support me and my daughter, then you'll definitely still mind." Yi Tian Yuan immediately with a face of assurance, "That's not so bad. I guarantee that I can raise you all fat and white. In the future, I'll be responsible for making money to support my family, and you'll be responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower." Put. Jiang Yao was instantly amused. "What you said, ha? My daughter and I have taken note of it. If you can't do it in the future, then I'll let Yuan Yuan not want you as her father," Jiang Yao said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Yao's promise, Yi Tian Yuan immediately stood up happily and reached out to hug Jiang Yao. But before he could hug him, he was stopped by Jiang Yao, gaining an inch. You can't wait to be a hooligan? 8 years? You've only been kneeling for 8 seconds. Wouldn't it be too cheap for you? Then I'll kneel for a while? Okay, I'm just kidding you silly. A man's knees have gold. How can you say kneeling just to kneel? Kneeling to your wife is the right thing to do. Who is your wife? You haven't married me yet. Don't yell. Then let's choose a good day to get married? Get lost. Don't marry. Chapter 22, The Trapped Dragon Has Risen to Heaven. Jiang Yao had awakened and Yuan Yuan's leg was completely healed, so there was naturally no need for the hospital to continue much longer. Yi Tian Yuan let the Grim Reaper hide in the dark, and let the Black Emperor establish a force out in Castle Peak City first at the fastest speed. For the time being, it was not good for the demoness to directly show her face. After all, she was a woman, and still a beautiful woman. Therefore, for the time being, Yi Tian Yuan also did not think well to let the demon girl to what kind of identity show up, otherwise make some trouble out. After all, women are all jealous. In the end, Yi Tian Yuan let Demon Ji establish a branch of Tianji Lu in Qingshan City. First let Demon Ji do this thing, and then look for her when you need her. Originally, Yi Tian Yuan wanted to let Ghost Valley Medical Fairy return to Ghost Valley, but Ghost Valley Medical Fairy said that it was rare to come out and wanted to breathe more outside. Of course, Yi Tian Yuan knew that Ghost Valley Medical Immortal's little mind was nothing more than wanting to follow her around for more time. How to say that this time Ghost Valley Medical Fairy's credit is not small. Yi Tian Yuan also let him. He wasn't an absolute murderer, so there was no harm in staying by his side. Yi Tian Yuan introduced the Ghost Valley Dr. Immortal to Jiang Yao, but did not say he was the Ghost Valley Dr. Immortal, only that he was Old Man Mo who had excellent medical skills. Yi Yuanyuan affectionately called out to Grandpa Mo, and this Grandpa Mo made the Ghost Valley Medical Immortal very happy, as if he was eager to accept Yi Yuanyuan as his 10th generation Ghost Valley heir. Yi Tian Yuan, what exactly is going on with this matter? I only remember that I was captured and then fell into a coma. And then Jiang Yao suddenly asked Yi Tian Yuan, The truth of this matter Yi Tianyuan naturally couldn't let Jiang Yao know for the time being. After all, this matter involved too much, not to mention whether or not Jiang Yao would be able to accept telling her the truth. I'm afraid that it would be hard for her to believe it as well. This matter was far beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Knowing the truth would not be a good thing for Jiang Yao. Therefore, Yi Tianyuan had long thought of what to say. But just when Yi Tianyuan was about to open his mouth to speak, with a bang sound, the ward door was suddenly pushed open with force, only to see a man with a flowing, gangly face and a brown hair with long hair walking in with a six-fold pace. Behind him, there were also a few juniors, all of them with a socialist demeanor. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at these people, his eyes filled with a strong color of disgust. The brown-haired youth did not pay any attention to Yi Tianyuan, but instead looked at Jiang Yao with a lustful straight face. The brown-haired youth grinned and said to Jiang Yao, "My dear, I said how come I haven't found you for 3 days? So it's sick and staying in the hospital ah? Sick early with your Tao brother said ah, your Tao brother in the hospital has a lot of acquaintances, can find the best doctor." Jiang Yao's face was furious and annoyed as she glared fiercely at the brown-haired youth and angrily rebuked. "Hua Yuntao shut up, your stinking mouth, you get out of here, stinky bitch, how do you talk to your brother Tao?" As soon as Jiang Yao's words fell, a little brother behind Hua Yuntao angrily pointed at Jiang Yao and cursed. Snap! But just after he finished cursing, Hua Yuntao rewarded him with a big mouth, then kicked him and reprimanded. "How do you talk to your future sister-in-law? Other people can't scold your Tao brother, but your future sister-in-law can scold as much as she wants. Your Tao brother I am happy to listen. Why are you not happy?" "Gladly gladly. Brother Tao I'm wrong." That little brother hastily admitted his mistake. Hua Yuntao kicked him again and scolded in a bad mood. "Quickly apologize to your sister-in-law, not to your future sister-in-law." That little brother immediately nodded and apologized to Jiang Yao. "Sister-in-law is sorry." Listening to these two singing a double act, Jiang Yao was so angry that her face turned green. How could there be such a shameless person? Yi Yuan was also furious as she fought for her mom. "You're all bad uncles. You just know how to come and bully my mom. I hate you. My dad said that bad people will be caught by the city defense soldier uncle, and they will all go to hell." This milky voice clearly had no killing power. Hua Yuntao, however, was not angry, but instead smiled at Yi Yuan and said, Yuan, you don't even have a daddy. What are you listening to daddy say? He. How about uncle being your daddy? How about you call uncle daddy, and uncle will buy you whatever you want?" Hearing this, Jiang Yao finally couldn't hold back and exploded in anger, yelling at Hua Yuntao, "Get lost. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll fight you." But in this hissing voice, there was clearly a lot of helplessness again, or powerlessness. Yi Yuan exasperatedly said, "Who says Yuan doesn't have a father? Noi Yuan's father is right there. My dad is a great hero, a warrior who protects his family and defends his country. If you dare to bully Yuan and mom again, my dad will beat you up. My dad is very powerful, he can even beat Godzilla." Hearing Yuan say that he could beat Godzilla, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. This was a joke they had made earlier. It was only at this time that Hua Yuntao finally noticed Yi Tianyuan, and his gaze fell ferociously onto Yi Tianyuan's body. After looking up and down, Hua Yuntao spoke out. "Where the hell did you come from? Grabbing a woman from my brother Tao? Who do you think you are? Do you know that your brother Tao is the road to mix? Your brother Tao under the hands of more than 100 people. Your brother Tao above can also have people. Dare to steal a woman from your brother Tao. Are you tired of living? If you roll now and immediately disappear from your Tao brother's eyes, your Tao brother will not beat you. Otherwise dash." The latter words didn't continue, but were replaced with a sorrowful sneer. "Know it all." Jiang Yao tightly hugged Yi Yuan and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a worried face. She had just been reunited with Yi Tianyuan. She wouldn't have to do anything, right? Yi Tianyuan looked at Hua Yuntao with a cold gaze. This icy cold eyes with a few killing aura. Looking at Hua Yuntao couldn't help but feel terrified for a while. It felt like being stared at by something terrifying. This made Hua Yuntao very upset, with a feeling of being provoked and humiliated. Paralyzing dash. Hua Yuntao was instantly enraged. "Dare to stare at your brother Tao. You're afraid you haven't received the most poisonous beating, right? If you dare to glare again, brother Tao I'll give you a good taste today, believe it or not." "Hi, you fucking still stare. You Tao brother I this violent temper." While saying this, Hua Yuntao's hand had already pushed towards Yi Tianyuan. Seeing that the boss was going to make a move, the few juniors behind him also swung their fists at once. But, the next second, bang! With a loud sound, a figure directly flew out. The speed was so fast that everyone didn't react, didn't even look to see what was going on. The person who flew out was naturally no one else but Hua Yuntao. a 160-pound strong man, surprisingly, in a single instant, was sent flying out 6 or 7 meters, hitting the wall of the corridor heavily. He directly fainted. The few junior brothers turned their heads to look at Hua Yuntao, who had fainted in the corridor. All of them were stunned and dumbfounded, their expressions extremely exaggerated. It was as if they had seen a bizarre event. Zhang Yao and Yi Yuan made an effort to stretch their necks, wanting to see what was going on. The entire scene, instantly, was deathly silent. Yi Yuan coldly glanced at those few juniors who were scared as if they were wooden chickens. Why don't you get lost? Those few little brothers then woke up like a dream, instantly scared shitless, hurriedly fled like rolling out, lifting up Hua Yuntao to run like a ghost. After resolving these punks, Yi Yuan smiled at Zhang Yao and Yi Yuan and said, "It's alright." Zhang Yao looked at Yi Yuan with a surprised look on her face. Perhaps, this feeling of being protected by a hero was the first time in her life that she, Zhang Yao, had tasted it. Therefore, Zhang Yao's eyes towards Yi Yuan could not help but show a few moments of girl-like adoration. Yi Yuan laughed again and said, "How to say that I've been a warrior for more than 10 years. I'm also considered to be battle-hardened. Fighting these punks, that's still not easy. I've said it before, I'll protect you too in the future, and I definitely won't let anyone bully you anymore." Zhang Yao smiled and nodded her head. "Then you have to be true to your word. Don't lie to me. Lying to you is a puppy. A man's mouth lies to a ghost. I don't believe it. Ask Yuan if you don't believe me." "Mommy, I believe Daddy. Daddy said he would never lie to Yuan. He, Daddy is so great. Daddy is really a big hero, eh?" Chapter 23 Yi Yuan's 3 Conditions. Yi Yuan held her mom and dad's hands and bounced out of the hospital room. Today was the happiest and most blissful day for Yi Yuan. Looking at this cozy family of 3, Dr. Ghost Valley showed a few moments of envy. He had never married in his life and could not experience this kind of happiness. Yi Yuan had just walked out of the hospital building when they saw a Mercedes-Benz S stopping in a hurry, and a middle-aged couple walked down from the car in a hurry. Seeing this middle-aged couple, Zhang Yao first froze violently, and only after a long time did she cry out, "Mom and Dad." At this moment, Yi Yuan also seemed to be scared and hiding behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face sunk slightly, and he looked coldly at the middle-aged couple. This was considered the first time he had met his old husband and mother-in-law, but judging from his daughter's reaction, she was definitely not treated well by her grandparents. The middle-aged couple who were in a hurry only stopped when they heard the shouts, and when they saw Zhang Yao, their faces didn't look too good all of a sudden. They didn't pay much attention to Zhang Yao's appearance, turned around and ran towards the hospital building again. Zhang Yao froze in place with a sad face. The pain of having one's own parents ignore oneself is something that only someone who has personally experienced can know. Seeing her grandparents leaving, Yi Yuan dared to walk out from behind Yi Yuan and tightly held her mom's hand. Then she silently looked at her mom. For this kind of situation, it was obvious that this was not the first time Yi Yuan encountered it, and she could only comfort her mom in this way. Looking at the sad Zhang Yao, Yi Yuan blamed himself again. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me, causing you to get into such a mess with your parents." Zhang Yao looked at Yi Yuan and bit her lips hard. Her eyes had been moist at some point. She did want to blame Yi Yuan, but seeing Yi Yuan who stood in front of him with a face of guilt and self-blame, she couldn't even say a word of blame. Also, after all, it was all her own choice, right? Zhang Yao shook her head and said, "Never mind, it's all in the past. Since things happened, there's only to go and face them positively." Yi Yuan nodded heavily to Zhang Yao and said, "Don't worry, Zhang Yao. I will accompany you to face it. Even if there's a sky falling down, I'll hold it for you." Hearing such cozy words, Zhang Yao's heart had a few moments of comfort. After looking at Yi Yuan, Zhang Yao nodded. Zhang Yao exhaled a long breath. Her expression was slightly gloomy. "My parents just entered the hospital in such a hurry. Could it be that something happened to Grandpa? I've heard that Grandpa's health isn't very good lately." Thinking of this, Zhang Yao said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, you should take your daughter back first. Yuan, you take your daughter back first. I'll go over and take a look. Even though Mom and Dad don't recognize me now, after all, I'm also a member of Zhang's family." Yi Yuan didn't say anything more, nodded to Zhang Yao and said, "You should have gone over to take a look." "It's fine, daughter, leave it to me." After sending Zhang Yao away, Yi Yuan squatted down and looked at Yi Yuan with a doting face, asking, Yuan, tell Daddy, do grandparents not like you?" In front of her father, Yi Yuan had no worries, and immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice and said, "Daddy, Grandma and Grandpa hate Yuan, saying that Yuan is a bastard, a scourge, and a bereaved star. Grandparents always wanted to give Yuan away, but mommy always protected Yuan Yuan. In order to protect Yuan Yuan, mom fought with grandparents a few times, and finally mom took Yuan Yuan and moved out to rent a house. Then, Yuan Yuan never saw her grandparents again. Listening to Yi Yuan Yuan's words, Yi Tianyuan's fists could not help but clench darkly. He had thought that Yuan Yuan must be unpopular in the Zhang family, but he had not expected that she would be unpopular to this extent. How dare he say that his daughter was a wild seed, a scourge, and a bereaved star. These words naturally ignited the anger in Yi Tianyuan's heart. Yuan Yuan seemed to have also felt a terrifying pressure, so frightened that her delicate body trembled violently. Luckily, at this time, Dr. Ghost Valley Dr. Immortal patted Yi Tianyuan, and only then did Yi Tianyuan reacted violently, hastily putting his emotions away. Only then did Yi Yuan Yuan feel relieved. Yuan Yuan, so how many years has it been since you saw your grandparents and the others? Yi Tianyuan asked. Yi Yuan Yuan did some math with her fingers before she said to Yi Tianyuan, "It's been 5 years, Dad. 5 years. In other words, Jiang Yao was kicked out of the Jiang family 5 years ago. She was a woman with a child. How on earth did she get through these 5 years?" Yi Yuan Yuan suddenly looked at Yi Tianyuan with a worried face and said, "Dad, will mom be bullied? Grandma and grandpa and their family all dislike mommy. They all like to bully her. Daddy, why don't you go and check on mommy? Yuan Yuan is worried." Yi Tianyuan nodded and said, "Okay, let's go look for mommy together then." Yi Yuan Yuan hesitated slightly, but still nodded. Yi Tianyuan gently stroked Yuan Yuan's head and said, "Don't worry, there's daddy by your side. Surely you won't let anyone bully Yuan Yuan anymore." Yi Tianyuan instantly smiled happily pulling up Yi Tianyuan's hand and said, "It's good to have a dad." These words, however, were like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Yi Tianyuan's heart. Yuan Yuan had waited for 7 years for such a simple and plain sentence. "Yi Tianyuan, you deserve to die. Dad, let's go find mom." Yi Yuan Yuan pulled Yi Tianyuan's hand and walked towards the hospital building. On the other side, the door to the rescue room, a large group of people were guarding the door. The Jiang family's old man had a heart attack and brain infarction, so he was rushed to the hospital for treatment. All the people from the Jiang family also rushed over. Jiang family old man has 3 sons. The eldest son Jiang Zhenghai, the second son Jiang Zhenghe, the youngest son Jiang Zhengchuan. Jiang Zhenghai had a daughter, none other than Jiang Yao. "Humph, seeing you as a money loser makes me feel bad luck. Your grandpa's heart disease, was infuriated by you, a bereaved star. Jiang Yao, why do you still have the face to come here? Aren't you angry enough with your grandfather? Also, you were expelled from the Jiang family 5 years ago. You are no longer a member of the Jiang family. You are not qualified to come here. Do you understand? If you are sensible, get lost quickly. You are not welcome here." The one who spoke was a rich middle-aged woman, all bejeweled and snarky. She didn't hide her distaste for Jiang Yao. This was Jiang Yao's second aunt, Tang Hongyan. Jiang family 3 brothers. On the second, Jiang Zhenghe gave birth to a son. The oldest 3 are daughters. Therefore, the second family is naturally the most favored by Master Jiang. Tang Hongyan had always regarded herself as a great servant of the Jiang family, and having the old master to back her up naturally gave her a loud voice in the Jiang family. After scolding Jiang Yao, Tang Hongyan was still not relieved, and grabbed Jiang Zhenghai and his wife. "I say, big brother and sister-in-law, what are you guys doing today? What are you doing calling this dead man star here?" Jiang Zhenghai and his wife looked aggrieved. Jiang Yao's motherly Yongmei explained, "Hongyan, you misunderstood. How could we possibly call Jiang Yao here? It's because she happened to bump into it at the hospital just now, and she herself had to come alone." After explaining, Li Yongmei also gave Jiang Yao a hard gouge with a displeased face and said, "Jiang Yao, there is nothing for you here. You leave. Since you didn't become a member of Jiang's family for that wild seed, no one welcomes you here today either." Hearing these desperate words, Jiang Yao's heart was like a knife, so painful that she couldn't breathe. Her eyes were red and moist. She was merely worried about her grandfather's safety. But the Jiang family could no longer tolerate her. Forget it, she was no longer a member of the Jiang family now either. Just as Jiang Yao was about to turn around and leave the workplace, a cold and angry voice suddenly rang out. "Whoever dares to say that Yuan Yuan is a wild seed, I will kill them." Chapter 24. If you don't agree, then fight. Yi Tianyuan held Yi Yuan Yuan's hand and walked this way. As soon as Yi Tianyuan arrived, he heard someone call Yi Yuan a bastard. As a human father, how could he bear it? A monstrous fury immediately erupted. All the people in the Jiang family were startled by this sudden sound, and their eyes all looked at Yi Tianyuan, this strange and uninvited guest. In unison, seeing Yi Tianyuan and his daughter coming, Jiang Yao was instantly flustered and hurriedly rushed forward to stop Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan, don't go crazy, don't talk nonsense. Not letting you take your daughter back first, what are you messing with? Let's go. Saying that, Zhang Yao was going to pull Yi Tianyuan to leave. Stop right there. And just at this time, Li Yongmei suddenly shouted out. As she spoke, Li Yongmei had already rushed in front of Yi Tianyuan and the others, sizing up Yi Tianyuan with extremely cold and stern eyes. After sizing him up, Li Yongmei pointed at Yi Tianyuan and asked Zhang Yao, "Who is he, and where did you find a wild man? Your brain is really eaten by a dog. Why do you always like to find unsavory people? The young master of the Chen family doesn't mind you. You ignored him after pursuing you for so long. And then you found me a wild man. Are you worthy of me and your father?" Yi Yuanyuan instantly fought for Yi Tianyuan and said, "Grandma, he's my father. He's not a wild man." "Shut up!" Li Yongmei angrily yelled at Yi Yuanyuan. Frightened, Yi Yuanyuan's tears were about to fall, and she hurriedly hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Yao immediately took Yi Yuanyuan into her arms with a heartbroken heart and said to Li Yongmei, "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you angry at a child?" Li Yongmei had a belly full of anger just now, and after all, she still had a few heartfelt feelings for her own daughter. Now, she found a vent. Naturally will not let go. Li Yongmei angrily grunted and said, "Seeing this wild seed, I'm angry." Without waiting for Li Yongmei to finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a terrifying ethereal cold like a storm instantly sweep her away, giving her the feeling of falling into an ice cellar. There was even a kind of the terrifying feeling of death coming. This let Li Yongmei spit to the edge of the mouth words, also cannot help but swallow back, as if by an invisible hand to the depth of the neck. Li Yongmei subconsciously looked at Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan at this time like a god of killing cold looked at Li Yongmei. This cold and terrible eyes. Li Yongmei were scared a big jump. Her body involuntarily took a step back. Seeing this, Zhang Yao hurriedly pulled Yi Tianyuan and said, "What are you doing, Yi Tianyuan? This is my mom." Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Yao with a serious face and said, "No one can say that Yuan is a wild child again. In the past when I didn't come back, it was my fault, my responsibility. I can forget about it, but now that I'm back, if anyone else dares to say that Yuan is a wild seed again, then I will definitely not let it go. I don't care who he is, if he dares to say it again, I will really kill someone." Looking at Yi Tianyuan, who looked like a different person at this moment, Zhang Yao could not help but be stunned. She clearly felt that Yi Tianyuan wasn't joking. Yi Tianyuan once again looked coldly at Li Yongmei, who was so scared that she kept looking at Zhang Zhenghai, begging him for help. The rest of the Zhang family was also a little frightened. At this moment, it was as if their hearts were being pressed down by a large stone. Everyone's gazes were dead set on Yi Tianyuan. Who was this man who suddenly popped out? Was it that man who beat Zhang Yao to death and refused to say that he abandoned Zhang Yao 8 years ago? Yi Tianyuan looked at Li Yongmei and said again in a cold voice, "Auntie, I am the man who hurt Zhang Yao 8 years ago and left without saying goodbye. All these years I never knew that Zhang Yao had given birth to a daughter for me, and I only learned of this news today, so I rushed back to Castle Peak as fast as I could. This is all my fault. The person you should blame should be me. Zhang Yao is innocent. I am Yuan's father and Yuan's man. I will take care of Zhang Yao and Yuan in the future." Listening to Yi Tianyuan's words, Li Yongmei's eyes were about to stare out. The Zhang family members, too, all looked different. What kind of dog blood plot is this? Humph. Li Yongmei suddenly sneered. Do you have a house, have a car, have savings, have a career? No, perhaps. I should ask if you have a job? You don't take a piss and take a good look at your own virtues. Take a look at your poor look. You know what they call you guys on the internet nowadays? Losers. Are you worthy of my daughter Zhang Yao? Although my Zhang family is not a prestigious family in Castle Peak, but at least it's a third-rate family, and the family's assets are in the tens of millions of dollars. What are you going to take care of my daughter with? What ability do you have to give her happiness? I see you. I'm afraid you can't even feed yourself, and you're still taking care of Zhang Yao and their mother and daughter? Humph. It's simply ridiculous and comical. Tang Hongyan on the side snorted in a conspiratorial manner and said, Li Yongmei, it's not that you gave birth to a stupid daughter, specializing in this money-losing business. My Zhang family's face can be considered by her clean. It's a waste of time for her to be so good-looking and to be named one of the 4 beauties of Green Mountain is one of the 4 great beauties. If she was a little bit smarter, she would have married into a rich family long ago. What's the point of wandering around in such a miserable way like now? Li Yongmei also looked at Zhang Yao with a hateful face. Zhang Yao had been silent. She had endured too much in these 8 years. She had also heard too many such remarks. She never felt stupid. This was her own choice. So, even if she was crying and in pain, she had to walk through it. If she didn't have her daughter, Yuan, Perhaps she would have bowed and compromised with Zhang's family and would have accepted her family's arrangements. But with Yuan, she had to live for Yuan. She never regretted her choice. 8 years had been bitter, but she finally had something to look forward to now. Yi Tianyuan had returned. Even if her life was poorer and more bitter in the future, she was willing. Jiang Yao clenched her teeth hard and looked at Li Yongmei with a determined face, saying, "Mom, this is the path I chose for myself. I won't blame anyone. Yi Tianyuan, he's been quite good to me and my daughter. I'm willing to suffer even more." Hearing this silly words, Li Yongmei was so angry that her high blood pressure came up, pointing at Jiang Yao and cursing furiously. You dead girl. I really gave birth to you and raised you for nothing. You're really going to piss me off. Do you know what kind of person he is? What if he's a lazy gambler? Or maybe he's a wanted man? No. Without waiting for Jiang Yao to reply, Yi Yuan bravely stood out and once again fought for Yi Tianyuan. My dad is a great hero. A warrior who guards the border. A hero who specializes in fighting bad guys. My dad isn't even a gambler. He's not a wanted criminal. After saying that, Yi Yuan seemed to be afraid of being scolded by her grandmother, and hurriedly hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's behavior, Yi Tianyuan's heart was warm. Daughters are really their father's little darlings. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan before saying to Li Yongmei, "Mom, Yi Tianyuan is a recently retired soldier. His character is absolutely fine." Humph. Li Yongmei glanced at Yi Tianyuan with a disdainful face and sneered. After being a soldier for so many years, you didn't even get an official position when you retired? That's just muddy and not very good. That means, Yi Tianyuan is now a hobo with no money, no power, no house and no car, right? Yi Tianyuan was indifferent. Jiang Yao was also dumbfounded. And just at this time, the door of the resuscitation room was suddenly pushed open, and a white big Gua walked out from inside with a grave expression. Jiang family people immediately stabbed up. Jiang Yao also instantly looked over with a worried face. Chapter 25 1 million generals of the Heavenly Abyss Palace have gathered. Director Qian, how is the situation? The Jiang family's crowd eagerly inquired. Director Qian was the most authoritative expert in this area. He shook his head with a stony face and said, "The patient's situation is not optimistic. I've done my best. If you want to save the patient now, there are only 2 ways. One is to ask the dean to help quickly mobilize experts in this field from all over the city for a consultation. But I'm afraid the patient can't afford to wait for the time. The second is to ask Divine Dr. Mo to take action. Now I'm afraid only Divine Dr. Mo can save him. You only have 2 hours. If you're late, even the greatest god can't save him." After saying that, Director Qian shook his head and left. All the people of the Zhang family froze in place as if they were struck by lightning. These 2 methods in front of the Zhang family. That can be a big problem. The director of the first hospital of Qingshan City. That was a figure that the entire power elite of Qingshan were all trying to flatter. How could their Zhang family easily invite them to move? If it's just a small matter, then maybe we can try. However, if you want him to call all the experts in the city urgently, then you need to have a big face. As for Dr. Mo, it would be even more difficult. The Zhang family is a small third-rate family. It is impossible to invite Dr. Mo to come out. Just as the Zhang family members were at a loss, Jiang Yao suddenly spoke out. "I'll go beg Dean Zhang." After saying that, Jiang Yao ran and left. Yi Tianyuan originally didn't want to meddle in the Zhang family's affairs, but when Jiang Yao begged Dean Zhang, Yi Tianyuan naturally couldn't ignore it. Yi Tianyuan immediately pulled Yuan and chased after him. Humph, who does she think she is? Still going to beg Dean Zhang? Does she have such a big face? Even if we step in, we won't be able to beg Dean Zhang. Why do you think she's fooling around? She's really not afraid of embarrassing herself. Tang Hongyan sneered again, making Jiang Zhanghai and his wife's faces look ugly for a while. After some inquiries, Jiang Yao soon arrived at Dean Zhang's office. As soon as she saw Dean Zhang, Jiang Yao knelt down with a thud. Dean Zhang was also startled by this sudden move, but he had seen a lot of this kind of situation, so he calmed down in an instant. "I'm sorry Dean Zhang. Forgive me for taking the liberty of disturbing you. My grandfather is critically ill, and Director Qian said that the only way to save my grandfather is for you, Dean Zhang, to gather all the experts in the city to come over for a consultation. So Before Jiang Yao could finish her sentence, "Mr. Zhang," Dean immediately refused with a straight face. "Little girl, I really can't help you with this matter. Calling all the experts in the city for a consultation. This is not a child's play. If I call all the experts over, what about the other patients? Your grandfather's situation is critical, but other patients are not? Little girl, you go back first. I'll give Director Qian a call later to understand the situation. I will definitely let Director Qian do his best to save the patient." Director Qian is our top most authoritative expert in Castle Peak. If even Director Qian can't do anything, then I can only say sorry. Jiang Yao had thought that Dean Zhang wouldn't agree, but it was about her grandfather's life, so she had to try no matter what. If she tried, then there might still be a 1 in a million chance. If she didn't try, then there wasn't any possibility. Just as Jiang Yao was about to beg Dean Zhang again, Yi Tianyuan suddenly pulled Yi Yuanyuan in. Mommy, why are you kneeling on the ground? Are there bad people bullying you again? When Yi Yuanyuan saw Jiang Yao kneeling on the ground, she immediately ran over and hugged Jiang Yao. When Dean Zhang saw Yi Tianyuan, he was so scared that he almost knelt down. His face instantly turned pale, his expression was terrified, and the corners of his mouth instantly shivered. Dean Zhang looked at Jiang Yao and Yi Yuanyuan again, and he immediately thought of who they were. Dean Zhang was about to open his mouth to explain to Yi Tianyuan, but Yi Tianyuan shook his head at Dean Zhang, frightening him so much that he quickly swallowed back the words he had spat out. Immediately, Dean Zhang thought of the fact that before, Hall Master Yi had given a gag order not to divulge his identity. Yi Tianyuan, you quickly take Yuan away. Seeing Yi Tianyuan and his daughter arrive, Jiang Yao immediately panicked a little. She didn't want Yi Tianyuan and her daughter to see her so humble. As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, Dean Zhang respectfully walked over and said to Jiang Yao, "Girl, please get up. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I'm sorry. Just now." Dean Zhang was still treating her with disdain. How did he become so polite, even making Jiang Yao feel complimented? What was this sudden 180-degree change? Jiang Yao looked at Dean Zhang with a puzzled expression. "I was touched by your filial piety. My daughter is also as old as you, but she went abroad to study and hasn't come back for 3 years. Seeing you, I was momentarily touched, so I decided to help you once. You get up first. I'll come and arrange this right away." Dean Zhang made up a reason. Jiang Yao was obviously half-hearted about this statement. She still didn't quite dare to believe it and asked, "Dean, are you really willing to help me?" Dean Zhang immediately said with a serious and earnest face, "Am I still able to lie to you as a little girl? You quickly get up. I'll call and arrange it in front of you, okay?" Looking at Dean Zhang, who didn't look like he was joking, Jiang Yao was instantly grateful and hurriedly thanked Dean Zhang before standing up. Seeing Jiang Yao finally willing to stand up, the stone in Dean Zhang's heart finally fell, making the wife of Yi Palace Master kneel down for him. How many heads did he have that were big enough for Hall Master Yi to chop off? If he angered this great bodhisattva, he wouldn't even know how he would die. Dean Zhang tried his best to remain calm in front of Jiang Yao, but in fact, his undershirt was already wet with cold sweat. Dean Zhang didn't hesitate. He immediately called all the experts in the city in front of Jiang Yao to stop all the work on their hands and rush over for consultation as fast as possible. "Thank you, Dean. I really don't know how to thank you." After listening to Dean Zhang's arrangement, Jiang Yao was in tears of gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. Jiang Yao's thanks. Dean Zhang couldn't afford it. Frightened, Dean Zhang hurriedly said, Don't thank me. I'm a healer. Saving the dead and helping the injured is originally a healer's vocation. Let's go. Take me to see your grandfather. I'll immediately ask Director Qian to rush over as well." Jiang Yao nodded her head repeatedly and made a pleased gesture to Dean Zhang. But Dean Zhang, how dare he be arrogant, and made a pleased gesture to Jiang Yao and Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan was not polite, pulling up Yuan and Jiang Yao and walked in front. On the contrary, Jiang Yao felt that this was a bit offensive to Dean Zhang, and hurriedly said to Yi Tianyuan, "Let the dean please go first." Dean Zhang quickly shook his head and waved his hand with a sarcastic smile. "It's fine. You guys lead the way in front." Hearing Dean Zhang say that, Jiang Yao could only nod. In front of the resuscitation room, Jiang Zhenghai's 3 brothers called around to save people, hoping that someone could help contact Dean Zhang or Dr. Mo. But after asking around, they all came to no avail. Just then, a voice suddenly came over. "Mom and Dad, look who I invited here." Chapter 26. Yi Tianyuan takes a shot at the 3rd patriarch. Hearing this voice, the Zhang family crowd immediately looked over in unison. However, the one who appeared in front of the Zhang family's crowd was not Jiang Yao, but Jiang Zhengchuan's daughter, Jiang Ling. Beside Jiang Ling, there was a magnificently dressed male, and at a glance, one could tell that the family was not bad. Behind the two, there was an old man in his 60s or 70s. His expression was a bit serious and he did not smile. Seeing this old man, the crowd of the Zhang family was instantly excited. Divine Dr. Mo. Because the person who came was none other than Divine Dr. Mo, the number 1 person in the medical field of Castle Peak City. Jiang Ling said to the Zhang family's crowd with a smug and incomparable face, introducing to everyone, "This is Wang Tianxue, the Wang family's eldest young man, and Divine Dr. Mo is the one I begged young Wang to help me invite." Wang family's eldest young man? Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Zhengchuan immediately looked at each other with a surprised face, and immediately smiled from ear to ear. The Wang family, that was the newest first-class family in Castle Peak. If their family was able to climb the big tree that was the Wang family, then there would be no need to worry about glory and wealth. It might even allow the old man to hand over all the power of the Zhang family to him. Zhang Zhengchuan. Thinking of this, the complacency on Zhang Zhengchuan and his wife's faces suddenly intensified. Zhang Zhenghai and Zhang Zhengha glanced at each other, both smelling a hint of something bad. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhengchuan laughed with a springy smile and deliberately raised his voice. It's still my daughter who has a lot of talent. Being able to obtain the great young man's love and even inviting divine Dr. Mo here. In this way, the old master will be saved. Zhang Zhengchuan's wife, Wu Wan, also began to sour on the Zhang Zhenghai couple. Yes, the younger generation of the Zhang family or my daughter Zhang Ling is the most promising, pretty and capable and filial, unlike some people's daughters, who only disgrace and discredit the Zhang family. Zhang Zhenghai and his wife's faces became even more gloomy and unsightly. They had no place to go. They wanted to dig a hole and drill in. Zhang Zhenghai said in a deep voice, "Save Dad first." Zhang Zhengchuan immediately came forward and respectfully saluted Divine Dr. Mo. Divine Dr. Mo, my dad is inside. I'm sorry for your trouble. Divine Dr. Mo glanced at Zhang Zhengchuan indifferently and said in a cold voice, I am giving face to Wang Xiao, not your tiny Zhang family. Zhang Zhengchuan hurriedly nodded his head and said, yes, 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 this favor from Xiao Wang. Our Zhang family will definitely keep it in mind. Only then did Divine Dr. Mo walk into the resuscitation room. Zhang Ling smiled and said to Wang Tianxue, Xiao Wang, thank you. Let's go in and take a look as well. Wang Tianxue nodded slightly. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Zhengchuan immediately followed. Right after the Zhang family members entered the resuscitation room, Yi Tianyuan and his group finally arrived. However, it was still a step too late. Dean Zhang dash. When the Zhang family's crowd saw Dean Zhang, who had followed Yi Tianyuan and the others, they were astonished. Especially Zhang Yao's second aunt, Tang Hongyan, who could be counted as the one who sneered the most just now. Zhang Yao immediately said, I invited Dean Zhang over, and Dean Zhang has already summoned all the experts in the city over for a consultation. What? Dean Zhang really agreed to Zhang Yao's request? How could this be possible? How could Zhang Yao have such a great face to make Dean Zhang do this for her? Dean Zhang glanced at Divine Dr. Mo, who was treating Elder Zhang, and said with a faint smile, with Divine Dr. Mo around, there's no need for me then. Zhang Yao instantly said with an embarrassed look on her face, Dean Zhang is really sorry. I didn't know dash. Without waiting for Zhang Yao to finish, Dean Zhang smiled and waved his hand. No harm, no foul. I'll have those experts waiting for their orders in the conference room when they arrive. Just as a double insurance, everything is for your grandfather. Looking at Dean Zhang's so polite attitude towards Zhang Yao, the Zhang family's crowd immediately stared with wide eyes, their hearts filled with shock. They were all puzzled and confused. What in the world is this situation? Tang Hongyan instantly soured. Zhang Yao, the daughter of the oldest family, had invited Dean Zhang over, and Zhang Ling, the daughter of the oldest third family, had invited Divine Dr. Mo over. Their old second family had the only male member of the Zhang family. Yet they did nothing. He hadn't even arrived at the hospital until now, and didn't know where he had run off to fool around. Zhang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei's two faces also finally stretched. Li Yongmei pulled Zhang Yao and asked, Daughter, did you really invite Dean Zhang? Zhang Yao nodded her head and said, Yes mom, but I might have to cause Dean Zhang to make a trip for nothing. After receiving an affirmative answer, Li Yongmei was ecstatic, and her face finally raised a smug look as she said, What white work, for Dean Zhang to personally come, that's the greatest honor for our Zhang family. Hello Dean Zhang, I'm Zhang Yao's mom, Li Yongmei, thank you for your love for Zhang Yao. Since she was Zhang Yao's mom, Dean Zhang naturally treated her with courtesy and politeness. Seeing this, Zhang Zhenghai also immediately came up to show goodwill to Dean Zhang. Being able to get acquainted with such a big shot like Dean Zhang was a good thing that could not be bought with money. Dean Zhang is also a person. For Yi Tianyuan's father-in-law and mother-in-law naturally also intends to please. Not only with Zhang Zhenghai added each other WeChat, but also said to let Zhang Zhenghai in the future have something to find him. This can be Zhang Zhenghai happy bad. Flattered the second and third family, only envy, especially Zhang Zhenghai couple, the heart is called a sour. Wu Wan's mouth muttered, what's the point of having a good time? I don't know how she, Zhang Yao, used a trick to invite President Zhang, but I think President Zhang is just being polite on the surface, and she really thinks that she can climb a lot of friendship with President Zhang? When my family Zhang Ling marries into the Wang family, then the Zhang family will have to listen to us in the future. And at this time, Zhang Ling walked over. Her face was filled with an undisguised, concealed look of contempt as she looked at Zhang Yao, and then sized up Yi Tianyuan. The look of contempt on her face intensified a few points. With a sneer and sarcastic smile on her face, she said to Zhang Yao, "I say Zhang Yao, can you have a little bit of ambition? You say that you have a face value and a figure? Why do you always like to pick up rags in the garbage? If you really don't have a way, I can ask my boyfriend, Wang Xiao, to introduce you." Wu Wan immediately added fuel to the fire and said, "Yes Zhang Yao, with Wang Xiao's connections in Castle Peak, you can be introduced to any man you want. You all have been smart and clever since you were a child. How come the older you get, the more stupid you become? This point, you really need to learn from Jiangling. What good rags can you pull out of a garbage heap, right?" Hearing this mother and son mocking and humiliating Zhang Yao in such a way, Yi Tianyuan was instantly enraged. Zhang Yao seemed to sense that Yi Tianyuan wanted to make a move. She tightly grabbed Yi Tianyuan's hand and shook her head at him, her eyes full of pleading. Zhang Yao was afraid that Yi Tianyuan would really make a move against her third aunt and cousin. After all, these were her family members. Seeing Zhang Yao's pleading eyes, Yi Tianyuan could only suppress his anger and temporarily hold back. Dean Zhan looked at Jiangling's mother and daughter with the eyes of a fool. They were really good at not knowing how to die. These two foolish women were truly unaware of what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. "Young Wang, why don't you introduce one for my cousin?" Jiangling took Wang Tianshui's hand and said to him in a petulant manner. Wang Tianshui glanced at Zhang Yao with a haughty gesture and gave a playful laugh. "Ling Ling, I'm afraid this matter will be a bit difficult. After all, the ones around me can be extremely outstanding people. Their vision is very high. Your cousin, although she still has some good looks, she's still a bit older. And she's still a broken shoe with a drag queen. So my friends around me, do you think they'll be able to look at her? Go to the garbage heap to pick up rags is actually quite good." The moment these words came out, Zhang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei's faces instantly hardened to the extreme. Zhang Ling immediately laughed and nodded her head in agreement. Right. What Wang Xiao said is very right. Tattered shoes with tattered rags. Isn't that a perfect match? Zhang Yao's face was gloomy to the extreme. Her fists clenched until they trembled. She had suffered too much cynicism and endless humiliation over the years. Other than holding back, what could she do? She had endured it all in the past, and now that she had Yi Tianyuan by her side, what could Zhang Yao not get through? Yi Yuanyuan was so angry that she was about to cry as she said to Yi Tianyuan, "Daddy, Mommy is not a raggedy shoe. Daddy is even more not a raggedy shoe. These bad people just know how to bully Mommy. Daddy, quickly take out the anger for Mommy." Yi Tianyuan heartbreakingly touched Yuanyuan's head and said, Yuan, watch Daddy come to fight the bad guys." As the words fell, the sound rose. Chapter 27. Kneeling to your wife is the right thing to do. Snap, splat, two crisp slapping sounds suddenly rang out. Zhang Ling and Wang Tianshui were instantly dumbfounded by the sudden slapping sounds, and the others were also instantly stunned. Obviously, no one had thought that Yi Tianyuan would even dare to slap young Wang with his hands. This was the great young man of the Wang family, a first-class family in Castle Peak. Did he, Yi Tianyuan, eat bear's heart and leopard's gall? Yi Tianyuan acting like this startled Zhang Yao as well, looking at Yi Tianyuan in a daze. This was the first time in her 8 years that she had the feeling of being protected. It had to be said that this feeling was indeed very good, a sense of security that all women craved for. But when she thought that the other party was the Wang family's major, Zhang Yao immediately worried about Yi Tianyuan again. Getting it wrong was going to be a big trouble. Zhang Yao hurriedly apologized. "Zhang Ling, Wang Xiao, I'm sorry, I'll apologize to you on behalf of Yi Tianyuan dash." Without waiting for Zhang Yao to finish her sentence, Wang Tianshui spat watery spittle, grinned angrily and fiercely looked at Zhang Yao. "He doesn't have a mouth. Why do you need to apologize to this young master as a pussy? Besides, if apologizing is useful, why do we need fists? Since I was a kid, no one dared to touch my young master's hair. How dare you slap my young master? If this young man doesn't get you killed, then he won't even have the face to be called Wang." Zhang Ling was also furious and glared angrily at Yi Tianyuan. "Stinking rags, you dared to hit me in Wang Xiao. You broke a big lie, no?" After saying that, Zhang Ling was still angry and rebuked Zhang Yao. "Take care of your family's rags, or else you won't know how to die. If you can't dispel young Wang's anger today, you should know the consequences clearly." All the Zhang family members verbally attacked Yi Tianyuan. With such a scene, Dean Zhang behind him shook his head and sighed repeatedly. A bunch of people who don't know how to die, daring to treat Hall Master Yi like this. Just how ignorant are you guys? Wang Tianshui was more than angry. Looking at Yi Tianyuan with a playful face, he said, "Kid, you're the first one who dares to touch this young man in Castle Peak. Something that doesn't know how to die. immediately kneel at this young's feet right away. While saying that, Wang Tianshui also stretched out his finger and poked his feet with force, a very fierce and vicious look. At this moment, Wang Tianshui was like a roaring tiger, where he was showing his teeth to eat someone. Zhang Yao was so anxious that she wanted to cry, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. She looked at her parents for help, but Jiang Zhanghai and his wife directly turned their heads to the side. Not to mention that their Jiang family couldn't afford to offend Wang Xiao. Even if they could, they wouldn't do it for him. Yi Tian Yuan, right? Zhang Yao had no choice but to look towards Zhang Ling with a begging face, but before Zhang Yao could open her mouth, Zhang Ling coldly laughed and said, Zhang Yao, you don't open your mouth to beg me either. Your wild man dared to slap me and Xiao Wang, then he must be made to pay the due price. Wang Xiao wants to punish him however he wants, then he has to obediently suffer. But if you kneel down and beg me, Zhang Yao, I can consider letting Xiao Wang show some mercy. Zhang Yao nodded her head without any hesitation. Okay, I'll kneel down and beg you. Saying that, Zhang Yao was about to kneel down for Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling was waiting for Zhang Yao to kneel down for her with a smug face. All these years her popularity has never overshadowed Zhang Yao. Today she finally wanted to take out a mouthful of bad breath and ruthlessly step down Zhang Yao. She was going to become the pride of the Zhang family, the symbol of the Zhang family. But just as Zhang Yao was about to kneel down, she was firmly grabbed by a large hand. Yi Tian Yuan looked at Zhang Yao with a straight face and said, You don't need to ask anyone, much less kneel to anyone. I said that I won't let anyone bully you in Yuan by half again. This little matter, I can handle it. A small matter? Is this a small matter? Wang Tianshui looked at Yi Tian Yuan with a cold smile and said, You call this a small matter? This young man said that this is a heavenly matter. Who do you think should be listened to? Before this young master loses his patience, you'd better obediently kneel over and accept this young master's punishment. Perhaps this young master can still spare you. Otherwise dash. Humph. This young master will find someone to waste you, believe it or not. Zhang Ling was a woman who didn't mind the big deal. She immediately agreed, with the Wang family's power in Castle Peak. Not to mention scrapping you. Even getting you killed is as simple as stepping on an ant. Don't be insensitive and seek your own death. Zhang Yao is not our Zhang family now. You are even less worthy of being my Zhang family's son-in-law. My Zhang family won't take pity on you. Zhang Zhanghai and Li Yongmei both also chilled their faces and rebuked Yi Tian Yuan, telling him to hurry up and do what Wang Xiao said. Don't involve the Zhang family. The second and third families were all trying their best to clear their relationship, saying that neither Yi Tian Yuan nor Zhang Yao were Zhang family members. This wave of operation, directly to the dean of the Zhang, were dumbfounded. What kind of people are these families? Surprisingly, they were in a hurry to clear their relationship with Hall Master Yi? One must know that even whose city chief was not qualified to be a dog for Palace Master Yi. This Zhang family is good. To send the door to this great bodhisattva to push? As long as Lord Yi extends a little hand to help the Zhang family, that can easily allow the Zhang family to surpass the three great families of Castle Peak and become the master of Castle Peak. It's a pity that a county of rat-eyed frogs in the bottom of the well. Zhang Yao looked at her parents with a cold face. What to do now? Yi Tian Yuan, how about you just? Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tian Yuan and wanted to say let Yi Tian Yuan give in, but the words behind were like 1,000 pounds. How could she not say it? Yi Yuan was so scared that she looked terrified and pitifully looked at Yi Tian Yuan. This little look made one's heart ache. Zhang Ling immediately condescendingly said to Yi Tian Yuan, Did you hear that smelly rag? Zhang Yao has spoken. You're still not going to kneel down? Yi Yuan gently shook Yi Tian Yuan's hand and said weakly, Daddy, Yuan doesn't want you to be bullied by the bad guys. It's obvious that they are the ones who bullied mommy. Oh. Saying this, Yi Yuan's eyes couldn't help but burst into tears. Her daughter's tears were an absolute weapon of death for Yi Tian Yuan. It caused Yi Tian Yuan's heart to ache like a knife. Yi Tian Yuan immediately wiped away Yi Yuan's tears and softly consoled. Don't worry Yuan. Daddy is a big hero. How could he be bullied by bad guys? Yuan is a good boy. Don't cry. Let's see how Daddy comes to fight the bad guys. Yi Tian Yuan said this. Yi Yuan instantly stopped crying, but nodded to Yi Tian Yuan. Zhang Yao's willow brows knitted. She had a very bad premonition. Yi Tian Yuan was afraid that he was not going to. After comforting his daughter, Yi Tian Yuan then looked coldly at Wang Tianshui. Being looked at by such cold eyes of Yi Tian Yuan, Wang Tianshui was immediately like falling into the 9 ghosts. His heart was chilled. Yi Tian Yuan took one step forward and arrived in front of Wang Tianshui. An invisible and terrifying pressure was like a monstrous huge wave rolling in. Actually trampling Wang Tianshui involuntarily took a step back. His heart was inexplicably terrified. But without waiting for Wang Tianshui to retreat further, Yi Tian Yuan's hand had already grabbed Wang Tianshui's shoulder. Seeing such a bold move by Yi Tian Yuan, Wang Tianshui's face suddenly changed drastically as he angrily rebuked. Kid, are you looking for death? If you dare to touch this youngster one more try, let's see if this youngster will get you killed. Jiang Ling immediately pointed at Yi Tianyuan and shouted in a stern voice, stinking rags, you quickly let go of Wang Xiao. If you dare to move Wang Xiao one more time, then you and Jiang Yao can't bear the consequences. Don't seek your own death. Li Yongmei was even more anxious and shouted angrily, Yi Tianyuan, who gave you the bear heart and leopard gall? Quickly let go of young Wang. If you don't obediently kneel down and let Xiao Wang dispose of you, you'll never want to see Jiang Yao and Yuan again in the future. Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao's voice was trembling and she was nervous as hell. If Yi Tianyuan moved Xiao Wang again, he would really be in deep trouble. Then I'm afraid that there would really be no room for maneuver. Therefore, Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan in both panic and fear. She was now also at a loss. At a loss. The atmosphere instantly became tense and depressing. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Wang Tianshui and said, you like letting people kneel so much, don't you? Wang Tianshui seemed to be a bit annoyed, glaring angrily at Yi Tianyuan. I don't like to let others kneel. I just want you to kneel at my feet. Then, as you wish. Yi Tianyuan slightly nodded his head, and then, his hand suddenly snapped, and a powerful and irresistible force suddenly erupted from Yi Tianyuan's palm. The powerful force instantly pressed Wang Tianshui down to the point where he heavily knelt on the ground with a thud. Chapter 28. Whoever dares to say that Yuan is a wild child, I will kill them. This scene immediately dumbfounded everyone. How dare he, Yi Tianyuan, take another shot at Wang Xiao? Just now, he had slapped Wang Xiao, but now he had directly pressed Wang Xiao down to his knees. The humiliation was even higher. Twofold extreme humiliation. Not to mention the young master of the Wang family, even if it was an ordinary person in his place, he wouldn't be able to endure it, right? I'm going to get you killed dash. Wang Tianshui roared out in rage. He fought to stand up, but it felt as if a huge mountain was pressed on his shoulders. If you don't let go of me, I'll kill your whole family? Wang Tianshui roared hysterically. This extreme humiliation. How could Wang Tianshui accept it? It was only at this time that Jiang Ling reacted violently and rushed up to come and pull Yi Tianyuan, stinking rags. You quickly let go of Wang Xiao dash. But without waiting for her to get close, Yi Tianyuan swept over with a cold eye like a demon from hell. It instantly made Jiang Ling feel like she was gazed upon by the god of death, frightening Jiang Ling's body to instantly stiffen in place. The temperature of her body instantly dropped to freezing point. What a terrifying gaze. It wasn't like human eyes at all. It was like an endless abyss, like the gaze of death, like the ghosts of hell. Jiang Yao hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Yi Tianyuan, desperately shaking her head at Yi Tianyuan and said, Yi Tianyuan, don't be impulsive. Quickly let go of Wang Xiao. Seeing Jiang Yao, only then did Yi Tianyuan immediately put away that terrifying killing intent, and only then did he let go of Wang Xiao. After Wang Tianshui got up, he still wanted to lash out at Yi Tianyuan, but was scared back by a cold stare from Yi Tianyuan. But after all, Wang Tianshui was the Wang family's eldest young man, who had always been unruly and untamed, and had never suffered such a big loss. This matter, Wang Tianshui naturally could not just let it go. After Wang Tianshui pulled away from Yi Tianyuan for a certain distance, he pointed angrily at Yi Tianyuan and said, Kid, this young man remembers you. Wait for it. After letting out the vicious words, Wang Tianshui then said to Divine Dr. Mo, who was still treating Elder Jiang inside, Divine Dr. Mo, don't save this patient. I'll leave first. Jiang Ling immediately curried favor and chased after him. Seeing this, Divine Dr. Mo also stopped and walked out. When the Jiang family members saw this, they immediately panicked. This person was halfway to being saved when he said he wouldn't save him. The Jiang family's crowd begged Divine Dr. Mo, but Divine Dr. Mo said with a cold face, I came here for the sake of Wang Xiao's face. Since you all beat up Wang Xiao, there is no need for me to continue to save the patient. The patient fends for himself. Saying that, he waved his hand and left. The crowd of Jiang family immediately accused Yi Tianyuan angrily. Boss, I thought that your family had just one broomstick, but I didn't expect that there would be another one now. Look at what Yi Tianyuan, has done. If anything happens to Grandpa, your family is the culprit. Jiang Yao, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Your grandfather's illness. He was originally pissed off by you, and now he's bringing a wild man back to kill Grandpa. Also, he beat up Wang Xiao and offended the Wang family. If my family Jiang Ling's affair with Wang Xiao is yellowed, then I definitely won't let you guys off the hook. Jiang Yao, you must give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise you guys won't be able to leave here today. Big brother and sister-in-law, aren't you guys going to say a few words? Jiang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei looked at Yi Tianyuan with black faces of incomparable anger, and they hated Jiang Yao even more. Jiang Yao's tears were spinning in her eyes. She grabbed Yi Tianyuan's hand so hard that her nails were about to dig into Yi Tianyuan's flesh. Only by holding back her tears did she not let them stay. Looking at Yi Tianyuan, he felt a heartache and self-blame. Jiang Yao immediately looked at Ding Zhang with a pleading face. Without waiting for Jiang Yao to open her mouth, Ding Zhang immediately said, "I'll ask if the expert group has arrived. I'll let them come over to give the old master a consultation right after they arrive." But just after Ding Zhang finished his words, Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said, "It's too late. Just now Divine Dr. Mo has already made a move. Those silver needles inserted in the old master's body haven't been pulled out yet. Now as soon as those silver needles are pulled out, the old master will immediately die." After Ding Zhang heard this, he immediately said, "Then I will go and invite Divine Dr. Mo back. I still have some friendship with Divine Dr. Mo. He should give my face." "No need," Yi Tianyuan voiced out to stop Ding Zhang. Originally, Yi Tianyuan was too lazy to care if Elder Jiang lived or died, but Jiang Yao wanted to be saved. Then Yi Tianyuan had no choice but to step in. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, both Ding Zhang and Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with puzzled faces. The old master's current condition, except for Divine Dr. Mo, then no one can save him, right? Jiang Yao was about to say something to Yi Tianyuan when Ghost Valley Medical Fairy had already walked over towards the resuscitation room. Yi Tianyuan gently patted down Jiang Yao's hand and comforted, "Leave it to Elder Mo. Have you forgotten that both you and Yuan were cured by him?" Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Jiang Yao reacted furiously. It was only then that it dawned on Ding Zhang though. This Elder Mo was the one that Temple Master Yi had invited to cure Yuan and Mrs. Jiang Yao, so his medical skills should be outstanding. When the Jiang family's crowd saw this, they immediately raised their voices to stop them and ran towards the resuscitation room. "Whoever dares to take half a step closer to the resuscitation room, I will beat them. I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong." Yi Tianyuan coldly drank to the Jiang family crowd. This cold shout immediately scared back the Jiang family crowd bluffing. Jiang Yao also hurriedly said, "Mom and Dad, second uncle and second aunt, third uncle and third aunt, there's no other better way right now. Let Elder Mo try. I believe Elder Mo can save Grandpa. If anything really happens, then I'll just thank you with my death." Seeing this, the Jiang family members could only give in. 10 minutes later, Elder Mo then walked out from the resuscitation room and indifferently said, "All right, the patient is fine. Rest for a while and he can be discharged from the hospital and go home to recuperate." "It's okay? So soon?" The Jiang family immediately rushed into the rescue room. Sure enough, they saw that the heartbeat on the heartbeat monitor was stabilizing. His breathing was even, and he was vaguely showing signs of waking up. Obviously, Mr. Jiang is out of danger. Jiang Yao saw that her grandfather was fine, so she was relieved. Yi Tianyuan pulled Jiang Yao and Yuan to leave. After seeing Yi Tianyuan and the others leave, Zhang Yuanzi also left in a hurry. After walking out of the hospital, Jiang Yao hurriedly thanked Elder Mo. "Elder Mo, really thank you so much. I don't even know how to thank you properly." Mo Lao waved his hand and said, "What are you thanking for? We are all family members. It would be too much to say thank you." "Family?" Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a puzzled face. She still didn't know what kind of relationship Yi Tianyuan had with Old Man Mo. At first, Jiang Yao thought that Elder Mo was an old doctor in the hospital, but now she realized that he wasn't. Yi Tianyuan had also long thought of the words to say, "Mo Lao is the old military doctor of our war department. I am retired." He is retired to his hometown. It just so happened that they bumped into each other, and they got acquainted over and over again. It just so happens that Mo Lao's old home is in the area around Castle Peak City, so I invited Mo Lao over. Jiang Yao was then relieved, and she didn't think much of it. "Elder Mo, no matter what I still have to thank you," Jiang Yao once again said to Old Man Mo. Elder Mo had no choice but to accept the thanks. Yi Yuan suddenly looked at Yi Tianyuan with a face of incomparable adoration and said, "Daddy, you are really a big hero, eh? Daddy is Yuan's pride. Yuan adores Daddy so much. Daddy is very good at fighting bad guys." Hearing his daughter's praise, Yi Tianyuan was as sweet as honey. Happy. The feeling of being praised by his daughter could not be understood without experiencing it personally. Yi Tianyuan, who was never proud of his pride, wanted to be a bit arrogant at this moment. Looking at this cozy father and daughter, it should have been such a beautiful and harmonious scene, but Jiang Yao couldn't smile. Jiang Yao's mood was instead heavy. Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Yao and asked, "Why aren't you happy?" "Mom, Dad is so powerful. He fought off the bad guys and protected us. Mom should be happy. A woman with a sad face will get old easily. If she gets old, she won't look good. If she doesn't look good, Daddy won't like her." For a moment Jiang Yao was said by Yi Yuan to be a little crying and laughing. Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yi Yuanyuan's head and said, "That won't happen. Mommy will grow old. Daddy will grow old too. Mommy will always be the most beautiful in Daddy's heart. Daddy will always love Mommy and will always love Yuanyuan. Got it?" Yi Yuanyuan looked at Yi Tianyuan, blinked those bright eyes that looked like stars, thought for a moment, and then nodded as if she understood. And just at this time, a few cars suddenly stopped. Chapter 29 Yuanyuan. See Daddy come to fight the bad guys, only to see a dozen or so beaters with sticks quickly rushing out of the car. Surrounding the four of them, Yi Tianyuan. Yi Yuanyuan was instantly scared and hid into Jiang Yao's arms, who held Yi Yuanyuan tightly and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a worried and scared face. There was no need to guess. These people were obviously sent by Wang Xiao to deal with Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan had some skills, but even two fists can't defeat four legs, right? With so many people, could Yi Tianyuan beat them? Wang Tianxue holding Zhang Ling's smile tugged 5 tugged 6 came over. At this time as the bottom of the air, a face of savagery look. Zhang Ling snorted and looked at Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao duo, sneered and said, "Jiang Yao, don't say that I as a cousin didn't give your stinking rags a chance. As long as he obediently kneels down now to let Xiao Wang have a good vent, then Xiao Wang might still be able to spare you guys for my sake. If not, then when it comes to fighting, this stinking raghead will definitely be reduced to a cripple. Jiang Yao, you can't even feed yourself anymore. Do you want to raise another cripple? At that time, don't be reduced to the point where you have to go to the streets to beg for food. That would really disgrace the face of my Zheng family's ancestors." Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan worriedly. She didn't know what to do either. Yi Tianyuan smiled faintly at Jiang Yao and said confidently, "It's fine. You and Yuanyuan are in charge of the stock and it's over." Saying that, Yi Tianyuan also said to Yi Yuanyuan, "Yuanyuan, Daddy is going to beat up the bad guys again." Hearing this, the originally scared Yi Yuanyuan suddenly waved her hands happily. Yes, Yuanyuan likes to see Daddy fight bad guys. These words instantly completely ignited the endless anger in Wang Tianxue's heart. It was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. It made Wang Tianxue feel deeply and extremely humiliated. Therefore, he was completely enraged, paralyzed, refusing to drink wine until you are punished, really not seeing the coffin without tears. Tough mouth, right? Then this young man will smash your mouth to pieces. Get him for me. Just don't kill him. After it's done, one person will be awarded $20,000. Wang Xiao rushed at those thugs and gave the order. Hearing that there was a reward, those fighters became even more desperate. As soon as Wang Xiao's order was given, those fighters fiercely and incomparably waved the sticks in their hands and slammed them towards Yi Tianyuan. Humph! Yi Tianyuan coldly snorted. A bunch of mole crickets. If Yi Tianyuan didn't want to expose too much of his strength, that 1 foot would be enough to send all these fighters flying and spitting blood. Now, just dirty hands. Yi Tianyuan moved. Speed extremely fast. Fast to let people dazzling. Simply cannot see clearly Yi Tianyuan's hands. Only able to hear a sound of fist to flesh bang bang sound. These dozen of fighters came and went quickly. In just 2 to 3 seconds, all of the dozen of fighters unexpectedly fell to the ground, screaming and wailing. A piece of wailing. Yi Tianyuan would have wanted to keep a lower profile, but his strength really did not allow it. To step on these mole crickets would be an absolute disrespect to his strength if he even bothered to exert more effort. This scene immediately left Wang Tianxue and Zhang Ling dumbfounded and frozen on the spot. Scared silly, like they had seen a ghost. This strength, it was too terrifying, wasn't it? Jiang Yao also almost made a shocked sound and covered her mouth with her hand. She knew that Yi Tianyuan had very good hands, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. Yi Yuanyuan was obediently selling her dad's stock there, happy and broken. "Mommy, Daddy is so powerful. So many bad guys are no match for Daddy. From now on, if Daddy protects me and Mommy, then no bad guys will be able to bully us anymore. Mommy really didn't lie to Yuanyuan. Daddy is really a big hero. From now on, no one will dare to say that Yuanyuan is a wild child without a daddy." Yi Yuanyuan was very happy and spoke to Jiang Yao. Hearing this, Jiang Yao was both happy and relieved, but at the same time had some indescribable sadness. Yuanyuan had followed her and suffered a lot over the years. It was she who was sorry for Yuanyuan and had not taken good care of her. Now that Yi Tianyuan had returned, let's hope that everything would be a good start. It's just that. Jiang Yao couldn't help but look at Wang Tianxue again. Yi Tianyuan had offended the youngest master of the Wang family to death, and there was no telling how this matter would be settled. It wasn't until Yi Tianyuan arrived in front of him that the two of them, Wang Tianxue and Zhang Ling, reacted as if they were waking up from a dream. Both of them were so scared that their legs went limp and they subconsciously stepped back. However, without standing firmly for a moment, both of them unexpectedly fell directly to the ground. looking unusually wretched. Jiang Ling was so scared that her face turned pale. The corners of her mouth shivered as she said, "Stinking raggedy, you don't mess around. I'm Jiang Yao's cousin. He's the Wang family's young master." Jiang Yao, quickly pull Yi Tian Yuan. Don't let him go crazy. If you really hurt young master Wang, you know the consequences. Jiang Yao thought about it, but still came forward and pulled Yi Tian Yuan, shook her head at him and said, "Forget it, Yi Tian Yuan. Don't make a big deal out of it." Saying that, Jiang Yao also said to Wang Tianshui, whose face was ugly and gloomy with a few fearful looks, "Wang Xiao is really sorry for what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of Yi Tian Yuan. We really don't want to offend and provoke you guys. Besides, we might still be a family in the future. There's no need to take things too far. Young Wang, do you think this is good? I'll ask Yi Tian Yuan to stop. How about we call it a day? Young Wang, you don't come back to trouble us in the future. And we definitely won't mess with you half the time. In the future, we don't offend river water." Yi Tian Yuan's face sank as he said, "Jiang Yao, you don't need to say this to him dash. Yi Tian Yuan, you don't say anything. Count on me to beg you, okay? Let me solve this matter." Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tian Yuan with a pleading face. Seeing Jiang Yao like this, Yi Tian Yuan's heart instantly softened. Forget it, let her be. There are some things, it's better to take it slow. Jiang Yao then said to Jiang Ling, "Jiang Ling, how do we say we are family and sisters? I have also always treated you as my own sister. You tell Wang Xiao to calm down. Be an adult and forget about it, okay?" Jiang Ling glanced at Wang Tianshui and immediately nodded her head. Fine, fine. As long as stinky brother-in-law doesn't make a move on Xiao Wang anymore, then let's forget about today's matter. Hearing this, Jiang Yao was instantly relieved, and after saying thanks to Wang Tianshui, she pulled Yi Tian Yuan away with force. If it wasn't for Jiang Yao and his daughter, Yi Tian Yuan would definitely not let him, Wang Xiao, still have a life to live. Those who dared to mess with him, Yi Tian Yuan, then there was always only one end, and that was death. But now that he had his wife and daughter by his side, the murderous aura in Yi Tian Yuan's body had been worn down a lot. As he followed Jiang Yao to leave, Yi Tian Yuan shook his head at the shadowy death god and demon Ji, signaling them not to make a move first. Yi Tian Yuan could see that Jiang Yao was a very affectionate person. Even if the Jiang family treated her badly, she still regarded them as her family. If the Grim Reaper and the Demoness were allowed to make a move, then I was afraid that both Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling would have to die. Killing Wang Tianshui was not a big deal, but if they really killed Jiang Ling too, Jiang Yao would definitely be upset. Yi Tian Yuan didn't want Jiang Yao to be sad. Therefore, for the time being, he didn't let the Grim Reaper and the Demoness make a move. Snap! After sending Yi Tian Yuan and the others away, Wang Tianshui suddenly slapped Jiang Ling's face hard with annoyance. Being hit by this sudden slap, Jiang Ling was dumbfounded. After reacting, the pain caused tears to flow out of her eyes. However, Jiang Ling didn't dare to get angry at Wang Xiao. This was the rich and powerful man that she had managed to hook up with great difficulty. She was now pulling out all the stops to take Wang Xiao down, to climb up the ladder and marry into a wealthy family. She already had countless beautiful visions in her mind. Therefore, even after being slapped by Wang Xiao, Jiang Ling didn't dare to get angry. She just looked at Wang Xiao with an aggrieved and pitiful look on her face. Paralyzing stinking rags, Yi Tian Yuan dash. If I don't mess you up and cripple you, I really don't have this Wang's surname. Can fight, right? Humph. My Wang family has martial artist offerings. Want to play? Let's see if I can't kill you. Wang Tianshui sneered morosely. His face was full of evil, and he already had a vicious plan in his mind. Jiang Ling stuck up and comforted. Wang Xiao, you calm down. A lot of anger will hurt your body. With the strength of your Wang family, isn't it easy to pinch that smelly rag? Wang Tianshui's hands were not honestly roaming around Jiang Ling's body, and then with a bad smile on his face, he looked at Jiang Ling, wrapped his arms around her and walked towards the car. After getting into the car, Wang Tianshui pushed Jiang Ling's head down towards his bottom. Chapter 30, Whoever messes with Yi Tian Yuan, dies. Old Town. When Yi Tian Yuan stood in front of a dark, damp and obvious, dilapidated and dangerous house, his entire body froze in place. His heart was like a knife, and he blamed himself immensely. Although this extremely humble house was cleaned up, it was really too dilapidated. Where did this look like a place for people to live? It was estimated that the vagabonds would even dislike it. Yi Tian Yuan, you deserve to die. Letting your wife and daughter live in this kind of place. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tian Yuan with a guilty face and said, I'm sorry, Yi Tian Yuan. I didn't take care of my daughter and made her suffer after me. Yi Yuan immediately shook her head and said, That's not it, Dad. Mom works very hard and earns quite a lot a month. It's because Mom borrowed a lot of money for Yuan, and she sends Yuan to a good private school. The tuition and fees are very expensive. It's Yuan Yuan who has harmed mommy and made her suffer. Jiang Yao immediately hugged Yi Yuan Yuan and said, Yuan Yuan didn't harm mommy. It's mommy's fault for not being able to take care of Yuan Yuan. It's mommy's fault. Yi Tian Yuan's voice was a little choked as he said, Yuan Yuan, it's daddy's fault. It's daddy who didn't take care of you and mommy. Now daddy is back. In the future this family daddy will hold it up. Yi Yuan Yuan instantly nodded happily. Yes, in the future, with mommy and daddy taking care of Yuan Yuan together, Yuan Yuan will definitely be the happiest person in the world. Yi Tian Yuan looked at Jiang Yao with a heartbroken look on his face, and just wanted to say something. Jiang Yao hurriedly said, I'll go and fix dinner for you guys. Why don't you play with Yuan Yuan first? After saying that, Jiang Yao went to work on the dinner. Originally, Jiang Yao wanted to say that she had invited Old Man Mo for dinner, but Old Man Mo was very smart and found a reason to leave. So Jiang Yao took Yi Tian Yuan back to the rental house. Yi Tian Yuan thought that Jiang Yao and her daughter must have had a tough time all these years, but he didn't expect it to be this tough. This kind of ghost place. Yi Tian Yuan naturally couldn't possibly let Jiang Yao and his daughter continue to live there. Yi Tian Yuan let Yi Yuan Yuan play by herself for a bit as he walked to a deserted place. The two of them, Death God and Demon Lady, walked out from the shadows and respectfully came to Yi Tian Yuan's front. Yi Tian Yuan looked at the duo and said, Death God, Demon G, there are two things that you need to do. After instructing the two, Yi Tian Yuan returned to the rental house. Yi Yuan Yuan was well behaved. She was alone there, writing her homework seriously. Jiang Yao was fixing dinner there, and Yi Yuan Yuan was writing her homework there. Such a cozy scene that Yi Tian Yuan's heart melted as he watched. To be able to accompany his wife and daughter like this for the rest of his life, how happy was that? Often the simplest is the happiest. After more than half an hour of busy work, Jiang Yao finally brought 3 dishes to the table. The simple dining table set up 3 dishes, and already couldn't put the bowls down. The dishes were very simple and didn't even have meat or fish. Jiang Yao finished serving the rice and greeted Yi Tian Yuan and Yi Yuan Yuan to come over to eat. Looking at the simple dishes on this table, Yi Tian Yuan was heartbroken and blamed himself again. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tian Yuan and said, I'm sorry Yi Tian Yuan, there are only these dishes left in the refrigerator, and it's too late to go buy them. So dash. Without waiting for Jiang Yao to finish, Yi Tian Yuan suddenly hugged Jiang Yao tightly in his arms. By Yi Tian Yuan's sudden move, Jiang Yao was also really startled. Her body instantly stiffened in place. I'm sorry Jiang Yao. I've made you suffer all these years. Yi Tian Yuan blamed himself beyond measure. After Jiang Yao came back to her senses, she shook her head and said, as long as my daughter is able to grow up peacefully, it's nothing to be bitter or tired. Suffering is only for a while. Well, my account has basically been paid off. Wait for next month, we will change a better house. Now that you're back, everything will be a good start. Everything will start over. In the future, we'll work hard together to make money and take care of Yuan Yuan together. Yi Tian Yuan shook his head. No, in the future, I will be responsible for making money to support the family, and you will be responsible for looking beautiful. In the future, I'll take care of you mother and daughter. This is supposed to be my responsibility. Put. Jiang Yao laughed happily. Alright, my daughter is still here. You quickly let go of me to eat. Wait for the food to get cold. Yi Yuan Yuan immediately spat out her tongue and said playfully, Daddy hugging mommy isn't the natural thing to do. What's wrong with me being here? Mom and Dad, you guys keep hugging, just pretend I don't exist. Yi Tian Yuan smiled and joked. Jiang Yao, you see your daughter has given her word. Then we will hug more. Jiang Yao pushed Yi Tian Yuan away with a forceful hand, rolled her eyes and spat petulantly. Be serious. Eat. The family of 3 sat down to eat. The meal was simple, but it was delicious and happy to eat. After finishing the meal and packing up his things, Yi Tian Yuan then said to Jiang Yao, pack up your things, let's change our place of residence. Jiang Yao glanced at Yi Tian Yuan and lightly bit her lips. She opened her mouth, but wanted to speak. Forgot to tell you, I have a house in Castle Peak. We have our own home. Seeing that Jiang Yao misunderstood, Yi Tian Yuan immediately added another sentence. Now. Jiang Yao was so shocked that her eyes widened, looking at Yi Tian Yuan with an incredulous face. After a long time, Jiang Yao questioningly asked, how could you possibly have a house in Castle Peak? I remember you said that you aren't from Castle Peak, right? You still just returned to Castle Peak today. Where did you get a house? Yi Tian Yuan had already thought of what to say. It's like this Jiang Yao. I made a second-class merit when I fought at the border. So what? The War Ministry then said to reward me with a house in my old home. But I'm an orphan. I don't have any thoughts of my old home. So I thought of Castle Peak. So I let the War Ministry get a house in Castle Peak to reward me. Really? Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan half-heartedly. She was a very smart woman. Trying to trick her was naturally not an easy task. Fortunately, Yi Tianyuan's face didn't reveal a single crack. Just from Yi Tianyuan's face, then absolutely no one would doubt his words. Yi Tianyuan nodded his head and said, "Can I still lie to you about such a big thing? The real estate license is in the house. Just wait until I show it to you." Happiness sometimes comes too fast. It does catch people a little off guard. This good news made Jiang Yao have an indescribable feeling for a moment, always worried that it might be fake. "Quickly pack up your things, Jiang Yao. I shouldn't be so poor in your eyes, right? At least I'd been a warrior for 10 years. There's always a little bit of property more or less, right?" Seeing that Jiang Yao was still uneasy, Yi Tianyuan added another sentence. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Jiang Yao gradually believed it. It was indeed reasonable to say so. Jiang Yao nodded and then started to pack up her things. It took more than half an hour to pack up, with more than 10 big bags and small bags, before she finally packed up all her things. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyuan stopping her, but anything that could be moved. Jiang Yao hated to move even a brick. Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao mentioned all the big bags to the roadside. "Yi Tianyuan, how are we going to move so many things? It won't fit in a cab. And it's not good to find a moving company this late, right?" Looking at the big bags on the ground, Jiang Yao also had some headaches. At this time, a BMW X5 suddenly stopped slowly. Chapter 31, The One Who Bullies My Wife, I Must Personally Get Her Killed. The car window rolled down and a pleasant voice came over. "Hey brother Yi, what a coincidence. Why are you here?" "Ha, there's Yuan Yuan. Hello Yuan Yuan. You still remember Auntie?" The person who came was naturally the demon girl. The demoness got out of the car while talking and came in front of Yi Tianyuan's trio. Yi Yuan recognized the demon lady at a glance, and immediately called out affectionately, "Auntie Demon Lady, why are you here? Did you know we live here?" Jiang Yao looked at Demon Ji with a puzzled face. A trace of strange color showed in her eyes. Yi Tianyuan immediately explained to Jiang Yao. "Jiang Yao, don't misunderstand. Her name is Demon Ji. She is my comrade in arms. I didn't rush back to Castle Peak urgently when I learned that something happened to you and Yuan Yuan, but I'm not familiar with Castle Peak, so I looked for help from the War Department to see if there were any comrades in Castle Peak. Then the War Department found out that the demon girl is a person in Castle Peak, so they gave me the contact information, and I was able to contact the demon girl. If it wasn't for the help of the demon lady, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find you and Yuan Yuan so quickly. Speaking of which, the demon lady is our benefactor." Hearing that it was a life-saving benefactor, Jiang Yao immediately dismissed the thoughts in her mind and hurriedly thanked Demon Ji. Demon Ji hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, you're too polite. In the war ministry I've always called Yi Tianyuan Big Brother Yi. For one thing, Big Brother Yi is my senior. For another, I am the soldier that Big Brother Yi brought out. And for a third, Big Brother Yi could have saved my life. If you really want to talk about it, then Big Brother Yi is the one who saved my life. So what's the point of me helping this little favor? Sister-in-law, maybe you don't know, Brother Yi is a well-known hero in our war department. He is my idol." Yi Yuan smiled with a proud face and said, "Of course, Mom and I knew that Dad is a big hero." Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan and nodded with a smile. Yi Tianyuan did not fail her 8 years of waiting. "Big Brother Yi, sister-in-law, where are you going? I'll give you a ride," Demon Ji suddenly added. Jiang Yao was originally embarrassed and wanted to refuse, but Yi Tianyuan had already opened his mouth. "It's called something like Sandalwood Palace. I've never been there either. You know? Ha! Such a coincidence?" Demon Ji instantly laughed and said, "I also live in Sandalwood Palace." "How come you guys also live in Sandalwood Palace?" "Big Brother Yi?" Yi Tianyuan said, "Didn't I make a merit in the war ministry before? The war ministry rewarded me." "Oh right. I also remember there was such a thing. It was a year ago. That would be when I retired back to Castle Peak. The Sandalwood Palace had just been built, so I bought a set in Sandalwood Palace. I didn't expect but I'd become neighbors with you. Big Brother Yi, come on, move all the stuff onto the car. I'll give you a ride." The demoness nodded. Since they were neighbors by the way, then Jiang Yao was naturally too embarrassed to refuse. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt in front of the Sandalwood Palace No. 88 single-family villa and stopped in front of it. Looking at the single house in front of her, which covered an area of 500 square feet with a huge yard, Jiang Yao was momentarily dumbfounded. This villa was much better than their Zhang family's villa. Moreover, the location of the Zhang family's villa was nowhere near as good as here. "I'm afraid that this detached villa with fine decoration would cost $20 to $30 million, right?" For a moment, Jiang Yao couldn't help but be skeptical. "Yi Tianyuan, is this the villa that the war ministry rewarded you with? This is too good. right? Yi Tianyuan slightly frowned. Didn't he say that he told Black Emperor not to look for something too good? Why did you just come up with a whole big villa straight away? Demon Ji immediately explained. Sister-in-law ha, you don't know anything about this, do you? Tang Palace is a shantytown renovation project. This place was a slum before. Then the officials cooperated with the enterprises and got this project of Tang Palace, and it was not mainly used as a real estate sale either. My family's old house was here before, so I got a lot of incentives, plus it was signed without opening, and in the end, I only spent less than 1/5 of what I'm spending now. As for Big Brother Ye's words, because it was rewarded by the War Ministry, it must have been taken directly from the local officials. Big Brother Yi has done great feats for the War Ministry. Awarding a set of several $1 million house is not wrong, right? Hearing Demon Girl say this, Zhang Yao then nodded in relief. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan suddenly asked seriously, Mom and Dad, this will be our house from now on, right? Yi Tianyuan touched Yi Yuan's head and said, Yes Yuan, this will be our home from now on. Yi Yuan instantly danced with joy. Great, we finally have a big villa to live in. Zhang Yao's eyes were red with tears. She and Yuan finally didn't have to drift around. Finally didn't have to rent those shabby houses to live in. Finally didn't have to suffer what she hadn't been able to give to Yuan after 8 years of hard work. Yi Tianyuan gave to Yuan as soon as he came back. Zhang Yao, Yuan, let's go inside first. I guess there's still some tidying up to do inside. Yi Tianyuan said. Everyone moved their things inside the villa. Once inside, Zhang Yao and Yi Yuan were immediately stunned by the incomparably luxurious decoration inside. This was more than one level higher than the Zhang family's villa. It was definitely the ultimate luxurious decoration style, and the appliances were complete. All of them were top-notch big brands. Everything, except for household items. Nothing else needed to be bought again. Turnkey move-in. Big Brother Ye's sister-in-law. Yuan, I'll leave first then. I live just a little bit over there. It's very close. We'll be neighbors from now on. We can come and go often. Right, Brother Yi? I'll lend you this car for now. It's inconvenient to live here without a car. I still have a car at home. It's fine. You use it first. Demon Ji said and casually threw the car keys to Yi Tianyuan. Then without waiting for a reply, she directly turned around and left. Only after the demon lady left did Zhang Yao come back to her senses. Looking at the car keys of the BMW X5 in Yi Tianyuan's hand, she said, Yi Tianyuan, this is too embarrassing, right? Such an expensive car lent to us to drive. We can't afford to pay for it in case it breaks. Yi Tianyuan smiled lightly and said, Don't worry, I can drive an airplane and tank, let alone a BMW. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Zhang Yao didn't say anything more. She was still in shock. After 3 hours of work, Zhang Yao took Yi Yuan to bed. After saying goodnight to both mother and daughter, Yi Tianyuan went back to his room. Just as he returned to his room, 3 figures appeared as if they were ghosts, respectfully saluting Yi Tianyuan. Black Emperor, how is the matter that I asked you to do done? Yi Tianyuan asked to the Black Emperor. Black Emperor immediately replied back. Boss, I've transferred a group of close friends to Castle Peak, and the people have basically arrived. Tomorrow, my Black Emperor Group's Castle Peak branch will be officially established. The office building has already been purchased, and City Chief who will personally attend the establishment ceremony tomorrow. In addition, the largest underground force in Castle Peak, the Green Dragon Society, originally belonged to my Black Emperor Group. However, in the Black Emperor Group, the boss of the Green Dragon Society, Lu Jinlong, is just an insignificant minor character. That person called Hua Yuntao is just a minor character in the Green Dragon Society. Boss, it's just a tiny little mole. Should I have someone go and get him killed? Yi Tianyuan, however, waved his hand and said, the person who dares to bully my wife and daughter, I must personally get him killed. Make some arrangements and have Lu Jinlong come over to see me tomorrow. Black Emperor immediately nodded his head and answered the order. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand at the 3 people, who then quickly retreated and left. Just after sending the 3 away, Yi Tianyuan's cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw that long-lost caller number, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but be moved by the look on his face. Yi Tianyuan did not hesitate and immediately picked up the phone. An old man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brat, you are finally willing to come out of the prisoner dragon ship. The old man let you come out early. You just don't listen to the old man. Now your kid is finally coming to his senses. Old man, where have you been all these years? Yi Tianyuan asked without any good humor. The old man on the other end of the phone smiled mysteriously. Secret, heavenly secret. Soon, you will know soon. Kid, wait, I'll send you a surprise in a few days. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. This old fellow. Yi Tianyuan shook his head and was speechless for a while. Godly. However, Yi Tianyuan was pondering, somewhat curious as to what the old guy was talking about with the heavenly secret. And what was the surprise? Chapter 32, Sending My Daughter to School. The next morning, when Jiang Yao, who had brought Yuan downstairs, saw Yi Tianyuan, who had just brought a sumptuous breakfast to the table, she was stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes were wide and full of emotion. She indeed did not expect Yi Tianyuan to be so thoughtful and warm, making breakfast for her and her daughter early in the morning. This was indeed the behavior of a qualified good father. Come over and eat breakfast. Yi Tianyuan greeted Jiang Yao and Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately ran over happily. Daddy, you're amazing. This breakfast is so sumptuous and good looking. It's delicious at first glance. Yi Yuan complimented Yi Tianyuan with a face of admiration. The compliments from his little cotton girl made Yi Tianyuan feel proud. Looking at the table, there were skinny congee with eggs, poached eggs, fried meat, sausage and bacon, milk and toasted bread, exquisite as if it was made in a high-class restaurant. Jiang Yao hadn't tasted the flavor yet, but it was definitely colorful and fragrant. Just by looking at it, it made people very appetizing. Speaking of which, Jiang Yao was also the eldest daughter of a third-rate family in Castle Peak, but she hadn't had such a sumptuous breakfast in many years. An indescribable feeling of happiness arose. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan. Her heart warmed. The heavens finally gave her a round of sun. Mom, quickly sit down and eat. Dad is a chef. The breakfast is so delicious. Oh, this is definitely the best breakfast in the world. Yi Yuan shouted at Jiang Yao as she ate. Looking at Yi Yuan's wolfing down her food, Jiang Yao smiled and said, Yuan, eat slowly. No one is stealing from you. Saying that, she also sat down. Yi Tianyuan also sat down. Jiang Yao took the bowl of skin egg and thin meat congee in front of her and tasted it. The first bite caused her eyes to instantly light up big time, with a feeling of being stunned. She had never eaten such delicious skin egg and thin meat congee before. It was too fragrant, too fresh and too tasty, right? Jiang Yao also couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyuan with some surprise and asked, you wouldn't be in the cooking class of the War Department, right? Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said seriously, how come? I was an orphan since I was young. So I learned to cook since I was young. Practice makes perfect. I guess, after doing it more, your cooking skills will be better. Jiang Yao immediately nodded and said, I'm just kidding with you, but this cooking skill of yours is indeed very good. I'm afraid that the cooking skills of a 5-star hotel can't make such delicious skin egg thin meat porridge. Yi Tianyuan said, that's different. I only cook home-cooked food. Yi Yuan suddenly said, in the future, I want to eat Dad's cooking every day. It's really too delicious. Yi Tianyuan lovingly touched Yuan's head and said, good Yuan, in the future, Daddy will cook for you every day, so you can eat it for the rest of your life. Daddy will raise you and Mommy to be fat and white. Yi Yuan nodded happily. Jiang Yao immediately refused. I don't want to be white and chubby. White is okay. Fat is even better. When a woman is fat, it ruins everything. No way. Mom will always be the most beautiful woman under the sky. Yi Yuan immediately said. Yi Tianyuan smiled slightly. In his eyes, Jiang Yao was also the most beautiful woman in the world. Always will be. After eating this sumptuous and cozy breakfast, Jiang Yao accompanied Yi Tianyuan to clean up the dishes. After finishing these, Jiang Yao suddenly let out a strange cry. Oops, no good, it's going to be late. Yi Tianyuan, you quickly send your daughter to school. I have to go to work. Luckily it just happened to be the weekend. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll be fired by the company after 3 days of this minor. No more. I have to go quickly. Seeing Jiang Yao's anxious and hurried appearance, Yi Tianyuan said with a heartbroken face, or don't go to work. You'll support me if you don't go to work? Jiang Yao snickered. Yi Tianyuan nodded and said, yes, I'll support you. Put. Jiang Yao immediately laughed. However, right away, Jiang Yao said with a straight face, okay Yi Tianyuan, although the house problem has been solved, there are still a lot of places that need money in the future. If you want Yuan to have a better life, it will take a lot of money. It's not like you don't have a job right now. I can't lose my job by saying anything. Besides, what if I don't work and stay home as a full-time wife? That's not the life I want. Okay. Since Jiang Yao was a career-minded woman, it really wasn't good to let her stay home and not work. Yi Tianyuan could only let Jiang Yao be. I'll send you. Yi Tianyuan said to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, however, shook her head and said, no need. I'll just take a taxi later. You hurry up and send your daughter first. Going to school is the most important thing. Yuan missed a day of school. You explain it to the teacher properly. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to hurry up and leave. After saying that, Jiang Yao grabbed her bag and quickly ran out of the house. Jiang Yao's side had the god of death protecting her in secret, so Yi Tianyuan didn't worry about anything. Yi Yuanyuan grabbed her bag, pulled Yi Tianyuan's hand and jumped into the car. After getting into the car, Yi Yuanyuan looked full of happiness and said, "Dad, this is the first time that Yuanyuan goes to school by car. All the students in my class go to school by car. Only Yuanyuan walks to school. Daddy, this car should be called a BMW. Many of my classmates go to school in BMWs. Because she didn't have a school district house, so Yuanyuan couldn't go to a good public school. For the sake of her daughter, Jiang Yao then sent Yuanyuan to a private school with expensive tuition fees. Jiang Yao had indeed suffered too much in order to raise her daughter. If not for that, Jiang Yao would not have brought Yuanyuan to live in such a shabby rental house. Yi Tianyuan, who had been blaming himself and was heartbroken, stroked Yuanyuan's head and said, "In the future, Daddy will send you to school every day." Yi Yuanyuan nodded with a happy face. Due to his lack of familiarity with the road, when he finally dropped off Yi Yuanyuan at school, he was still a few minutes late. After sending Yuanyuan into the school, a figure flashed in front of Yi Tianyuan. The person who came was naturally no one else. It was none other than the demon lady. "Take care of Yuanyuan." Yi Tianyuan spoke to Demon Jin Yang. Demon Jin Yang immediately led the order. "Don't worry, boss. Yuanyuan is in my hands. If I let her lose a single hair, Demon Ji is willing to die in thanks." After the demoness left and opened up, the Black Emperor came again. The Black Emperor went up and reported to Yi Tianyuan. "Boss, the Black Emperor Group's founding ceremony will be held at the Castle Peak Hotel this evening. Do you want to attend?" Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't like such a high-profile occasion, and I don't like to show my face publicly. For this matter, you don't need to show up either. Let your men get it on the ground so as not to attract unnecessary attention." Black Emperor immediately nodded his head and said, "Okay boss, I understand. I was going to say to attend with boss as a guest. Personnel has already been arranged. I have already transferred some of my close friends over to manage the Black Emperor Group. But boss, there is still one thing I would like to ask you." "Boss." Yi Tianyuan looked at Black Emperor and gestured for him to speak. "Boss, what do you think about letting your sister-in-law take the position of president of the Black Emperor Group?" Black Emperor carefully said. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Black Emperor, instantly scaring Black Emperor's face slightly. Chapter 33, Hua Yuntao's Despair. However, Yi Tianyuan still didn't get angry in the end and said, "It's not necessary for the time being. If the Black Emperor Group just entered Castle Peak and pushed Jiang Yao into this position in the limelight, then I'm afraid I don't know how many rumors will come out, which may not be a good thing for Jiang Yao. Moreover, Jiang Yao may not agree. She's a smart woman, and yesterday, she asked the demoness to accompany me in a play, and although everything seemed perfect, I feel that she may not be very convinced. At this point in time, let's not make a fuss." The Black Emperor nodded, but couldn't help but whisper, "Boss, actually, there's no harm in letting your sister-in-law know your identity, right? You are a hero, a heavenly abyss temple master, a Chinese guardian god, a peerless nationalist, all of them are righteous identities." Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said, "I can't let Jiang Yao know my identity for the time being. For one thing, it's hard for her to accept it all at once, and secondly, I'm afraid that it will backfire and make her not dare to get close to me again. Of course, the most important thing is that right now, there are people in all the countries of the world, countless forces, and the Elder Council who are all keeping a deadly eye on me. If I let Jiang Yao know about my identity, it won't do her any good, and it will even invite endless trouble for her." Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, the Black Emperor was then completely relieved. Right, it was indeed like that. Not letting his sister-in-law know the identity of the boss, that was protecting her. Right now, it was indeed unknown how many people had their eyes on the boss, and the future was feared to be full of unknown perils. This was also the reason why Yi Tianyuan wanted to hide his identity from Jiang Yao. He wanted to protect Jiang Yao and his daughter as much as possible. They were incredibly fragile and couldn't withstand a single storm. Yi Tianyuan would never allow anyone to harm them by half. "Boss, Lu Jinlong is waiting to pay his respects to you. You see?" Black Emperor suddenly said. Yi Tianyuan said indifferently and coldly, "Let's talk about it when we have time. I'll go see Jiang Yao first." "That's right, you secretly acquire Lanya Trading Company Limited first. Since Jiang Yao refused to resign, let's create a good working environment for her." Black Emperor immediately led the order to do so. Yi Tianyuan had just arrived at Jiang Yao's entrance when he was stopped by a large group of gangsters. The person in the lead was no other than Hua Yuntao, who was beaten by Yi Tianyuan in the hospital yesterday. He had brought more than 30 gangsters with him today, holding all kinds of instruments. and surrounded Yi Tianyuan in a group. Hua Yuntao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a playful and ferocious face, gritting his teeth in hatred. Paralyzed. I wanted to come and find that stinking bitch, but I didn't think there was an unexpected surprise. Caught you, kid. Then I'll settle yesterday's account with you. Dare to hit me. You fucking know who I am? Do you know who I hang out with? You don't even go out and ask around. Who doesn't know that you, Tao? I'm the one who. Who doesn't know that I'm your brother Tao? Who hangs out with brother Biao? Have you heard of me? You know the Green Dragons, the masters of the underground world in Castle Peak. My brother Biao is one of the 8 heads of the Green Dragon Club, a big shot on the Green Mountain Road. Before Hua Yuntao could finish his sentence, he screamed miserably and then his entire body collapsed to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. The skin on his face was split open and miserable. This scene instantly caused the group of gangsters to be dumbfounded for a moment, looking at each other for a while. What just happened? No one saw clearly what had just happened. They only heard a miserable scream and then saw Tao in such a miserable state. After screaming in pain for a while, Hua Yuntao became infuriated and let out a hysterical roar. Get him dead. Get him dead for me dash. Bang bang bang. Just as Hua Yuntao finished his roar, he heard a fierce and incomparable sound of fighting. Immediately afterward, there was the sound of wailing and screaming. Hua Yuntao immediately realized that the situation didn't seem right, and when he jerked his head up, he realized that the 30-odd juniors that he had brought with him were all already lying on the ground moaning in pain. It was only 4 or 5 seconds, right? More than 30 people had all been beaten and laid down? How is this possible? Is this still human? Hua Yuntao's eyes towards Yi Tianyuan also instantly became oddly frightened. How do you want to die? Yi Tianyuan condescended to look down on Hua Yuntao like a god. The powerful and terrifying aura pressed down on Hua Yuntao's heart and soul. It was as if he had seen an abyssal demon. Hua Yuntao was finally afraid. His voice trembled as he said, Kid, no big brother. Misunderstanding ah. It's little brother I have eyes not recognize him Tai. Much offended place. Still hope big brother you adults generous. High hand. Let little brother a horse. In the future, when my little brother sees you and your sister-in-law, he will definitely hide far away. Even if big brother doesn't look at my little brother's face, please give my boss, brother Biao, some face. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Hua Yuntao and said, then let brother Biao personally come and talk to me. Hearing this, Hua Yuntao burst into tears and laughter. Big brother you, this small matter doesn't need to bother brother Biao dash. Yi Tianyuan lazily ignored Hua Yuntao and took out his cell phone to call the Black Emperor. Immediately have Lu Jinlong come up to meet me right away, and by the way, have him bring one of his subordinates, a hall master named brother Biao. Lu Jinlong? Wasn't that the underground emperor of Castle Peak, Master Long? Hua Yuntao's jaw dropped as he looked at Yi Tianyuan. What the hell? In Castle Peak, who dares to call Master Long by his name? Other than Hu Shishou and his few master-level bigwigs, who else would have the guts to do so? A young man in his early 20s not only dares to call Master Long by his first name, but also dares to ask him to come over to see him right away. What? That's ridiculous. Novels wouldn't even dare to write like this, right? However, 20 minutes later, Hua Yuntao's mind was completely shattered, because Master Long had really brought brother Biao with him. The person who came along with him was also the Black Emperor. Both Master Long and brother Biao followed behind the Black Emperor respectfully, but neither of them knew the Black Emperor's true identity, and only treated him as a messenger sent from above. Boss, this is Lu Jinlong. Next to him is Zhang Sanbiao. Black Emperor respectfully introduced himself to Yi Tianyuan. After the introduction, Black Emperor respectfully retreated behind Yi Tianyuan. Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao were incomparably shocked in their hearts. Someone who could make a big shot like Master He be so respectful. Just how big of a person was he? Greetings, Mr. Yi. Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately bowed respectfully to Yi Tianyuan. Seeing this situation, Hua Yuntao was struck by lightning and was petrified on the spot. His mind completely collapsed. What kind of bodhisattva did he mess with? What kind of god was Yi Tianyuan? Hua Yuntao immediately scared the hell out of him. Terrified, his whole body trembled violently to the extreme. Hurriedly kneeling down, kowtowing hard and desperately to Yi Tianyuan, crying and begging for forgiveness. Mr. Yi, I know I'm wrong. It's my fault. I deserve to die. I beg Mr. Yi to forgive my dog's life as an adult. I really don't know who you are, Mr. Yi. If I knew, I would never dare to mess with you and your sister-in-law even if I had 100 guts. As long as Mr. Yi doesn't kill me, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Diao furiously kicked Hua Yuntao with force and took the initiative to ask for help from Yi Tianyuan. Mr. Yi, it's my fault for failing to teach my men. I implore Mr. Yi to give San Biao a chance to atone for his sins, and let me personally use my sword to clean up the house. Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to say anything more, coldly dropping a sentence before turning to leave. You handle it. Black Emperor's ferocious and incomparably cold anger glared at Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao. The next time there is something like this, you guys bring your heads to thank for your sins. The Black Emperor's words immediately scared Lu Jinlong and Zhang Sanbiao pale, and they hurriedly nodded their heads and said coyly, yes, 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 Master Black, there will definitely not be a next time. After sending away the Black Emperor, Ji Lulong gave Zhang Sanbiao a hard look. Take care of it right away. If we offend that person, we will die without a burial place. After Zhang Sanbiao touched his cold sweat, he immediately waved his hand and someone came up to frame Hua Yuntao away. Brother Biao, I'm your own nephew. Uncle, don't kill me. No dash. In the end, Hua Yuntao was taken away in endless despair. What awaited him was naturally only death. On the other side, Yi Tianyuan had already entered Jiang Yao's company. Chapter 34, Dogs are always dogs. People are sometimes worse than dogs. Lanhai Trading Company Limited is not big, only more than 200 employees, and the annual turnover is only $1 or $200 million. In Castle Peak City, can only be considered a small company? The company is not big, but the water is shallow. But more. General Manager's office. General Manager Li Tai looked at Jiang Yao standing in front of him with a serious face. Tapping a bunch of statements on the table with his finger, he said to Jiang Yao, let's not talk about your miner's business in these 3 days. Take this month's performance. Lily also did better than you. Originally, if you had taken down that project at the city hall, then it would have been a no-brainer for you to win. But during the 3 days you were missing, Lily seized the opportunity and took the city hall project one step ahead of you. So, you lost the PK between you and Lily in the business department. In the future, Lily will be the manager of the business department, and you'll give Lily a hand. Hearing this, Jiang Yao's emotions immediately became agitated. Jiang Yao was in the company 5 years ago, with excellent working ability. She went all the way from a small staff to supervisor to department deputy manager to department manager, a total of only 3 years. After becoming the department manager, Jiang Yao worked harder and more seriously, and rarely rested on weekends. Her own career is relatively strong, and she also wants to let her daughter live a better life. Therefore, she had worked desperately for the past 5 years. Originally, she was a good manager of this department, but a month ago, the general manager Huang Chang called her to the office, said what to enhance the activities of the department, competitiveness, and so on, said that some people do not serve her as a department manager and so on. The company wants to engage in fair competition, and this standout want to fight with Jiang Yao department manager position of the person. Is Jiang Yao single-handedly brought up, and even forcefully arranged to help her to the department deputy manager position of Lu Lily. But I didn't expect that Lu Lily, who had just sat in the position of deputy manager for a month, would jump out and try to rob her of the position of department manager. The key is, this matter got the support of General Manager Huang. Under the helplessness, Jiang Yao could only agree to the 1-month betting agreement proposed by General Manager Huang. Within a month, Jiang Yao and Lu Lily each based on their ability to do performance for the company. Whoever has good results wins. The winner will become the department manager. For this bet, Jiang Yao is still very confident. After all, she has been sitting in this position for 2 years. The performance of the department is also steadily improving. She also accumulated a large number of customers in her hands. Originally, there was no suspense in this bet, and Jiang Yao was sure to win easily. However, Jiang Yao never thought that she disappeared for 3 days, but there was such an unexpected situation. Obviously she went to talk down the project. How will somehow fall into the hands of Lu Lily? Thinking about it, Jiang Yao could only think of one possibility, and that was, Jiang Yao looked at General Manager Huang deadpan. Surely he was the one who made trouble out of it, helped Lu Lily, and took advantage of her absence to snatch that project from the city hall. Humph. Jiang Yao suddenly sneered. General Manager Huang, I see. Everything turned out to be like this. Huang. Chang frowned coldly and asked in a deep voice, what do you understand? If I don't understand by now, wouldn't I be a fool? Jiang Yao said with a cold smile. It's not that I didn't understand before. I just wasn't too willing to believe it. There were actually some rumors about this in the company, but I've always ignored them. Now it seems that it's not a rumor. It's a real thing. Huang Chang got a little angry. His face clouded over, looking coldly at Jiang Yao. So what if you know about it? Do you want to go to the chairman to denounce me? Then just go ahead and see if the chairman believes you or me. Humph. Jiang Yao, I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Tell me about you. You're so good looking for nothing. If you're willing to be obedient, then who can snatch the position of business department manager? You say you're a person who has given birth to a daughter. Why are you still pretending to be pure? It is rumored that you were abandoned by a man. What's wrong with being my lover dash? Shut up. Without waiting for Huang Chang to finish his sentence, Jiang Yao angrily snapped. Mr. Huang, please show some respect. If I need to sacrifice myself to get the position, then I'd rather not. Lu Lily's willingness is her business. This crooked mind should not be played on me, ever. Since the position of department manager is something she, Lu Lily, has worked hard with her body in exchange for, what defense is there for me to let her have it? Bang! Huang Chang was instantly infuriated. Slapping his desk with force, he angrily pointed at Jiang Yao and said, You're unbridled. This matter is settled. I will send an official notice down later. Go out. In the face of such injustice, Jiang Yao could only hold back the anger in her heart, but just as she was about to open the door and walk out, the door of the office was pushed open, only to see Lu Lily smiling with a spring in her step. She had been eavesdropping at the door just now, and seeing that the time had come, she walked in as a victor. After coming in, Lu Lily also habitually unlocked the office door, then also did not avoid suspicion. Very bold and straightforward to Huang Chang through a wink. Since this matter has been broken, Huang Chang is also too lazy to pretend anything in front of Jiang Yao. Anyway, he is the general manager of the company. Things are now cleared up by Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao recognized it. Jiang Yao coldly looked at Lu Lily, snorted and sneered. Humph, I'm really blind. These 5 years to you as if you were a younger sister like Care, all the way to promote you to the position of deputy manager. I did not expect you to be so envious. Raise a dog for 3 days and be grateful for 3 years. Raise a person for 3 years and bite back. A dog is always a dog, but people are sometimes even worse than dogs. I admit that I lost this round, but I'm not convinced. Lu Lily, don't be too happy either. I'm afraid you won't be able to convince the public when you become the manager of the business department. Listening to Jiang Yao's reprimand, Lu Lily but laughed unconcernedly. It's the losers who are so hysterical and lose their posture. I'm the victor. I won't bother with you much today. Take care, words don't speak so great. I can achieve the position of deputy manager of the company's department. That is also by my own efforts. Step by step. You may have given me a little help in the beginning, but not much. What kind of favor? People go higher. Water flows lower. Employees who don't want to be managers are not good employees. I'm younger than you, smarter than you, more capable than you. I'll be the department manager. Who has objections? Jiang Yao, recognize the reality. Losing can only be blamed on your own inability. Complaining is useless. If you are not willing to give me a hand in the future, then I do have a better path for you. Why don't you submit your resignation to Mr. Huang? This person of mine is still very strict above management. It's not easy to be my subordinate. In and out of the words, it was obvious that they were knocking Jiang Yao. Even a little bit of forcing flavor. Jiang Yao cold anger incomparable dead look at Lu Lily. This woman graceful revenge not to say, but also vicious to drive themselves out of the company? Green bamboo snake's mouth, wasp tail on the needle. Both are available, both are not poisonous. The most poisonous woman's heart. Lu Lily, in the past, you shouted one sister Yao in one breath more than your own mother. You're not even officially sitting in the position of department manager yet, so you're so impatient to drive me to extinction? What? Afraid that me staying in the company will pose a threat to you, is it? Or are you afraid that I'll expose the matter between you and Mr. Huang? Jiang Yao was really angry. How does it feel to be betrayed by an underling who has always taken care of her as her own sister? How does it feel to be counted a knife by a superior who has always valued you? What was it like to give up the position of department manager and have to play second fiddle to the man who was counting on her? Jiang Yao really wanted to quit her job. However, thinking that she still had her daughter to take care of, plus for the time being, Yi Tianyuan hadn't found a job yet, so she couldn't resign no matter what. She could only swallow her grievances with patience. Lu Lily gave Jiang Yao a playful and disdainful look, laughed coldly, and said in a commanding tone, if you're dead set on not resigning, then get the hell out of here, and remember to keep the door closed. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth hard and finally walked out. After sending Jiang Yao away, Lu Lily immediately unlocked the office door again, then skillfully jumped directly into Huang Chang's embrace. After kissing Huang Chang, she delicately said, Huang Chang, thank you. Huang Chang hands have not honestly in Lu Lily body wandering up. A face of bad smile looked at Lu Lily said, then you intend to how to thank me? Lu Lily looked at Huang Chang with a slutty face and said, Mr. Huang's fire was a bit strong just now. I'll help Mr. Huang remove the fire. Saying that, Lu Lily knelt in front of Huang Chang's body, reaching out to undo Huang Chang's pants. Huang Chang was lying on the boss chair with a face of enjoyment, looking at Lu Lily's skillful movements with a lustful face. And just at this time, bang! Suddenly a loud bang like midnight thunder suddenly rang. The office door should be sound broken open. Chapter 35, The Dragon's Anti-Scales. How can they be touched? This sudden turn of events immediately scared Lu Lily into a panic, subconsciously hiding under the desk in panic. Huang Chang also hastily lifted his pants and glared over angrily. When Huang Chang was about to get angry, he saw Yi Tianyuan, who came like a god of death, and felt a powerful and chilling aura sweeping over him like a mountaintop. Instantly pressured Huang Chang cannot breathe. The heart and soul was horrified. Spit to the edge of the mouth, words swallowed back hard. That cold to the extreme eyes. Let Huang Chang like falling into the nine ghosts in general. Feel unprecedented fear. By the time Yi Tianyuan came to the front, Huang Chang was already so frightened that he was sweating coldly and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was seeing a god or a devil. This kind of feeling was something Huang Chang had never experienced before. Fortunately, at this time, Zhang Yao hurriedly ran in, pulling Yi Tianyuan with her hand, shaking her head at Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan, forget it. Let's go. Forget it? Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Yao and shook his head. You can count because of your kind compromise with reality, but I can't count because you are my woman. I said that no one will be able to bully you half again. This is my oath and my reverse scale. The dragon's reverse scale. Will it be tolerated to be touched? This matter, leave it to me. Yi Tianyuan's tone was permeated with a powerful force that one couldn't refuse. It allowed Zhang Yao to see an overwhelming manliness, as well as absolute self-confidence. After looking at Yi Tianyuan in a daze, Zhang Yao didn't say anything else. Good. Lu Lily suddenly drilled out from underneath the desk, glaring at Zhang Yao with furious eyes and pointing at her. Zhang Yao, so it's you who found the person. Aren't you just a discarded cheap thing? Where did you find this wild man from? He, dirt poor. At a glance, he's a poor bastard, said Lu Lily, a face of contempt gesture look at Yi Tianyuan, full of anger and displeasure said, you look at me so how to say that you are a wild man, poor ghost, you are not convinced not. You see on Zhang Yao which point? White pick up a 7-year-old daughter happy to be a father? Any man with a little bit of talent won't be able to look at this broken shoe, right? What are you staring at? Do you still want to hit me? Snap. Lu Lily was right. Yi Tianyuan raised his hand and slapped her face heavily, directly sending Lu Lily flying and rolling heavily to the ground. Half of Lu Lily's face instantly turned red and swollen into a pig's head. The corners of her mouth cracked and blood flowed out. The power of this slap was somewhat frightening. Looking at Huang Chang, the corners of his mouth twitched viciously, his body stiffening on the spot in fear. You dash. Huang Chang's eyes were round, panicked and fearful. He looked at Yi Tianyuan and said, why are you hitting people? Security guards? Where are the security guards? But he was here, and it was obvious that he shouldn't call out for security. Huang Chang also didn't dare to act rashly. He could only look at Zhang Yao and said in a commanding tone, Zhang Yao, you quickly stop him, otherwise you can't afford the consequences. This is a company. It's the general manager's office. This, what's the decency? Zhang Yao stood there with a cold face and did not pay any attention to half of it. The moment she let Yi Tianyuan do what he wanted, Zhang Yao had already prepared to resign. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Lu Lily, who was on the ground with an incomparable grudge and tears and pain, and said, I originally never hit a woman, but you made me make an exception. Your face? Dirty my hand. Next time wash it clean and let me hit it again. While saying that, Yi Tianyuan also pulled out a paper towel from the desk and forcefully wiped the hand that had just slapped Lu Lily. After wiping it, Yi Tianyuan casually threw the tissue right into Lu Lily's face. Not very damaging. Extremely insulting. Lu Lily's face instantly darkened into an ink pan. You two quickly get the hell out of here, or I'll report you to the police and arrest you. Zhang Yao, if you don't take the initiative to submit your resignation report, I will ask the chairman of the board to fire you. Huang Chang, who had slowed down, also finally put his general manager's stance on display. Zhang Yao gritted her teeth hard and looked at Huang Chang. Okay, I will submit my resignation report to you before noon. But just as Zhang Yao's words finished, Yi Tianyuan's cold voice sounded. Resignation? On what grounds? What's wrong with her? Humph. Hearing these words, Huang Chang immediately let out a loud laugh. Looking at Yi Tianyuan with the eyes of a fool, he said with a playful sneer, how dare you ask me on what grounds? You don't have a problem with that, do you? While saying this, Huang Chang poked his head with his finger and continued, assaulting a superior and intimidating a leader. Which one is not a big mistake? I am the general manager of the company. All personnel appointments and removals in the company. I said it was wrong. I said let her resign. That is to give her the last bit of decency. Leave some dignity. If you keep pushing, it's not as simple as resigning. 1. She resigns of her own accord. You guys get out. 2. She gets fired from the company and you go to the station for tea. Pick 1. Lu Lili endured the pain and covered her face and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, crying to Huang Chang, Mr. Huang, we can't let them off so lightly. We must make them pay the price. You shut up. Huang Chang coldly glared at Lu Lili and drank. Frightened, Lu Lili then hurriedly shut up. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Huang Chang, and without any hesitation, he drew a piece of tissue paper and then laid it flat on his palm. Seeing Yi Tianyuan move like this, Huang Chang had a puzzled look on his face. What was this guy up to? But soon, Huang Chang knew. Slap! Yi Tianyuan suddenly slapped Huang Chang's face heavily. It turned out that Yi Tianyuan drew paper towels and laid them flat on his hands because he was afraid of dirtying his hands. This slap sent Huang Chang spinning in place a few times with a dazed look on his face. You dare to hit me? Huang Chang was infuriated and deeply humiliated as he glared angrily at Yi Tianyuan. But immediately, he was half swallowed by Yi Tianyuan's sentence. I also dare to kill you, believe it or not. If it was someone else who said this, Huang Chang would definitely not believe it. But the words came out of the mouth of the man who was as cold as a killing god in his eyes. He was still really scared. Just when the air was suddenly quiet, Huang Chang's secretary hurriedly ran over, and as soon as he entered the door, he hurriedly said, Mr. Huang, the chairman is here, asking everyone in the company to urgently gather at the entrance. I don't know what the situation is. Huang Chang's brows immediately frowned. What kind of drama is the chairman causing? He couldn't understand it at all. But Huang Chang didn't dare to hesitate for a second, and immediately said to Lu Lili, quickly, follow me out to meet the chairman. While passing by Zhang Yao, Huang Chang also gave Zhang Yao a meaningful cold look. After sending the duo away, Zhang Yao also exhaled a breath out. Zhang Yao let out a bitter smile, but didn't blame Yi Tianyuan. Instead, she smiled at Yi Tianyuan and said, forget it, this matter ends here. Let's go. Sorry, I lost my job the day after you came back. It seems like I really need you to support me. Obviously, Zhang Yao was also joking. Yi Tianyuan walked up to Zhang Yao's body and smiled faintly at her. Admitting defeat? That's not like your character. It's not good to say such demoralizing words before the matter comes to an end. Or maybe, you don't have to resign. Perhaps, it's the two of them who should resign. This issue, Zhang Yao didn't want to argue with Yi Tianyuan more. It didn't matter anymore. Resigning was the last decent thing she could do. But just when Zhang Yao was about to take Yi Tianyuan to pack up her things and leave, the general manager's secretary ran over in a hurry and said to Zhang Yao, Mr. Jiang, why are you still here? The chairman of the board is waiting for you. You're the one that the chairman of the board wants to see. You'd better come with me now. Hearing this, Zhang Yao looked at the general manager's secretary with a puzzled look on her face. The chairman wanted to see her? Was it Huang Chang who had complained in front of the chairman? Just as Zhang Yao was hesitating, Yi Tianyuan pulled Zhang Yao outside. Let's go. It might be a good thing. Good thing? Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan doubtfully. Chapter 36 Zhang Yao raises her eyebrows. When Yi Tianyuan led Zhang Yao to the entrance of the company, all the gazes immediately looked over in unison. A sea of different colors. Quite a few of the boys' people's eyes went straight and sized up Yi Tianyuan with rather strange eyes. With Zhang Yao's face value, she was a proper universal goddess wherever she went. And the company's number one flower was definitely unquestionable and undisputed. Even though Zhang Yao was nearly 30 years old and had a 7-year-old daughter with her, there was still no lack of admirers. Only usually Zhang Yao is still very serious and cold in the company. Those boys in the company privately sent Zhang Yao a title of iceberg goddess. Plus Zhang Yao after all is also the department manager, the company's executives, so no one dares to take the initiative to pursue Zhang Yao. All along, AI thought Zhang Yao was single. However, she didn't expect that she would be held by a boy holding her hand from the company today. This scene really made a lot of boys fall down. In their hearts, they were even indignant. Where did they fall short? Being stared at by the company's more than 300 pairs of eyes in unison. Zhang Yao then reacted, and hurriedly pulled her hand back from Yi Tianyuan's hand, then softly said to Yi Tianyuan, you go wait for me over there. Yi Tianyuan didn't say anything, and directly retreated to the side. Zhang Yao took a deep breath and tried her best to smooth out the shy blush on her face. Zhang Yao walked over with some apprehension in her heart. Cough dash. Chairman Li Tai coughed heavily twice before pulling everyone's gaze back from Zhang Yao. Huang Chang and Lu Lili both gave Zhang Yao a cold look. They were both muttering in their hearts. Why did the chairman have to call Zhang Yao over? Just now. Huang Chang also tried to ask, but the chairman said that he had to wait for Zhang Yao to come before making the announcement. Li Tai cleared his throat and said in a raised voice, to tell you all the good news. Our company has gained a strategic investment from a mysterious big capital, which will inject a large sum of money and a lot of support to our company. It's good to have a big tree at our back. I believe this year will definitely be the year our company takes off. I also have full confidence that this year's revenue will at least double compared to last year. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone was excited and cheered. The better the company develops, the more benefits it will have for all the employees of the company, and the more chances for promotion and salary increase. Huang Chang was even more ecstatic when he heard this. Then he could make a big splash this year. If he can double the company's revenue, then his year-end bonus and dividends will also get soft. But before Huang Chang could be more happy, immediately a bolt from the blue hit him on the head. In view of the company's development, I have decided to make a big adjustment to the company's personnel above. Now, I am here to solemnly announce a new personnel appointment. Saying this, Li Tai's gaze fell onto Jiang Yao's body. Everyone's gazes also followed the chairman's and landed on Jiang Yao's body, causing Jiang Yao to also not be able to help but jerk her head. Huang Chang and Lu Lily's two faces instantly stiffened, and they looked at each other for a while. A very bad premonition surged out in both of their hearts. Sure enough, Li Tai announced with a solemn face, given Jiang Yao's extremely outstanding performance in the company over the past 5 years, she has made an indelible and great contribution to the company, coupled with her outstanding ability in this piece of the company's business. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Jiang Yao as the president of the company, and will be responsible for all the company's business in the future, in charge of the business department and the finance department, and supervise the personnel department. For the other departments, Huang Chang will continue to be in charge. At present, the company adopts the structure of president and general manager at equal level. Both of them report directly to me. The moment these words came out, the scene was again in an uproar, and there was a lot of discussion. Huang Chang and Lu Lily's faces immediately darkened, as if struck by lightning, especially Huang Chang. I'm afraid that his parents didn't have such an expression when they died. The biggest and most important department of Lanhai Trading Company, Ltd., is the business department, followed by the finance department. 1. To the company's founding business, a tube of the company's money bag. Secondly, that is the Ministry of Personnel, to determine the appointment and dismissal of the company's personnel. But now good. The chairman of the board of directors directly Jiang Yao mentioned the position of the president. The business department and the financial department are assigned to her to manage, but also supervise the personnel department. That is not equal to the company's vast majority of the power are handed over to her Jiang Yao hands? Then he Huang Chang, this general manager, later is an empty shell. To put it nicely, is the same level, but obviously is a lower level. Then he Huang Chang will be the company's second hand into the third hand. And, just now Huang Chang can also bring to let Jiang Yao resign it. But I didn't expect that the slap in the face actually came so fast. How ironic is this? Jiang Yao looked at Li Tai in a daze, with a look of disbelief. She indeed did not think in any way that the chairman of the board would let her take on this big responsibility, and her power surpassed Huang Chang all of a sudden. This happiness really came a little too fast, catching Jiang Yao off guard and terrified. Li Tai came to Jiang Yao's body with a smile on his face, saying, "Jiang Yao, congratulations. The company will be handed over to you to manage in the future. You are young. I also hope that you can inject young power into the company, bring more youthful vigor to the company, so that the company can flourish and develop healthily and quickly. The future of the company, I can leave it in your hands." These words were sending a signal to everyone that Jiang Yao would be the second in command of the company in the future. Saying that Huang Chang and Jiang Yao were on the same level was just to appease Huang Chang and not let him be too. It was just to appease Huang Chang and not let him be too embarrassed. Jiang Yao quickly shook her head and waved her hand. No, Chairman. I'm okay with you letting me continue to be the department manager, but how can you let me become the president of the company? I ask myself that I don't have this ability yet. I'm afraid of letting down the director's good intentions. So, without waiting for Jiang Yao to finish her sentence, Li Tai waved his hand and said, "Jiang Yao, you are a very confident, capable, motivated and strong woman in my heart. You have a strong sense of enterprise, strong learning ability, responsible and serious work, and a good mindset. Your ability in all aspects. There is absolutely not a single problem. This vision I still have. Since I chose that, you naturally believe in your own vision, and also believe in your ability. I believe in you. Why are you still not confident instead? That's not how you should behave. Don't worry and go boldly. You can do it. With me behind you, no one dares to disobey you." But, Jiang Yao was still a little hesitant and terrified. She was indeed very career-minded, but suddenly raising her to such a high position all of a sudden, it did make Jiang Yao a bit unresponsive all of a sudden. Right? Li Tai once again interrupted Jiang Yao's words. Don't but. Just think of it as helping me and the company. This. Jiang Yao looked at the chairman before nodding her head in agreement. Alright, Chairman, I'll try then. When Li Tai heard this, he secretly sighed in relief. If he didn't serve this ancestor well, then he would all have to get out of the company. Right, Jiang Yao? What did you mean just now when you said that it's still okay for me to let you continue to be the department manager? It's hard to believe that someone didn't want you to be the department manager before, the chairman suddenly asked. Hearing this, Huang Chang's face abruptly changed. He hurriedly looked at Jiang Yao with pleading eyes. Jiang Yao coldly glanced at Huang Chang, but still told the situation just now one by one. After Li Tai heard about it, he immediately glared at Huang Chang and Lu Lily with a spurt of anger, and the latter too immediately turned pale with fear and trepidation. Huang Chang panicked and tried to explain. Chairman, you listen dash. Humph. Li Tai gave a heavy cold snort. You've been fired from the company. Pack up your things and get out of here right away. What? Hearing this, Huang Chang and Lu Lily were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, and with a face of despair, they flopped to their knees on the ground. The two of them wanted to beg Jiang Yao, but Jiang Yao walked straight towards Yi Tianyuan without looking back. Li Tai directly greeted the security guards and drove Huang Chang and Lu Lily away, and everyone else turned around and went back to the company, leaving behind the repentant duo. Jiang Yao was honored to be promoted to the president of the company, and there was a lot of rejoicing. Huang Chang and Lu Lily were swept out of the door. A great joy. After Yi Tianyuan said a word to Jiang Yao, he left first. Just as he returned to the car, Demon Girl called. Chapter 37. Do you want to see Daddy beat up the bad guys? Yi Tianyuan rushed to Yuan's school as fast as he could. The demon lady respectfully reported the situation to Yi Tianyuan. Boss, the people have been killed by me and have been dealt with cleanly. It was that young master of the Wang family who sent the people, wanting to kidnap the princess to threaten you. Boss, do you think you want me to go and capture him or just slaughter him? Yi Tianyuan coldly and softly grunted. At the time he started to think ill of my daughter. That would already be a death sentence. Anyone who dares to harm Jiang Yao and Yuan, I will personally send them to hell. Wang Xiao, I will personally kill. The demoness immediately nodded her head and said, Alright boss, I'll go and bring the person in right away. After saying that, demoness Jin Yang was about to leave, but was shouted at by Yi Tianyuan. Your task is to protect Yuan. You can't leave by an inch. You don't need to do this. Only after hearing Yi Tianyuan say this did the demon empress stop her steps and retreat back. Yi Tianyuan said in a cold voice, Let the Black Emperor do this. Yi Tianyuan was about to take his cell phone and call the Black Emperor when Jiang Yao's call came over. Picking up Jiang Yao's call, Yi Tianyuan's murderous aura instantly converged and dissipated. The ice-cold and cold face also instantly melted away, revealing a slight smile, just like a changed person. Such a change. Looking at the demon lady was also surprised for a while, thinking to herself, the power of love is indeed great. Yi Tianyuan, you go pick up your daughter from school first, then come to the company to pick me up. Just now Mom called and asked us to go to Grandpa's place for lunch. Grandpa has already been discharged from the hospital and returned home. Jiang Yao's voice on the other end of the phone looked a little excited. 5 years ago, she was kicked out of the Jiang family, expelled from the house, and has not been treated well by anyone in the Jiang family since. Even her grandfather, who had doted on her since she was a child, had changed his temperament drastically and no longer paid any attention to her. These 5 years, Jiang Yao suffered too many blank stares, ridicule, abuse, aggression, hard affection, has always been something Jiang Yao could not part with. Today, when Grandpa said that he would let her bring Yi Tianyuan and Yuan back together for dinner, it was a sign of breaking the ice. Perhaps, it could be used as an opportunity to ease the relationship with the Jiang family, allowing her Jiang Yao to return to the Jiang family. After hanging up the phone, Demon Jin Yang suddenly said, Boss, I know that these words might be inappropriate for me to say, but I still can't help but say it. Even if Boss wants to chastise, Demon Ji has no complaints. Those people from the Jiang family are just a bit too abominable. The main mother should stay away from the Jiang family. She shouldn't still be so excited to lick those people's cold asses. Today's meal, I have a feeling that it won't be that tasty. I'm afraid that the main mother will be aggravated and bullied. Yi Tianyuan glanced at the demon lady and nodded slightly. Well, you're right. I also have this premonition. However, I can understand Jiang Yao. Everyone has something he can't to part with, either family or friendship or love. No matter what choice Jiang Yao makes, I will silently support her. But if someone dares to bully her, then I don't care if it's a Jiang family member or not. The demoness nodded slightly, not daring to say anything else. Since she was going to accompany Jiang Yao back to the Jiang family for lunch at noon, she would put the matter of Wang Xiao on the back burner for now. At 11:20, school was dismissed on time. When Yi Yuan who walked out of the school gate saw Yi Tianyuan, she immediately ran over with open arms and jumped into Yi Tianyuan's embrace. Yi Tianyuan lovingly hugged Yuan with a happy smile on his face. This feeling was the most wonderful feeling in the world. The happiest feeling. Yi Yuan was also very happy and blissful. Yi Tianyuan carried Yuan into the car, and Yuan kept a happy smile on her face. Looking at this smile, Yi Tianyuan was both happy and somewhat inexplicably heartbroken. Yuan had been lacking fatherly love all these years, so something so ordinary would make her so happy and joyful. In the car, Yi Yuan happily shared with Yi Tianyuan about her time at school. She also said that she told her classmates today that her father had returned, but they didn't believe her. Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan was even more heartbroken. It was he who had not accompanied Yuan's childhood. It was said that an unfortunate childhood takes a lifetime to heal. Yuan, Daddy will always take you to school and pick you up after school, Yi Tianyuan softly said to Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded happily. Yes, Daddy is the best for Yuan. Yuan loves Daddy so much. Yi Tianyuan smiled, stroked Yuan's head and said, Let's go pick up Mommy. Hearing about picking up Mommy, Yi Yuan immediately nodded her head vigorously. 20 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan arrived at Lanhai Trading Company. However, Yi Tianyuan didn't enter the company, but waited in the car. After waiting for a few minutes, he saw Zhang Yao, who was dressed in a professional outfit, stepping on high heels and walking over quickly. A beautiful woman looks good no matter what she wears. Zhang Yao in a professional outfit also had a special flavor. Although it looks like cheap professional clothes, but in Zhang Yao's body is wearing out the top luxury brand can't give that kind of feeling. Zhang Yao, who pulled open the car door and got into the car, looked at Yi Tianyuan, and then looked at her daughter who jumped at her, and a sense of happiness came over her. This was the first time she had such a happy and fulfilling feeling in so many years. As soon as she got off work, Yi Tianyuan brought his daughter along to pick her up. What kind of happiness was this? This was something she had never felt or even thought about in all these years. Yi Tianyuan drove the car in the front row. Zhang Yao and Yuan sat in the back row. Yi Yuan happily asked, Mom, are we going home? I miss that big villa of ours. Today I told my class that my family has a big villa and my dad drives a BMW. They didn't believe me and said I lied to them. Yuan is a good boy. Mom has been telling Yuan since she was little that she can't lie. That's why Yuan won't lie. Listening to Yuan's words, Zhang Yao also felt a pang of self-blame and heartache. Because of her, Yuan had been ridiculed by her classmates since kindergarten. Before, kindergarten was fine. After all, everyone was very young and didn't know too much. Now that she was in first grade, she had begun to understand things a little better. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Yao, blinked her eyes and asked weakly, Mommy, why are you unhappy? Did Yuan do something wrong and upset Mommy? Zhang Yao immediately shook her head and looked at Yi Yuan lovingly. How could it be Yuan? You are so good, how could you make Mommy unhappy? Yuan didn't do anything wrong. Mommy is happy too. In the future, what other people's families have, our family will have too. No one will tease Yuan anymore. Yay! Yeah! Hearing Zhang Yao say that, Yuan instantly danced happily again. Zhang Yao smiled and looked at Yi Tianyuan again. Let's go with the negative. Hopefully everything will be a good start. Yi Tianyuan came back. The house problem was solved, and now she got a promotion and a raise, and her salary was several times higher than before. With this generous salary, everything will be fine. Just need to give her a little time. And finally, the bitter end of the sweet, get out of the head. 99% of the world's troubles can be solved with money, and if they can't be solved, it's probably because you're not rich enough. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Zhang family villa. Seeing Zhang's villa, Yuan immediately shrank into Zhang Yao's embrace as if she had seen something she was extremely afraid of. With a scared look on her face, she shook her head and said, I don't want to go to the Zhang family. The Zhang family will only bully Mommy and Yuan. They are all very scary. Yuan don't want to go. Daddy, let's just go home. Yuan doesn't like it here. Looking at Yuan's such a fierce reaction, Zhang Yao's heart ached beyond measure. Zhang Yao didn't know how to comfort Yuan, so she could only look at Yi Tianyuan with a look of help. Yi Tianyuan stroked Yuan's head and softly said, Yuan, have you forgotten that Daddy is a hero? Daddy is the best at fighting bad guys. Don't you want to see Daddy beat up those bad guys who bully Mommy? Yi Yuan suddenly looked up at Yi Tianyuan, thought for a moment, and then nodded heavily. Looking at Yi Tianyuan coaxing Yuan like this, Zhang Yao was a little bit in tears. She was actually a little worried that Yi Tianyuan would take action against Zhang family members. Just as the three of them stepped out of the car, a Ferrari drove up with wind speed. Chapter 38, punching Wang Tianxue in the face. Wang Tianxue jumped down from the Ferrari with his arm around Zhang Ling. When the two of them saw the three of them walking down from the top of the BMW X5, their eyes immediately became a bit strange. They looked at Yi Tianyuan with eyes like they were looking at a thief. Yi Yuan was so scared that she hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan gave Wang Tianshui and Zhang Ling a cold look, causing their hearts to flutter with fear. The pain and humiliation of being slapped by Yi Tianyuan in the hospital yesterday was something they could both still hold a grudge against. Zhang Ling snorted and sarcastically spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Yo Zhang Yao, we are really powerful even driving a BMW X5? This top version on the road can cost $80,000 to $90,000. If we rent it for a day, it will cost us a few $1,000s, right? A few thousand. Enough for half a month's salary. You that rent low-cost housing. Seems to be only $600 a month, right? Oh Jiang Yao, really didn't see it. You even have such a hypocritical side. Make it seem as if who does not know your bottom like, swollen face in the family to pretend what fat man it. Jiang Yao was used to hearing cold words from Jiang family members. Today she was in a good mood and was too lazy to pay more attention to Zhang Ling. Wang Tianshui said with a playful face, if you want to use a car, you can just tell me directly. Why do you need to rent it? I have a whole bunch of cars in my garage sitting there eating dirt. If you guys want it, you can go pick one and drive it away. Just as a gift to you guys. Anyway, it's all family. Zhang Ling immediately said with a teasing smile, hear that Zhang Yao Yi Tianyuan. Look at how generous my family Wang Xiao is. The worst car inside Wang Xiao's garage is also better than your rented BMW X5. Why don't you guys thank my Wang Xiao? Yi Tianyuan coldly said. We have the car. No need to be hypocritical here. Ha ha ha. Yi Tianyuan's words just fell. Zhang Ling will hold the belly laugh. Laugh that called a sneer. Laughing dead individual Lu. Zhang Ling snorted and looked at Yi Tianyuan. Rented car as their own? Dare to point face again? Then you rent what BMW Directly rent a Rolls Royce is not better? Sure enough, snakes and rats are in the same nest. Not a family doesn't enter a family. It's not your fault to be poor, but it's your fault to act like a pussy. Yi Tianyuan's face suddenly sank, and a flash of sharpness appeared in his eyes. Zhang Yao sensed Yi Tianyuan's change in mood, and was so frightened that she hurriedly grabbed Yi Tianyuan's hand and shook her head at him, signaling him not to act rashly. If it wasn't for Zhang Yao's sake, these two would have gone to meet the king of hell long ago. Don't mess with me before I get angry. Get lost. Yi Tianyuan spoke out coldly. It made Zhang Yao even more nervous. However, the two of them, Zhang Ling and Wang Tianshui, had an emboldened look on their faces, not afraid to panic, and simply ignored Yi Tianyuan's words. Not only did they not pay attention, Zhang Ling was even clamoring. Let us roll? You're afraid that your brain is not watered down, right? How much fake wine made you drunk like this? This is my Zhang family. What qualifications do you have to yell and shout here? Someone who hasn't been recognized by my Zhang family and hasn't even seen the door of the Zhang family? And telling us to get lost. You're the one who should get lost, right? What? You're glaring at me like that. Do you want to hit me again? Try hitting me one more time. As long as you dare to move me, I guarantee that I'll make sure that you guys won't be able to leave here today. Zhang Yao pulled hard on Yi Tianyuan, not allowing him to make a move. The noise outside also instantly attracted the people in the Zhang family villa out. The Zhang family's old man and Zhang Zhenghai, all of them walked out. When they saw the situation outside, Wu Wan immediately pulled Zhang Ling and asked what was going on. Zhang Ling will be just now the matter of jealousy recounted again, but also said that Yi Tianyuan want to beat her and so on. Pull hate her. Zhang Ling is a good hand. After listening to Zhang Ling's narration, all the people in the Zhang family looked at Yi Tianyuan with a few unhappy gazes. Wu Wan was the first to fire at Yi Tianyuan, with a flurry of cynical and sarcastic remarks. And Tang Hongyan also added fuel to the fire by watching the fun. Zhang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei couple's face was a hot stinging pain. The two of them could only be grudgingly glaring at Yi Tianyuan. For this son-in-law, they hadn't recognized it yet. He also hadn't passed through their Zhang family's door yet, and now they were disgusted by how they looked at him. But who made their stupid daughter recognized and even had a daughter with this Yi Tianyuan? Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Zhenghai really wish they didn't have this daughter, as much as they can to disgrace them. Listening to the Zhang family's cold words and sarcastic remarks, Yi Tianyuan forced down the monstrous anger in his heart. If it was put into normal times, then these people would have already gone to Hades to repent. But today, with Zhang Yao and Yuan by his side, especially seeing Zhang Yao's pleading eyes on the verge of tears, Yi Tianyuan could only hold back his anger. Standing there with a cold face, he let the Zhang family's verbal attacks go on. Yi Yuan was so scared that she was about to cry. Just as the crowd was talking, Wang Tianshui suddenly took out his cell phone and showed it in front of the crowd. Smiling, I had this car checked, and although the car was just licensed yesterday, the owner is not Yi Tianyuan. So this car is indeed rented by him? Jiang Ling sneered and looked at Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan, what else do you have to say now? Yi Tianyuan took out his cell phone and dialed the demon lady's phone out. The phone was immediately connected. Yi Tianyuan gave an order to the demon lady. Immediately transfer that car to my name. I'll give you 3 minutes. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan directly hung up the phone. Ha ha ha, the two of them, Wang Tianxue and Jiang Ling, immediately laughed like they had heard the funniest joke under the sky. Their stomachs hurt. Yi Tianyuan, are you trying to laugh me to death and then inherit my flowers? You're afraid that you really don't have a brain problem. You're talking nonsense in this broad daylight. Why don't we do it some other day? And I'll let Dr.Mo take a look at you? I'll let Dr.Mo take a look at you. If you are sick, you have to cure it early. Don't you think so? Wang Tianxue had just finished mocking. Jiang Ling immediately made up for it, and the two of them worked together quite well. The disease in the brain can't be delayed. Li Yongmei also finally couldn't help but gouge out a glance at Yi Tianyuan, and scolded with deep resentment. No money but still net blind spending. Thinking that you can be a fat man with a swollen face? Put away your pitiful vanity. Do your best to disgrace us. Mom! Zhang Yao wanted to explain for Yi Tianyuan, but before she could say more, Li Yongmei glared at her fiercely and scolded. Shut up! How many grievances have your father and I suffered over the years? How many rumors have we heard? And how many times have we been sneered at? It's not all because you don't compete, Li Yongmei said with a look of heartbreaking tears. And at this time, the Zhang family's old man finally spoke up. Alright, a family bickering has to make outsiders look at the joke. Regardless of whether this car is rented or borrowed by Yi Tianyuan, as long as it's not stolen or robbed. He probably also felt that he didn't want to make it too shabby for the first time on our Zhang family's door. Such a small matter. Let's stop talking about it. All go inside. The old master gave the word, and the Zhang family members all obediently shut up. Wang Tianxue, however, laughed coldly and said, then I'm afraid he stole it. Elder Zhang's face sank slightly. Wang Tianxue was singing against him? Yi Tianyuan indifferently looked at Wang Tianxue and said, 3 minutes are up. You check again to see who the owner of this car is. Hearing Yi Tianyuan's so confident words, Wang Tianxue couldn't help but hesitate a little, looking deeply at Yi Tianyuan. Can't it be that this kid can really do it? But it's impossible. How could the transfer be completed in 3 minutes? Young Wang, since he doesn't die, then you should hit him in the face with reality. Jiang Ling immediately said to Wang Tianxue. Wang Tianxue slightly hesitated for a moment or two, but still immediately had someone check. The results were quickly sent over, and when he saw the message sent over, Wang Tianxue's eyes immediately widened, and his cell phone almost fell to the ground. He looked at the phone with a dumbfounded look of disbelief. Seeing this, Jiang Ling hurriedly came over to take a look, and immediately burst out in shock. I'll go. Just now. Obviously the owner of the car was still someone else. How come this has turned into him? Yi Tianyuan? Young Wang, what the hell is going on? The deeply irritated Wang Tianxue rushed at Jiang Ling in a bad mood. How the hell do I know what's going on? The result of the investigation is just like this. In response to this situation, all of the Zhang family members also immediately looked at Yi Tianyuan with puzzled faces. Zhang Yao also looked at Yi Tianyuan with a puzzled expression. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Wang Tianxue and asked, now, this car is mine, right? With one sentence, he almost choked Wang Tianxue to death. The one who was slapped in the face was actually him, Wang Tianxue. But, was Wang Tianxue not the one to be defeated? Come out! Wang Tianxue suddenly shouted. Chapter 39 Reincarnation in the Next Life. Or don't be a human being anymore. As Wang Tianxue's voice fell, a man of about 40 looks walked out from the shadows. This man had a cold face, a ferocious face, and an overbearing aura. At a glance, he knew that he was not a good person. Waste him for me. Wang Tianxue gave an order to that fierce fury man. The corner of that ferocious man's mouth lifted, drawing out a playful cold smile as he walked towards Yi Tianyuan with an evil aura. Seeing this, Zhang Yao was instantly scared and lost some color, tightly grabbing Yi Tianyuan's hand. The cold sweat on her palms was as cold as frost. Yi Yuan was even so scared that she was close to crying. Regarding this matter, the Zhang family members were all indifferent onlookers. Yi Yuan had tears in her eyes and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a nervous and worried face. Yi Tianyuan touched Yuan's head painfully and comforted. It's okay Yuan, you forgot that Daddy is a big hero. Daddy is very good at fighting bad guys. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Yi Yuan's eyes immediately lit up like light bulbs. After looking at Yi Tianyuan, she nodded her head with relief and broke into a smile. Ah shucks, still a big hero? Also really don't know how to write the word shame. I know that you're a bit of a fighter, but so what? Do you know what the person in front of you is? Humph. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This is the Wang family's envoy, but he's a martial artist. Know what a martial artist represents? Forget it, a little person like you from the lowest level of society. You wouldn't understand even if you said it. Yi Tian Yuan. If you are sensible and now obediently kneel down and beg for forgiveness, perhaps Wang Xiao can still spare your life. Jiang Ling was making waves there, looking at Yi Tianyuan playfully and teasingly. Wang Tianshui even looked like he had already pinned Yi Tianyuan to death. Hearing that the ferocious man was the Wang clan's provider martial artist, the Jiang family members all looked at Yi Tianyuan with sympathetic gazes as well. Who wouldn't it be good to mess with? But to mess with young Wang? The Wang family's donor martial artist had already walked in front of Yi Tianyuan, and a powerful aura immediately surged like a rolling wave. Jiang Yao couldn't help but take a step back when she felt this powerful aura. Bang! But just at this time, someone made a move. A sound like a muffled thunderous fist of flesh rang out. Immediately, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded and incredulous occurred. Before the Wang clan's guaranteed provider martial artist had a chance to strike, he had only just walked in front of Yi Tianyuan when he was sent flying directly out with a punch from Yi Tianyuan. The speed of Yi Tianyuan's strike was just a little too fast. So fast that everyone didn't react, completely without seeing how Yi Tianyuan struck. Not to mention the others, even the Wang clan's confessor himself didn't see it clearly. He didn't even have a single, without even the slightest chance to react. He felt a powerful force as if it was a cannonball slamming heavily on his body. It instantly made him feel as if he had been viciously hit by a tank traveling at extreme speed. This powerful force instantly exploded within the Wang family's body of that donor. The qi and blood boiled and churned, flowing against the current. It caused the Wang family's envoy to lose control of his body for a moment, and he flew powerlessly backward for more than 10 times before he crashed heavily on the ground. The bones and organs of his body did not know how many were shattered by this fall. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a spring. At this moment, it even made that Wang clan's confessor feel like death. How could this happen? The Wang family's vicar was completely dumbfounded by Yi Tianyuan's punch, and he hadn't even realized what was going on yet. Anyways, he was also a martial artist. Although he was only a third-rate martial artist of the lowest order, he was after all a martial artist, and after all, he had surpassed the limit level of ordinary people. The power of a martial artist was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Let's put it this way, as long as in the case of physical strength allows, that martial artist can to ordinary people unlimited ratio of abuse. What to 1 against 100? That are weak. The speed of a martial artist's reflexes, even bullets can be easily dodged. A martial artist can easily kill a cow with one punch. A martial artist is an existence that surpasses the limits of ordinary people. In Green Mountain, the number of martial artists is extremely rare. Not to say that there are only a handful, but I'm afraid they are not much better. This envoy of the Wang family was hired by the Wang family at a high salary of $10 million a year to keep the Wang family in check. But, however, what he never expected was that this official was seriously injured by Yi Tianyuan's punch and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. He had already lost his fighting ability. In front of Yi Tianyuan, the Wang clan's disciple was so unbeatable? This completely stunned both Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling. Both of their expressions were extremely exaggerated and wonderful as they stiffened there, staring at Yi Tianyuan in death. The Jiang family's crowd was also terrified. Obviously no one would have thought that it would turn out like this. A martial artist? Just this? Martial artists. I slaughter them like dogs. Yi Tianyuan coldly swept his eyes at the Wang family's offering on the ground with a face of scorn and disdain, and snorted for a while. This kind of goods. Yi Tianyuan didn't even bother to take a look at it more than once, and his gaze landed on the duo of Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling. Being swept by Yi Tianyuan's cold eyes, the duo immediately trembled in fear, as if they were in great danger, especially when Yi Tianyuan walked towards them step by step as if he was a god of killing. It was even more frightening that the two of them were so terrified that their legs went weak. They couldn't wait to run away. But this time, both of their legs were like lead. They couldn't move a millimeter. Both of them could only watch Yi Tianyuan approaching in front of them in the midst of great fear, pouncing. Under the pressure of the powerful aura and the impact of the mind, Wang Tianshui and Jiang Ling finally couldn't bear it any longer. Their legs went limp and they directly knelt in front of Yi Tianyuan. The two of them were incomparably fearful, as if what was standing in front of them at this moment was a devil. Yi Tianyuan. No brother-in-law. Just now, Wang Xiao and I were joking with you. Why are you still taking it seriously? Cough cough. We know it's wrong. Well, we are all family in the future, right? You just. Jiang Ling knew to play the affection card at this time, but he had just mocked up Yi Tianyuan, but he didn't know how hard he had worked. Snapped. Without waiting for Jiang Ling to finish her sentence, Yi Tianyuan slapped down with his backhand. Who is family with you? Call me brother-in-law again. I'll whip your stinking mouth. Yi Tianyuan gave Jiang Ling a cold look. Jiang Ling, who had been scared by Yi Tianyuan, nodded her head repeatedly and promised coyly, where she dared to say half a word. Seeing their daughter being beaten by Yi Tianyuan again, Zhang Zhengchuan and Wu Wan's couple glared at Yi Tianyuan anxiously and angrily, and were about to open their mouths to say something. However, they were stared back by Yi Tianyuan's murderous cold eyes. He was so scared that his body trembled and did not dare to make any more sound. Yi Tianyuan looked at Wang Tianshui coldly. Wang Tianshui was a bit overwhelmed by fear at this moment. His expression panicked to the extreme. Yi Tianyuan, what happened today is my fault. Don't hit me. I can apologize to you. I can compensate you a sum of money. How much do you need? Just say a number dash. Snap. But Yi Tianyuan likewise didn't give Wang Tianshui a chance to finish his sentence and directly rewarded him with a slap. But that wasn't the end of it. Immediately after that, Yi Tianyuan violently kicked and heavily stepped on the knees of Wang Tianshui's legs. Ka-ching! Immediately, teeth-chilling sounds of bones breaking ensued, accompanied by Wang Tianshui's pig-killing agonizing screams. It was a heart-rending and tragic sound. Ah! My leg is broken dash. Yi Tianyuan, you're a madman. Madman. You ruined both my legs. My Wang family won't let you go dash. The Wang family? In Yi Tianyuan's eyes, it was nothing more than an ant. Yi Tianyuan indifferently looked at the miserable Wang Tianshui. His feet lifted up once again. Give too much face. And the dog thinks he's a character. Yesterday, for the sake of Jiang Yao's face, I let you off. But you still don't know how to die. How cheap do you have to be? Reincarnate in your next life. Or don't be a human being anymore. What? Hearing these words, Wang Tianshui was instantly struck by lightning, so scared that his face instantly turned pale to the extreme. His mind terrified to the extreme. Yi Tianyuan was going to kill him? No. 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 Chapter 40, Many people. Not even as good as a dog. An endless sense of fear instantly spread throughout his body, hitting the depths of his soul. The aura of death was like a monstrous wave sweeping through the sky, instantly enveloping and engulfing him. Wang Tianshui felt an unprecedented sense of fear. At this moment, he truly repented. He shouldn't have messed with this madman Yi Tianyuan. In this world, how could there be such a madman? In Castle Peak, there was even someone who dared to kill his Wang family's great young man? As a first-class family of the Wang family in Castle Peak, looking at the entire Castle Peak, how many people dare to provoke the Wang family in Castle Peak? But the power of the heavens but the identity of the Wang family's eldest son still can't protect him. Wang Tianshui, stop, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Zhengchuan shouted urgently, desperately trying to stop Yi Tianyuan. Wang Xiao was their golden son-in-law, but their hope for prosperity. Elder Jiang also hurriedly voiced out, Yi Tianyuan, stop it, don't hurt young Wang, or else. But obviously, Yi Tianyuan didn't pay any attention to Zhang family's words. Jiang Ling had already been too scared to speak, and at this moment, she could only watch Yi Tianyuan trying to put Wang Xiao to death. This stinking rag, how dare he? Doesn't he understand the principle of killing to pay for one's life? Not to mention that it was still the youngest master of the Wang family. How many lives did he, Yi Tianyuan, have that were enough for the Wang family to retaliate? At this moment, no one could stop Yi Tianyuan. Seeing that Wang Tianshui was about to lose his life under Yi Tianyuan's feet, a voice suddenly called out to Yi Tianyuan, Dad, don't. It was Yi Yuan's voice. Hearing his daughter's voice, Yi Tianyuan's foot that was about to step on Wang Tianshui's chest instantly stopped. The bottom of Yi Tianyuan's foot had already touched Wang Tianshui's clothes, and Wang Tianshui had already peed in fear. Yi Tianyuan turned around and looked at Yi Yuan, who was now tightly shrinking in Zhang Yao's embrace. Zhang Yao saw Yi Tianyuan stopped her hand. She also hurriedly shook her head desperately at Yi Tianyuan. Her eyes were red. Tears had already swirled in her eyes long ago. Yi Tianyuan, don't. You won't be able to come back after killing Wang Xiao. My daughter and I still need you. You can't be okay. Please, don't kill. Saying that, 2 lines of tears flowed down Zhang Yao's face. Yi Yuan also said with tears in her eyes, Dad just knocked down the bad guys. You can't kill the bad guys. That's something against the law. If you kill the bad guys, Uncle City Guard will also arrest Daddy. Then Yuan won't have a daddy again. Listening to Zhang Yao and Yuan's words, Yi Tianyuan's heart was sour. In their perceptions, killing someone was against the law, and they would have to go to jail for the rest of their lives. Therefore, their feelings Yi Tianyuan could naturally understand. Yi Tianyuan secretly resolved in his heart that in the future, he would not be able to kill in front of Zhang Yao and his daughter. On one hand, it would make them worried and scared, and on the other hand, such a bloody scene would also leave a psychological shadow on them, especially Yuan, who was still young. It was even more impossible to let her see such a bloody scene. Yi Tianyuan collected his feet, then walked back to Zhang Yao and Yi Yuanyuan, gently hugged them and softly said, "I'm sorry, I was a bit too impulsive just now. I promise you that I won't be like this in the future." Only after hearing this did Zhang Yao break into tears and smile. Yuanyuan also nodded happily and hugged Yi Tianyuan and gave him a kiss as a reward. Yi Tianyuan's heart was warm and sweet. On the other side, Wang Tianxue, who had escaped from death, was also finally as if he had been pardoned. Yi Tianyuan pulled open the car door and said to Zhang Yao and Yuanyuan, "Let's go." "Go?" Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan doubtfully and said, "Aren't we here to eat?" "Eat?" Yi Tianyuan laughed lightly and turned back to give a cold look at the Zhang family and said to Zhang Yao, "You still don't see it. Calling us back for dinner today is basically a setup by Wang Xiao. He intentionally led us here so that he could lay his hands on me." Zhang's family, which is so kind. If they are really that kind, they wouldn't have kicked you and Yuanyuan out of their home 5 years ago, and ignored you and Yuanyuan for the past 5 years. Zhang Yao's face suddenly sank. Zhang Yao was not stupid. She was a very smart woman. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, how could she not react? Zhang Yao looked at her parents. Her parents' faces were a burst of weird embarrassment as they skimmed to the side. Zhang Yao looked at her grandfather again. Elder Zhang's face was gloomy, not saying a word. The silence already said it all. The Zhang family's indifference and ruthlessness. In fact, Zhang Yao had already gotten used to it long ago. 5 years' time. Let her see through and lighten everything. But today Zhang Yao rekindled hope. She returned to the Zhang family with nervous excitement, thinking to be able to clear the suspicion, to feel the warmth of home again, the warmth of affection. But I did not expect. The original all this is simply a bureau. It wasn't what she had imagined at all. This made Zhang Yao's heart, as if by an ice cone, ruthlessly stabbed in. It was painful, cold, and chilling. Saving a dog's life. Still knows gratitude. Saving a man's life. Cold and heartless. Many people, not even as good as a dog. Yi Tianyuan looked at Elder Zhang coldly and mocked without mercy. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan took Zhang Yao and Yuanyuan and left in the car. However, Yi Tianyuan did not intend to let Wang Tianxue go. Yi Tianyuan was not a horse-riding plague and did not like to let go of horses. Yesterday, he had already let Wang Tianxue off the hook. But today, he still dared to come to count on himself, and even caused Zhang Yao to be so sad. Therefore, Wang Tianxue must die. Yi Tianyuan gave an order to the god of death, and this matter was left to the god of death. It wasn't until Yi Tianyuan's car was far away that the Zhang family members reacted violently. Elder Zhang hurriedly spoke out, "Quickly call an ambulance. Hurry up and send young Wang to the hospital. Notify the Wang family immediately." "No, I'm going to personally go to the Wang family. Only then will I be able to make all of the situation clear just now. Only then will I be able to let my Zhang family remove the suspicion and stay out of it. Otherwise, the slightest hint of anger from the Wang family is enough to make my Zhang family perish." Yi Tianyuan brought Zhang Yao and Yi Yuanyuan straight back to the villa. Zhang Yao cried all the way back. What happened just now really hurt her a little too much. Yi Tianyuan was heartbroken and held Zhang Yao in his arms. Yi Yuanyuan also stayed by Yi Tianyuan's side in a good behavior. "I'm sorry, Zhang Yao. It's all my fault. It's me who caused you and your family to get into such a mess," Yi Tianyuan said with a face of self-blame. Zhang Yao wiped her eyes and let out a sob. Looking at Yi Tianyuan, she said, "I don't blame you. If you want to blame me for my bad fate. Standing in their shoes. I can understand it too, right? Forget it, it's all in the past. I've gotten used to it." Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Obviously, it's them who only have money and interest in their eyes. They don't care about your feelings situation at all. In their eyes, affection is not that important." "Alright Yi Tianyuan, let's not talk about this. I have a headache." Zhang Yao interrupted Yi Tianyuan's words. There was a somewhat unhappy look. Since Zhang Yao didn't want to hear it, Yi Tianyuan naturally wouldn't say anything more. Affection might still be something that Zhang Yao couldn't part with. Forget it, can't force her. Some things still have to be gradual, can't be rushed. Zhang family members urgently sent Wang Tianxue and the Wang family's offerings into the Qingshan First Hospital. Elder Zhang personally went to the Wang family and apologized at the door, putting all the faults on Yi Tianyuan's body. Although the Wang family was angry, they did not do anything to Elder Zhang, but instead put all the anger and hatred on Yi Tianyuan. However, in the face of an expert who was able to seriously injure his Wang family provider with a single punch, the Wang family didn't dare to act rashly. The first priority was still to heal Wang Tianxue and the Wang family's confessor first. However, it was fortunate that both of their injuries were not particularly serious, at least not to the point of endangering their lives. After some surgeries, Wang Tianxue was also out of danger and lay in the hospital room to recuperate. Lying on the hospital bed, Wang Tianxue recalled today's disgrace and became infuriated, hating Yi Tianyuan so much that he gnashed his teeth. Yi Tianyuan, you bastard! This young man has never suffered such a big loss, such a big humiliation, such a big pain in his life. If this youngster doesn't get you killed, wouldn't that be a waste of the Wang family's great young master's reputation? You kid! What kind of freak are you? To think that even my Wang clan's envoy was seriously injured by one of your punches? Could it be that you are also a martial artist? But how could there be such a young martial artist? Isn't it said that anyone who can become a martial artist at the age of 30 is a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy dash? Who? And right at this time, a black shadow flashed in front of Wang Tianxue like a ghost. Hands rose, knives fell, blood splattered, lives fell. Wang Tianxue couldn't even see who the person who killed him was before he drank his hatred northwest. Chapter 41, The Wang Family's Anger. It was a full 2 hours later that Wang Tianxue was found tragically dead in his hospital room by Jiang Ling, who had come to visit him. Wang Tianxue's death caused the entire Wang family to be violently enraged. This was provoking the Wang family's authority and trampling on the dignity of the Wang family. As a first-class family of Qingshan, if this matter were to spread out, would the Wang family not be reduced to the laughingstock of the people of Qingshan? The Wang family master urgently convened a family meeting, with all the members of the direct lineage attending. Although all the surveillance equipment in the hospital was not found to be the murderer, the Wang family is very sure that the person who committed the murder must have nothing to do with Yi Tianyuan. There are not many people who dare to mess with the Wang family in Castle Peak. This young man named Yi Tianyuan not only dared to seriously injure the Wang family's envoy, but also sneaked into the hospital and killed the Wang family's eldest son. What kind of humiliating act is this? The entire Wang family was filled with righteous indignation, vowing to kill Yi Tianyuan to avenge Wang Tianxue's death. But now in front of the Wang family, there is also a big problem. That is, since Yi Tianyuan can seriously injure the Wang family's envoy, the strength is bound to be very terrifying. Is definitely a powerful martial artist. How easy was it to kill a martial artist? In the end, after deliberation, the Wang family made a plan to take revenge out. Elder Wang solemnly said to his eldest son, Wang Tianxue's father, Wang Guo, you personally go to the Green Dragon Society to pay a visit to Master Long. If Master Long is willing to give our Wang family a little face, then we will offer $100 million to thank Master Long. If Master Long refuses to give face, then offer a price that even Master Long cannot refuse. Wang Guo immediately nodded his head and led the order. Jiang family villa. Jiang Ling, who had returned home, still had the image of Wang Tianxue's tragic death all over her mind, which kept lingering, frightening Jiang Ling as if she had been struck by an evil spirit. Cold and frightened, curled up in the corner of the sofa, trembling violently. On her face, fear was written all over. The Jiang family members were also terrified after learning that Wang Tianxue had been killed in the hospital room. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Zhengchuan were even more tearful as their dreams were instantly shattered. Young Wang was dead, and Jiang Ling's dream of a luxurious family was broken. Could the murderer be Yi Tianyuan? This was the thing that all the people in the Jiang family were unanimously thinking about at this moment. If it really was Yi Tianyuan, then it was really scary to think that this madman would even dare to kill the Wang family's major. It was simply lawless. In the evening, Yi Tianyuan personally cooked another table of good food. Yi Yuanyuan even said outright that she had never eaten such delicious dishes in her life, and that in the future, she would eat her father's cooking every day. Jiang Yao's cooking skills were directly disliked. However, in this aspect of cooking, Jiang Yao really had to admit that she was not half a star worse than Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao even joked to Yi Tianyuan, Yi Tianyuan, I really think you can go to a big hotel to be a chef. With your cooking skills, I guess there's nothing wrong with going to a 5-star hotel to be a chef. I heard that the salary of a 5-star hotel chef, that's tens of thousands of dollars. It's actually quite good. Although Jiang Yao seemed to be saying it in jest, Yi Tianyuan naturally understood Jiang Yao's intention, which was to let him go out and find a job. A job Yi Tianyuan naturally didn't need. Wanting money? As long as Yi Tianyuan opened his mouth, then he could have a fortune that could rival any country. Yi Tianyuan also pretended to gag and said, Jiang Yao, you have become the president of the company. With an annual salary of $2 million, you can afford to support Yuan and me. I have solved the house and car. In the future, I will be responsible for bringing up the baby, laundry and mopping the floor and cooking. You will be responsible for earning money to support the family. Isn't it also quite good? Yi Yuan also nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, very much agreeing with Yi Tianyuan's words. Jiang Yao smiled faintly, not knowing whether she was happy or sad. She didn't say anything else either. However, Yi Tianyuan naturally sensed that Zhang Yao was somewhat unhappy in her heart. It was normal. Anyone else probably wouldn't be happy in their heart. A big man who doesn't work wants a woman to support him? This kind of man, Zhang Yao's heart is despise. Of course, at this moment, Zhang Yao only thought that Yi Tianyuan was not willing to be a chef, and did not think in a bad way. After the meal, a guest came. Ghost Valley Dr. Fairy Mo Lao. Zhang Yao regarded Mo Lao as her savior. Not only did he save her and Yuan, he also saved her grandfather. Therefore, Zhang Yao was naturally very warm and polite to old man Mo. After learning that Mo Lao was not from Qingshan, Zhang Yao immediately and warmly invited Mo Lao to stay at her home, and Mo Lao originally meant to do the same. So naturally she didn't pretend and directly agreed. Zhang Yao packed a guest room for Mo Lao. After a busy day, Zhang Yao took Yuan upstairs to wash up and rest. Living room. Yi Tianyuan glared at Mo Lao. Mo Lao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a smile on his face and said, "Junior uncle, don't look at me with these eyes that want to eat people. My old bones are not good for this." Listening to this old man's words, Yi Tianyuan picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table and threw it at Mo Lao. Frightened Mo Lao quickly waved his hand and begged for forgiveness. Don't, little uncle. I just want to follow you. Serve your old man. Give me a chance." Yi Tianyuan coldly rolled his eyes at Mo Lao, and said in a bad mood, "I'm still young. I don't need a bad old man like you to serve me. If you want to follow me to learn Tai Xian 9 needles, just say it directly. Don't make up these useless things. If you don't stay properly in your ghost valley, what do you want to stay beside me for?" Seeing that his mind was pierced through by Yi Tianyuan, Mo Lao embarrassedly smiled sarcastically. With a pleasing face, he said to Yi Tianyuan, "It doesn't matter if it's Tai Xian 9 needles or not Tu Xian 9 needles, but mainly, I still have a heart to learn well every day, so if I follow the side of little uncle, I can always learn something, right? To something, right?" Regarding Mo Lao's cheekiness, Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to say much about him. If he wanted to follow him, then he should follow him first. Having an extra person in the family could be useful sometimes, and at this time, someone else came. This time the one who came was the Black Emperor. Black Emperor respectfully reported to Yi Tianyuan, "Boss, news came from Lu Jinlong's side, saying that the Wang family has already approached him, and the bidding has gone up to $500 million wanting to ask the Green Dragon Society to take action to kill you. Boss, Lu Jinlong rejected the Wang family back and sent the Wang family away first. Please tell me what you should do." Boss, should we have to ask Lu Jinlong to go and arrest all the Wang family members?" Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said, "Forget it, this is the city after all. Try not to kill if you can. I just want to live a peaceful life with your sister-in-law and Yuan now. I'm tired of fighting and killing." Wang Tianshui was dead, and it was expected that the Wang family wanted to take revenge, but it was also expected by Yi Tianyuan. Finding the Green Dragon Society was also not unexpected. If the Wang family was willing to die and call it quits, then it would be the best. If the Wang family dared to continue playing any tricks, then it was purely looking for death. Yi Tianyuan did not want to pay much attention to these things. Black Emperor paused and continued, "Boss, there are still a few things that need to be reported to you. Today the Black Emperor Group has been officially listed. Boss, you are the chairman, and an office has been made for you, boss, on the highest floor of the Black Emperor Group building. In the future in the group, I will be responsible for being a secretary to you, boss." Regarding this matter, Yi Tianyuan was unconcerned and casually returned, "Whatever." Black Emperor added, "Boss, tomorrow night our Black Emperor Group will organize a business party with the city government at the Castle Peak Hotel. The threshold is quite high. Those invited are all well-known large enterprises in Castle Peak. The number of people is not large, just a few dozen people. It's considered the highest profile business party in Castle Peak. Boss, do you think we should invite the Zhang family and the main mother?" Yi Tianyuan remained unconcerned and casually said, "You see to it." Black Emperor immediately nodded his head, naturally understanding the meaning of these words. Black Emperor continued, "Boss, do you think you'll be free to go to Black Emperor Group tomorrow? Firstly, it's for you, boss, to inspect the work, and secondly, it's for those few main people in charge of the group to pay their respects to boss." Yi Tianyuan faintly returned, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." "Okay boss, then I will wait for your news." Black Emperor didn't dare to say anything more. Finally, he said again, "Boss, there's one more thing. The main mother's cousin Zhang Fei came to our Black Emperor Group to apply for a job. What do you think?" Zhang Fei? Yi Tianyuan had never seen it. After slightly thinking for a while, Yi Tianyuan then said, "Let him stay." After reporting the matter, Black Emperor didn't dare to stay longer and left immediately. Just after sending the Black Emperor away, A small head suddenly poked out from the stairs. Chapter 42. That's right. I killed Mr. Wang. Daddy, Mommy wants you to come over for a moment. Yi Yuan smiled at Yi Tianyuan in a milky voice. Seeing Yuan, Yi Tianyuan's face also suddenly revealed a few loving fatherly smiles. Alright, Daddy is here. Yi Tianyuan did not hesitate and immediately got up and walked upstairs. When he passed by Mo Lao smiled thievishly at Yi Tianyuan and said softly, Little Master Uncle, take it easy at night. The old man is a light sleeper and is easy to be woken up. Yi Tianyuan directly kicked Mo Lao. This dead immodest bad old man. After Yi Tianyuan came to the room, Zhang Yao told Yuan to go down and play with Grandpa Mo for a bit. After sending Yuan away, Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a stony face and hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Wang died, do you know? Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Yao. He naturally understood the meaning of Zhang Yao asking this. Zhang Yao was a very smart woman. She naturally didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence. Yi Tianyuan didn't intend to hide it either, but took the initiative to admit, That's right, I killed Wang Xiao. Although Zhang Yao had some guesses in her heart, she also had some mental preparation earlier. However, when she heard Yi Tianyuan actively admit that Wang Xiao was killed by him, Zhang Yao was still scared and subconsciously took a step back. The expression in her eyes when she looked at Yi Tianyuan also became a bit nervous and complicated. Such a thing was indeed a bit beyond her mental capacity. But what was complicated and incomparable in Zhang Yao's heart was that she was also clear that Yi Tianyuan was doing this for her. So how could she blame Yi Tianyuan? Yi Tianyuan knew Zhang Yao's worry and looked at Zhang Yao with a serious face and said, I have been fighting in the battlefield for several years and killed countless enemies, so I am also considered as a person who crawled and rolled out from the pile of dead. When dealing with the enemy, one must not be merciful. One must decisively cut them down and kill them. I said I won't let anyone bully you and your mother half again. This is my Yi Tianyuan's reverse scale. No one can touch it. Whoever dares to touch it, I will dare to kill him. I don't want to be some bullshit hero. I just want to be a good husband and father. Nobody mess with me. If you mess with me, then you have to pay a painful price. Something like Wang Xiao that is worse than a pig and dog animal, should be killed. How could Zhang Yao not understand this reasoning? She also deeply loathed and hated a dude like Wang Tianshui. If Yi Tianyuan wasn't strong enough today, then even if Yi Tianyuan didn't die he would definitely be reduced to a cripple. But Zhang Yao understood all the reasoning. But killing was after all something that was against the law. Once the east window is exposed, then, don't worry Zhang Yao, I won't be that stupid. Since I dare to do this, I'm sure nothing will happen. Yi Tianyuan said to Zhang Yao very seriously. Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan in a daze. From Yi Tianyuan's confident and incomparable eyes, Zhang Yao also felt a force. It was useless to worry when things had already come to this. Zhang Yao could only trust Yi Tianyuan. Hopefully, nothing will happen. After placating Zhang Yao, Yi Tianyuan went downstairs and told Yuan to go back to her room to sleep. After sending Yuan away, Mo Lao looked at Yi Tianyuan in a cheap manner, raising his eyebrows and saying, You finished so quickly? Plus the foreplay was less than 10 minutes. Junior uncle, you seriously can't do this nah. He. Do you want me to give you a pair of fierce medicine? Less than an hour you find me. Scram! Yi Tianyuan directly coldly spat out a word, giving Mo Lao a cold stare. Seeing that Yi Tianyuan was about to get angry, only then did Mo Lao shut up and got serious, not daring to joke anymore, most afraid of the sudden quietness of the air. Yi Tianyuan was thinking with a thoughtful face. Seeing this, Mo Lao got up and went back to his room to sleep. When he was about to close the door, Mo Lao and dead pigs to Yi Tianyuan thief a smile and said, Little master uncle, send some good things to your phone. You can look and learn. It will help you. After saying this, he closed the door of the room nimbly, fearing that closing it a little later would be like being beaten by Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan took out his cell phone. What good things can this old immodest thing send? Opened a look, but it is a dozen small movies. Yi Tianyuan need this? It is night. The living room of the Wang family, still brightly lit. Elder Wang and his 3 sons were all sitting there with chilly and gloomy faces. Elder Wang frowned deeply with a puzzled look. After offering up to $500 million, Master Long even decisively rejected them all? This is not like the Master Long I know. Although I can't talk about how deep my friendship with Master Long is, but after all, I've known him for decades, so it's not exactly a generalized friendship. I thought that my Wang family's face, his dragon master more or less will always sell a little. Really do not sell my Wang family's face will also sell the face of money. But I didn't expect him, Master Long, to be such a wimp this time? Killing a martial artist is just a matter of killing a martial artist. This kind of thing is not something that the Green Dragon Club has never done before. I really can't think of any reason for Master Long to reject us. The Wang family's crowd was also puzzled and confused. Wang Guo shook his head and said, "Yes, Dad. 500 million ah. This should be a price that would make him unable to refuse Master Long. Previously, his Green Dragon Society killed a martial artist, but they only charged 100 million. It's strange that our Wang family can't impress him. Master Long, with 500 million. It's hard not to. Master Long is jealous of him. Yi Tian Yuan?" But as soon as this word came out, Wang Guo himself felt that it was impossible. Who was Master Long? That was the underground emperor of Castle Peak, one of the most powerful people in Castle Peak. In the whole of Castle Peak, there are only 2 or 3 people who can compete with Master Long. Who can make Master Long afraid? Elder Wang shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Master Long must have his own thoughts if he refuses to take this mission. Forget it. Since Master Long won't take it, then we have no choice but to think of a way on our own." At this time, the Wang family's second oldest, Wang Guoshu, spoke out. "Dad, I do have a path here. Perhaps we can give it a try." Oh, as soon as Wang Guoshu's words came out, all the people in the Wang family immediately looked towards him in unison. Wang Guoshu continued, "If Master Long doesn't take it, we can actually find someone else. I have some friendship with Zhuo Xiaohu, the left protector of the Green Dragon Society. This person is greedy and lustful by nature. A person who wants money but not life. For money, he dares to do anything. Zhuo Xiaohu is a second-rate martial artist with 2 third-rate martial artists under his command. His strength is far beyond what our Wang family's offerings can compare to. If Zhuo Xiaohu is willing to make a move, then killing him, Yi Tian Yuan, wouldn't be a breeze, and taking a step back, if Zhuo Xiaohu really misses, then I'm afraid that with Yi Tian Yuan's crazy personality, he would kill Zhuo Xiaohu. If Zhuo Xiaohu dies at the hands of Yi Tian Yuan, then will Master Long still stand by and watch this matter again? So, please Zhuo Xiaohu, whether it succeeds or fails, he, Yi Tian Yuan, will die." Hearing Wang Guoshu say this, the Wang family members immediately nodded their heads in deep thought. Elder Wang said approvingly, "This is a very good move of yours, Wang Guoshu, or we can give it a try." Wang Guoshu smiled grimly and continued, "Just to be on the safe side, we can also send someone to capture that girl from the Jiang family and her daughter. This is his Yi Tian Yuan's lifeline soft underbelly. As long as we can capture it in our hands, even if there really is an eventuality, this is our last card. In this way, it will be foolproof." Elder Wang once again nodded heavily and praised greatly. "Very well, then we will go by your plan according to the statebook. Humph. I'll let Yi Tian Yuan know what the consequences of messing with my Wang family will be. Yi Tian Yuan has to die. His wife and daughter have to die as well. Their family has to be buried with Tianshui." After making a plan, the Wang family members split up and began to act. A dark current began to surge. I'm afraid that no one in the Wang family could have imagined that this would sound the death knell of their Wang family. Chapter 43, the company awarded Jiang Yao a Maserati. The next day as usual, Yi Tian Yuan got up early in the morning and made breakfast. Originally, Mo Lao came over very attentively and wanted to contract the cooking job, but he was kicked away by Yi Tian Yuan, and said very proudly, "My wife and daughter only love to eat my cooking." After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yao had something on her mind and pulled Yi Tian Yuan to the side, saying with a helpless face, "Yi Tian Yuan, my mom said she wants to see you." "Don't see." Yi Tian Yuan returned 2 words very dryly and decisively. To Zhang's family, Yi Tian Yuan originally didn't have a single bit of good feelings, and now he was even more vicious. If it wasn't because it was Jiang Yao's family, Yi Tian Yuan was afraid that he wouldn't be so nice. To his own mother-in-law who was a snob, Yi Tian Yuan was even more disgusted. Jiang Yao had expected that Yi Tian Yuan would react like this, but Jiang Yao still added, "Yi Tian Yuan, I know my parents have gone overboard. I can understand that you don't like them, and I know that you are heartbroken for me, but no matter what, they are my parents. They can be cold and heartless to me, but as a child, I can't do that. My mom said she was looking for you because she wanted to talk about what's going on between us. I'm not obsessed with getting a marriage blessed by my parents, but I naturally would love to get their approval and blessing if I can." Yi Tian Yuan you. Without waiting for Jiang Yao to finish her sentence, Yi Tian Yuan nodded his head and agreed. "All right Jiang Yao, then make an appointment for me." Hearing that Yi Tian Yuan had agreed, Jiang Yao was instantly a little excited and moved. After looking at Yi Tian Yuan, she said, "Thank you Yi Tian Yuan." Yi Tian Yuan shook his head with a guilty face and said, "Fool, I'm the one who caused you harm. Even if you use your whole life to make up for it, it's still far from enough. As long as it's something you ask me to do, I will be willing to do it. You never need to say thank you to me because I am your man. Even though I'm not your legal husband for now, Give me a little time and I'll give you a decent wedding. Wedding. It was immensely sacred for any woman to aspire to. It would be a woman's holiest and happiest moment. Jiang Yao's desire for a wedding was naturally incomparable as well. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Jiang Yao's heart was naturally warm and sweet, and even had a hint of longing. However, a girl still had to be reserved. I haven't promised to marry you yet. Jiang Yao blushed and said in a thin voice. Shy. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao with a serious face and said, then I'll pursue you hard, propose to you every other day, and beg until you're willing to return to me. Put. Hearing these somewhat romantic words, Jiang Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. 2. What woman wouldn't like such a boy? Jiang Yao said to Yi Tianyuan. What you said. I've taken a small notebook to write it down. If you can't do it in the future, then I'll take Yuan and leave to a place you'll never find. Yi Tianyuan immediately stretched out 3 fingers and said with a solemn face, I swear, if I can't do it dash. Without waiting for Yi Tianyuan to finish swearing, Jiang Yao took her finger and blocked Yi Tianyuan's mouth, shook her head and said, alright, I believe you. Don't swear. I don't want to hear those bad words. However, can you promise me one request? I want our future weddings to have mom, dad, and relatives present. If there are no elders present, I feel that the marriage is incomplete, not solemn, not sacred, and not blessed. Yi Tianyuan immediately nodded solemnly. Okay, Jiang Yao, I promise you. Getting Yi Tianyuan's promise, Jiang Yao smiled happily again. The feeling of being spoiled. It's so good. Hey. After finishing the matter, Jiang Yao hurriedly went to work. Yi Tianyuan originally said to send Jiang Yao, saying that she is at least the president of the company now, and then take a taxi to go to the company by public transportation is more or less inappropriate. However, Jiang Yao didn't care about this. She insisted not to let Yi Tianyuan send her, and let Yi Tianyuan send Yuan to school. She took a taxi to the company. Jiang Yao, why don't I buy you a car? I still have hundreds of thousands of dollars in my retirement allowance. Yi Tianyuan said, but was decisively rejected by Jiang Yao. Retirement subsidy, you keep it first. There are many places to use money in the future. I can't use the car for the time being. Wait until later. After saying that, Jiang Yao took her bag and left. There was no way. Yi Tianyuan could only give up. However, not having a car these days is not an option. Since Jiang Yao refused to send it herself and also refused to buy it for her herself, then he had to let Li Tai step in. Yi Tianyuan made a call to the Black Emperor and asked him to do this. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan sent Yi Yuan to school. After dropping off Yuan, Yi Tianyuan went to the cafe that Jiang Yao's mom, Li Yongmei, had agreed to. Originally, Jiang Yao said that her mom was coming to her home to look for Yi Tianyuan, but Yi Tianyuan refused. Jiang Yao's side was fine for the time being, but if Jiang Yao's mom came over and saw the villa, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be so good to hide it. This trouble, Yi Tianyuan naturally wouldn't go looking for it. On the other side, when Jiang Yao arrived at the company, she saw Li Tai standing at the door. Chairman, why did you come to the company so early? Jiang Yao hurriedly greeted her. Li Tai smiled and handed an exquisite gift box to Jiang Yao, who subconsciously took it and looked at Li Tai with a puzzled face. Chairman, what is this? Li Tai smiled. Open it and take a look. This is a small gift from the company to you. You should know that I am old. My children are all developing abroad, and can't look at this small industry of my old man. So I usually basically won't come to the company. You are now the president of the company. The company in the future, big and small things, can be all to you. I've seen all your efforts and hard work. I've always been clear about rewards and punishments. Your merits and contributions to the company deserve this reward. Listening to the chairman's words, Jiang Yao was also a bit flattered, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. The chairman's kindness to her in these 2 days really made Jiang Yao fearful. She always felt that it was the chairman's wrong love for her. She was also always worried that she could not do well and could not meet the chairman's expectations. Jiang Yao's hand was a little trembling as she opened the gift box. Inside the box lay 2 Maserati car keys and a small green book. The gift is Maserati? This gift? It's too expensive, right? Jiang Yao hurriedly wanted to refuse, but Li Tai didn't give Jiang Yao a chance to refuse. You must accept this reward. Just don't push it away from me. How to say you are also the president of our company now? In the future, you can go out on behalf of our company's image. If you don't have a decent car, how about that? I'll give you a good driver. Let the driver drive for you when you need it, and drive yourself when you don't need it. The car is put into your name, and from now on it will be your personal property. Of course, the gas and insurance company will reimburse you. The company will be handed over to you in the future. Instead of saying excuses, you should manage and operate the company well and create more benefits for the company. That would be the biggest reward for me. I also hope that you will be given a reward every year in the future. After saying that, Li Tai didn't give Jiang Yao a chance to speak and directly got into the car and left. After sending the chairman away, Jiang Yao could only accept this valuable gift. Jiang Yao also secretly vowed in her heart that she must run the company well, and must not let down the chairman's love. This was a great opportunity in life for her. If she could grasp this great opportunity, it might change her life. In the future, it will definitely get better and better. Cheer up, Jiang Yao. The door of light has opened to you. After calming down her emotions, Jiang Yao's gaze fell to the Maserati President car parked in front of the company. This nearly $2 million car, later can be her Jiang Yao's seat. To say that she was not happy in her heart, it was definitely impossible. However, Jiang Yao's heart suddenly thought of a very strange situation. Chapter 44 Yi Tianyuan meets his future mother-in-law. Yesterday, she was almost kicked out of the company by Huang Chang and Lu Lili teaming up. But the chairman of the board appeared right at this time and also fired Huang Chang and Lu Lili on the spot. If Lu Lili was dismissed, it was indeed nothing. But dismissing Huang Chang, now that she thought about it, Jiang Yao still felt that there was something fishy going on. Huang Chang is the company's oldest, but the earliest batch of follow the chairman of the board of directors, and in the position of general manager has been dry for 20 years. Whether it is from seniority, from the sentiment, the chairman of the board of directors have no reason to Huang Chang because of their own calculations of suppression and directly dismissed him, right? And the disposal of so decisive and dry, without any room for maneuver, also did not give Huang Chang any bit of face. This kind of ruthlessness, as if there is a grudge. This is what Jiang Yao couldn't figure out afterward. She didn't have any friendship with the chairman, but the chairman treated her as if she was his own daughter. This made Jiang Yao feel very strange. Why did the chairman suddenly seem like a different person? And most importantly, Jiang Yao clearly remembered that at that time, Yi Tianyuan had said something to her, saying that she wouldn't be fired. Sure enough, not only was she not fired, but on the contrary, she squeezed Huang Chang out and she became the president of the company. In one fell swoop, it put her on the pinnacle of her life and changed her life. If what happened yesterday was just a coincidence, what about today? Just now, after Yi Tianyuan said he wanted to buy her a car and was decisively rejected by her, just after arriving at the company, she received a car from the chairman. Is there really such a coincidence under the sky? There was also the day before yesterday at the hospital, when she went to beg Dean Zhang. Obviously at first Dean Zhang was indifferent to her, but when Yi Tianyuan walked into Dean Zhang's office, Dean Zhang's attitude towards her immediately underwent a 180-degree transformation, and he was instantly polite to her. At that time, Jiang Yao didn't think much about it as she was eager to save others. It was only after she calmed down afterwards that Jiang Yao recalled the incident. She always felt that there was something strange. There was also that old man Mo beside Yi Tianyuan, the demonic maiden who was so generous. All of them seemed to be uncomplicated. It was as if all of this was related to Yi Tianyuan. Or perhaps, one is overthinking it. Jiang Yao suddenly shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. Let's go to work first. Just when Jiang Yao was about to turn around and enter the company, a voice suddenly called out to her. Sister Yao. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Yao's willow eyebrows suddenly frowned, and a few shades of disgust immediately surged on her face. Because, the person who called out to her wasn't someone else. It was precisely Lu Lili who had been kind to her and wanted to drive her out of the company. At this moment, where was Lu Lili's high and mighty attitude of yesterday, toying with and abusing Jiang Yao? At this moment, Lu Lili had a pitiful and humble look. She looked at Jiang Yao with a pleasing face, and shouted Sister Yao more than her own mother. Jiang Yao listened to Lu Lili shouting her Sister Yao for 5 years, and today was the first time she heard a sense of disgust. She was disgusted. Don't call me Sister Yao. I can't afford it. Jiang Yao is a very kind woman, but it doesn't mean she is stupid. It doesn't mean she won't hold grudges. Yesterday's matter had completely broken her heart. Puff. Lu Lili wasn't afraid of shame, directly pouncing and kneeling down for Jiang Yao. With tears in her voice, she begged, Sister Yao, I know I'm wrong. I was wrong before. I deserve to die. I was late being blinded by lard. Sister Yao, you have the grace of knowing me. Without Sister Yao there wouldn't be my Lu Lili today. I was also confused for a moment before committing this monstrous mistake. Sister Yao, please give me another chance to reform myself. Don't fire me. I will absolutely obey you from now on. I dare not go west if you tell me to go east. Please Yao dash. But before Lu Lili finished her sentence, Jiang Yao coldly dropped a sentence, then turned around and left. A person who has been bitten by a dog once will not give this dog a second chance. All of this is your own fault. No one else to blame. I don't want to see you again in the future. Behave yourself. Looking at Jiang Yao's distant back, Lu Lili sat paralyzed in despair. She had thought that holding on to Mr. Huang's thigh would allow her to rise up the ladder, and in the future, she would be able to make a name for herself in the company and walk up to the peak of her life. But who would have thought that things would turn out to be so unexpected? But who would have thought that things would change so suddenly? Now there is no time to repent. A cafe with an elegant environment. Li Yongmei gently stirred the cup of coffee in front of her with a spoon. Yi Tianyuan also had a cup of coffee in front of him, but he didn't take a look at it. He never liked drinking coffee. It was a waste to put this in front of him. Yi Tianyuan looked at Li Yongmei, who had been sitting there without speaking, not knowing what she was thinking about. The coffee on the table. I'm afraid it had all gotten cold, but Li Yongmei still didn't have the intention to drink it either. Yi Tianyuan didn't want to sit here foolishly. Since his future mother-in-law didn't open her mouth, Yi Tianyuan could only take the initiative. Yi Tianyuan said, "Auntie, there is something you might as well say straight." Only then did Li Yongmei put down the spoon in her hand. Pulling her face and looking at Yi Tianyuan, she said, "You should know that I'm very dissatisfied with you. To put it bluntly, I can't see you at all. You're far from even 1% of the minimum standard of a son-in-law in my mind. My family Jiang Yao, how excellent a girl is that? She could have had a very good future. She could have married a very good family. Even as long as she was willing, she could have married into a rich family. It's you Yi Tianyuan who ruined her life, made her unmarried, made her suffer from the blank stares, mockery, and spurning of everyone around her. It was you who caused her to fall out with our Jiang family to this point. All of this, it's all your fault. It's all thanks to you. Do you think I should blame you and hate you?" Yi Tianyuan looked at Li Yongmei coldly, but for a moment, he was unable to refute anything. In this matter, Yi Tianyuan had indeed harmed Jiang Yao quite a bit, and was indeed negative and owed to her. Therefore, in the face of such blame, Yi Tianyuan could only bear it silently. Yi Tianyuan said, "For the rest of my life, I will make up for Jiang Yao tenfold and 100-fold. All that I owe to her, I will pay back." Humph! At Yi Tianyuan's words, Li Yongmei snorted a cold laugh. With a disdainful look of disgust, she looked at Yi Tianyuan and said, "What's the use of saying nice things? What will you take to make up for Jiang Yao? What will you take to give Jiang Yao happiness? Do you have an academic diploma? Do you have work experience? Do you have a family background? Do you have a car, a house and savings? You have nothing. You're just a retired soldier. After being a warrior for so many years, you can't even change careers. So you can see how badly you've mixed up. If I'm right, the most you have on you right now is just a few $100,000 that the retirement subsidy gave you. Do you think a few $100,000 is a lot? You're figuring it out. This is Castle Peak, not the kind of shabby little place in the countryside of your hometown. Do you know how much the average price of a house in Castle Peak has reached? Let me tell you, the average price in Castle Peak is now over 20,000, and the better lots cost 30 to 40,000. Even if you buy an average one and a smaller one, it's still 3 million. With your several $100,000 of retirement allowance, I'm afraid you can't even make a down payment on a house. Do you still think that you can give my daughter happiness?" Listening to his future mother-in-law blathering on, Yi Tianyuan was too lazy to listen or dislike her. Want a house? It was only a matter of words for him. Yi Tianyuan, to buy all the properties in the entire Castle Peak. He wants to buy all the properties in Castle Peak with just one word. Yi Tianyuan can mobilize the wealth of the world with a single word. Money is really just a number for Yi Tianyuan. Family history? Indeed, Yi Tianyuan did not have a family history, but he had monstrous power. If Yi Tianyuan stomped his foot, not only the whole Dragon Kingdom, but the whole world would tremble for him. However, these words, Yi Tianyuan and his own ratty, snobbish future mother-in-law could not say. Seeing that Yi Tianyuan didn't say anything, finally Li Yongmei let out a long sigh, shook her head and said, "Forget it. Jiang Yao is determined to be with you. Yuan is also so old. There's no way for me to force her anymore. Yi Tianyuan, I can agree to your marriage with Jiang Yao, but you must be able to give her a decent wedding and a decent home. You should understand what I mean by that. When you are able to do all of that, then come back to propose marriage." Yi Tianyuan nodded his head. "Okay, auntie, I understand. I will do it." And just at this time, Yi Tianyuan's cell phone suddenly received two messages. They were from the God of Death and the Demon Lady. There were two waves of people striking at Jiang Yao and Yuan at the same time, trying to take them away. Obviously, this was the Wang family's tactic. Yi Tianyuan suddenly looked coldly at Li Yongmei. Chapter 45, Yi Tianyuan, now sentence you to death. Being stared at by Yi Tianyuan's cold godlike eyes, Li Yongmei was instantly frightened. Her face turning pale and her body trembling slightly. An indescribable feeling of fear surged out from the depths of her heart. Li Yongmei's body subconsciously leaned back, her eyes dodging, as if she had done something wrong and was caught. And at this time, a group of menacing people walked into the cafe. The target was clearly Yi Tianyuan. After receiving the message sent by Death and Demoness, Yi Tianyuan immediately understood the real purpose of Li Yongmei asking him out to meet. That was why Yi Tianyuan looked at Li Yongmei with such cold anger. Seeing that things had already been exposed, Li Yongmei simply stopped pretending. She hurriedly got up and took a few steps back. After pulling a safe distance from Yi Tianyuan, Li Yongmei then calmed down a few points. Looking at Yi Tianyuan's eyes that wanted to kill, Li Yongmei said with some trepidation, "Yi Tianyuan, you also don't blame me. I also have no choice. Who made you so unknowingly dare to mess with the Wang family? And even bold enough to even dare to kill you? Young Wang, the Wang family is a first-class family in Castle Peak. How can you, a poor boy from the bottom of the social ladder, mess with them? Our Jiang family can't afford to mess with it either. If I don't do what the Wang family says, then my Jiang family will also suffer from the Wang family's monstrous wrath. And that will cause my Jiang family to have a catastrophe of extinction. So, it can only be at your expense. Think of it as helping our Jiang family. Didn't you claim that you owe Jiang Yao? Then use this opportunity to pay Jiang Yao back. Don't worry, I will take care of Jiang Yao and Yuan in the future." Yi Tianyuan gave Li Yongmei a cold look and said in a ghostly voice, "You should be glad that you're Jiang Yao's mom. Or else you already don't have the life to stand here and say such words to me anymore. Get lost before I get angry." In Li Yongmei's eyes, Yi Tianyuan was a murderer. Facing such a madman, Li Yongmei was naturally afraid. So of course she didn't dare to stay longer and immediately turned around and ran out of the cafe as if she was fleeing. She wanted to quickly drive away from this place, but she had a little thought in her mind. In the end, after struggling a bit in her mind, she still stopped. She needed to confirm the results before she could leave with peace of mind. Inside the cafe, the second leader of the Green Dragon Society, Zhuo Xiaowu, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the young man in front of him who was not afraid of death, and a group of his men had already surrounded the place. The two third-rate martial artist henchmen were also separated into two, jammed in their positions, ready to unleash a ferocious attack on Yi Tianyuan at any time. Both of these two men were as if they were hungry wolves, staring dead on at Yi Tianyuan, both of them with a ferocious look that they couldn't wait to eat Yi Tianyuan. Just this stance alone it was scary enough. Those other juniors, they were also rubbing their fists, looking like they wanted to ruthlessly ravage Yi Tianyuan. If an ordinary person was faced with such a situation, I'm afraid they would be scared half to death. However, Yi Tianyuan was still sitting there indifferently, not even bothering to raise his eyelids. Green Dragon Society? Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Zhuo Xiaohu and asked. Zhuo Xiaohu looked at Yi Tianyuan playfully and let out a cold laugh. "Kid, it seems that you still have some eyesight. Since you know that we are from the Green Dragon Society, how dare you be so arrogant and not afraid of death? Why aren't you afraid at all? I don't like your behavior." "Afraid?" Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Zhuo Xiaohu and spat out 3 words. "You don't deserve it. Unbridled. Good guts." These words immediately enraged the crowd. Zhuo Xiaohu laughed back in anger. "Somewhat interesting. I wonder how long it has been since anyone dared to speak to Laozi like this. Kid, do you know who I am? And do you know that the person who dares to be so crazy in front of me has a grave grass that's someone high? How many moms? Talking like that? You're not my son. I'm not interested in knowing who you are." Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhuo Xiaohu coldly with a smile. Obviously, Yi Tianyuan was a bit angry. Lu Jinlong had only just come over yesterday to pay his respects, and there was someone from the Green Dragon Society popping up in front of him? Yi Tianyuan's words instantly angered Zhuo Xiaohu completely. His expression was furious and fierce, and he glared at Yi Tianyuan with a look of wanting to eat someone. The martial artist who stood next to Zhuo Xiaohu gave a cold snort and pointed at Yi Tianyuan. "Kid, you're looking for death, aren't you? Dare to talk to our Green Dragon Society's second leader, Master Tiger, like this Ka-ching." Before that martial artist's words could be uttered, he was directly broken by Yi Tianyuan's fingers. The pain immediately caused that martial artist to scream. This scene immediately stunned everyone. Zhuo Xiaohu's face instantly stiffened, his eyes staring at Yi Tianyuan with a wide-eyed death stare, his face revealing a bit of astonishment. The expression, too, gained a little more gravity, because, as a second-rate martial artist, he unexpectedly did not see clearly what was going on even just now. Not even a tiny bit of it was clear. This meant one thing, and that was that the speed of this young man's strike in front of him was really too fast, so fast that his naked eyes did not even notice it at all. The only martial art in the world was fast. Being fast, that in itself was a great skill. The person who was able to seriously injure the Wang family's provider was definitely not bad, and could even be a second-rate martial artist. Although Zhuo Xiaohu did not believe that a young man less than 30 years old could reach the height of a second-rate martial artist, but Zhuo Xiaohu was a man of honor. Height. but Zhuo Xiaohu had always been cautious in his dealings, so today, he still brought all of his core men here, just to make sure that nothing is wrong. Now, it seems that the situation indeed does not allow for carelessness. This sudden change of events caused Zhuo Xiaohu's minions to immediately take up the position to strike, all of them staring at Yi Tianyuan with anger and death. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at that third-rate martial artist as if he was a god of killing and said, "I hate people pointing their hands at me in my life. You should be glad that you are in Chung so I just broke one of your fingers as a small punishment." After saying that, Yi Tianyuan gave Zhuo Xiaohu another cold look and said, "I don't want to kill anyone today, so I'll give you guys a chance to roll." After all, the Green Dragon Club was also considered his men, so Yi Tianyuan did not want to kill Zhuo Xiaohu. In the face of Yi Tianyuan's great mercy, Zhuo Xiaohu did not know how to cherish it. Instead, he was infuriated and deeply humiliated. Humph! Zhuo Xiaohu gave a heavy cold snort. Not a big person, but his mouth is not small. Those who speak out of their mouths will eat the consequences. Since you are so unaware of death, then Master Tiger, I will let you know that there is a sky beyond this sky, and there are people beyond people. Snap. However, without waiting for Zhuo Xiaohu to finish his words, Yi Tianyuan backhandedly threw a slap heavily on Zhuo Xiaohu's face. The powerful force directly slapped Zhuo Xiaohu flying out. Zhuo Xiaohu's 180-pound man unexpectedly rolled several times in the air before smashing down heavily on the ground. Extremely wretched, Zhuo Xiaohu rolled hard to climb up from the ground. Still a little dizzy, cannot distinguish between north and south, east and west. This slap completely confused him. Other people also all looked dumbfounded, cannot believe the scene in front of them. This is the Tiger Master Ah, the Green Dragon Club's second leader Tiger Master Ah, second-rate martial artist Tiger Master Ah, the second-rate martial arts Master Tiger. Looking at the entire castle peak, the strength of the Master Tiger above, definitely not more than a hand. The Tiger Master in Castle Peak, that is a resounding reputation. He has never suffered such a big loss? Has he ever been beaten so badly that he couldn't find his way? How could this happen? This young man's strength, how could he be so powerful to such an unimaginably perverted point? After a long time, Zhuo Xiaohu shook his head vigorously, and only then did he come to his senses for a few minutes. Spit on his mouth and spit out 2 incisors with blood. Zhuo Xiaohu looked at Yi Tianyuan with an oddly stunned and angry expression, while the latter sneered. Noisy villains always die from talking too much. Alive, it doesn't smell good? Sorry, you don't have that chance now. I, Yi Tianyuan, now sentence you to death. Chapter 46, Admit when you've lost, stand up straight when you've been beaten. I, Yi Tianyuan, sentence you to death. What kind of domineering words is this? Simply crazy. Tsunami is a god in general. Descending divine decree. Sacred cannot be questioned by anyone. When these words came out, it was as if death had already descended on Zhuo Xiaohu's head. Zhuo Xiaohu's men were also shocked by Yi Tianyuan's death sentence-like words, and their minds trembled, momentarily frozen on the spot, unable to speak. A little bit of strength. You still really think of yourself as the king of heaven? I left the Laughing Tiger 13 years old out to mix. Big wind and big waves have experienced countless. What scenes have not seen? I was careless just now, and you succeeded in your sneak attack. Now, let's go together and kill him. Obsessive. Not enough to die. Yi Tianyuan's eyes flashed with a flash of stern killing intent. Just at this time, an urgent drinking roar came from far away. Stop. All fucking stop. Whoever dares to show Mr. Yi the slightest disrespect, I will kill his entire family. Hearing this filled with supreme majesty, full of angry killing words, Zhuo Xiaohu and other people immediately stopped in fear and looked over, because the person who spoke was not someone else, but the boss of the Green Dragon Society, Lu Jinlong, Master Long. Only to see the Black Emperor and Lu Jinlong, 2 people sprinted. The Black Emperor, black face, killing aura. Lu Jinlong is the same face of fear. The heart do not know how many times to greet the left smiling tiger ancestors. Who the hell did Zhuo Xiaohu mess with? But to mess with this great bodhisattva? Lu Jinlong rushed to Zhuo Xiaohu's front, and without saying anything, he swung up his palm and smacked down on Zhuo Xiaohu's face. Slap, slap, slap. Lu Jinlong slapped Zhuo Xiaohu several times in a row, and only after half of Zhuo Xiaohu's face was cracked and bloody did he stop. The left Xiaohu was completely confused by the Dragon Master. He and the Dragon Master, that is life and death brothers. So many years to fight over the brothers. The Dragon Master has never treated him so. I'm not sure what's going on here. But I'm not sure what's going on here. Lu Jinlong at this time also did not have the mood to pay attention to Zhuo Xiaohu, but a face of fear, coyly nodded to Yi Tianyuan, said, I'm sorry Mr. Yi, it is my discipline of the underlings is not good, so that this group of things that do not know how to live to provoke offended you. After saying that, Lu Jinlong swept a glance at Zhuo Xiaohu and the others with cold anger and majesty, and shouted heavily, "Why don't you hurry up and all kneel down for me?" Although the crowd was confused in their hearts, who dared to disobey Master Long's order? All of them obediently knelt down. At this moment, the biggest doubt in Zhuo Xiaohu's mind was, what kind of god was this young man in front of them? How could even Master Long grovel to him to such an extent? Qingshan should not have such a big face character, right? Lu Jinlong carefully said to Yi Tianyuan again. Mr. Yi, these people are at your disposal. I will never tolerate half of them. Yi Tianyuan sat there with a cold face and did not utter a word. When Yi Tianyuan didn't open his mouth, Lu Jinlong didn't dare to speak more. Zhuo Xiaohu was also the second leader of the Green Dragon Society anyways. He immediately calmed down and looked at Yi Tianyuan. I know that I've made a big trouble today and messed with someone I can't afford to mess with. I'll admit it. When you come out to mix, sooner or later you have to return the favor. We Jianghu people also have to recognize the life of the Jianghu. If I want to blame it, I should only blame it on my money-mindedness. I didn't ever think that I would incur the trouble of killing myself. Mr. Yi, if you want to kill or die as you wish. If you don't want to dirty your hands, I, Zhuo Xiaohu, can do it myself. It's just that, I want to be an understanding ghost. Yi Tianyuan indifferently looked at Zhuo Xiaohu. He still had some courage. However, to be able to become the second leader of the Green Dragon Society, he was naturally considered a character. If he didn't even have this backbone, then he didn't deserve to sit in this position. Lu Jinlong carefully looked at Yi Tianyuan. After seeing that Yi Tianyuan did not object, Lu Jinlong then said to Zhuo Xiaohu, you don't need to know much about Mr. Ye's identity and origin. You only need to know that Mr. Yi is the person who our Black Emperor group's boss. The Black Emperor specially sent a messenger to Castle Peak so that we must follow all of his orders and act. What? The Black Emperor personally ordered it down? Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaohu couldn't help but be startled as well. The Black Emperor, that was a god in his heart. Not only was it the god in his heart, but it was the god in the hearts of almost all of the people in the Dragon Kingdom. The Supreme Big Brother, the Black Emperor, however, rules half of the underground world of the Dragon Kingdom. Although the Green Dragon Club is the master of the underground world of Castle Peak, but in the Black Emperor group, it is only a small branch. Lu Jinlong, the underground emperor of Castle Peak, was only a small leader in the system of the Black Emperor group. The Black Emperor was too far away from them. The person who can let the Black Emperor personally give orders must have a very unusual relationship with the Black Emperor. This kind of character, would they be able to mess with him? After learning the identity of Yi Tianyuan, Zhuo Xiaohu smiled to himself and said, it's me who has eyes but no pearls. I've watched for my whole life but I've lost my eyes this time. You have to admit when you lose. You have to stand upright when you are beaten. Mr. Yi, I have nothing to say. Messed with you. I sinned and deserve to die. I'm an insignificant little person, so I won't bother you Mr. Yi to do it yourself. I'll finish it on my own. After saying that, Zhuo Xiaohu took out a knife and stabbed it violently at his heart. But just as the knife in Zhuo Xiaohu's hand was about to stab into his heart, a crisp metallic sound suddenly rang out. Only saw the knife in Zhuo Xiaohu's hand unexpectedly broke in response to the sound. Zhuo Xiaohu raised his head in shock and looked at Yi Tianyuan in puzzlement. Obviously, just now, it was Yi Tianyuan who made a move to save Zhuo Xiaohu. Lu Jinlong had already mentally prepared for the painful loss of his best brother, the second leader of the Green Dragon Society. However, he did not expect that at the last moment, Yi Tianyuan had actually made a move. Lu Jinlong seemed to have a few thoughts as he looked at Yi Tianyuan. Everyone else also looked at Yi Tianyuan in a daze, not daring to breathe a single breath. The air, tense and oppressive. At some point, Black Emperor had already respectfully stood behind Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan finally spoke. For my enemies, I am never half merciful. For my own people, I can give a chance. As the saying goes, those who don't know don't sin. You took the Wang family's money to eliminate disasters for the Wang family, so it's nothing to be ashamed of. I should have killed you, but on account of you being a member of the Green Dragon Society, I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. I think that you should know what to do. Hearing these words, for a moment Zhuo Xiaohu thought he had heard wrong. Lu Jinlong immediately kicked Zhuo Xiaohu hard and scolded. Why don't you quickly thank Mr. Yi for not killing you? Reacting, Zhuo Xiaohu hurriedly kowtowed to Yi Tianyuan. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for raising your hand and sparing my life. Please also rest assured, Mr. Yi, my subordinate knows what to do. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand to Lu Jinlong and the others. Lu Jinlong immediately nodded his head to Yi Tianyuan for a while before leading the crowd to leave. After walking out of the cafe, Lu Jinlong looked at Zhuo Xiaohu with a straight face and said, Elder, today, I counted your blessed life as having retrieved a life. The matter of the Wang family, you have to do it right. Zhuo Xiaohu nodded with a solemn face and said, got it boss. I know what to do. Right boss. I have a doubt. How strong is Mr. Yi? I feel as if he is very strong. Lu Jinlong coldly glared at Zhuo Xiaohu and said with a gloomy face, don't ask too many questions. Being curious sometimes kills people. In short, I'm afraid I'm like an ant in front of Mr. Yi. What? Master Long is a first-class martial artist, but he is one of the top experts in Castle Peak. Even Master Long is like an ant. How strong must he be? Is it possible that he's a grandmaster? No, a grandmaster isn't that strong, right? Could it be that the legend has surpassed the existence of a grandmaster? Hiss. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaohu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, not daring to continue thinking more. At this time, he was incomparably fortunate that he was still alive and had recovered a life. Sitting on the roadside car, Li Yongmei saw Zhuo Xiaohu. They walked out of the cafe, then secretly relieved. It seems that Yi Tianyuan is dead. But just as Li Yongmei was about to drive away, his eyes suddenly glared round. Chapter 47 Wang Family. Removal. Wang Family Villa. All the people in the Wang family were waiting for the good news from Master Tiger's side. Wang Guowo was playing with a sharp knife in his hand. He wanted to personally kill Yi Tianyuan to avenge his son's death. And just at this time, an underling rushed over to report, Master Tiger and the others are here. Hearing that Master Tiger had come, Wang Guowo stood up in a flash, and his eyes shot out a thick killing light. The Wang family congregation all rose to greet Zhuo Xiaohu. However, when the crowd saw the ferocious Zhuo Xiaohu, they felt that the atmosphere seemed a little off. Master Tiger, where is that kid? Wang Guowo swept around and did not find Yi Tianyuan. His face suddenly sank as he asked Zhuo Xiaohu. Snap! But what answered him was a loud slap from Zhuo Xiaohu. This action. Immediately the Wang family people dumbfounded. Each face puzzled look at the left smiling tiger. Zhuo Xiaohu's men also quickly rushed up and held all the Wang family members. This sudden turn of events immediately stunned the Wang family. Zhuo Xiaohu was furious, staring at the Wang family with a murderous glare, cursing, paralyzed. I was almost killed by your Wang family. You guys don't pull me on even if you want to die? I really don't know how your Wang family became a first-class family in Castle Peak. All of you are fucking living on dogs. Being scolded by Zhuo Xiaohu, the Wang family members were even more confused. In the end, what happened? Not to give him the Tiger Master 200 million, let him go to kill Yi Tianyuan. Well, is not the Tiger Master in the hands of that Yi Tianyuan suffered a big loss? But how is this possible? Zhuo Xiaohu said in a cold voice. Your Wang family has messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with, and I'm following orders to destroy your Wang family. Master Wang family, Brother Guoshu. I'm sorry. What? To exterminate his Wang family? This. Hearing these words, the guts of the Wang family were almost broken. Wang Guoshu hurriedly and eagerly spoke out. Master Tiger, wait. Allow me to say a few words. If you want to kill all of my Wang family, you have to let us be the ones to understand, right? Is it Yi Tianyuan who asked you, Master Tiger, to kill and destroy my Wang family? What kind of god is he? Yi Tianyuan? Isn't he just a punk? A little yakuza? Hearing these words, Zhuo Xiaohu immediately laughed coldly and looked at Wang Guoshu with a mocking expression. How frightening ignorance was. Zhuo Xiaohu coldly looked at Wang Guoshu and said, on account of the friendship over the years, I can disclose a little bit to you guys. Mr. Yi is an existence that you can't afford to mess with. Not to mention your tiny Wang family, even in the entire Castle Peak, no one can afford to mess with Mr. Yi. As for Mr. Ye's identity, you guys don't inquire much. Dead people don't need to know that much. Alright, you guys can be on your way. The Wang family crowd looked at each other for a while. How could this happen? Why did they provoke Yi Tianyuan? Now it was good. And they had incurred a disaster of doom. Guo Guoshu, you've caused my Wang family a lot of harm. You sinned deeply. You deserve to die. Elder Wang let out a desperate rebuke. But what was the point of saying such words now? It was all too late for regrets. Master Tiger, my Wang family is willing to give all of our family assets with both hands. I only beg you to be able to let my Wang family live. Wang Guoshu attempted to use money to buy Zhuo Xiaohu, but this time he was destined to miscalculate. Zhuo Xiaohu looked at Wang Guoshu with cold fury and said, you fucking harmed me once and still wanna harm me a second time? Although I love money very much, I cherish my life even more. If I don't kill you guys, then the one who dies will be me. Do it! With Zhuo Xiaohu's order, Xiaobei made his move at the same time. Amidst the sounds of despair, all of the Wang family members drank their hatred northwest on the spot. After resolving the Wang family members, Zhuo Xiaohu made a call over to the City Defense Bureau's chief Ma to come and assist in cleaning up the battlefield. Originally, this kind of thing to call the horse chief, that is not self-inflicted? However, this is the thing that the Dragon Master ordered. Left Xiaohu can only be done. The result was a surprise to Zhou Xiaohu. When he started to say this to Chief Ma was still furious, but when he said that Mr. Yi asked him to exterminate the Wang family, Chief Ma's attitude immediately underwent a 180-degree change, and quickly said that he would fully cooperate. With the City Defense Bureau coming to clean up the battlefield, the Wang family's extermination of their entire family naturally wouldn't become explosive news in Castle Peak. Otherwise such a big matter, it would have inevitably caused an uproar. On the other side, Jiang family villa. Today, the Jiang family welcomed an extremely honorable guest. The Jiang family had never dreamed that Divine Dr. Mo would come uninvited to pay a visit. The Jiang family didn't have any friendship with Dr. Mo, and usually couldn't even invite him if they wanted to, but I didn't expect that today. Divine Dr. Mo would take the initiative to come to the door. Elder Jiang greeted Divine Dr. Mo with a look of excitement. Divine Dr. Mo, you can come to our house. It's a great honor for my family. Divine Dr. Mo sized up Elder Jiang for a while and then took the initiative to shush Elder Jiang, asking sideways about Elder Jiang's physical condition. In the face of Divine Dr. Mo's concern, Elder Jiang was even more terrified and excited. After exchanging pleasantries, Divine Dr. Mo also finally turned to the main topic. Master Jiang, I would like to meet that Mr. Yi. I wonder if it's convenient to introduce him. What? Divine Dr. Mo came for Yi Tianyuan? Hearing this, the Jiang family's faces suddenly stiffened. Happy for nothing? The reason why Divine Dr. Mo would want to see Yi Tianyuan, for one thing, was because there was actually someone who was able to bring the dying Jiang family head back to life, and it was a situation where he was halfway through applying the needles, so that meant that the other party's medical skills were definitely not below him. In Castle Peak, there was still such a person with extraordinary medical skills, so Divine Dr. Mo naturally wanted to get to know him. He was recognized as the No. 1 Divine Doctor in Castle Peak, and his reputation had shaken Castle Peak for dozens of years, not to mention that no one can reach half a point. It is difficult to get close to him. Therefore, Dr. Mo has absolute authority in the medical field of Castle Peak. Now that there is a person who is afraid that his medical skills are not below him, Dr. Mo is naturally worried and wants to feel the other side's details. Dr. Mo also asked Dean Zhang about it, but he refused to say anything. He only kindly reminded him of Divine Dr. Mo, telling him not to mess with that Mr. Yi, or else he wouldn't even have a chance to regret it. Other than that, no matter how much Dr. Mo asked, Dean Zhang just refused to say. He, Divine Dr. Mo, had been friends with Dean Zhang for decades, but he couldn't even ask him. With a figure like Dean Zhang treating this Mr. Yi so cautiously, it naturally made Divine Dr. Mo even more curious about Yi Tianyuan. Inconvenient? Divine Dr. Mo asked when he saw the Jiang family members' faces of embarrassment. Elder Jiang let out a bitter smile before he roughly explained the situation to Divine Dr. Mo. After hearing this, Divine Dr. Mo frowned. The Wang family had already invited Master Tiger to kill Yi Tianyuan, and just at this time, Li Yongmei, who looked lost in thought, walked back. Seeing Li Yongmei come back, Elder Jiang immediately asked, "Things are all done, right?" Li Yongmei looked at Elder Jiang and then squeaked, "I don't know what happened. Master Tiger didn't make a move on Yi Tianyuan, and after the two of them met, they each left. What? Didn't make a move? What's going on here?" The Jiang family members were puzzled after hearing this. Divine Dr. Mo frowned deeply, and after pondering for a while, he took out his cell phone and called Zhou Xiaohu over. After passing through some side conversations, Divine Dr. Mo got a very frightening and shocking news. The Wang family has, surprisingly, been exterminated in full. After saying that, Divine Dr. Mo immediately noticed that he had misspoke and immediately turned around to leave. After sending Divine Dr. Mo away, the Jiang family crowd looked at each other for a while, their expressions stunned and wonderful. The Wang family, having their entire family exterminated? How could it be such a coincidental thing? The Wang family had just asked Master Tiger to go out and kill Yi Tianyuan, and they didn't expect that just a little while later, the Wang family would be wiped out. Did Yi Tianyuan do it? Yesterday, after Wang Xiao was beaten by Yi Tianyuan, he was quickly killed in the hospital. Today, the Wang family had just made a move against Yi Tianyuan, and soon after, their entire family was exterminated. Is it really a coincidence? Or was he, Yi Tianyuan, really extremely uncomplicated? On the other hand, the chairman's office on the top floor of the Black Emperor Group, Yi Tianyuan's gaze was coldly scrutinizing a beautiful woman in front of him with a hot and powerful figure, dressed in a professional outfit, and living like a worldly beauty. Chapter 48. Yuan Yuan is not a bastard. Yuan Yuan has a father. Whether it's her figure or her appearance, she's an absolute stunner. Although she was slightly older, in her early 30s, she looked no different from 25 or 26 if she was well maintained. The most important thing is that the localized area is unusually developed. Clothes worn on her body can't help but make people worry about whether they will be burst. Sexy, enchanting, living off a big demon. I'm afraid that under the sky, there are not many men who can resist the temptation of this worldly beauty in front of them. Even Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but take one more look. Of course, it was just one more glance. Yi Tianyuan was definitely a good cadre that could withstand any test. The Black Emperor stood respectfully and incomparably at Yi Tianyuan's side and introduced, "Boss, this is my righteous daughter, Knight Rao, one of the 4 guardians of the Black Emperor group. Loyalty to me is unquestionable, and it's thanks to her stabilizing the general situation in my absence all these years that I didn't let my Black Emperor group be torn apart. Her ability in all aspects of her work is very outstanding. That's why I transferred her over to take up the position of president of the Black Emperor Group's Castle Peak division." Yi Tianyuan just casually nodded his head slightly. He didn't really care. Black Emperor Group was still Black Emperors. He didn't interfere. "Boss, in the future, you can directly command her for anything dash." Black Emperor still wanted to say something, but Yi Tianyuan was already waving his hand impatiently. Seeing this, Black Emperor immediately shut up and immediately gave a wink to Knight Enchantress, who hurriedly retreated. This kind of earthly beauty, but also could not enter Yi Tianyuan's eyes. There was nothing to do, but it also seemed a bit boring. Yi Tianyuan lay back. His feet rested on the coffee table. The Black Emperor immediately kneeled down in front of Yi Tianyuan to give Yi Tianyuan a pounding of the legs. Black Emperor carefully said, "Boss, Knight Rao's massage technique is not bad. Do you want her to come over and press it for you?" Without waiting for Black Emperor to speak, Yi Tianyuan gave Black Emperor a cold look. Frightened, Black Emperor hurriedly shut up and silenced his voice, burying his head and pinching his legs. "Other than Zhang Yao, I'm not interested in any woman. Don't have this kind of small mind in front of me in the future," Yi Tianyuan coldly said to Black Emperor. Black Emperor nodded his head in a hurry. "Yes, boss." Black Emperor remembered. He will never dare again. And just at this time, Yi Tianyuan's cell phone suddenly rang. At a glance it was Zhang Yao calling. A call from his wife. Yi Tianyuan naturally answered it immediately. As soon as he connected, Zhang Yao's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yi Tianyuan, quickly go to the school. Just now Yuan Yuan's homeroom teacher called and said that Yuan Yuan fought with a classmate in the classroom and injured him. Is Yuan Yuan injured? Is she alright?" Hearing Zhang Yao's words, Yi Tianyuan stood up in a flash and asked with immense concern. Zhang Yao on the other end of the phone said, "I don't know exactly what's going on, so hurry up and go to the school." "Okay, I'll go right away." After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan then immediately rushed out. Black Emperor also hurriedly followed. 20 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan arrived at Yuan Yuan's school. The demon lady immediately greeted him and apologized with a look of remorse. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't take good care of Yuan Yuan. Please punish me." Yi Tianyuan looked at Demon Ji coldly and asked, "What exactly is the situation?" The demonic Ji immediately said, "Boss, it's like this. Just now during gym class, there was a boy who bullied Princess Yuan Yuan. Princess Yuan Yuan didn't dare to fight back at first and kept giving in to that little boy. Later, the boy called Princess Yuan Yuan a bastard and said that Princess Yuan Yuan didn't have a father or something like that. So Princess Yuan Yuan got very angry and retorted. Then the two of them got into a scuffle, which only ended when the teacher arrived later. The other party was a small child, so Demon Ji didn't dare to make a move. After Yi Tianyuan looked at the incomparably self-condemning Demon Ji, he said, "This matter is not your fault. You are indeed not fit to make a move for a small child. All of you wait outside. I'll go find the next teacher." In the office, Yi Yuan Yuan was so scared that she was curled up in the corner, shivering with tears streaming down her face. She had a small color hanging on her face, and her hand had broken a bit of skin and bled a bit. Another little boy of the same age stood aside, looking at Yi Yuan Yuan with a victorious smile. He also had some small injuries on his body, but he was looking smug, because his mom and dad had come to the school to back him up. He wasn't afraid and he felt he had one. The little boy's parents glared at Yi Yuan Yuan with an angry look on their faces, a look that would eat her up, scaring Yi Yuan Yuan so much that she buried her head in her neck, not daring to raise her head to take a look. Yi Yuan Yuan's homeroom teacher was a female teacher of about 30 years old, but she stood silently at the side. Because the couple in front of her was not small, she couldn't afford to mess with them. The little boy, Yu Hao Hao, was a notorious mischief maker in his class and always liked to tease his classmates. Usually not a lot of bullying Yi Yuan Yuan, before Yi Yuan Yuan has been submissive, and never dared to resist anything, because her father was away. Yi Yuan Yuan could only let her classmates say that she was a wild child and that she had no father. But now that her father was back, Yi Yuan Yuan would never allow anyone to say that to her again. Yu Hao's mom said to the homeroom teacher with an extremely impatient look on her face, "Teacher Su, when is this bastard's mom coming? How much longer do you want us to wait? If this wild seed has a life with no one to teach her, then I'll teach her well today on behalf of her mom. Learning to hit people at a young age? What's going to happen in the future? See what my son has become? Ever since he was little, our whole family has treated my son as a treasure. No one would say a word out loud to him. This wild seed has such black hands. If she doesn't give my Hao a satisfactory explanation today, then I'll let someone break her hands." Teacher Su also looked at a loss for words. Yi Yuan Yuan was even so scared that she cried out. And at this time, a figure came in at a brisk pace and arrived in front of Yi Yuan Yuan with a single arrow step. It was Yi Tian Yuan. Looking at the pitiful Yuan Yuan, Yi Tian Yuan's heart was like a knife and he blamed himself. Yi Tian Yuan hugged Yuan Yuan and gently touched Yuan Yuan's head and comforted her. "Yuan Yuan, don't cry. I'm sorry Daddy is late. Daddy is here. No one can bully Yuan Yuan anymore. Does Yuan Yuan want to see Daddy fight the bad guys?" Seeing Yi Tian Yuan, Yi Yuan Yuan stopped her tears and hugged Yi Tian Yuan tightly. "Daddy, I'm sorry. It's Yuan Yuan's fault. It's Yuan Yuan who made a mistake and fought with someone. Daddy, don't be angry with Yuan Yuan, okay?" Yuan Yuan's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing hard into Yi Tian Yuan's heart. This silly girl. Yi Tian Yuan was heartbroken as he wiped Yuan Yuan's tears and said, "Yuan Yuan was not wrong. Yuan Yuan did the right thing. It was others who bullied Yuan Yuan. People can be kind, but they can't just put up with it. When others bully Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan doesn't need to back down anymore. Yuan Yuan should fight back, because only then will others not dare to bully Yuan Yuan in the future. The more nice Yuan Yuan is and the more she backs down, then the more people will think that Yuan Yuan is easy to bully. In the future, no matter who dares to bully Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan will fight back. Understand?" Yi Yuan Yuan looked at Yi Tian Yuan with a look of seeming understanding, then said, "Daddy, Yuan Yuan is not afraid of being bullied, but Yuan Yuan is not a wild child. Yuan Yuan has a daddy, and Yuan Yuan will not allow others to talk about daddy like that." Yi Tian Yuan hugged Yuan Yuan heartily. Yuan Yuan was defending him as her father. Yu Hao's mom and dad stared at Yi Tian Yuan with angry eyes, and were even more annoyed after hearing Yi Tian Yuan's words just now. Yu Hao's mom snorted out a cold laugh. "Humph, it's really true that what kind of family teaches what kind of child." Snap. But before Yu Hao's mom could finish her sentence, suddenly a crisp and loud slap suddenly rang out on her face. Before Yu Hao's mom could even react, she was directly slapped by this slap and flew out, falling to the ground. Tears soared out of her eyes from the pain. Yu Hao's father froze for a long time before he hurriedly went to help his wife up. The two couples glared at Yi Tian Yuan with angry eyes and cursed, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my mother is? It seems like you instigated your daughter to hit someone, right? A family of uneducated lowlifes who dare to play rough here? Humph. Then you're messing with the wrong people. We are not someone you, a poor slob from the bottom of society, can mess with." Yu Hao's dad was also furious as he let loose his bold words to Yi Tian Yuan. However, just after Yu Hao's dad finished speaking, he was scared by Yi Tian Yuan's cold godlike eyes that made his neck shrink back, as if seeing gods and demons. Chapter 49. If you don't make things clear, you won't be able to leave. All of you shut up. One more word. Whip your mouths. Yi Tian Yuan's cold voice suddenly rang out, scaring Yu Hao's dad's face. After scowling and glancing at Yi Tian Yuan, he was fearful and angry, somewhat furious. Teacher Su on the side was also frightened, and her eyes became a little less friendly and a little fearful when she looked at Yi Tian Yuan. She had dealt with parents for so many years, but it was the first time she had seen such a fierce parent. Was this man really Yi Tian Yuan's father? Normally, Yi Yuan Yuan was quite obedient and gentle. Without waiting for Ms. Su to think more, Yi Tian Yuan's cold eyes suddenly landed on Ms. Su. Teacher Su had never seen such cold and scary eyes before, and was so scared that she involuntarily took a step back. The expression was somewhat fearful as she looked at Yi Tian Yuan. This person wouldn't even beat the teacher, right? Frightened, Teacher Su hurriedly curtly said to Yi Tian Yuan, "Father Yi Yuan Yuan, don't get angry first. Let's talk things over. I called both of your parents over here, just so that we can communicate together and settle this matter dash." Yi Tian Yuan said in a cold voice. "Teacher Su, as a teacher, you should be able to handle this matter in a fair and just manner, right?" Teacher Su immediately nodded his head and said, "That's for sure. Yi Yuan Yuan and Yu Hao are both my students. As a teacher I certainly dash." Without waiting for Ms. Su to finish her sentence. Yi Tianyuan directly interrupted her and said to Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan, you tell us everything about what happened just now. Don't be afraid that dad is here. No one can bully you. With her father by her side, Yi Yuan Yuan also had courage. She immediately told what had just happened in detail. It was obvious that the fault lay with Yu Hao Hao. Yu Hao Hao's mom immediately got emotional and said, lying, learning to lie at a young age, and spilling the beans, how adults teach you really well. My home Hao Hao is very good. Never bully classmates. Must be this little, is she first bullied my home Hao Hao. Said Yu Hoheo. Mother immediately pulled Yu Hoheo, said to him, Hoheo, you say what's going on. There are mom and dad here to back you up. You do not be afraid. Boldly say it. Want to frame our family Hao Hao? No way. Yu Hao Hao's father also gave Yu Hao Hao a very tough face to cheer. Yes. Hao Hao, you boldly say whether she is framing you. Is she first on your hands? Straight to say. There are mom and dad's backing. Yu Hao Hao naturally not afraid. But when he was about to say what mom and dad meant to say, he suddenly felt that there was a trace of terrible eyes staring at him. Seeing such eyes made Yu Hao Hao look as if he had seen a ghost, and he was instantly scared to the point that his whole body trembled and his face turned white. It seemed that his mind had been frightened. Yu Hao Hao truthfully said, Yuan Yuan is right. It was me who bullied her first, calling her a bastard without a father, and hitting her first dash. Without waiting for Yu Hao Hao to finish his sentence, Yu Hao Hao's mom covered Yu Hao Hao's mouth to prevent him from continuing. Yu Hao Hao's father's face instantly stiffened as he glared angrily at his son. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Teacher Su and said, Teacher Su, the situation is clear now, isn't it? Teacher Su had actually guessed that it must be Yu Hao Hao's fault. It's just that Yu Hao Hao's family is very big. She can't afford to mess with it. But at this time, she couldn't afford to favor anything else. She could only say to Yu Hao Hao's parents with a serious face, this matter is Yu Hao Hao's fault. But before Ms. Su could finish her sentence, Yu Hao Hao's mother, as if she had been stepped on, yelled at the top of her lungs, Ms. Su, how can you not distinguish between right and wrong? Obviously it is their father and daughter are lying. Just now my son was just scared by him. Only then we'll say that. Yu Hao Hao's father also pulled a sullen face, his tone with a few threats to Teacher Su. Teacher Su, as a teacher, you can't pick sides and stand on the wrong side. Stand on the wrong side, then you might not even be a teacher. Hearing Yu Hao Hao's father's words, Teacher Su's face turned ugly for a while. Yu Hao Hao's grandfather was the chairman of the school. Where could Mr. Su offend? Moreover, the Yu family was a second-rate family in Castle Peak. The family was so powerful that they could crush her with their hands. So, how can Ms. Su not be afraid in her heart? On the one hand is the irony. On the other hand is can't offend the master. Su teacher is just an ordinary teacher. She is really very helpless. Teacher Su bit her lip hard before calling Yi Tianyuan to one side and lowered her voice. Yi Yuan Yuan father. I know that this matter is indeed Yu Hao Hao's fault, but the Yu family is not something that you and I can afford to mess with. Maybe you don't know, but let me tell you. The Yu family is a second-rate family in Castle Peak, and the Yu family is the major shareholder in our school. If I offend the Yu family, I won't be able to be a teacher, not to mention. I'm afraid that your daughter Yuan Yuan won't be able to continue attending the school either. So can you do this? You can bow your head to Yu Hao Hao's parents, and apologize to Yu Hao Hao. And I'll say something for you guys. And let's forget about this matter. Everything is for the sake of my daughter. The arm can't be twisted. We are all ordinary people. We should recognize this fate. Hearing Teacher Su's words, Yi Tianyuan's eyes immediately flashed a cold color. Yi Tianyuan spoke out coldly. As a teacher, you shouldn't be timid and cowardly to this extent. If you just advise me to forget about it today, then I'll just assume that you're doing it for our own good, thinking that it's better to do more than less. But since you still want the right person to bow down to the wrong person and admit your mistake, Humph, don't you think it's ridiculous? Where is your teacher's virtue? Where is your character conscience? You don't even have the most basic morals of teaching. Teaching is misleading. A person like you is also worthy of being a teacher? Being rebuked by Yi Tianyuan in this flurry of head-splitting scoldings, Ms. Su instantly turned red in the face and blushed with shame. As a teacher, it was true that she shouldn't have said those words just now, but she was also doing it for the well-paid job that she had managed to get with great difficulty. If people don't act for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. But she also had to admit that by saying those words just now, she was indeed somewhat against her conscience. Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to pay any more attention to Ms. Su, but instead pulled Yuan Yuan up and said, Yuan Yuan, go home with dad first. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say that he wanted to go home, Yi Yuan Yuan's eyes immediately became moist. Looking at Yi Tianyuan with a pair of tears in her eyes, she pitifully whispered, Daddy, Yuan Yuan knows that I'm wrong. Yuan Yuan went to apologize to Yu Hao Hao and admit that I'm wrong. Daddy, don't take Yuan Yuan back. Yuan Yuan wants to go to school and study. Yi Tianyuan touched Yuan Yuan's head painfully and said, "Silly, how could Daddy not let you go to school? Don't worry. Today Yuan Yuan is injured. Take a day off. Tomorrow Daddy will send Yuan Yuan to school again. Okay? Yuan Yuan is not at fault. It's them who are at fault. Daddy will make them admit their fault and apologize to Yuan Yuan, and invite Yuan Yuan to come to school." Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, Yi Yuan Yuan was relieved, immediately breaking into tears and smiling. She nodded desperately to Yi Tianyuan like a chicken pecking at rice. "Okay, then Yuan Yuan listens to Daddy. Want to leave? Did I let you go? Do you really think that this is your backyard, so you can leave whenever you want? Today, it's not good for you to leave until things are made clear." Yi Tianyuan wanted to take Yuan Yuan away, but Yu Haohao's father immediately blocked Yi Tianyuan's way, saying with a fierce face. Yu Haohao's mom also immediately flaunted and cheered. "Humph, if you don't make things clear today, then your daughter cannot even come to school in the future. You should know our identity by now. As long as we say a word, your daughter will never want to set foot in this school again. And you want us to apologize to your daughter? Hee, it's straight up a fool's dream, laughable and pathetic. Today I'm also putting my words down here. If you want your daughter to still have school, then you obediently kneel down and apologize to us and allow me to fiercely slap you 10 times. Then let your daughter apologize to my son on her knees in front of the whole class. As for the medical expenses, forget it. A poor family like yours can't afford to pay for it. Our family has plenty of money. We don't care about that. Whether to let your daughter drop out of school and go home, or kneel down and apologize, you choose. I'll only give you the chance once. Don't not know how to cherish it." Chapter 50 Yi Tianyuan's means. Snap. But what answered her was a slap that was even more crisp and loud than earlier. Once again, Yu Haohao's mom was slapped out by Yi Tianyuan and fell heavily to the ground. This time, it was obviously a lot worse than earlier. Half of her face was red and swollen beyond recognition. The corners of her mouth were dripping with blood, and she was screaming in pain as she covered her face. Yu Haohao's father was completely furious, glaring at Yi Tianyuan in irritation. However, Yi Tianyuan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, simply ignored him and directly pulled Yuan Yuan away. But just as Yi Tianyuan was about to walk out of the office, several security guards with batons rushed over. Seeing the security guards coming, Yu Haohao's father instantly felt like he was good again, and immediately shouted condescendingly at the several security guards, "Stop him for me. Take him down. If you dare to resist, beat him to death. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. I'll have a heavy reward after this is accomplished." Even if there was no heavy reward, how could those security guards dare not to work hard for what the chairman's son ordered? Therefore, those few security guards swung their batons and greeted Yi Tianyuan. "Paralyzed, dare to hit old lady. All give me a death blow. If you can't kill him, you're the only ones who will ask." Yu Haohao's mother, who climbed up from the ground, roared angrily at the door. At this moment, she didn't care about image. Being slapped twice by Yi Tianyuan made her feel that she had lost all her face. If she didn't take this revenge, wouldn't she be the Yu family's young grandpa for nothing? Teacher Su on the side let out a long sigh and shook his head with a helpless bitter smile. The people do not fight with the rich. Pride will only headbutt in the face of cruel reality. But, soon, something that made all three of them dumbfounded happened. Before those few security guards could even get close to Yi Tianyuan's body, they only saw Yi Tianyuan gently stomping his foot, and those few security guards tumbled over and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. What just happened? Yu Haohao's mom and dad didn't see it clearly at all. At this moment, the two of them were stunned, especially Yu Haohao's mom. Her expression was comical. After resolving those few security guards who blocked the way, Yi Tianyuan turned back and with a flip of his hand, he backhanded Yu Haohao's mom and gave her another slap in the face. She slapped Yu Haohao's mom, who had just climbed up, back to the ground. The other side of Yu Haohao's mother's face was also red and swollen, and now the whole person was red and swollen like a pig's head. When his own mother came, he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Only after all this did Yi Tianyuan take Yi Yuan Yuan and leave with large strides, only leaving behind the dumbfounded Yu Haohao's father, and Yu Haohao's mother who was still bawling on the ground. I don't know whether it was because of the pain or aggravation, but Yu Haohao's mom was crying like a child. Yu Haohao has also been scared, staring at the stagnant stand there. After a long while, Yu Haohao's father let out a roar of grief and indignation. "Yi Yuan Yuan, Dad, Yu Cheng, will definitely not let you guys off. There will always be a time when you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Little punk, you're not worthy to play with my Yu family. Those who dare to mess with my Yu family will never have a good ending." After saying that, Yu Cheng took out his cell phone and prepared to get on the means. A lower-class person at the bottom of the society was just a lower-class person. It was like pinching an ant if he wanted to get killed. He, Yu Cheng, was going to teach Yi Tianyuan how to be a good person. After walking out of the school, Yi Tianyuan asked Demon Ji to take Yuan to have some fun. Black Emperor respectfully came in front of Yi Tianyuan and waited for orders. Yi Tianyuan gave a few orders to Black Emperor. First, go out and short Yu Group stock to suppress the Yu family. Second, wind up acquiring this school today. The faster the better. Third, find out all of the Yu family's network of connections and cut them all off for me. Black Emperor immediately led the order to do so. Yu family group, conference room. Elder Yu personally convened the board of directors. Of the 9 seats on the board of directors, the Yu family accounted for 5 seats. The other 4 seats were all people who were absolutely loyal to the Yu family. Although the Yu Group was a listed company, the Yu family had absolute control over the Yu Group. Just as the directors were in the process of setting the target of increasing the group's business for the next season, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open by the chairman's secretary. The secretary also ignored the crowd's unhappy eyes, striding up to Elder Yu's body, and said with a panicked face, "It's not good, Chairman. Our group's stock market was suddenly shorted by a large capital just now, resulting in the collapse of the stock price, which is dropping drastically." What? Hearing this, the faces of the directors suddenly changed abruptly. Elder Yu sharply shouted, "Quickly cast the company's stock market situation onto the big screen." Immediately, someone cast the company's stock market situation onto the conference's big screen. The gazes of all the people were staring down at the big screen, watching the company's stock price plummet all the way down. Every minute and every second of this was a $10 million loss for Yu's Group. "Chairman, the company has already lost $500 million so far. If we don't find a way to stop the decline quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable." The secretary spoke again. Elder Yu's blood pressure instantly spiked. His body stumbled. And if the secretary hadn't stepped forward in time to support him, he was afraid that he would have fallen to the ground. Yu Cheng's father, Yu Huineng, growled and roared. "Who the hell did this? Who is maliciously shorting our Yu family? Our Yu family hasn't offended anyone recently, right?" Elder Yu droned in a deep voice. "Now is not the time to discuss this. Now we must smash money in to stabilize the stock price. Otherwise, once it completely collapses like words, then the consequences are unimaginable. Quickly, smash in all 80% of the funds in the company's account. Then, contact the connections behind our Yu family and ask them to help our Yu family through this calamity. Also, hurry up and check for me to see who's behind this to target our Yu family." After Elder gave the order, the 8 directors immediately began to take action. The Yu Group's funds were quickly smashed in, but it didn't do much. It couldn't stop the downward trend at all. As much as Yu's Group smashed in, it would be instantly eaten up. Not even a single splash bubble. This time, really the Yu's Group of directors are scared to death. This time Yu's Group but smashed a dozen cash into but still be eaten cleanly. A little bit of the downward trend has not been recovered. The power of the capital behind this is just too scary. Green Mountain should not have such a large financial strength of people, right? If it's not the people of Castle Peak, then who would it be? Yu's Group, hadn't offended anyone outside at all either. Even in Castle Peak, he hadn't offended anyone. Worse things were yet to come, as the Yu family soon realized that the network of connections behind them were all but broken. Either they cannot be contacted, or contacted. Immediately said they have something inconvenient. Directly hung up the phone. Either way, they directly said they could not do anything about it. Letting the Yu family think of their own way. Asked to pass down. Finally asked a useful news. That is, it is certain that this is a thing against the Yu Group suppression. The reason for this is very simple. That is, the Yu family has offended someone. Which great bodhisattva has our Yu family offended in the end? Let him strike such a hard blow against my Yu family? Quickly check. It should be within the last 2 days. See who in my Yu family has offended someone. Quickly find out for me. Elder Yu banged the table with force, commanding his several sons and daughters. The Yu family members did not dare to hesitate and immediately called to arrange this matter. Just as everyone was fretting, the secretary suddenly spoke up in alarm. "We've found out. The one who struck out against us is the Black Emperor Group." "What? The Black Emperor Group?" The sudden quietness of the air was the most feared. The moment the words Black Emperor Group came out, the conference room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone felt as if a huge mountain had been pressed on their hearts, and they were instantly breathless and terrified. Surprisingly, it was the Black Emperor Group that had made a move against their Yu family? Someone from their Yu family had offended the Black Emperor Group? How could that be? The Black Emperor Group had only officially listed their license in Qingqing yesterday, and today they were striking out at his Yu family. What the hell is going on here? Quickly, think of every way to contact the Black Emperor Group. Make sure to find out as soon as possible what exactly our family has offended the Black Emperor group. Secretary, prepare a car for me. I'm going to personally go to the Black Emperor group. Hopefully I can meet Mess. Night Rao. Make a phone reservation for me first. Quick. Elder Yu immediately gave a few more orders. Just as Elder Yu was about to leave for the Black Emperor group, a message was received on the secretary side. Chairman, the Black Emperor group sent a message over. Just 2 words. Yu Chang. Chapter 51, The Clueless Yu Chang. Yu Chang? Upon learning this news, Yu Chang's father, Yu Hui Nang, had a black eye because of his son? This bastard. How on earth did he provoke the Black Emperor group? Elder Yu angrily and fiercely gouged out Yu Huineng, chillingly shouted angrily, you gave birth to a good son. Why don't you quickly get lost and go and bring that little brute over to me? Quick ah! Facing the old man's angry roar, Yu Huineng was scared shitless and immediately ran out in a hasty manner. Check. Immediately find out for me what this bastard little brute did today. Even if he went to the toilet, find out for me. Elder Yu once again shouted out to the crowd in a drunken manner. The second and third oldest members of the Yu family immediately began to take action. If this matter was not handled well, it would even be related to the survival of the Yu family. So who wasn't terrified and scared and anxious? Right now, everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Elder Yu was even more fidgety and furious. He had the heart to kill Yu Chang at this moment. How in the world did this goddamned bastard mess with the Black Emperor group's head? This is the Black Emperor group, ah. Qingshan who can mess up half a point. Although the Yu family is a second-rate family in Castle Peak, but in front of the Black Emperor group, that is only a small mole cricket. The Black Emperor group can easily pinch their Yu family with their hands. Half an hour later, the Yu Chang couple, who had been beaten to a pulp, were brought to the conference room by Yu Huineng personally. All kneel down for me. Seeing the Yu Chang couple, Elder Yu's monstrous anger that had been suppressed for a long time instantly gushed out, roaring thunderously as he roared out at the two of them. This roar, like the roar of a waking lion, scared the guts out of the Yu Chang couple, who were already in a daze, and they hastily fell to their knees with a thud. Elder Yu rushed over in a rage, and directed a flurry of frantic output at the duo, slapping them hard. It was only until he was so tired that he was panting and out of energy that Elder Yu stopped. Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang had already been beaten to the point of bleeding, their faces swollen beyond recognition. Grandpa, what did we do wrong? Yu Chang looked at Elder Yu in fear and asked with an aggrieved and incomparable look on his face. Elder Yu angrily pointed at Yu Chang's nose and chided. Little brute, have you gotten your wings hardened and become patient? Normally, it's fine for you to act like a bully outside and cause trouble. My Yu family can still wipe your ass for you, but you're so bold. You even dare to mess with the Black Emperor group? How many lives do you have enough to die? If you want to die, don't drag our entire Yu family along with you. Do you know that the Black Emperor group is making a move against my Yu family? So far, my Yu family has lost more than $1 billion, and all of my Yu family's connections have all drawn a line in the sand with our Yu family. If the Black Emperor group continues to strike, then today is our Yu family's doomsday. In the face of his grandfather's rebuke, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang were even more dumbfounded with capital letters on their faces. Yu Chang desperately shook his head and cried out, Grandpa, I didn't. I really don't know what's going on. I'm not stupid. How could I possibly dare to mess with the Black Emperor group? Bang! Hearing that Yu Chang still dared to argue, Elder Yu was so angry that he stepped forward and kicked Yu Chang again with force. Yu Chang was really aggrieved and wanted to cry. He had just been looking for someone to plan how to find Yi Tian Yuan to avenge and settle the score when Dad rushed in with his men and gave them a fat beating without saying a word. Now they were being output by Grandpa again. Yu Chang had never been beaten like this since he was a child. Yu Chang's wife had already sobbed uncontrollably, aggrieved like a child. If you dare to lie and not tell the truth again, I'll break your legs first. Elder Yu was completely enraged, pointing at Yu Chang and roaring. Seeing that his grandfather was about to go crazy, Yu Chang was completely flustered, scared out of his wits, and his heart and mind trembled dramatically. He hadn't even gone out today except for a trip to school. He hadn't offended anyone at all, let alone the Black Emperor group, and so on. Yu Chang's heart suddenly jerked and thought of someone. Could it be that Yi Tian Yuan? But immediately, Yu Chang shook his head to deny the thought. It was absolutely impossible, right? And at this time, the secretary got new news and immediately reported to Elder Yu. Chairman, Black Emperor Group side wants to wholly acquire the Dream School, telling us to sell it immediately or suffer the consequences. Agree. Give me immediate agreement. We can give it to Black Emperor Group. Elder Yu hurriedly gave the order. The secretary added, according to what we've found out so far, young Master Yu Chang has provoked someone called Yi Tian Yuan at Dream Primary School today, and it's highly likely that this matter is related to him. What? It really was him? Yi Tian Yuan? He's a high-ranking member of the Black Emperor group? How could that be possible? For a while, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng looked at each other in disbelief. But it seemed that the situation in front of them had only this one explanation. After Yu Elder's murderous eyes angrily and fiercely gouged out Yu Cheng, he said to the crowd, "Everyone go to the dream school with me right away. Contact the teacher right away. And tell the teacher to do everything he can to make sure to contact Yi Tianyuan, so that he can come to the school to make amends in person from our Yu family, and pray for his forgiveness." At the villa, Yi Tianyuan asked Mo Lao to take out precious medicine to treat Yuan's injuries. Although it was only some skin abrasions, it still made Yi Tianyuan's heart ache like a knife. After Mo Lao's treatment, all the injuries on Yuan's body were restored to their original state, and not a single trace of them could be seen. After the treatment, Elder Mo even said to Yi Tianyuan with some pain in his heart, "Junior uncle, this kind of small bruise will automatically heal in 3 to 5 days. If you take that medicine just now and sell it, you can sell at least a few dozen of them, out for sale. It can be sold for at least a few $1 billion. Yi Tianyuan directly blanked Mo Lao and said, "Not to mention billions, even tens of billions are far less important than my daughter. My daughter's injury, curing it even a second earlier is more important than billions." Ahem. In the face of such a daughter-favoring fiend, Elder Mo could only smile sardonically. He was just saying that casually, not really being reluctant to part with it. Yi Yuan suddenly weakly said to Yi Tianyuan, "Dad, Yuan is fine now. Can I go to school?" Yuan still wants to go to class with her classmates. It's so boring at home. Yi Tianyuan painfully touched Yuan's head, nodded and said, Okay, if Yuan says go to school then we'll go to school. We'll listen to Yuan. Yi Tianyuan counted the time. It should be about time. Hearing her father say that she could go to school, Yi Yuan instantly danced with joy. At this time, Yi Tianyuan's cell phone also rang as promised. At first glance, it was an unfamiliar number. In addition to the Black Emperor trio in Castle Peak, Zhang Yao was the only one who knew his number. There was no need to think to know that it was a call from the Yu family side. Yi Tianyuan picked up the phone, and from the other end of the phone came the voice of Yuan's homeroom teacher, Ms. Su. To this teacher Su, Yi Tianyuan did not have a good feeling. Teacher Su first warmed up to Yi Yuan, then pretended to say that she had already criticized Yu Haohao, and that Yu Haohao also recognized his mistake, and asked Yi Tianyuan to send Yuan to school. Since the matter had been settled, it was time to go to school to settle the matter. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan took Yuan to the school. Teacher Su had already been respectfully waiting at the entrance of the school. When he saw Yi Tianyuan and Yi Yuan coming, Teacher Su immediately greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Yi, the Yu family is waiting for you in the chairman's office. What do you think? Lead the way." Yi Tianyuan coldly said to Teacher Su. Teacher Su looked at Yi Yuan. Yi Tianyuan coldly said again, "Yuan is the victim. She must be present. I don't want this to happen again." Teacher Su immediately nodded and made a pleased gesture to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan held Yi Yuan's small hand, and under the guidance of Ms. Su, he soon arrived at the chairman's office. This too, the Yu family, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng, and Yu Haohao were all standing there neatly. When Yi Yuan saw Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng, she immediately hid behind Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan was heartbroken by Yuan's subconscious behavior. It was obvious that Yuan had been frightened by Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng just now. Yi Tianyuan gently touched Yuan's head and softly said to her, "It's okay Yuan, Daddy is here. Why don't you quickly kneel down for me?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 52, Bullying Yuan. How can I be lenient? The voice came from Elder Yu's mouth. The target of the reprimand was naturally Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng. Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng were so scared that they hastily flung themselves on their knees in front of Yi Tianyuan, and this action also made Yu Haohao, who was on the side, cry in fear. The class teacher, Mr. Su, who had never seen such a scene before, was shocked to the core and froze in place with a dumbfounded look on her face. The Yu family would actually kneel down to Yi Yuan's father? Then what kind of person was Yi Yuan's father? From the looks of it, he should be an ordinary person from the bottom of society, right? Yi Yuan stared at Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng with wide eyes and a curious expression. What were they doing? Master Yu groveled to Yi Tianyuan. Mr. Yi is really very dash. Without waiting for Elder Yu to finish his sentence, a cold voice came out from Yi Tianyuan's mouth. I don't like to listen to others with my head up. Saying that, Yi Tianyuan pulled Yuan to sit down on a sofa at the side. Elder Yu was a shrewd old fox, so he naturally comprehended his meaning immediately. Elder Yu immediately knelt down in front of Yi Tianyuan with a fluttering sound, and swept his gaze fiercely down at the Yu family. As the old man knelt down, all the people of the Yu family naturally didn't dare to hesitate and immediately knelt down behind the old man. Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng also pulled Yu Hao to kneel beside them. This scene, in fact, Mr. Su will not be able to hold. The Yu family had all knelt down. What about her? Should she also kneel? Yi Yuanyuan asked Yi Tianyuan with a puzzled and curious face. Dad, why are they all kneeling? Yi Tianyuan smiled and said to Yi Yuanyuan, they feel tired standing, so they feel more comfortable kneeling. Like that? Yi Yuanyuan blinked her eyes. Elder Yu once again said, Mr. Yi, it's my old man who taught his son poorly and raised such a bastard. I've already understood this matter clearly from Mr. Su, it's my family's Yu Hao's fault. And Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng are even more unforgivable. It's up to Mr. Yi to decide how to punish them. Our Yu family will never dare to say a word. I only beg Mr. Yi to be magnanimous and let my Yu family off the hook. Yi Tianyuan gently stroked Yuanyuan's head while looking at Elder Yu as cold as a killing god, saying, Yuanyuan is my lifeblood, more important than even my life. Originally, it is inevitable for children to play and fight with each other. I will not bother with a 7-year-old child even if I am not good enough. Admit a mistake and apologize. Criticize and educate properly. I can also not say much, but for you family members to be rude and unreasonable, to turn black and white upside down, and to intimidate and abuse my daughter, that is an unforgivable crime. If you guys had only provoked me, perhaps I could have spared you lightly, but if you guys bully my daughter's head, how can I lightly forgive you? Yi Tianyuan's words were like a huge stone that ruthlessly smashed on the hearts of the Yu family's crowd. It caused the hearts and minds of all the people to be in a state of fear. The hearts of the Yu family members were now all ready to kill Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng. Who could they have messed with but this great bodhisattva? Elder Yu was also a person who had been in the business for most of his life. He still immediately composed himself and once again said directly to Yi Tianyuan, Mr. Yi, what do you want from my Yu family? You might as well give a clear word directly. My Yu family will do it. Yi Tianyuan coldly swept a glance at the Yu family. Then his cold eyes fell onto the Yu elder, and coldly spoke out. Seeing as my daughter only suffered a little bit of superficial injury, I cannot punish your Yu family, but the 3 of them must be duly punished. A superficial injury is only momentary and can be recovered, but physical and mental injuries, it is possible that they cannot be healed for the rest of their lives. If you want to calm my anger, then do the following 3 things. First, the dream school will be wholly acquired by the Black Emperor group, and before noon, complete all formalities. Elder Yu immediately nodded his head coyly and said, I've already ordered people to be working on this matter with all their might, to ensure that it's completed before noon. This acquisition, our Yu family is selling it at $0, as a compensation for your daughter's medical expenses and mental damages. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Elder Yu. Just one school is enough compensation? Elder Mo could have spent billions on medication alone. This look immediately startled Master Yu, and he hurriedly added, if Mr. Yi thinks it's not enough, he can give another number. Yi Tianyuan coldly said, no amount of money can buy back the harm done to my daughter. Do you think that I would care about this little bit of your Yu family? The corners of the Yu family's mouth twitched viciously when they heard this. However, when they thought that the Black Emperor group was able to follow Yi Tianyuan's orders, maybe people really weren't bragging. Second, have the 3 members of their family go to class and make things clear in front of the entire class, and apologize to my daughter by solemnly admitting their mistakes. Elder Yu immediately nodded his head. This is what should be done. Third, I don't want to see their family again. Tell them to get out of Castle Peak. Elder Yu nodded again. Yes, I'll let them roll far away this afternoon. Only after saying that did Yi Tianyuan pull Yuan up to stand. Yi Tianyuan's gaze landed on Teacher Su, who had long since been frozen in fear. Seeing Yi Tianyuan looking at her, she was so scared that she turned pale and trembled in fear. She could have been before. No teacher's morals, no character. After you're done with this, you can get lost. Yi Tianyuan spoke out coldly. Teacher Su froze in place with a dull expression, wanting to cry for a moment. Sure enough, she couldn't escape punishment either. At this time, Yi Yuanyuan suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said to Yi Tianyuan, Dad, are you going to let the school fire Mr. Su? Yi Tianyuan softly said to Yi Yuanyuan, Yuan, Daddy will give you a new homeroom teacher, okay? But Yi Yuanyuan desperately shook her head and said to Yi Tianyuan in a milky voice, No, Yuan likes Mr. Su. Yuan doesn't want a new homeroom teacher. Daddy, don't let the school fire Mr. Su, okay? Please Daddy. Yuan was still in 1st grade and had deep feelings for her first teacher. Hearing Yuan's plea, Yi Tianyuan's heart instantly softened. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at teacher Su and remained silent for a moment before saying, "Since Yuan pleaded for you, I won't hold you responsible this time, but I hope that in the future, you will be a good teacher, a good example, and lead by example before you can teach. If you don't do a good job, then I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear my wrath next time." Having seen Yi Tianyuan's thunderous tactics just now, how could Mr. Su dare to say half a word? Hastily and coyly nodded his head to Yi Tianyuan and promised, yes. Please rest assured Mr. Yi, I will definitely do a good job in the future. Many thanks to you, Mr. Yi, for your generosity. Yi Tianyuan said in a cold voice. Don't thank me, thank Yuan. She's the one who begged for you. The reason why Yi Tianyuan would agree to treat Mr. Su in vain, apart from not wanting to make Yuan feel bad, he also wanted Mr. Su to remember Yuan as a favor, and treat Yuan better in the future. After all, Mr. Su would spend more time with Yuan in the future. Teacher Su took Yuan to the classroom with her and the Yucheng family, and everything was done according to Yi Tianyuan's wishes. This was the first time that Yuan was respected, envied by the whole class, and highly praised by her teacher. Moreover, Mr. Su also specially moved Yuan's position to the best seat in the first row, and gave all kinds of special care to Yuan, letting all the other students in the class know that Yuan was now a big celebrity in the eyes of the teacher, and that they had to be friends with Yuan in the future, and that they could no longer bully Yuan, and even less could they make fun of Yuan for being a wild child with no father in such words. On the U group's side, they also quickly handed over the Dream School to the Black Emperor group. Only after all this was done did Yi Tianyuan leave the school, and the Black Emperor group also stopped attacking the Yu Clan group, which made the Yu Clan people sigh in relief. Walking out of the school, the duo of Black Emperor and Demon Ji immediately walked out respectfully. Yi Tianyuan said to Black Emperor, "Let Demon Ji take over the Dream School as the chairman of the Dream School, so that it will be convenient for Demon Ji to take care of Yuan in the future. Also, send someone to abolish Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng for me. Bullying Yuan, how can I let them off lightly? I'll make them repent and confess their sins for the rest of their lives." The Black Emperor and the Demoness immediately nodded and went to do so. On the other side, Chapter 53, Death of Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng. The Yu family didn't dare to slow down in the slightest and immediately told the Yu Cheng family of three to pack up and get the hell out of Castle Peak. In the car, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng were arguing and blaming each other all the way. Yu Haohao was so scared that he curled up in the back seat, not daring to make a sound. Damn it, it's all because of that wild child Yi Yuan. Where did she come up with such a bully of a father? Didn't you say she was a wild seed that no one wanted? It's all because of this bastard that we were kicked out of Castle Peak, ruining our life's honor and wealth. I hate it. I'll take this revenge. I can't play with you, Yi Tianyuan, but I can't play with a little bastard? When I've settled down, I'll find someone to kill that little bastard. Otherwise how can I release the anger in my heart? Yu Cheng cursed as he drove, his stomach full of resentment. He hated Yi Tianyuan. He hated Yi Yuan even more. Yu Cheng's wife nodded her head and chimed in. I know hubby, Yi Yuan's mom has some good looks, and was said to have been named one of the 4 great beauties of Castle Peak before. It must be that Yi Yuan's mom relied on her poise to get on the top bigwigs of the Black Emperor group, and that one called Yi Tianyuan must be the stepfather. Humph, how do you think a big shot from the Black Emperor group would like to pick up a broken shoe? Yi Yuan's mom, that bitchy woman slutty fox. I don't know what kind of ecstasy was given to that Yi Tianyuan. And just at this moment, suddenly the road was blocked by a few cars, scaring Yu Cheng to hastily apply emergency brakes. Just as Yu Cheng stopped the car, a few cars ran up behind him, completely blocking the back road as well. Moreover, a large group of fierce and vicious people quickly came down from the car. The person in the lead, you recognized, was the second leader of the Green Dragon Society, Zhua Xiaovu. This kind of big shot on the road, even his grandfather had to bow and curry favor. Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng immediately laughed so hard that their faces turned pale and their asses were in a state of fear. It's over. The Black Emperor group's people. A fool would be able to figure out what was going on, without waiting for Mr. and Mrs. Yu Cheng to react. A few gangsters forcibly dragged the two of them out of the car, holding them down and kneeling in front of Master Tiger. Master Tiger looked at the two of them coldly. Humph. Originally Mr. Yi just asked us to come over to waste you. But how dare you guys be so unaware of your lives? How dare you plan to murder Mr. Ye's daughter-in-law, and dare to insult Mr. Ye's wife? Then it's you guys who are asking for death. After saying that, Master Tiger waved his hand to his men and gave the order. Just beat them to death. Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang were completely paralyzed with fear and remorse. They could not wait to smack their own mouths. Why did they say those words just now? Unfortunately, there were no pills for regret in this world. Not waiting for Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang to beg for forgiveness. Master Tiger's minions will stab on. Crazy output. Not a moment later, Yu Chang couple was killed alive. Yu Haohao in the car had already sobbed in fear. After the death of Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang, Mr. Tiger looked at the car and said, "I don't know what to do." Then said, "Notify the Yu family to collect the corpse and take the kid away." Black Emperor Group, Chairman's Office. Black Emperor respectfully said to Yi Tian Yuan, "Boss." Left Smiling Tiger's side reported the situation. They heard that Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang planned to take revenge on Princess Yuan Yuan and also insulted the main mother by listening to Yu Chang's car. So Zhua Xiuhu has already executed Mr. and Mrs. Yu Chang on the spot. And that little boy had the Yu family pick him up. "Boss, do you think we should cut off the roots?" Humph. Hearing the Black Emperor's report, Yi Tian Yuan snorted coldly. "I wanted to spare the couple's life, but they really don't know how to die. This kind of person's death is not enough to be spared. Forget it, after all, it's just a 7-year-old child. The crime is not to death," Yi Tian Yuan said in a cold voice. Black Emperor nodded. "Boss, there are still some more circumstances that I want to present to you. Black Emperor was about to report some more information to Yi Tian Yuan, but he didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. Yi Tian Yuan suddenly stood up. "Yuan Yuan is almost out of school. I have to go pick up Yuan Yuan. Those small matters, you can handle them on your own." After saying that, Yi Tian Yuan got up and left straight away, only leaving the Black Emperor there crying and laughing. These weren't small matters, they were heavenly matters. However, the Black Emperor also knew that even the biggest matters were not as important as Princess Yuan Yuan in the eyes of the boss. Today, Yuan Yuan seemed to be particularly happy, as she trotted over to Yi Tian Yuan with a jump and a happy smile on her face. Looking at the smile on Yuan Yuan's face, Yi Tian Yuan's iceberg face also instantly melted away and he could not help but smile as well. This feeling of happiness was something that could not be compared to even the greatest achievement of honor. In the car, Yuan Yuan was very happy talking about the school, saying that the teachers and classmates were treating her very well now, and that the teachers always let her get up to answer questions in class, and praised her and rewarded her and so on. The happiness of a child is so simple. Yuan Yuan's happiness was Yi Tian Yuan's greatest happiness. If not for today's incident, Yi Tian Yuan would not have thought of buying the school. Now that the whole school belonged to Yi Tian Yuan, how dare the teachers not take good care of Yuan Yuan? By the way, Dad, I saw Sister Maggie at school this afternoon. Does she seem to be a teacher at our school too? Yi Yuan Yuan suddenly said. Yi Tian Yuan laughed in his heart and said to Yuan Yuan, "Sister Demonic Ji is not a teacher in your school. She is the chairman of your school." Yi Yuan Yuan looked at Yi Tian Yuan with a puzzled look on her face and asked, "Daddy, what is the chairman of the board? How can there be a chairman of the board in a school other than the teachers, principal and the security guards and sweepers?" Yi Tian Yuan patiently explained. "The chairman is the biggest person in the school. The principal, the teachers, the security guards, all have to listen to the chairman." Yi Yuan blinked her eyes before she seemed to understand. "That's right, then Sister Demon Ji didn't lie to Yuan Yuan." Yuan Yuan said that all the teachers in the school have to listen to her, and Yuan Yuan thought that she was lying. Then in the future if Yuan Yuan has difficulties at school, she can ask Sister Demon Girl for help? But Sister Demonis is so weird. She's only nice to Yuan Yuan. She only smiles at Yuan Yuan. She's only gentle to Yuan Yuan, but Sister Demonis is so mean to other people. Teachers and classmates are afraid of Sister Demonji. Yi Tian Yuan would smile. Of course they were afraid. It would be strange if they weren't. Sister Demonji was an absolute ferocious person. If she wasn't told to restrain herself properly, then I'm afraid that no one would dare to approach within 5 meters in front of her. Yuan Yuan is not afraid. Yi Tian Yuan stroked Yuan Yuan's head and said. Yi Yuan nodded and said. Yuan Yuan is not afraid. Sister Demon Ji is so nice. She is not scary at all. Yi Tian Yuan wanted to say. Then you haven't seen the scary side of your Demoness sister. Chatting along the way, they soon arrived home. Just got off the car. Yuan Yuan slapped her head and said. Dad, I almost forgot something big. Big deal? Yi Tian Yuan looked at Yuan Yuan with interest. What other big thing could she have? Yi Yuan took out an invitation and handed it to Yi Tian Yuan, saying, Dad, today is my classmate Wei Zini's birthday. Wei Zini invited me to her house to spend her birthday with her. This is the invitation Wei Zini's mom gave me. Wei Zini said that her mom prepared a lot of cakes, a lot of delicious food, and a lot of gifts. Yi Tianyuan took the invitation and realized that Wei Zini's family was close by in Tang Palace. A child's birthday, and still sends out invitations? It was quite a brand name. Yi Tianyuan asked. Yuan, are all the students in your class invited? Yi Yuan immediately shook her head like a wave drum and said, No dad, there are more than 40 kids in our class, how could they all be invited? How big would Wei Zini's villa have to be? That must have invited a few good friends. I'm at the same table with Wei Zini now. She said I'm her good friend and asked me to go to her birthday. Dad, will you go with me? Wei Zini's mom told me. Let me call my mom and dad to go together. By the way, when is mom coming back? Yi Tianyuan smiled and nodded to Yuan. Since Yuan wants to go, then of course daddy will accompany Yuan. Mommy is busy at work. She may not always be available. Ha! Hearing this, Yuan suddenly looked a bit lost. After thinking about it, she added, But Wei Zini's mom said that I should ask you to go with her. And I promised Wei Zini's mom. You can't go back on your word if you promised someone. Dad, why don't you give mom a call? Yi Tianyuan smiled and agreed. Just as Yi Tianyuan took out his cell phone to make a call. Chapter 54, Attending a Birthday Banquet and Being Mocked. A dark brown Maserati President slowly drove into the courtyard. When she saw that it was her mom who came down from the car, Yi Yuan instantly jumped over with her hands in the air. Mom, you're back. I was just asking Dad to call you. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Yuan with a doting face and asked, What do you want with mommy? She was usually busy at work, and Yuan would always go home by herself after school and then do her homework at home in a well-behaved manner, never calling to rush her. Yi Yuan told Jiang Yao the situation again. Jiang Yao naturally agreed to her daughter's request immediately. Yi Tianyuan, I'll go upstairs to change first. Why don't you take Yuan to buy a gift first? It's not good to go to someone empty-handed. Jiang Yao said to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan nodded. After sending Jiang Yao away, Yi Tianyuan immediately signaled the secret demoness to do it. Before Jiang Yao changed her clothes, the demoness had already handed over an exquisitely wrapped gift to Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao changed into a more formal evening dress. Although it wasn't any expensive brand, wearing it on Jiang Yao's body did give people a bright feeling. Clothes? It still depends on who they are worn on. Yi Tianyuan. I have to go to a very important business party later, so I'm going to leave early later. Jiang Yao said to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan nodded and said, It's fine. You can stay for a while later and leave. When Yi Tianyuan's family of 3 arrived at Villa 47 of Sandalwood Palace, the entrance was already full of luxury cars. The lowest grade could be Mercedes-Benz S-Class, as well as Porsche, Big G, and even Bentley and the like. But fortunately, there were only 8 luxury cars parked in total. It seemed that the number of people invited was indeed not many. In the villa courtyard, a very cozy birthday venue was set up, and a small playground for small children was also made. The food area, filled with all kinds of fruit drinks, cakes and snacks. There is also a small gift area, where a large variety of small gifts are placed for children to take at will. Then there is a rest area for adults, where the sofas are arranged in a big back. The coffee table in front of the sofa was filled with expensive drinks and food. Mutai Lafite Romane Conti and so on, extremely expensive and luxurious wine. The delicacies of the sea are also arranged all over the place. 10 kilograms of oolong, 10 kilograms of king crab, a head of abalone, top caviar. All kinds of world-class ingredients that you can imagine are available here. Just this table alone, without $1 million, cannot come down. This is still the cost of the ingredients themselves. This birthday banquet shows trenchancy everywhere. The children were having fun in the play area, while the parents were eating, drinking and chatting in the rest area. Yuan is here. Yuan quickly play for this side. Yi Tianyuan's trio had just walked into the courtyard, when a little girl dressed up. A little girl dressed like a little princess ran over and pulled Yi Yuan towards the play area. Having classmates to play with, Yi Yuan was also happy to go. At this time, all the parents' eyes fell on Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, who had dressed up carefully, looked particularly eye-catching. She was already as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, absolutely stunning. Even if she didn't dress up and wore plain clothes, she couldn't hide her magnificent face. Today, in order to participate in an important business party, Jiang Yao also took the rare step of dressing up carefully. After all, she was representing the company as its president tonight. At this moment, Jiang Yao was like the moon in the starry sky. No matter where she went, she was the most shining one. When those men saw Jiang Yao, their eyes went straight and they couldn't take their eyes off her. Not to mention the men, even the women. All of them were envious and jealous in their hearts. As soon as Yi Tianyuan came, all the women felt that they were suddenly dulled, becoming the green leaves that accompanied the red flowers. The men, on the other hand, were all looking at Yi Tianyuan with tears of envy. How many lifetimes did he have to cultivate to be able to get such a beautiful wife? Especially when those men took a look at the wives beside them. They all instantly had the urge to return them for another one. Without comparison, there is no harm. A strong odor of sour and jealousy filled the air. Today's hosts, Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian and Su Yanfen, greeted them, but both of them were clearly a bit shifty. Su Yanfen looked at Jiang Yao with jealousy in her heart and said, "TSK Jiang Yao, after graduating for so many years, you really haven't changed at all. Still so young and pretty with temperament. Your daughter is so old, but you haven't aged at all. It's true, beautiful-looking women are treated favorably by the years. No wonder when you went to college, there must have been half of the boys in your class pursuing you, right?" On the surface, these words were complimenting and praising Jiang Yao, but the tone of voice was obviously a strong sour flavor. Saying that, Su Yanfen also patted down Wei Jian beside her, and said in a snickering tone, "Hubby, you were also a member of the army pursuing Jiang Yao back then, right?" Being exposed by Su Yanfen on the spot, Wei Jian's face sank slightly embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "Back then, I was also following the crowd. After all, Jiang Yao was the goddess of our class, the recognized school flower of our school. Not only our class, the whole school pursues Jiang Yao, not 10,000 also as 3 to 5,000. Su Yanfen secretly glared at Wei Jian. These things, hearing them made her unhappy. Jiang Yao also said with some embarrassment, "There's no need to mention the things that happened in school back then. It's been years since then. I've forgotten about it." What goddess school flower? It's all just classmates playing around and talking casually. I really didn't know that our daughters were in the same class. What a coincidence. Su Yanfen immediately laughed and said, "You Jiang de school flower. You have forgotten a lot of things. It is because I know that Yi Yuan is your daughter. That's why I invited her to come. The implication of this is, originally Jiang Yao is not qualified to come." Jiang Yao wasn't stupid. Not only was she pretty, she was also very smart. She naturally heard the subtext in Su Yanfen's words. She didn't want to come, just to accompany her daughter. However, Jiang Yao had gotten used to it over the years, so she didn't care about anything and smiled faintly at Su Yanfen. However, Su Yanfen was unforgiving and dropped her gaze onto Yi Tianyuan's body again. As if sizing up the prisoner, she looked Yi Tianyuan up and down before saying, "Yo Jiang Yao, this won't be your husband, right? Oh, how come what I've been hearing is that you gave birth to a daughter after a one-night stand with someone on the outside looking for fun? Could it be that these are all false rumors? But I can't help but ask, is he Yuan's real father?" As soon as these words came out, the other 6 pairs of parents all looked over with extremely strange eyes. Jiang Yao's face instantly pulled down. She naturally knew that Su Yanfen was deliberately taking the opportunity to humiliate her, deliberately speaking about her scandal in front of everyone. Yi Tianyuan looked coldly at Su Yanfen and said in a deep voice, "I am Yuan's real father. I have been fighting at the border for these 7 years, so I haven't returned to Castle Peak." Ha! Su Yanfen laughed strangely and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a strange expression. "So the wild man that everyone is talking about is you? Not bad. You're still a warrior, after so many years in the War Department. You still got retired. It seems that the mix is really not good. No wonder. Don't even have a car. I really feel sorry for our class flower." How to say Jiang Yao can also be the Jiang family's big miss. Although the Jiang family is not considered to be the Qingshan's famous and powerful, but it is also a third-rate family. I also don't know what kind of enchanted soup you gave Jiang Yao, so that she willingly flipped out with the Jiang family for you, and was driven out of the family by the Jiang family, and even severed her relationship. I thought you were some kind of high-flying handsome. But it turns out that you're just a retired officer who couldn't make it in the war ministry. A typical 3-less product. Wei Jian immediately laughed and added, "Then who let people have a good life with a bad stomach? What can be done about it?" These 2 people were conspiratorial, making the other parents point and snicker at Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao's face became colder and sunk. Her heart was very unhappy. Speaking of her, she could endure. But when it came to Yi Tianyuan, she couldn't endure it. Just at this time, Yi Tianyuan held Jiang Yao's hand and spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 55, a face punch comes quickly. "Then I'm sorry. I might have to disappoint you guys. It's true that I'm not a rich and handsome man. I only have a villa in Tang Palace and a BMW X5. It's true that I have a good fortune. My wife has just been promoted to the president of Rand Trading Limited, while I am temporarily jobless. Although these conditions are far from being able to compare to yours, they shouldn't be too shabby, right?" Instead of surprising everyone, Yi Tianyuan's words amused everyone, especially Wei Jian and Su Yanfen's couple. That was even more like hearing a heavenly joke, with a great flavor of ridicule. Su Yanfen looked at Jiang Yao with irony in her words. "Yo, is it Jiang Yao? I didn't think you don't rely on your Jiang family. Even in just a few years you can also mix to this position ah. It's true that I have the ability to long also beautiful woman nah. Go where all climb fast. It's good to have enough capital. These words were obviously connoting that Jiang Yao was relying on selling her looks to get to the position of the company's president. Without waiting for Jiang Yao to get angry, Su Yinfen said to Wei Jian, "Hubby, I remember you know Chairman Li of Rand Trading Company. Chairman Li holds our old classmate in such high regard. We should be thankful for that." Wei Jian instantly grinned. Right. Wife, you're right. I'll make an appointment with Li Dong to invite him for a meal some other day. With that, Wei Jian took out his cell phone to make a call. Su Yinfen waved her hand to Jiang Yao with a smug look on her face and said, "Oh, we are all old classmates. My Wei Jian happens to be familiar with your Li Dong. I'll make an appointment with Li Dong for dinner some other day and shout for you to join me haha." The other parents were all teasing and snickering, waiting to see Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao make a fool of themselves. Su Yinfen's intention was obviously to poke Jiang Yao on the spot. Although Rand Trading Company wasn't a big company, its annual revenue was still a few $100 million. She didn't believe that Jiang Yao was the president of the company. As the daughter of one of the top families in Castle Peak, Su Yinfen was only managing a small company of about $100 million for her family group. She and Jiang Yao had been classmates since high school, but Jiang Yao had crushed her in every aspect since high school, making her jealous for years. From her academic performance, to her looks, to her classmates, all of them have left her Su Yinfen several streets. But she, Jiang Yao, was obviously just a person from a third-rate family. How could she compare to her? A first-rate family's daughter? Jealousy begets resentment, and her resentment towards Jiang Yao started to grow since her high school days. When her husband Wei Jian was in college, he was also Jiang Yao's hot suitor. She had a hard time with this matter for many years. If not 7 years ago, Jiang Yao unmarried first child, and do not know who the man. A moment of gossip shattered the dreams of countless boys, and then by the Jiang family kicked out of the family, cut off the relationship, and with her daughter on the street words, her mind, the resentment towards Jiang Yao could not be eliminated. This time, she wanted to take advantage of her daughter's birthday to call Jiang Yao over, and then properly humiliate her, so that she can also get out of the grievances that she had suppressed in her heart for many years. So as soon as she saw Jiang Yao, she couldn't wait to strike. Jiang Yao looked at Su Yinfen coldly. She didn't expect that after so many years, Su Yinfen would still hold such a grudge against her. If she didn't see her daughter having fun with her classmates over there, she really wanted to turn her head and leave immediately. Yi Tianyuan looked at Su Yinfen and Wei Jian with a smile on his face. Today he wanted to see what tricks they could play. You want Jiang Yao to make a fool of herself? Humph. I'll let them make a fool of themselves. Su Yinfen narrowed her eyes and looked at Jiang Yao with a dark look. She would soon be able to hit Jiang Yao in the face. Thinking about it all made her feel pain. But Su Yanhua was immediately slapped in the face when she heard Chairman Li on the other end of the phone confirming that Jiang Yao was indeed the newly appointed president of Rand Trading Company. Her face instantly stiffened like iron. She stared at Jiang Yao with incredulous eyes, and subconsciously blurted out, "Are you really the president of the company?" Originally, Jiang Yao didn't want to publicize this matter, but since Su Yinfen didn't want to make an article on this matter, naturally, Jiang Yao was no longer polite, and coldly replied back, "Didn't you hear it just now? What? Do you want me to take you to the company to verify it on the ground?" Snap! The invisible slap slapped Su Yinfen's face red, slapping her own face. This made Su Yinfen both ashamed and humiliated. After confirming Jiang Yao's identity, the eyes of the other parents looking at Jiang Yao also instantly changed a few points. Was Su Yinfen a person who suffered? She immediately looked at Yi Tianyuan again and said, "Sandalwood Palace is the most expensive villa area in our Qingchang. There are only 100 villas in the entire Sandalwood Palace, numbered 1 to 100. The villas numbered 1 to 10 belong to the 10 most powerful families in our Castle Peak, which is a symbol of identity and status. The other 90 villas, on the other hand, have a market without a price, and are not something you can buy just because you have money. This villa of ours." But the Wei family went to great lengths, and then only with the face of my Su family, did they take it down for us to use as a wedding house. 5 years ago, we could have all spent $30 million, put it now and at least double it. You said that you just retired and came back and bought a villa in Tang Palace? Yi Tianyuan returned 2 words. Yes. Ha! Su Yinfen immediately laughed and said, "Since it's such a coincidence that you both live in Tang Palace, you'll be considered neighbors in the future. When will you invite us to visit your new house? This kind of big happy event. As old classmates it's only right to go and congratulate them too, isn't it?" Faced with the duo's intentions, Yi Tianyuan gave them an unexpected reply. "If you are willing to make the trip, you can go now." These words, at once, made the two of them, Yinfen and Wei Jian, nonplussed. The two could not help but look at each other. Could it be that what Yi Tianyuan said was true? But it couldn't be, could it? There was no one surnamed Ji among the big family forces in Qingshan. How could he, Yi Tianyuan, afford to buy a villa in Tang Palace? Even if he could afford it, he wouldn't be able to buy it, right? Sandalwood Palace's villa area was built 5 years ago, but there is no public sale to the public. All the internal qualification to buy this kind of villa that represents status and position. It is estimated that no family would sell it, right? No way. That's never possible. Bluff? Su Yinfen and Wei Jian quickly determined in their hearts that Yi Tianyuan must be bluffing. After the two of them smiled heartily, Su Yinfen said, "Okay, anyway, it's not a few steps, let's go visit." With that, Su Yinfen greeted everyone. She wanted to puncture Yi Tianyuan's lies. She wanted to make Yi Tianyuan get down. However, Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao, the two of them, were calm and self-contained, leading the way in front. Soon, the group arrived at the Sandalwood Palace No. 88 Villa. Sandalwood Palace 88? Su Yinfen stared wide-eyed at the doorplate number and said to Wei Jian in a daze, "Tang Palace 88 is the most honorable one besides villas 1 to 10, right? It's said to have been bought by a mysterious big shot in Jiangning, and has been left vacant and unoccupied for 5 years. This villa was a sky-high price 5 years ago, and I'm afraid that it would sell for at least a few $100 million if you put it in now?" Wei Jian nodded and said, "A few $100 million. I'm afraid that mysterious big shot in Jiangning won't even sell it, right?" Listening to Su Yinfen and Wei Jian, the other parents were amazed. This one villa was actually worth several $100 million. TSK, it really refreshed their knowledge of the Sandalwood Palace villa. Several $100 million? Jiang Yao couldn't help but slightly knit her brows and gave Yi Tianyuan a puzzled look. Is it really worth that much? Yi Tianyuan said that this was rewarded to him by the Ministry of War. If it was really worth a few $100 million, then the Ministry of War shouldn't have such a large sum of money, right? Su Yinfen still looked at Yi Tianyuan with a questioning face and asked, "Are you sure this villa is yours?" Yi Tianyuan directly opened the courtyard door and made a pleased gesture to the crowd. Looking at the two cars parked in the courtyard, the corners of Su Yinfen's mouth couldn't help but twitch viciously. A villa, 2 good cars. This condition was not at all worse than their home. This could have given her a blow to her soul, causing her to be greatly stimulated. Impossible. She still didn't believe that this villa really belonged to Yi Tianyuan. Su Yinfen's face sank as she looked at Yi Tianyuan with a face of unrivaled certainty. "This villa can't possibly be yours. I think you saw that this villa has been unoccupied, so you picked the lock and came in to pretend to be the owner, right?" As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the parents suddenly brushed to Yi Tianyuan, full of questions. Chapter 56, Kneel. Kowtow. Admit mistake. Wei Jian also immediately said to Yi Tianyuan with a serious face, "Brother, breaking into a private residence and taking it for yourself, that's something that's against the law. The person who can buy Villa 88 of Tang Palace is not someone you can mess with. If this is not done properly, then I'm afraid your lives will be hard to protect." Saying that, he also said to Jiang Yao, "Old classmate, listen to my advice. While the situation is not serious now, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid you guys won't even have a chance to regret." Jiang Yao naturally believed that the house was Yi Tianyuan's, although she still had a little doubt about Yi Tianyuan's previous statement. But the house itself, there certainly wasn't any problem with it. Jiang Yao said with a straight face, "I think you guys really misunderstood. This house is indeed Yi Tianyuan's. He has made a great achievement in the War Ministry, and this was awarded to him by the War Ministry." Hearing this, Su Yinfen and Wei Jian both became even more certain that this villa was not Yi Tianyuan's. Su Yinfen said to Jiang Yao in an educated tone, "It's said that women in love have 0 IQ, and that's really true. Jiang Yao, you said you are such a smart woman. How could you believe such words of lying to a little girl? Ha also made a great achievement in the War Department? If he really made great achievements in the War Ministry, then why doesn't he stay in the War Ministry as an officer? Why would he retire? Only those who can't make it in the War Ministry will be forcibly retired. If it's a case of transferring to another job, then how come he still doesn't have a job? Even if he really made a great achievement in the War Ministry, do you think it's possible for the war chief to reward him with a villa worth several $100 million? Do you really think he's the head of the War Ministry? Or do you think he's the god of war of our Dragon Kingdom?" Wei Jian also looked at Jiang Yao with sympathetic eyes and shook his head. "Jiang Yao, you've been tricked by Yi Tianyuan. My grandpa could have been a general of the War Ministry. I still know more about the situation of the War Ministry. Even if you make a great achievement, the reward from the War Ministry will only be a couple $1,000,000. Listening to the words of these two people, Jiang Yao's willow eyebrows once again slightly frowned. However, she was still convinced that the house belonged to Yi Tianyuan. On top of this matter, She believed that Yi Tianyuan would not cheat her. Yi Tianyuan stood there indifferently, watching the clownish performance of these two. The other parents also began to talk. Obviously, everyone didn't believe that this house was Yi Tianyuan's, and said that Zhang Yao was stupid to be cheated by a scummy man. Are you guys sure this house isn't mine? Yi Tianyuan suddenly asked with a cold smile. Su Yinfen nodded her head rather confidently and said, still a dead duck's mouth is it? He, why don't we make a bet? If the house is really yours, then our couple will kneel down and kowtow to you couple to apologize. If it's not yours, then you two kneel down to kowtow to our couple and apologize. How about it? Dare to bet or not? If you don't dare, then hurry up and admit it. We're all old classmates. We won't turn you in. But if you are stubborn, then don't blame us for not remembering our classmates. Yi Tianyuan looked at Su Yinfen with a smile on his face and said, are you sure? Su Yinfen was hardened and immediately responded strongly. Of course I'm sure, but do you dare to bet? Don't bluff here. This trick won't work for us. Yi Tianyuan was also too lazy to bullshit about anything else, and directly made a call to the neighborhood property housekeeper, asking them to come over immediately. Su Yinfen naturally didn't believe Yi Tianyuan's little trick. Act. Keep acting. Let's see how long you can act. 3 minutes later, the property housekeeper of the neighborhood rushed over. Su Yinfen and Wei Jian know these people. To the property supervisor is a crackling talk. Yi Tianyuan took out the real estate license and handed it over to the property manager. The property supervisor carefully checked Yi Tianyuan's real estate license, as well as the property management system to check the situation, plus called the housing department to confirm the information. With a respectful face, the property supervisor returned the property certificate to Yi Tianyuan, bowed deeply and said, respected Mr. Yi, we have confirmed and verified that you are indeed the owner of Villa 88 in Sandalwood Palace. This villa was transferred to your name, Mr. Yi, a year ago, by the Zheng County War Department and the city capital. Mr. Yi, you have anything in the future, anytime you can hit despite commanding us. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Yi Tianyuan gave a slight nod to the property supervisor. The property supervisor's words immediately made everyone dumbfounded, looking at Yi Tianyuan with a shocked and incomparable face. This house worth several $100 million. Was it really his? Wei Jian Su Yinfen couple's villa compared to this one. It was simply too different. I'm afraid that the price difference is almost 10 times. Shocked the crowd are a burst of face. Look at Yi Tianyuan's eyes steeply changed. Wei Jian and Su Yinfen, the two of them, were even completely dumbfounded and confused. Their expressions were wonderful. Wait. Just as the property supervisor was about to leave, Su Yinfen shouted out to stop. Su Yinfen looked at the property manager with a questioning face and said, you wouldn't be in cahoots with Yi Tianyuan, would you? Is this house really his Yi Tianyuan's? Hearing this, the property supervisor was instantly a bit unhappy. However, she still maintained her professional smile as she said to Su Yinfen, Ms. Su, I've also shown you what I've just found out. If you still have doubts, you can come to the property housekeeping department to check it again in our back office. Or I can accompany Ms. Su to go to the housing department to check it personally. What do you think? The property supervisor's words were all said to this point. Su Yinfen naturally knew that everything was true. If she made a scene again, it would only be a shameful situation. If it went any further, it would only be her who would lose face. Seeing that Su Yinfen didn't say anything else, the property supervisor led the people to leave. After sending the property manager away, Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Su Yinfen and Wei Jian and said, you've checked the house, so you're willing to accept the bet. Now, fulfill the bet. Silence. Deadly beautiful silence. Su Yinfen and Wei Jian's faces instantly turned cold to the extreme. Their faces hard to see to the extreme. This face being hit, it was too painful. Let them kneel and kowtow? How was this possible? Wei Jian looked at Yi Tianyuan with an awkward smile and said, brother, just kidding. Why so serious? We are also kind. This is not afraid that you will cause any big trouble. Now that we've confirmed that the house is indeed yours, we're all happy. Congratulations. Kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. Yi Tianyuan's cold voice rang out. The cold godlike eyes scared Wei Jian and his wife's hearts. Su Yinfen said irritably, all adults, why can't you people take a joke? Alright, let's go back to my villa first. The kids are still waiting for us. What happened just now is a misunderstanding. Although we didn't mean any harm, we still say sorry to you and Zhang Yao. While saying that, Su Yinfen greeted everyone to go back. Humph. But Yi Tianyuan suddenly snorted coldly. Like a god of killing, he blocked in front of Wei Jian and Jin Yinfen with a single instantaneous step. The powerful and cold aura frightened the two of them back and forth, their bodies staggering and almost falling to the ground, especially the eyes that were like the devil's life-threatening eyes. It made their hearts and minds tremble and they were terrified, as if they were seeing the king of hell. Zhang Yao, we are all old classmates. You quickly persuade Yi Tianyuan. There is no need to play so big, right? Just now. We are wrong. I have already said sorry to you. What else do you want us to do? Su Yinfen was so scared that her face turned pale. She hurriedly sent out a plea for help to Zhang Yao, thinking that her daughter was still playing at Su Yinfen's house. Zhang Yao's heart was soft and she didn't want to make things too embarrassing. Therefore, Zhang Yao still walked over and pulled down Yi Tianyuan. Forget it, we're classmates. Just take it as a joke. Yuan is still at their house. Don't make it too ugly. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Yao. Thinking of Yuan, Yi Tianyuan only put away his killing aura. He coldly looked at the duo before calling it quits. Only then did Su Yinfen and Wei Jian secretly breathe a sigh of relief that they had escaped. The two of them hurriedly greeted everyone to go back. Zhang Yao said she had something to do, so she drove off first. After Su Yinfen returned home, she also said that she had to go to a very important business party in the evening, and asked Wei Jian to take care of everyone, and then hurriedly drove away. Just after Su Yinfen left, a Ferrari stopped at the door. Chapter 57 Third-rate martial artist, abused like a dog. Only to see a tall man dressed in a leisurely sportswear walking down from the car. Don't look at the tall man dressed as if it was very casual, but those who really know what they're talking about recognize that the price of his sportswear is up to more than 100,000 yuan, and the pair of limited edition sneakers on his feet can even buy a BMW. Tall man with a leisurely pace grinned and walked over. Far from the hand to Wei Jian threw out a thick red envelope. Wei Jian casually took over. Smiling face to meet, good brother. You can be late. Tall man walked to Wei Jian before and after, raised his fist gently pounded on Wei Jian's chest, but also the pain of Wei Jian wrinkled his nose. The tall man grinned and said, ha ha, since I was a kid which time am I not late? Wei Jian opened the thick red bag, only to see that inside there is a thick pile of foreign currency, about worth $100,000. Looking at the tall man so generous, the parents also cast a surprised look. The tall man looked around and said to Wei Jian, didn't you say that the goddess of our class will come? Where is she? Wei Jian said, then you're late. Just now people are here, a little prior to leave. However, her husband and daughter are still here. Oh husband? The tall man's gaze quickly fell onto Yi Tianyuan's body, sizing him up like he was scrutinizing a prisoner. Only after measuring for a long time, the tall man smiled and extended his hand to Yi Tianyuan. What's your name, brother? My name is Zhang Shaochang, Zhang family of Bagua sect. I was classmates with Zhang Yao. Previously I was the class president, but also Zhang Yao's number one suitor. Chased for 4 years froze and did not catch up. This did not expect. Our class goddess was actually brother you pick up. Can our brother impart some experience? Tell us how you take our class goddess down. This look is a picky master. I can see that he is still a practitioner. His hands should be pretty good. However, Yi Tianyuan obviously didn't bother to raise his eyelids. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Zhang Shaochang and said, on account of the fact that you are Zhang Yao's classmate, I will forgive you for your disrespectful words this time. Dare to speak out of turn again, I'll whip your mouth. Hearing these words, Zhang Shaochang couldn't even help but stare. Taking a serious look at Yi Tianyuan, he made sure that these words really came out of Yi Tianyuan's mouth. Dude, are you serious? Zhang Shaochang's face suddenly sank, revealing a bit of beast-like ferocity. He was a member of the Bagua sect Zhang family, practicing martial arts from a young age, and had now stepped into the ranks of a third-rate martial artist. In terms of strength, among his peers, he, Zhang Shaochang, claimed the first and no one dared to claim the second. Zhang Shaochang has also always boasted that he is unrivaled under the age of 30 in Chengshan. He claimed to be the youngest martial artist in Castle Peak, the most talented martial artist. Since he was a child, he has never been afraid of fighting, and he has never lost. Naturally, this also gave Zhang Shaochang a sense of superhuman arrogance. You can try, Yi Tianyuan said in a cold voice. Zhang Shaochang rubbed his fists and twisted his neck. A crackling sound of bones crashing sounded like firecrackers. Just by looking at it, it let people know that Zhang Shaochang was not to be messed with. Wei Jian on the side obviously did not have the intention to persuade the fight. Instead, he was happy to watch the battle. It was just right to borrow Zhang Shaochang's hand to teach Yi Tianyuan a good lesson, so that this guy would not put anyone in his eyes. Zhang Shaochang grinned, drawing out a beastly cold smile and said, no one has dared to talk to me like this in Castle Peak. Buddy, you're cross enough, aren't you? Don't think that you think you're great just because you've married the goddess of our class. Have a wife as beautiful and pretty as the heavens, and eat soft rice. Qing Shan, it's still not where you, a small person from the bottom of society, can be horizontal. I, Zhang Shaochang, is even more not someone you can such as to mess with. If you want to take back what you just said now, for the sake of Jiang Yao, I can let you off the hook. Otherwise you'll be purely deserved if you get beaten up by me. The goddess that I chased for 4 years in college and didn't get was scourged by you. I'm not happy in my heart. If you bump into the gun at this time, then I really don't mind to pack you up properly. If you're asking for it, then it's not like I'm bullying you, right? Wei Jian immediately hypocritically said to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Xiaochang is a member of our Qingshan martial arts family, Bagua sect, but he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and his strength is amazing. Now, he has even stepped into the level of a martial artist and has become a third-rate martial artist. I think you'd better not be stubborn with Zhang Xiaochang, otherwise if he starts fighting, I won't be able to stop him. Hearing Wei Jian's words, the parents immediately looked at Zhang Xiaochang with eyes of awe. He was actually a martial artist. That could definitely be an existence that ordinary people looked up to. Is a third-rate martial artist very strong? Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Wei Jian and asked in a disdainful tone. Wei Jian glanced at Yi Tianyuan with a playful look and let out a teasing laugh. What does a martial artist stand for? It seems like you really don't know anything about it. To an ordinary person, him fighting 1 against 100 would be light and effortless. Even if it's a powerful special warrior, dozens of them won't be able to get close to him. Looking at the entire castle peak, there aren't many who are more powerful than Zhang Xiaochang, a retired warrior like you. Zhang Xiaochang can completely abuse with one hand dash. Snap. But, as soon as Wei Jian's words fell, a crisp and loud slapping sound suddenly rang out on Zhang Xiaochang's face. The corner of his mouth ripped and blood flowed out. It was evident how powerful the slap was. This sudden slap stunned everyone. This was because no one had seen clearly what was going on just now. They just suddenly heard a slapping sound. When they looked again, a bright red handprint had already appeared on Zhang Xiaochang's face. Obviously, just now, Zhang Xiaochang had been slapped by Yi Tianyuan. What a fast speed. Not to mention other people, even Zhang Xiaochang, a third-rate martial artist, had not reacted at all just now. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then a powerful force slapped him heavily on his face, causing him to feel a fiery pain, and he froze for a short while before reacting violently. Zhang Xiaochang, who reacted, was instantly infuriated. As if he was a crazy beast, he roared and struck out at Yi Tianyuan. Paralyzed. You're looking for death dash. Snap. But just as Zhang Xiaochang was about to strike, he was thrown a loud slap by Yi Tianyuan's backhand again. This time, the force was a few points stronger than just now. Directly slapping Zhang Xiaochang stumbled back 2 steps. This time, it knocked Zhang Xiaochang to the point where he was somewhat unable to find his way around. What happened? He was at least a third-rate martial artist. How could he be abused in the face like this? Doesn't he want to lose face? Wei Jian was even more dumbfounded. His face in disbelief. How could this happen? How could this happen? This face slapping also came a bit too fast, right? He had just been bragging about how great Zhang Xiaochang was. He had thought that it would be a scene of Yi Tianyuan being savaged by Zhang Xiaochang, but what he had never expected was that the situation seemed to be the complete opposite. This was unscientific. Even if he, Yi Tianyuan, had been in the war ministry for a few years and had fought on the border for a few years, he wasn't that strong. Was he? This time, Yi Tianyuan did not give Zhang Xiaochang any chance at all. Before Zhang Xiaochang could stand firmly on his feet, Yi Tianyuan had already arrived in front of Zhang Xiaochang as if he were a ghost, like a shadow following a shadow. Frightened Zhang Xiaochang could not help but get a jolt, as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Xiaochang still want to resist, but in front of Yi Tianyuan, he Zhang Xiaochang which has half a bit of room to resist? Yi Tianyuan casually grabbed and then threw. Well, directly 170-80 pounds of Zhang Xiaochang like throwing sandbags directly thrown out. Zhang Xiaochang flew in the air for more than 10 meters before smashing heavily on the road outside. Powerful force. Smashed Zhang Xiaochang. Pain straight wailed. Zhang Xiaochang again stupid also know that today he ran into a master. Again is angry also dare not charge up again and Yi Tianyuan a battle. So, can only be grudging Sam angry long look at Yi Tianyuan a glance after? Mouth cursing jumped on the away from escape like run. Watching the third-rate martial artist Zhang Xiaochang being beaten by Yi Tianyuan 3 or 2 times and fleeing, the crowd were all dumbfounded, dumbstruck, as if they were petrified. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Wei Jian and said, third-rate martial artist. Not so good. Mediocre strength, quite a lot of nonsense. Wei Jian. Yi Tianyuan casually threw the gift box in his hand to Wei Jian, and then took Yuan with him as he left in large strides. Say update. Every morning 8 or 9 o'clock and night 6 or 7 or so update. Every day at least 2 more. From time to time will be added. Like friends please can give a favorable comment. To the book is very important. Thank you. Chapter 58, Hand Puppet Worth Over $1 million. It was only after Yi Tianyuan and Yuan had left for a while that the crowd snapped back to their senses. for what had just happened. It was really somewhat fantastic. For a seemingly ordinary person at the bottom of the social ladder to first own a villa worth several $100 million in Tang Palace, and then casually ravage a third-rate martial artist. This was also, it's too fantastical, isn't it? I'm afraid that TV dramas wouldn't even dare to act like this. But soon, Wei Jian recovered from the shock. Reckless, Wei Jian clenched his teeth hard and said viciously, if you offend the Zhang family, you, Yi Tianyuan, won't have a good life either. Even if you're strong, but facing the behemoth Zhang family, you'll only die. The Zhang family, but the family with the strongest force in our castle peak, is a first-class family itself. Whether it's in terms of force or financial power, it's one of the best in Castle Peak. It's not something that an ordinary person with no background can provoke. Mess with the Zhang family, you will know how to write the word regret. The crowd of parents all nodded their heads as they heard this. Who in Castle Peak knew about the power of the Bagua sex Zhang family? Wei Jian casually unwrapped the gift box that Yi Tianyuan had given him, and when he saw that it was a hand puppet inside, he sneered with contempt and disdain. A few $dozen worth of toys still packaged so well. It really is a loser's mentality. After saying that, Wei Jian casually threw that hand puppet on the ground and directly broke it into two halves. Seeing this, the other parents also revealed a few looks of contempt. The gifts they gave were not as big as the young master of the Zhang family, but they were still worth a small few thousand. How could he, Yi Tianyuan, have the nerve to take out a gift of a few $dozen? This makes the crowd really do not understand. Tang Palace 88 that Villa Yi Tianyuan is how to get? How to see how he does not seem to be able to get out of the hundreds of millions of people, right? Is it Zhang Yao? That's impossible. Not to mention that Zhang Yao has just been promoted to be the president of Ran Trade Limited. Even if she is the chairman of the board of directors, she can't get so much money, right? It's really puzzling. This seems to be the anniversary special global limited edition of Meng Meng equivalent hand puppet. A female parent suddenly picked up the ground-broken handpiece, holding it in her hand and carefully examined it, and then looked a little excited and said, that's right, there is also the autograph of the world's top handpiece master on it, and there is also a security number on it. The craftsmanship of the material. There is no problem. This should be genuine. Hand puppet this kind of artwork, only very few people would like to collect it. The vast majority of people can't read it. Looking at the female parent's special excitement, Wei Jian said disdainfully, even if it's genuine, it's not worth a few dollars. The money is not worth a few dollars, but a few $100. But the words of the female parent immediately shocked everyone present. Wei Xiao, you may not know much about hand puppet. This hand puppet is officially sold for more than $1 million. And it's not something that can be bought with money. The most horrifying price increase on the black market now has increased to $1 million. What? $1 million for this stupid hand puppet? Are you fooling the foreign devils? Everyone was naturally filled with skepticism at the words of this female parent. Wei Jian also looked at the female parent with strange eyes and said with cold anger, you're afraid that you're not in league with Yi Tianyuan, right? That female parent hurriedly explained. Wei Xiao, I've always been a fan of hand puppets, and I usually like to collect all kinds of hand puppets. So for some of the world's top hand puppets are like a family treasure. Although this is the first time I've seen this hand puppet, I can be sure that it's definitely authentic. Between words, that female parent had already opened the official of this hand puppet on her cell phone, and then pointed it out to Wei Jian. Wei Xiao, you see, is it exactly the same as this one? All the parents came up to look at it, and some people took their cell phones to search for it themselves, but the result of the search was indeed exactly the same as what the female parent said. All of a sudden, the crowd was dumbfounded and freaked out. Just now, everyone was still laughing at what trash gift Yi Tianyuan sent, but they didn't expect. The hand puppet that the person had sent was actually worth more than $1 million. But, the gazes of the crowd all coincidentally landed on Wei Jian, who had just dropped more than $1 million in one fall. Although Wei Jian's heart was dripping blood, more than $1 million was not a small amount for him, but his face still looks like he doesn't care, and he even said in a very pretentious manner, even if it's true, it's just a fall, it's just $1 million, I don't care. In reality, Wei Jian wanted to smack his own hand hard. It's really a cheap hand. One public house is considered the highest specification reception place in Castle Peak, and the city's capital accounts for 50% of the shares. The other 50% is held by the Green Dragon Society's Dragon Master. Today, this place was chartered by the Black Emperor Group and the city capital. The city capital is on the stage. The Black Emperor Group held a business party in Castle Peak. It's sort of a meeting between Black Emperor Group and Green Mountain's local Snake Door. The Black Emperor Group's strong entry into Castle Peak is the most discussed thing in Castle Peak by the business community in the past 2 days. Who wouldn't want to cooperate with the Black Emperor Group? Therefore, for today's party, All the big families in Castle Peak are trying to get an invitation. The large parking lot in front of one mansion was also already overcrowded with cars. Many uninvited company bosses and other characters are like a street vendor in general, squatting in front of the one mansion. At the entrance of one mansion, some of them might want to try their luck and see if they could get into the venue. Some people may just come over to meet those big shots in Castle Peak. After all, this is a rare opportunity. For today's party, it was expected that all those big names from Castle Peak would be there. Just as Jiang Yao was about to take out her invitation to enter one mansion, she was shouted at by a piercing voice. "Yo Jiang Yao, why are you here?" Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Yao frowned slightly and looked towards Su Yanfan, who was all bejeweled. "It's really a bit of a narrow road. I didn't expect to see her again so soon after being separated." Jiang Yao indifferently returned. "Coming here is naturally to attend the party." "Ha!" Jiang Yao's words just finished. Su Yanfan sneered, looking at Jiang Yao with a mocking face, pointing to one mansion. "Do you know who is organizing the party in one mansion tonight?" Jiang Yao naturally understood Su Yanfan's meaning, and after glancing at her, she said, "Yes, Black Emperor Group." "Then, do you know that the people who are invited here today are all big names in our Castle Peak? Are you? You are only a third-rate family origin. Oh yes, your Jiang family is also unranked among the third-rate families, and it seems that you were kicked out of the Jiang family 5 years ago, right? The Jiang family hasn't said anything about letting you recognize your ancestors and return to the Jiang family, right? Are you not trying to say that by virtue of the fact that you are now the president of Ran Trade, you feel qualified to attend today's party? Oh, a small company's president only. Look, you see a large area over there, which is not the company's boss. Do you think they are qualified? Don't you know that today's party is a real name system? One invitation per person? Without an invitation, how can you get in? Hey, you're not trying to sneak in, are you?" After saying that, Su Yanfan immediately rushed to the several security guards at the door and said, "You guys pay attention to her later, don't let her sneak in." The security guards seemed to know Su Yanfan, and immediately nodded their heads to express their understanding, and then looked at Jiang Yao with a vigilant face, preventing her like a thief. Jiang Yao didn't bother to say anything, and directly took out the invitation letter from her bag and handed it to the security personnel at the door. Su Yanfan immediately sarcastically said to Jiang Yao, "You've done your homework. You also know how to make a fake invitation in advance. But it's useless. The invitations are real name system. This site can't check your name. You can't enter the venue as well." After saying that, she also instructed the security personnel, "You have to check carefully. If you are mixed in, you can't afford this responsibility." But before Su Yanfan could finish her sentence, she was immediately and tragically slapped in the face. Chapter 59, Hitting Su Yanfan in the Face. After the security personnel inspected it, they respectfully returned the invitation to Jiang Yao, bending down to make a pleased gesture and said, "Hello esteemed guest. Inside please. There will be an etiquette to guide you to the venue." Hearing this, Su Yanfan instantly froze on the spot. Her expression stiffened, as if she was struck by lightning. The invitation in Jiang Yao's hand was real? How could this possibly be there? What qualifications did she have to be able to get an invitation? Whether it was the identity of the Jiang family's daughter or the identity of the president of Ran Trade Limited, it should be far from enough to qualify her to get an invitation. For a while, Su Yanfan was a bit messed up, and at this time, Jiang Yao coldly said to Su Yanfan, "There's only one face, can't you save it and throw it away? Do you think I'll be like you and do anything stupid?" After saying that, Jiang Yao stepped into one mansion without looking back. After seeing Jiang Yao enter the one mansion, Su Yanfan was so angry that her face was green. After a burst of broken thoughts, Su Yanfan threw the invitation to the security personnel, and also roared very irritably, "Give me a quicker time." The security personnel dared to be angry and could only quickly check it. But, after scrutinizing it a few times, the security personnel discovered something particularly embarrassing. The security personnel returned the invitation to Su Yanfan, and as soon as Su Yanfan snatched the invitation, she headed inside the one public mansion, but was stopped by the security personnel. "This young lady, I'm really very sorry. We didn't check this invitation of yours on our side, so you can't go in." These words instantly caused many people to look at them differently. Hearing these words, Su Yanfan's face instantly rose all red and hot. The clown was actually herself? Hearing the pointing voices around her and feeling those mocking gazes, Su Yanfan instantly exploded as she raised the invitation in her hand and roared at the security personnel. "Are you blind? Don't you recognize who this young lady is? This young lady is the first lady of the Su family, a first-class family in Castle Peak, and I asked my grandfather to get this invitation for me. How dare you say that this invitation is fake? Have you checked it out? Do you know the consequences of you saying that?" Su Yanfan deliberately raised her voice, just to let everyone present know her identity. as a way to show that it was impossible for her to take a fake invitation. However, the security personnel said with a bitter smile and helplessness, "I'm really very sorry. We've already double-checked a few times, and there really isn't your name over here, so we really can't let you in." With these words, Su Yinfen was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Su Yinfen pointed condescendingly at the security personnel and said, "Immediately call your person in charge to me, and talk to you little shrimps, this lady can't." And just at this time, several figures walked out from inside the one mansion. It was Zhuo Xiaohu with two of his men. "Who is making a fuss here?" Zhuo Xiaohu gave a cold shout. Su Yinfen didn't recognize Zhuo Xiaohu. She thought that Zhuo Xiaohu was just a party security chief, so naturally she wasn't polite. Angrily glaring at Zhuo Xiaohu, she said, "How do you do your job dash?" Snap. But not waiting for Su Yinfen to finish her sentence, Zhuo Xiaohu slapped her hard on the face. This slap, Zhuo Xiaohu but made a few points of force. The powerful force directly slapped Su Yinfen to the ground. Her face was red and swollen. The corners of her mouth cracked, and blood flowed out, causing Su Yinfen to cry and cry out in pain. Her makeup was smudged, and her expensive evening gown was dirty. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all looked at Su Yinfen with the eyes of a fool. This woman definitely didn't have a brain when she went out. How could she dare to mess with anyone? How dare she mess with anyone? Even the second leader of the Green Dragon Club, Mr. Tiger, dare to mess with her? That's not looking for a fight. She really deserved it. After a long time on the ground, Su Yinfen crawled up. She still did not know how to die and roared at Zhuo Xiaohu, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Zhuo Xiaohu looked at Su Yinfen with a cold smile and a playful look and said, "I know, the Su family's big miss. Here, your grandfather is coming. Right behind. Grandpa is coming?" As soon as Su Yinfen heard this, she immediately turned her head to look, and sure enough, she saw that her grandfather was walking this way. Seeing her grandfather coming, Su Yinfen instantly found a big backer, and her bottom line became even more full. But, before Su Yinfen could be more happy, Zhuo Xiaohu's palm slapped heavily on her face again. Splat! With another crisp and loud slapping sound, Su Yinfen was once again slapped to the ground, completely dumbfounded. "I dared to whip you even in front of your grandfather. What are you yelling about? I know who you are now, so do you know who I am?" Su Yinfen was completely stunned, looking at Zhuo Xiaohu in fear. She was stupid enough to know that the person in front of her was a simple person. Otherwise she wouldn't have dared to hit her in front of her grandfather. Although the face of the Su family master is a bit ugly, but still respectfully to the left Xiaohu said, "Tiger master, I do not know what my granddaughter has offended you place? The little girl doesn't know any better. I still hope that you, Master Tiger, will be magnanimous and not to get acquainted with her." Master Tiger? Hearing these two words, Su Yinfen's heart and mind violently shuddered, almost not peeing in fear. Only then did she realize that the person in front of her was actually the Green Dragon Society's second-in-command, Master Tiger. This is definitely an existence that her family can't afford to mess with. Master Tiger's ferocious nature, cruel means, dare to provoke him, people cannot have a good end. Thinking of this, Su Yinfen immediately trembled in fear, looking at Zhuo Xiaohu with a face that recognized his mistake. Where was that high and mighty posture just now? Ungrateful thing, why don't you quickly apologize to Master Tiger? Seeing that Zhuo Xiaohu didn't have the intention to loosen his grip, the Su family master immediately rebuked Su Yinfen. Where did Su Yinfen dare to have any hesitation? She immediately apologized to Zhuo Xiaohu. She said she was just a moment of confusion, did not grow eyes and do not know what to do, only to offend the Tiger master. However, Master Tiger did not stop there, but laughed coldly and said to the Su family master, "Today, I have no time to take care of you guys, get lost, and you should not participate in today's party." Hearing these words, the Su family head immediately became anxious, and quickly spoke out, "Master Tiger, if you don't feel relieved, I'll just let my granddaughter not attend the party." "What do you mean by not letting me attend the party? Today's gala is very important to my Su family. I still hope that Master Tiger won't take advantage of the situation over this trivial matter." Master Tiger's face sank, and his eyes instantly erupted with thick anger. A cold, murderous aura frightened Master Su's face, as if he was facing the abyss of death. "Was I not clear enough?" Master Tiger sounded out with a cold, murderous aura. Facing such an imposing Tiger master, Su family master knew that the other party was playing for real, so where did he dare to say anything more? In his heart, he could only stop for the time being and avoid the enemy. Family master Su quickly calmed down. As the head of a first-class family in Castle Peak, he was naturally not an idle person. Therefore, the Su family head immediately figured out the doorway and opened the door. "Master Tiger, we also have decades of friendship. You can't possibly not allow me to participate in the party because of this small matter. Can you give me a reason? If I Su Mao, really have something that offends you, Master Tiger. Afterward, how Master Tiger wants to count with me. I'll admit it. But today, can one size fit all? Zhou Xiaohu coldly looked at the Su family master before approaching him, and lowered his voice. The order given to me by the Black Emperor group side does not allow your Su family to participate, and as for the reason dash, the latter words Zhou Xiaohu did not say further, but glanced at Su Yinfen on the ground. The meaning was also already obvious. The Su family master's face instantly chilled, coldly looking towards Su Yinfen, who was once again dumbfounded. Follow me. Family head Su coldly said to Su Yinfen before turning around and leaving in large strides. And at this moment, in a room on the top floor of one mansion, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Yi Tianyuan stood there quietly, with Black Emperor standing behind him respectfully. All of this was naturally arranged by Yi Tianyuan. At this time, at the entrance of one public hall, Jiang Yao did not leave. She had just witnessed all of this happening. Although her heart was a bit cool, some doubts inexplicably emerged in Jiang Yao's heart. Wasn't this too coincidental? Su Yinfen had just provoked herself and was immediately cleaned up, and she wasn't even allowed to attend the party. Was it really just a coincidence? Or is it? Chapter 60, The Fifth Elder Finds the Door. How could you be so ungrateful? Daring to offend even the bigwigs of the Black Emperor group? Who gave you the guts? That's the Black Emperor group. Are you trying to bring about the destruction of my Su family? After bringing Su Yinfen to an unoccupied place, the Su family master coldly rebuked in anger. Su Yinfen was dumbfounded with a capitalized look on her face, her belly full of grievances as she cried out, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I don't even know a single security guard of the Black Emperor group, so how could I possibly have messed with a big shot of the Black Emperor group? I haven't left the house all day today. I've been preparing for my daughter's birthday party. Who did I mess with me?" Family head Su raised his hand and was about to slap Su Yinfen before finally stopping when he saw her red and swollen face. The Su family head angrily shouted, "You still dare to argue? This is what Master Tiger himself told me. It's hard to believe that a big shot like Master Tiger would still frame you? You give me a good thought. What people have been offended in the past 2 days? Black Emperor Group's big shot I have not seen. You must not know to provoke to. If you know think you will not be stupid to such a point. Who had she offended in the past 2 days? She hadn't offended anyone. Had she? If she really wanted to say she had offended then there was only Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao. Could it be them? The Su family master's brows suddenly furrowed. Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao? Who are they? Su Yinfen briefly introduced the two of them, and after hearing this, the Su family master couldn't help but frown deeply. In that case, that didn't seem to be them either. Did it? Su Yinfen shook her head vigorously and said, "Grandpa, I haven't been anywhere else in the past few days other than the company and my home. I really haven't offended anyone else." The Su family master's brows furrowed even deeper, his face ghostly cold with a thoughtful expression. After pondering for a while, family head Su said in a deep voice, "Jiang Yao is a member of the Jiang family. She definitely has nothing to do with the Black Emperor group. As for that Yi Tianyuan, I haven't heard of him, but the fact that he returned to Castle Peak at the same point in time as the Black Emperor group's entry into Castle Peak might not be a coincidence. I'll give Chief Ma a call and ask him to check Yi Tianyuan's file." After saying that, family head Su took out his cell phone and made a call over to Chief Ma. When Chief Ma on the other end of the phone heard that family head Su wanted him to help check Yi Tianyuan, he almost didn't drop his cell phone to the ground in shock and balked. The Su family's owner asked the horse leader whether Yi Tianyuan had any relationship with the Black Emperor group, but naturally, the horse leader didn't dare to disclose any information, and found an excuse to hang up the phone in a hurry. He found an excuse and hung up the phone in a hurry. Although Mr. Su didn't get a specific answer from Mr. Ma, he had already made up his mind. The Su family lord looked at Su Yinfen with a dignified and grave expression. "Yi Tianyuan is most likely a big shot from the Black Emperor group. He's still in your house right now, isn't he? Go, take me to take a look." The top floor of one mansion. Black Emperor respectfully said to Yi Tianyuan, "Boss, Chief Ma's side just called over and said that family lord Su is already asking him about you." Yi Tianyuan smiled lightly with a faint coldness. It seems that this Su family lord is not stupid. Perhaps family lord Su has already guessed that you are a big shot from the Black Emperor group. Black Emperor added. Yi Tianyuan did not care too much and said, "No matter, guessing is guessing. The identity of the Black Emperor group is irrelevant. Even if he really guessed it, it's just a guess. He's a smart person. He definitely won't spread it around." The Black Emperor nodded. This was true. Black Emperor thought for a moment and then said, "Boss, the main mother has already entered the party venue. Aren't you going to show up?" Yi Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's not easy to explain if I want to show up. Jiang Yao is a very smart woman. She already has some suspicions about me. Just now, I've already asked Zuoxiuhu to clean up Su Yinfen. If I show up again, then I'm afraid she must have guessed that I'm related to the Black Emperor Group. Black Emperor Group is after all a force on the road. Jiang Yao might not like it. I don't want her to think that I'm a bad person. Black Emperor immediately smiled awkwardly. The Black Emperor Group was something he had founded, although it was now entering Castle Peak in the form of a conglomerate. But when mentioning the Black Emperor Group, I'm afraid that everyone's first reaction would definitely be the forces of the Tao. What is black cannot be completely white even if you whitewash it. Black. That is the brand of the Black Emperor Group. How can it be washed away? Yi Tianyuan added. I just came over to take a turn and look at Jiang Yao. Yuan is still waiting for me at home. I have to go back to accompany Yuan. If you're over here, just keep an eye on it for me, and report back to me the first time something happens. The Black Emperor immediately nodded his head and led the way. 20 minutes later, Yi Tianyuan returned home. Just after getting out of the car, Yi Tianyuan's eyebrows were coldly raised and a cold aura sprayed out from his eyes. Yi Tianyuan dodged an attack with a flash. Without waiting for the person who attacked him from behind to strike again, Yi Tianyuan struck out with a lightning-fast punch. The powerful force immediately sent the sneak attacker flying. With a flash, Yi Tianyuan grabbed the flying out of the sneak attacker was grabbed and firmly choked. Only then did he see clearly that the sneak attacker was an inch-haired man in his early 30s appearance, clothed in black, tall and robust, with a face as rigid as a knife. He was a top-tip expert, but in front of Yi Tianyuan, it was still obviously far from enough. And at this time, a thick voice suddenly rang out. Yi Tianyuan, stop. Hearing this voice, Yi Tianyuan frowned and turned his head to look over. He only saw an old man in his early 60s standing there under the protection of a team of black-clothed men. The old man looked at Yi Tianyuan with a kind face, just like a grandfather looking at his grandson. His face was full of amiability. Seeing the old man, Yi Tianyuan then loosened his hand. The man in black respectfully bowed and saluted Yi Tianyuan before he silently retreated behind the old man. Yi Tianyuan walked towards the old man and faintly shouted, "Fifth Elder." The fifth elder turned around, and the black-clothed guards made way. With several special bulletproof combat vehicles parked behind them, the door of one of the vehicles in the center opened. The fifth elder smiled and said to Yi Tianyuan, "Sit in my car for a while and have a chat?" Facing the fifth patriarch's invitation, Yi Tianyuan still had a cold face, and said without any half-expression, "I don't have anything to sit on or chat about with your patriarchal association. My daughter is still waiting for me at home, so excuse me." After saying that, Yi Tianyuan was about to turn around and leave, not giving any face at all. However, just as Yi Tianyuan turned around, several black-clothed guards quickly rushed to Yi Tianyuan's body as if they were ghosts, stopping Yi Tianyuan's path. These could all be the Dragon Kingdom's forbidden army, and each of them was extremely powerful. However, Yi Tianyuan clearly did not place these forbidden troops in his eyes, coldly sweeping a glance at the few forbidden soldiers blocking his way. "Get lost, don't force me to make a move." Those few forbidden soldiers clearly had no intention of getting out of the way. They weren't afraid of death. Without an order from the fifth elder, they would definitely die defending their seek death. Just as Yi Tianyuan was moving to strike, the fifth elder spoke again. "Yi Tianyuan, today I came to find you. Firstly, it's about your safety. Secondly, it's about the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. And thirdly, it's about the peace of the world. Of course, more importantly, it's also about the safety of your wife and daughter. I think, you have no reason to refuse, isn't it?" Yi Tianyuan's gaze was deep as he looked at the fifth patriarch. His expression was still cold as he casually said, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't delay me from going back to accompany my daughter." Chapter 61, 5 million enemy troops arrayed at the border. The fifth elder let out a bitter smile and said, "After the Snow Country Great Emperor realized that you had left the prisoner dragon, he became furious and displayed millions of troops at the border, posing as if he wanted to go to war against our dragon country. The ambassador of the Snow Country's great emperor has also submitted a letter of state to our dragon country's lord, asking us to hand you over, or else they will go to war with our dragon country. Apart from the Snow Country, all the other countries have also sent out solemn protests to our dragon country because you released those peerless murderers. Currently, a coalition army of 30 countries has been organized, gathering 5 million warriors, and are rushing to the border, wanting to join forces to commit crimes against our dragon kingdom." Hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan's expression remained cold and indifferent, without any semblance of reaction. It was as if none of these things had anything to do with him. Seeing that Yi Tianyuan unexpectedly had no half-reaction, fifth elder frowned slightly and his face couldn't help but sink a few points. Yi Tianyuan glanced at the fifth elder before saying, "Don't worry, after my heavenly abyss hall has reorganized itself, it will head to the border to repel all incoming enemies." With my heavenly abyss palace around, no enemy army will be able to step halfway into my dragon kingdom's borders. This is my heavenly abyss hall's sacred mission. And even more so, the meaning of my heavenly abyss hall's existence. Even if this matter has nothing to do with me, I will still have the heavenly abyss palace take action. As everything started because of me, it should also be resolved by me, and I, the heavenly abyss hall, will shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the border. Hearing these words, the fifth elder's expression then stretched. His body suddenly stood straight, and with a solemn face, he performed a standard warrior salute to Yi Tianyuan. Then with a solemn face, he said, Yi Tianyuan, on behalf of the capital city, on behalf of the 140,000 people of the Dragon Kingdom, I thank you and the Heavenly Abyss Hall. Guarding the borders is also not a matter for your Heavenly Abyss Hall alone. My Dragon Country's War Department will definitely give full support. Yi Tianyuan, however, laughed lightly and flatly refused. No need. Guarding the border has always been my Heavenly Abyss Hall's matter. I won't bother the Dragon Kingdom War Department to help. 30 countries allied army, 5 million warriors only, in front of my Heavenly Abyss Hall's millions of generals. It's nothing but a rabble. If they can step half a step into my Dragon Kingdom, then my Heavenly Abyss Hall doesn't deserve to exist. Such extremely confident and domineering words caused the fifth patriarch to look at Yi Tianyuan with a surprised expression. If these words came out of other people's mouths, the fifth elder would naturally not believe them. 1 million against 5 million? I'm afraid that even if they were to take advantage of the terrain, they wouldn't be able to defend it, right? But when these words came out of Yi Tianyuan's mouth, although fifth patriarch was shocked, he still had reasons to believe it. Yi Tianyuan was like a godlike existence in the Dragon Kingdom army. The Heavenly Abyss Palace, that was even an existence that had not lost a single battle. If you say so, then I am relieved. The fifth elder nodded in relief. Then he solemnly said to Yi Tianyuan again, but don't worry, our Dragon Kingdom will never hand you over. On top of this matter, we will not back down by half, even if the whole world joins hands with our Dragon Kingdom to go to war. There are some mistakes that may require us to spend a lifetime to make up for. If we dare to take this step, then everything is worth it. Hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. His eyes softened a few points and looked at the fifth elder. The fifth elder suddenly added, by the way Yi Tianyuan, there is another very important situation. According to our intelligence, the Snow Country has sent a huge number of assassination armies to infiltrate our Dragon Country in batches, preparing to exact revenge on you. The other kingdoms, too, have made some similar moves. Their large armies don't dare to strike easily, so they will send assassins to secretly deal with you. Although our Dragon Kingdom has closely monitored and secretly intercepted quite a few of them, there are still many leaks that have sneaked into the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, your side should also be on guard. These killers will most likely go after your wife and daughter. Hearing these words, Yi Tianyuan's face suddenly chilled. Although it was said that Yi Tianyuan had also anticipated this situation, when he heard the fifth elder say that there were already assassins who had infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Tianyuan's eyes immediately erupted with thick killing intent. Whoever dared to hurt Zhang Yao and Yuan a single hair, Yi Tianyuan would crush him into pieces. With the god of death and the demoness secretly protecting Zhang Yao and Yuan, the problem should not be too big. However, for the sake of safety, this issue should be taken seriously and more deployments should be made to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Yi Tianyuan also already had some ideas in his mind. Thank you, fifth elder, Yi Tianyuan said to the fifth elder. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say thank you, the fifth elder could not help but stare. To be able to receive a word of thanks from him, Yi Tianyuan, that was too hard. This was considered a hard-won friendship, right? A few smiles appeared on the fifth elder's face, and after looking at Yi Tianyuan, he asked, do you plan to stay in Castle Peak all the time in the future? I should. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. The fifth elder shook his head. You are a giant dragon. How can you harbor in this tiny place? Yi Tianyuan, however, laughed softly and looked at the fifth elder. So what if I stand taller? Home is where I ultimately belong. If I didn't have a wife or a daughter, then I would have ended up on the prisoner dragon for the rest of my life. But now, I just want to quietly accompany Zhang Yao and Yuan. Nothing else matters to me. They are all I have. I've been burdened with them for 8 years, and I won't be able to pay them back even if I spend the rest of my life. The fifth elder nodded slightly and stretched out his hand. After a moment's pause in the air, he gently patted Yi Tianyuan's shoulder and said, quite good. Then take care of yourself. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, the fifth elder got into the chariot and left. After sending off the fifth elder, Yi Tianyuan walked into the villa. In the living room, Yuan was having fun with the demon G. Dad. Seeing that Yi Tianyuan had returned, Yi Yuan immediately opened her arms and pounced over. Yi Tianyuan immediately gave Yi Yuan a hug in favor. After the hug, Yi Yuan said, "Daddy, next time I have a birthday, I will invite my classmates to come to our house to spend it with me, okay?" Yi Tianyuan looked at Yuan lovingly and said, "You want your classmates to spend your birthday with you?" Yi Yuan immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "Of course I like it. When I was in kindergarten, I used to spend my birthday with my classmates and teachers. That's the fun part." Okay, as long as Yuan wants to, then Daddy will let the whole class celebrate your birthday with you, okay? The whole class is not enough. How about all the kids in the city spend your birthday with you? Really? Then won't Yuan be the happiest girl in the world? Yi Yuan looked at Yi Tianyuan with a smile. Yi Tianyuan smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. Daddy won't lie to Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately nodded desperately. Aha, Daddy said he would never lie to Yuan. It's Yuan's birthday in 3 days. It just happens to be a holiday on Saturday. That's right, Dad. Mom and I have the same birthday. What a coincidence. Zhang Yao and Yuan's birthdays were on the same day. Yi Tianyuan stroked Yuan's head and said, "Okay, Daddy remembered. Daddy will give you and Mommy a special birthday. Daddy is going to make up for all the previous 6 years of birthdays for Yuan and Mommy. Okay?" Yi Yuan nodded desperately and smiled happily. 3 days later was Zhang Yao and Yuan's birthday. This was considered Yi Tianyuan's first official gift to the two of them, so it must be done in a grand manner. Yi Tianyuan immediately walked to the side and made a call to the Black Emperor. After hearing Yi Tianyuan's idea, Black Emperor immediately said, "Boss, I have a plan. You can see if it's feasible. 3 days from now it happens to be the 20th of May. 520 has a good symbolism as well. We can have the Black Emperor group step in and plan a 520 special event. Anyone who has a birthday on the day of 520 can sign up to participate. And those who pass the identity verification will each receive a $520,000 in cash rewards as well as many birthday gifts. Then we draw out 2 lucky people to share the $520 million cash reward as well as become our Black Emperor group's ambassadors. We'll do this one in secret, and draw the winner from the main mother and Princess Yuan, so that everyone will bless them and envy them." Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. "Well, your plan is not bad. Go ahead and plan it." After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but think, isn't $520 million slightly too high profile? Forget it, his identity will not be hidden from Zhang Yao for too long. It's reasonable to have a slightly high-profile birthday. And just at this time, noisy sounds came from outside. Immediately, a loud voice came from outside. "Surname Yi. You are restricted to immediately roll out to me. I'll count to 3. If you don't roll out again, I'll smash this villa of yours." Chapter 62, You can call all you want, but if you touch me, I'll lose. 1, 2. Before Zhang Shaochang could count to 3, Yi Tianyuan had already walked out. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Shaochang coldly. At this moment, he was blocking the doorway with 100 people. His aura was ferocious. Obviously, Zhang Shaochang had come to seek revenge for what had just happened. The 100 people he brought with him were not ordinary punks, but disciples of Bagua sect, all practicing. Absolutely all are proper experts. One to fight dozens of no problem at all. So many people add up. Even a second-rate martial artist is afraid to be afraid. Not far from the corner, Wei Jian and Su Yanfen were hiding there. After some analysis, Wei Jian and Su Yanfen still didn't believe that Yi Tianyuan would be a high-level figure of the Black Emperor group. They guessed that it was very likely that the senior figures of Black Emperor group had their eyes on Zhang Yao, and that's why they had supported her just now at one public house. Therefore, just now, Zhang Shaochang with people huffing and puffing to find them to ask Yi Tianyuan's home address. Wei Jian and Su Yanfen, 2 people, immediately had a plan. Why not borrow Zhang Shaochang's hand to deal with Yi Tianyuan? Bagua Dor Zhang family, in the Green Mountain. But not many people can provoke the existence of the Zhang family, but the masters like clouds, many martial artists. In terms of force alone, the Zhang family ranked number 1. Since Zhang Shaochang was going to take action against Yi Tianyuan, the two of them were naturally happy to watch the show. Zhang Shaochang glared angrily at Yi Tianyuan with a fierce and angry look on his face. "Surname Yi, you're good at fighting, aren't you? Humph. Then I don't know if you can beat the 100 or so of us? Fighting against my Zhang family, do you have the strength? And don't go out and ask around. In terms of fists, who have we Zhang family members been afraid of?" Yi Tianyuan sneered and carelessly returned. "Or maybe you are too weak." One sentence choked Zhang Shaochang's face to blackness. He was too weak? He, Zhang Shaochang, was a third-rate martial artist, unrivaled among his peers. Tough mouth? Zhang Shaochang gave a heavy cold snort and said, "Then I wonder if your knees are as hard as your mouth." I'm giving you two choices now. Either you kneel down and beg for forgiveness yourself, or I'll beat you until you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. You choose dash. Snap. Before the word which could come out of Zhang Xiaochang's mouth, he was slapped back by Yi Tianyuan. This sudden slap without warning instantly struck the crowd that Zhang Xiaochang had brought with him. It was that familiar flavor again. The same recipe. Even though Zhang Xiaochang had prepared for this, he still did not react. It was too fast. So fast that he, Zhang Xiaochang, did not have any chance to react at all. Talking quite dirty. Didn't wipe your mouth when you went to the toilet? Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Xiaochang coldly. Zhang Xiaochang froze for a long time before he reacted fiercely and roared angrily. Brothers, get me killed together dash. Pointless. Before the last word could be spat out, he was smacked back by Yi Tianyuan's backhand. This time, the force was so strong that it directly sent Zhang Xiaochang flying. Bang bang bang. Without waiting for those people to make a move, Yi Tianyuan launched a lightning attack. With an incredible speed, in a very short period of time, all of them were knocked to the ground in 3 blows, either disabled or injured. One by one, they were lying on the ground wailing in pain, unable to stand up for a while. The only person who was still standing was Zhang Xiaochang, who was stunned. He was stunned and dumbfounded, looking at the pieces lying on the ground with a face full of disbelief, and then looking at Yi Tianyuan. How the fuck, so strong? What happened just now? He didn't even see clearly. It all happened too fast. It was really hard for him to believe. How did Yi Tianyuan do it? A second-rate martial artist shouldn't be this strong, right? Could it be that he, Yi Tianyuan, was a first-rate martial artist? But how was that possible? A first-rate martial artist who was less than 30 years old? Simply unheard of. It's not good to live well. There are millions of paths in the world. Why do you like to find death? Yi Tianyuan coldly walked towards Zhang Xiaochang like a killing god. That powerful aura immediately scared Zhang Xiaochang's face pale, his expression terrified, and he hastily retreated. At this moment, Zhang Xiaochang unexpectedly felt an unprecedented fear. It was as if he was facing an abyssal demon at this moment. What cold eyes! What sharp eyes! What a powerful killing aura! What kind of person was this Yi Tianyuan? Didn't he say that he was just a retired ordinary warrior? Is this fucking called ordinary? Looking at Yi Tianyuan, who was gradually approaching like a god of death, Zhang Xiaochang was panicked and scared, and even had the thought of wanting to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But this was too much of a slap in the face, right? He was just now giving Yi Tianyuan the option to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and now he would even have this thought come out. This really fulfilled the saying, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. What now? Fighting definitely can't be defeated. Really want to kneel and beg for forgiveness? I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you don't know how to cherish it. Then dash. Send you to hell. That's where you belong. Yi Tianyuan coldly spoke. Hearing these words, Zhang Xiaochang instantly got a violent chill, instantly fearful to the extreme. Feeling death coming. He was going to die? No. At this moment, he really regretted it. He really shouldn't have come to provoke Yi Tianyuan. But even beating him to death, he could not have imagined that Yi Tianyuan's strength was so powerful that it was so terrifying. Now, even if he regretted until his intestines were blue, I'm afraid that it was already too late. Just when Yi Tianyuan was about to kill Zhang Xiaochang, a thick and powerful voice suddenly sounded out. This Taoist friend, please be merciful, give my Zhang family face, raise your hand and let my nephew go. One could only see a middle-aged man of nearly 50 appearance striding towards the side with thick steps. His lower body was calm and powerful, and his true chi lingered around his body, causing his clothes to look as if they were being blown up by a blower. The aura was extraordinary. One could tell at a glance that he was a martial arts expert. The person who came was none other than Zhang Difu, the son of Zhang Hong, the Bagua sect's Zhang sect master, whose strength had already reached the peak of a second-rate martial artist, and was only half a step away from stepping into the ranks of a first-rate martial artist. Strength-wise, it was indeed not bad. Yi Tianyuan glanced at Zhang Difu coldly. A mere second-rate martial artist, Yi Tianyuan naturally wouldn't give him a second glance. Yi Tianyuan coldly replied back, the Zhang family is not yet qualified for me? Yi Tianyuan, to give face. Hearing such arrogant words, Zhang Difu's face instantly chilled. Looking at the entire castle peak, I'm afraid there wasn't a second person who dared to speak to the Zhang family in such a manner, right? If the Zhang family was not even qualified, then who else in Castle Peak had this qualification? However, for the sake of Zhang Xiaochang's safety, Zhang Difu still forced down the anger in his heart and spoke out again. Little brother, let's be forgiving. It's best to leave a line in the sand. Just now the matter is my nephew Zhang Xiaochang is not right in the first, but little brother, you also ought to teach them a lesson. Considered even how? In this part of Castle Peak, no matter who it is, They have to give my Zhang family 3 points. Little brother, you are also a member of my martial arts path. As the saying goes, don't fight and don't get acquainted. Tomorrow I will set up a table and invite little brother to drink 2 cups, as if it is to make amends to you for my niece to little brother. How about it? Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Difu with a smile on his face and asked, is your Zhang family very strong? Zhang Difu pulled his voice and said, I don't dare to say it's very strong, but no one can afford to mess with it in Castle Peak, so I can only say this. The implication was that you kid don't know how to appreciate. Yi Tianyuan immediately laughed coldly, is that so? Since no one can mess with Qing Shan, then I'll be inclined to mess with it. I want to see just how strong your Zhang family is. Daring to ask me, Yi Tianyuan, to give face. I'll give you guys 1 night to make preparations. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I'll pay a visit on time. And don't say that I'm bullying your Zhang family. Call as many people as you want. And count me as a loser if you can even touch me. Remember, the opportunity is only given to you once. Get lost. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan turned around and entered the villa, leaving only Zhang Difu with a chilly and ghostly face. I've never seen such a crazy one. Humph. Tomorrow I want to see if this kid dares to go to his Zhang family. Chapter 63, Placing $1 billion on birthday planning. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Zhang Yao returned home. Today was a rewarding day for Zhang Yao, and it was also her first time attending such a high-profile party. Not only that, she also hit it off with the president of Black Emperor Group, Night Rao, and had the honor of chatting for a few moments. With Night Rao standing in for Zhang Yao became one of the most notable figures at today's party. Quite a few big shots from Castle Peak took the initiative to come over and get to know Zhang Yao, leaving contact information with each other. In the workplace, Zhang Yao was a strong woman, and she was able to handle this kind of big scene with ease. Looking at Zhang Yao's happy face, Yi Tianyuan was also very happy. Zhang Yao and Yuan Yuan's happiness was Yi Tianyuan's greatest happiness. Yi Tianyuan accompanied Zhang Yao and soon put Yuan Yuan to sleep. Yi Tianyuan got up and was ready to leave, when Zhang Yao suddenly called out to Yi Tianyuan, do you have time to chat? Yi Tianyuan smiled at Zhang Yao. Of course I'm free. Zhang Yao walked to the balcony, propped her hands on the balcony and held her chin. Looking at the night sky, the evening breeze gently blew across her cheeks, bringing up a few strands of green silk. Looking at Zhang Yao from the side angle, there was a very different charm, and for a moment Yi Tianyuan was mesmerized. Why do you keep staring at me? Zhang Yao was somewhat embarrassed by Yi Tianyuan's look. Yi Tianyuan blurted out, you're so pretty. Put. Zhang Yao forced herself to hold back her laughter and oddly snapped, oily mouth. But it still felt good to be praised by someone you liked. Smiling is even better. Yi Tianyuan said seriously again. Put. Zhang Yao couldn't help but laugh even louder, but immediately felt that she should be a bit more reserved. Stopped laughing and got serious with a serious face. Yi Tianyuan, did you say that you are my lucky star? Lucky star? Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao nodded slightly. Look, as soon as you came back, I got a promotion and a raise, and directly sat in a position I never even dreamed of. And tonight I was lucky enough to attend such a high-profile party, giving me the opportunity to enter the top business circle in Castle Peak. Before you came back, I felt like my life was dark. After you came back, it turned into a piece of light. Now I have such a big villa to live in, such a good car to drive, such a high salary. Everything is so dreamy. Yi Tianyuan smiled and said, then do you like it like this now? Zhang Yao nodded her head and said, of course I like it, but compared to the material aspect, I actually prefer the position of president. It's not that I'm vain, but I've always wanted to make a career out of it myself. I've actually been interested in doing business since I was a kid, and I studied finance and business administration in college. I originally thought that after graduation, I could enter Zhang's group and make a big splash, but I didn't expect. However, God has treated me well, closing a door but opening a window for me. Yi Tianyuan teased, your ultimate wish is to be a domineering female president? Zhang Yao smiled to herself and said, my ultimate wish when I was in college was to make a company with a market capitalization of 100 billion. Now that I think about it, I really didn't know the sky and the earth when I was young. Yi Tianyuan but said, it's only 1,000 small goals, not an absolutely impossible realistic goal. Rebus said that dreams should still be had, in case they are realistic. I believe in you. You can definitely be realistic. For my soft rice dream, you go for it. Soft rice? This villa alone is worth a few $100 million. There is such a thing as soft rice? Zhang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a deep gaze, as if she wanted to see through Yi Tianyuan. After looking for a long time, Zhang Yao said with deep meaning, Yi Tianyuan, how do I feel that I can't see through you? In the past 2 days, I've been thinking, what kind of person are you in the end? It always feels like I still know nothing about you. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao. Naturally he understood the meaning of her words. After a moment of silence, Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao with a serious face and said, I do have some secrets on me that I can't tell you for the time being. Give me 3 months. I'll let you know everything by then. Okay? Jiang Yao nodded after looking at Yi Tianyuan. Okay, I won't ask then. Just right. 3 months' time I can learn more about you. Alright, it's getting late. I'm going to take a bath and rest. After saying goodbye to Jiang Yao, Yi Tianyuan returned to his room. Come out. Yi Tianyuan spoke to the dark balcony. 3 figures immediately walked out as if they were ghosts. Respectfully saluting Yi Tianyuan, the Black Emperor reported to Yi Tianyuan, Boss, the 520th birthday program has already been made ready by Night Enchantress. It will go online tomorrow for promotion and distribution. With a budget of $1 billion. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly. 1 billion for a birthday. Even for the 3 great families of Castle Peak it was an unimaginable amount of money. But if it wasn't for the fear that Jiang Yao wouldn't be able to accept it for a while, Yi Tianyuan would have wanted to angrily smash 10 billion. Black Emperor added, Boss, there is no need for you to do it yourself on the Zheng family's side. I'll let Lu Jinlong do it? Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and said, Idle is idle anyway. Having said that I will come to the door tomorrow, how can I go back on my word? Black Emperor didn't dare to say anything more. Yi Tianyuan's gaze fell on the 3 of them and said with a straight face, there is one more thing that needs to be done by you guys. Each of you transfer some loyal elites over here and be responsible for secretly protecting Jiang Yao and Yuan. It might not be peaceful lately. It's still important to be a little vigilant. The god of death immediately said, Boss, the 10 judges of my death god temple have all arrived at the Green Mountain. They are all the most loyal and strongest assassins under me. Leave the safety of the main mother to me. Even if I die, the 10 judges and I will definitely not let anyone hurt a single hair on the head of the main mother. The Black Emperor followed. Boss, I've already asked the 4 great protectors and the 8 Vajra to come to Castle Peak as fast as they can, and they should all be in place tonight. The demon lady concluded. Boss, I have ordered my most powerful 12 golden hairpins from Tianji House to come to Castle Peak. They can arrive tonight. Yi Tianyuan nodded slightly and said, God of death, you and the 10 judges of your death god palace will be responsible for protecting Jiang Yao from now on. Demonis, you and your 12 golden hairpins are responsible for protecting Yuan. Black Emperor, your 4 great protectors and 8 Vajra will be the backup force, and they will be utilized when the need arises. The 3 immediately led the order. Black Emperor proposed to Yi Tianyuan, Boss, you shouldn't have let those people leave. If we left them all behind, then even if the Heavenly King came, we would be able to get him killed. Indeed, if more than 100 absolute ferocious disciples were all left behind, then apart from Yi Tianyuan, who else under the sky would be able to defeat them? Yi Tianyuan lightly laughed and said, the 3 of you are all from the Dragon Kingdom, and your forces have entered in the Dragon Kingdom, so me leaving you behind won't have too much of an impact on you. But the others are not from my Dragon Country, and their respective forces are not in my Dragon Country. They've all been away for too long, and if they aren't allowed to go back and reorganize their respective forces, then I'm afraid it'll be remotely difficult to command movement. Right now, I'm going to be facing the dangers of the world's kingdoms, so letting them each go back to reorganize their forces is also to make it easier for me to use them to deal with holding the kingdoms back in the future. Otherwise, no matter how strong my heavenly abyss palace is, it would be difficult to deal with the alliance of the world's kingdoms at the same time. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, the Black Emperor was instantly relieved and admired Yi Tianyuan's farsightedness. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand at the 3 people, who quickly retreated as ghosts. After holding back the 3 people, Yi Tianyuan took out his cell phone and called the Heavenly Prime War God. After the call was connected, Yi Tianyuan gave orders to the Heavenly Prime War God. Heavenly Prime, you secretly transfer an elite troop to be stationed at the outskirts of Castle Peak. The number doesn't need to be too many. 3,000 will do. Keep a low profile and pay attention to secrecy. After ordering, Yi Tianyuan hung up the phone. This move was also to save for a rainy day and be prepared. Only after doing everything right did Yi Tianyuan feel at ease. Yi Tianyuan came to the balcony, sat on the ground, closed his eyes and started cultivating. The bright moonlight basked on Yi Tianyuan's body, haunting a cloud of silver radiance. But soon, a dense mass of gas suddenly gushed out from Yi Tianyuan's body, instantly transforming into a pale dragon that generally wrapped around Yi Tianyuan, divinely incomparable. Chapter 64, Why stick a fresh flower on that cow dung? The next day, Jiang Yao drove to work after eating Yi Tianyuan's carefully cooked breakfast as usual. However, just after the car drove out of the Tan Palace Villa area, it was stopped by a car. Seeing a man and a woman walking down from the car, Jiang Yao's willow eyebrows suddenly slightly knitted, slightly with some unhappy color. She rolled down the window and said to the pair of men and women who walked up to her, Wei Jian, Su Yinfen, I have to rush to work, please get out of the way. Jiang Yao naturally knew that the visitor was not good, obviously because of yesterday's matter rushing towards her. Yesterday, Su Yinfen was humiliated at the entrance of one mansion, but it had nothing to do with her. Jiang Yao. Su Yinfen smiled wistfully and said to Jiang Yao, I'm afraid you still don't know that your man is in danger of being killed today, right? Yi Tianyuan has a killing curse? Hearing this, Jiang Yao's face instantly sank as she looked coldly at Su Yinfen and asked, What do you mean? You don't know? Su Yinfen teasingly asked Jiang Yao back. Jiang Yao's face sank even more and she spoke again. Su Yinfen, if you have something to say, just say it clearly, or else I really don't have the time to accompany you here to guess the riddles. Su Yinfen pretended to look relieved and said, That's right, which man would go home and tell his wife when he's made a monstrous mess outside? It's normal that Yi Tianyuan didn't tell you. For the sake of old classmates, then I'll tell you for free. Yesterday your man Yi Tianyuan beat up Zhang Xiaoqiang, and it was beaten twice. Do you know the seriousness of this matter? Yi Tianyuan beat up Zhang Xiaoqiang? Jiang Yao took a deep look at Su Yinfen. She didn't look like she was lying, and Yi Tianyuan was indeed capable of such a thing. But Jiang Yao did not realize how serious this matter was. A fight was just a fight. It wasn't so bad that it would result in a killing, right? Looking at Jiang Yao not caring too much, Wei Jian sneered and spoke. It seems like your heart is just as big as his Yi Tianyuan's. You both really think things are too simple. Jiang Yao, you should know my relationship with Zhang Xiaoqiang. That's the most ironclad body. I can tell you very responsibly. Zhang Xiaoqiang will make a move against Yi Tianyuan today, the kind that will kill him. The Bagui Gate Zhang family is not only a first-class family in Castle Peak, but also the strongest martial arts family in Castle Peak. The Zhang family has established their clan with martial arts, and there are many experts. Martial arts people you should know. Temperament are very hot. Do things well also reckless? If Zhang Xiaoqiang really starts a fight today, then... Wei Jian didn't continue to say the latter words, but laughed in a somewhat gloating manner, leaving Jiang Yao infinite room for imagination. He left Jiang Yao with infinite space for imagination. Hearing Wei Jian say this, Jiang Yao's face immediately sank to the bottom. She also finally realized the danger. Seeing that it had worked, Wei Jian and Su Yinfen left with a smile and returned to the car. Jiang Yao stayed in the car and hesitated for a while before driving off quickly. However, she left not in the direction of the company, but the Zhang family. The two of them in the car, Wei Jian and Su Yinfen, smiled at each other, revealing a smug expression of triumph in their treacherous plan. Let's go. Follow them and watch the fun. Su Yinfen had a bad smile on her face. The other side. Villa. Yi Tianyuan was preparing to send Yuan to school, and at this time, Demon Jin Yang suddenly walked over to Yi Tianyuan. Boss, just now, Demon Jin Yang reported the situation transmitted by the God of Death to Yi Tianyuan in detail. After listening to Demon Jin Yang's report, Yi Tianyuan's face instantly turned a few points colder and a smear of killing intent erupted from his eyes. Wei Jian Su Yinfen, I was too lazy to take care of you guys, but since you guys are insistent on seeking death, then I'll fulfill you. Zhang family dash. Yi Tianyuan spoke to Demon Jin Yang. You send down Yuan to school. After saying that, Yi Tianyuan drove away and rushed to the Zhang family, while also sending orders to the Black Emperor. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yao arrived at the Zhang family. The Zhang family villa was exceptionally grand, covering an area of over 1,000 square feet. The courtyard alone was over 500 square feet. The modern European style of the villa also emphasized the grandeur. Everyone in the Zhang family usually lived here. Surrounding the Zhang family villa, there were dozens of other villas. These were either the Zhang family's collateral, Zhang family's disciples, or some of the people who worked for the Zhang family lived there. It could be said that a large area in a circle over here, all of it was the Zhang family's territory. Bagua Dor Zhang family. In Castle Peak that is inherited for more than 100 years. The number when the name. It is no exaggeration to say that the Qingshan martial arts practitioners, I am afraid that there must be 80% from the Zhang family to go out. At present, Gossip Dor Zhang family has disciples, has more than 1,000 number. These people, can only Gossip Dor order from. It is also because the Zhang family has too many disciples of the practitioner. So no one dares to mess with Green Mountain. Only then will say, Qingshan on force, that's certainly Zhang family first. Even the Green Dragon Club may not dare to touch the Zhang family head-on. This is the capital of the Zhang family to walk arrogantly in Castle Peak, and has also developed Zhang Xiaoqiang's unbeatable character. The Zhang family, as usual, did not have any changes. For yesterday, Yi Tianyuan said that he would come to the door at 9 o'clock today, letting the Zhang family prepare for the matter. Obviously the Zhang family did not. Anyone would put it in their eyes. Not only did they not put it in their eyes, they even scoffed and disdained it. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaochang had gathered 300 Zhang family disciples early in the morning and gathered in the front yard. Yesterday, he was abused twice and humiliated by Yi Tianyuan's face stomping. How could Zhang Xiaochang endure this? He swore that today he would definitely take revenge for the past shame, and would definitely step on Yi Tianyuan's feet and make him kneel down and beg for forgiveness before he could let go of his heart's hatred. Zhang Xiaochang looked at the courtyard. A colorful black martial arts uniform, standing neatly in the Zhang family disciples, with a face of untamed and unruly, with a posture of vigor, with a mouth of anger and cruelty, he said to the 300 Zhang family disciples, "All of you are my Zhang family's most outstanding disciples. Each and every one of you has extraordinary hands. Martial arts has become. Later on, there will be a boy who doesn't know the sky and is not afraid of death who will come to my door to provoke my Zhang family. Today, as long as he dares to come, then give me a deadly beating. The majesty of my Zhang family will not allow anyone to provoke it." And right at this time, Jiang Yao, who was like an iceberg goddess, came striding over with thick steps. Jiang Yao's worldly appearance instantly attracted all the men's gazes. A woman who was high and cold had more flavor. It was more capable of inspiring a man's desire to conquer. Seeing Jiang Yao, Zhang Xiaochang was also a bit surprised. Back then in school, he was also Jiang Yao's loyal suitor. But unfortunately, he was always rejected miserably. He hadn't seen Jiang Yao for many years, and seeing her again couldn't help but stir up his restlessness that had been dormant for many years. Zhang Xiaochang immediately said to Jiang Yao with a smile on his face, "Jiang Yao, long time no see." However, Jiang Yao did not give Zhang Xiaochang a hint of a good face, but instead said in a cold voice, "You have gathered so many people to deal with Yi Tianyuan?" Only then did Zhang Xiaochang realize that Jiang Yao had come for Yi Tianyuan. Thinking about this instantly made Zhang Xiaochang very upset. Zhang Xiaochang grinned and hooked his mouth as he looked at Jiang Yao and asked, "You came to plead for him?" Jiang Yao did not answer, but silence was the best answer. "Humph." Zhang Xiaochang immediately sneered and looked at Jiang Yao with a sympathetic and regretful look. "He's just an inferior man at the bottom of the social ladder. He's not good enough for you. Why should you stick this flower on that cow dung?" "Jiang Yao, you're so beautiful, smart and excellent. You shouldn't spoil yourself like this. You are still young. You deserve a better man. You know I've always liked you. I don't mind you having a daughter. It just so happens that I also quite like daughters. Why don't you consider me?" Chapter 65, Yi Tianyuan. "Go away. Go away." Jiang Yao looked at Zhang Xiaochang coldly and ignored his words. Instead, she said once again, "Zhang Xiaochang, although I don't know what kind of conflict there was between you and Yi Tianyuan yesterday, but with my understanding of Yi Tianyuan, he wouldn't mess with anyone for no reason. I know that your Zhang family is big and powerful, and that you have established your clan with martial arts, and that no one in Castle Peak can afford to mess with you. Yi Tianyuan and I are ordinary people. We can't afford to mess with your Zhang family. I apologize on behalf of Yi Tianyuan for what happened yesterday. Please stop here." "Humph." Hearing Jiang Yao's words, Zhang Xiaochang immediately sneered, looking at Jiang Yao with a very irritated expression. He said, "Where did you get that fanatical arrogance from? You mean I provoked him, Yi Tianyuan, so I deserve to be beaten by him, right? What do you mean by asking me to stop here? What identity are you using and what qualifications do you have to invite me? If you're here to order me around, then I'm sorry, you're not my girlfriend. Are you qualified to order me around? If you're here to plead for him, Yi Tianyuan, then it seems that our class flower is arrogant and accustomed to begging. Not very good at begging. This begging, you have to have the posture of begging. My goddess, what do you say?" Listening to Zhang Xiaochang's playful and mocking words, Jiang Yao's face did not have much change in expression, still as cold as an iceberg. However, for the sake of Yi Tianyuan, Jiang Yao still lowered her stance a few notches and said to Zhang Xiaochang, "Okay, I beg you." Seeing that Jiang Yao was finally willing to give in, Zhang Xiaochang immediately laughed out loud in triumph. The high and cold goddess who had always rejected him, was finally willing to give in to him, Zhang Xiaochang, and this was a historic moment. This feeling, don't mention how great it was. It was simply even better than when he first learned the traditional craft of typing out a tube of plateau protein. Zhang Xiaochang looked at Jiang Yao with a smiling face and said, "Begging me that would be too good to be true. I have no other requirements. As long as you are my girlfriend." Jiang Yao's face chilled, cold anger out. "I have a husband. Please show some respect." Zhang Xiaochang's face sank, and he sneered, "The wedding is not even organized. What kind of husband is that? Who knows where you hooked the wild man from? Snap, don't you dare insult Yi Tianyuan. He is my husband, my daughter's father, the hero in my heart, Prince Charming, not a wild man." Jiang Yao raised her hand and just slapped Zhang Xiaochang hard. She chided emotionally and angrily. extremely defending Yi Tianyuan. As a third-rate martial artist, Zhang Xiaochang was actually capable of dodging this slap, but he never expected that Jiang Yao would dare to slap him. Where did this seemingly weak woman get her courage? Being slapped in public, Zhang Xiaochang was completely enraged. He raised his hand and slapped Jiang Yao's face with anger, slapping down with force. Although Jiang Yao was scared and pale, she was still brave and stubborn enough not to dodge. However, Zhang Xiaochang's palm did not end up falling down, but stopped in mid-air. Zhang Xiaochang gritted his teeth fiercely and withdrew his hand with a furious and hideous face, pointing at Jiang Yao. Old me was beaten by your man yesterday, and I'm being beaten by you today. You guys are really a match made in heaven pair. Humph. Both want to play hard to get with Lao Zi, right? Then Lao Zi will have a good time with you pair of dogs and men today. Jiang Yao. Originally I already gave you enough face on account of my classmates' love, but you even gave your face away. Since you don't want to eat the wine, then you'll eat the punishment. Someone, close the door for me. With the last sentence, Zhang Xiaochang almost roared. Immediately, a few Zhang clan disciples ran to close the gate, while some other Zhang clan disciples quickly blocked Jiang Yao's retreat. Where had Jiang Yao seen such a formation? Naturally, she was terrified. However, Jiang Yao remained strong and brave as she stood there, coldly looking at Zhang Xiaochang. Seeing that Jiang Yao still had some guts, Zhang Xiaochang smiled playfully and coldly. Jiang Yao, congratulations for successfully pissing me off. Since you're so dead set on him, Yi Tianyuan, then I'll give you a chance now. It's fine if you want me to stop there and not get him Yi Tianyuan killed. Two choices. First, let you be my girlfriend and you don't agree. Then stay with me for 3 days. That's not too much to ask, is it? 3 days in exchange for his Yi Tianyuan's life. How do you figure it's also a very cost-effective deal? Second, kneel down and beg me. Beg until I'm satisfied. I can consider it. Despicable. Shameless dash. Listening to Zhang Xiaochang's nasty and filthy words, Jiang Yao's anger shook cold. She couldn't wait to go up and smack him again. She thought that he was a classmate, and Zhang Xiaochang should sell himself some face. But Jiang Yao still overestimated human nature. The ugliness of human nature. There is no lower limit. Only you cannot imagine. Friendship. In the eyes of these people, worthless. Seeing that Jiang Yao refused to obediently give in, Zhang Xiaochang continued to say with a playful sneer, Jiang Yao, don't say that this old classmate of mine didn't give you a chance. Now, while Yi Tianyuan hasn't come yet, it's still this condition. When Yi Tianyuan comes, when I step on him and take his life, then it won't be this condition. At that time, do you believe that I can toy with you in front of his Yi Tianyuan? Yi Tianyuan's pink fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails were almost pinched into his flesh. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled violently, and she couldn't contain her anger. However, she also knew that a character-deficient broad like Zhang Xiaochang would indeed do anything when he was launched into a frenzy. Killing a person was nothing to him. The Zhang family's eldest son. The Zhang family could easily handle it. Yi Tianyuan was just a retired warrior with no power, no influence, and no identity background, which was indeed not enough to make Zhang Xiaochang have any concerns. And she, Jiang Yao, that was even less worth mentioning. Not to mention that the Zhang family didn't treat her well. Even if the Zhang family regarded her as the jewel of the family, it wouldn't help. The Zhang family was as weak as an ant in front of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaochang had an evil aura on his face, looking at Jiang Yao in a playful and teasing manner, with an appearance of being determined to eat Jiang Yao. He was not in a hurry, not at all, holding the life and death of others in his hands. Then he was not afraid of others not bowing down. As expected, it was not what he expected. After struggling and weighing in her heart, Jiang Yao still sighed powerlessly. Now, what could she do? Besides bowing her head and admitting to begging Zhang Xiaochang for forgiveness, what else could she do? Yi Tianyuan against the Zhang family, even if he could fight even more, he would still be dead. No matter what, she could not let anything happen to Yi Tianyuan. She had waited for 8 years before finally bringing Yi Tianyuan back. Everything had started to develop in a good direction, and it also allowed her to finally have some expectations, some visions for the future. She didn't want all of this to be like a dream, waking up and falling apart. Jiang Yao finally made a decision. She suddenly jerked her head up, her eye expression became incomparably firm, and she coldly looked at Zhang Xiaochang and said, "Okay, I will kneel down for you, and beg you to let Yi Tianyuan go dash." With that, Jiang Yao was about to kneel down towards Zhang Xiaochang. Zhang Xiaochang's face, however, did not feel much pain. In fact, he wanted Jiang Yao to agree to accompany him for 3 days even more. Even if he could not get her Jiang Yao's heart, he still wanted to get Jiang Yao's person. However, just as Jiang Yao's legs were slightly bent and she was about to kneel down, a voice that was monstrous with anger and cold as a murderous god suddenly resounded throughout the entire Zhang family. "Zhang Xiaochang, you seek death." The voice, as angry as a torrent of thunder, rolled in, shocking the entire crowd. Zhang Xiaochang could not help but take 2 steps back in shock as well, his heart seemingly palpitating. He naturally heard that it was Yi Tianyuan's voice. Yesterday, he was abused by Yi Tianyuan twice, causing him to already have a fear of Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan, who looked like a god of killing, stepped over with death-like strides, and his powerful aura immediately caused those who blocked the road to quickly make way, involuntarily retreating to the side. Where would they dare to block Yi Tianyuan's path? Soon, Yi Tianyuan came to Zhang Yao's side. Zhang Yao looked at this man in front of her in a daze. This moment made her feel safe. Seeing Yi Tianyuan, everything would be safe. But soon, Zhang Yao suddenly woke up as if in a dream, and pushed Yi Tianyuan outward with force, shouting and urgently shouting, "Yi Tianyuan, you quickly go! Quickly go! Zhang Xiaochang is going to kill you. You can't afford to mess with the Zhang family. You are not a match for the Zhang family's people. You quickly go! Quickly go ah!" Chapter 66, You're all down to one hand, and you're still yelling? Humph. Seeing Yi Tianyuan arrive, Zhang Xiaochang immediately sneered morosely. You've come and you still want to leave? Close the door for me and beat the dog. Zhang Xiaochang gave an order. The Zhang family disciples quickly blocked all the gates solidly, and the 300 disciples blocked Yi Tianyuan's retreat. Wanting to leave? Would it be that easy? What are you running over for? I'll be able to solve this, Zhang Yao said to Yi Tianyuan with a reproachful face. But after saying that, Zhang Yao reached out and blocked in front of Yi Tianyuan's body, coldly looking at Zhang Xiaochang, whose expression gradually became playfully crazy. Zhang Xiaochang, you already promised just now that as long as I kneel for you, you will let Yi Tianyuan go. I hope that you won't go back on your word. After saying that, Zhang Yao was about to kneel down to Zhang Xiaochang, but she was pulled by a big hand, causing Zhang Yao to not be able to kneel down at all. Zhang Yao was a bit anxious and tried to push Yi Tianyuan's hand away. But how could she possibly push it away by half? Yi Tianyuan, you quickly let go of me. We can't afford to mess with Zhang Xiaochang. Don't get carried away. My daughter and I both need you very much. You can't be okay. It's not just kneeling down for her. It won't be a piece of meat missing, as long as you're fine. Listening to Zhang Yao's words, the anger and killing intent in Yi Tianyuan's heart suddenly surged madly. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Zhang Xiaochang as if he was a god of killing. A single look had already sentenced Zhang Xiaochang to death. He, Zhang Xiaochang, seeks death. Retracting his eyes, Yi Tianyuan immediately said to Zhang Yao with a gentle and heartfelt face, "You are my Yi Tianyuan's woman. There is no one in this world who is worthy of making you kneel. Whoever dares to make you kneel, then I will kill his entire family. Don't worry, leave this matter to me." For some reason, from Yi Tianyuan's eyes and tone, Zhang Yao unexpectedly got a strong and confidence power. For a moment, it made her a little hesitant, not knowing what to say. Yi Tianyuan protecting her so recklessly still moved her heart, right? But, and just at this time, Zhang Xiaochang smiled playfully and coldly. You guys just don't argue back and forth. Kneeling was the condition just now. Now is not something that can be solved by kneeling. Humph. Zhang Yao, I have just said, before Yi Tianyuan came, I can still give you a chance. Now, well, I've changed my mind. Even if you take the initiative to accompany me for 3 days, this matter can't be solved. However, without waiting for Zhang Xiaochang to finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan had already killed him with a flash as if he was a ghost. What a fast speed. Such a fast speed really startled Zhang Xiaochang. He simply did not even have He didn't even have a chance to react before he was heavily slapped to the ground by Yi Tianyuan's slap. The powerful force made Zhang Xiaochang feel like his neck was broken, and his head hit the ground hard, directly smashing a crater out of the hard ground. The head was broken and blood burst out. Zhang Xiaochang's mouth was also filled with blood, and he felt that his jaw was dislocated. Unable to move for a moment, his face was even more skinned and half of his face was ruined. The endless pain surged up like a flood tide, completely dumbfounding Zhang Xiaochang. It was really the case of saying the toughest words and receiving the most poisonous beatings. He was a third-rate martial artist, but he was actually knocked down by a slap, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Yi Tianyuan naturally did not give Zhang Xiaochang a chance to stand up again. At the same time, when Zhang Xiaochang fell to the ground, Yi Tianyuan's feet had already flew down towards Zhang Xiaochang's 2 knees. Ka chow, ka chow. Too crisp and incomparable. Teeth-chilling sounds of bones breaking resounded throughout the front yard of the entire Zhang clan. Those 300 disciples of the Zhang family all heard a wave of scalp numbness and fear in their hearts, their expressions stunned with a few moments of horror as they looked this way in death. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Such a situation was clearly something that none of them had ever expected. They were all confused. Nothing had even reacted to the situation yet. Both knees were trampled to pieces. The extreme pain caused Zhang Xiaochang to open his mouth and let out a miserable cry of pain. Paralyzing bastard. Yi Tianyuan, how dare you waste both my legs dash. I don't share the same fate as you. I will definitely make your life worse than death dash. But immediately, Zhang Xiaochang once again cried out in pain, because before he could finish his sentence, Yi Tianyuan continued to strike. This time, it was Zhang Xiaochang's hand, directly stomping one of his hands to pieces. In just a moment's time, both of his legs and one of Zhang Xiaochang's hands were trampled to pieces by Yi Tianyuan, with absolutely no possibility of healing. This was tantamount to Zhang Xiaochang being completely and utterly wasted. Such a situation caused Zhang Xiaochang to completely go crazy and storm out. He was really going mad. How could this happen? How crazy did he, Yi Tianyuan, have to be to dare to do something so heartless? In his Zhang family, he, Yi Tianyuan, even dared to abolish him? Saying less won't do you any harm. There's only one hand left. Still yelling? Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Xiaochang coldly as if he was a killing god. As he looked down from above, his aura became even more powerful and overpowering, as if he was a demonic god. Zhang Xiaochang also wanted to break his mouth to Yi Tianyuan cursing, but after the words spit to the edge of the mouth or came to a hard break, did not continue to curse, because in his heart, he was also he knew very well that as long as he dared to continue provoking Yi Tianyuan, then Yi Tianyuan would definitely dare to step on his last hand. If all his limbs were wasted, then, it would really be worse than death. There would be no point in living. Zhang Yao on the side was also scared like an ice sculpture. She also did not expect Yi Tianyuan shot unexpectedly so vicious, directly to Zhang Xiaochang to waste. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to make peace with today's matter. Now, Yi Tianyuan was considered to have completely offended the Zhang family to death. What to do? For a while, Zhang Yao was also a bit messed up, not knowing what to do. Facing the Zhang family, Zhang Yao was really scared and desperate. But things had come to this. What could she say? Could she blame Yi Tianyuan? It was definitely not Yi Tianyuan's fault. It was indeed him, Zhang Xiaochang, who had bullied people too much and gone too far. What kind of goods is Zhang Xiaochang? Zhang Yao is naturally very clear. This matter was not Yi Tianyuan's fault. It was just that this world did not have the fairness of color and right. Right and wrong were humble and ridiculous in front of powerful strength. AI. Zhang Yao sighed long and quietly in her heart. The hope of her life that she had just looked forward to, was it going to be dashed again so soon? Zhang Yao's eyes were moody and complex as she looked at Yi Tianyuan, shook her head and softly said, Yi Tianyuan, you shouldn't be like this. There is no way back now. There is no way the Zhang family will let us go. Seeing Zhang Yao so worried about herself, Yi Tianyuan was also a little heartbroken and blaming himself. If he had known earlier, he should have come to the Zhang family yesterday night to settle things. Wei Jian Su Yinfen, you too deserve to die. A strong resentment welled up in Yi Tianyuan's heart. If it wasn't for these two people causing trouble, Zhang Yao wouldn't have come to beg Zhang Xiaochang. Let's settle Zhang Xiaochang first, and then we'll clean up these two. Yi Tianyuan said to Zhang Yao with a serious face. Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's just a mere Zhang family. They can't help me half the time. In terms of fighting, I, Yi Tianyuan, have never been afraid of anyone. What kind of big scenes have I never seen? I'm not even afraid to fight 1,000,000 troops, let alone a small Zhang family. Zhang Yao, you leave first. The next image is a bit uncomfortable, so you shouldn't watch it. Saying that, Yi Tianyuan pulled Zhang Yao to walk outside. Zhang Yao desperately shook her head at Yi Tianyuan and refused. Don't. I'm not leaving dash. However, Zhang Yao naturally had no way to resist, and was soon pushed out of the Zhang family gate by Yi Tianyuan. After pushing Zhang Yao out, Yi Tianyuan backhandedly locked the gate, and then as if he was a god of death, he coldly looked at the Zhang family's crowd. Chapter 67, Remember, you only get one chance. Bang bang bang. Zhang Yao outside the door slapped the Zhang family's door with all her might, but where was it still open? Zhang Yao's eyes became red with anxiety. Her eyes became a little moist. She was panicked and scared, with a look of not knowing what to do. Seeing that knocking on the door was fruitless, Zhang Yao was not discouraged by this, but quickly calmed down. No, I have to find a way to save Yi Tianyuan. I can't just watch him die at the hands of the Zhang family. The Zhang family has always acted with ruthlessness. Not to mention that Yi Tianyuan has also disabled Zhang Xiaochang dash. Zhang Yao's head flew around. What could she do to save Yi Tianyuan? She was just a weak woman with no hands. Going to beg Grandpa? Although it was said that Yi Tianyuan had also saved Grandpa's life, this obviously wouldn't work. Not to mention that it was unlikely that Grandpa would agree. Even if he could agree, he was far from having the ability to save someone. The Zhang family was too weak in front of the Zhang family. Besides Grandpa, who else could she go and beg? Right. Jiang Yao's heart suddenly snapped, remembering someone she had just met yesterday, President Night Rao. With her status, if she's willing to help out and intervene, then maybe the Zhang family will give her a few points. Right now the only person I can beg is President Night Rao. Even if I give up this face, I couldn't care less. Jiang Yao didn't have any hesitation and immediately jumped into the car towards Black Emperor Group. The Zhang family's group of martial artists all rushed out at the news. The Zhang family was prosperous, and in the generation of Zhang Hong, the head of the family, there were as many as 10 brothers. To Zhang Xiaochang's father, Zhang Dixing's generation, there were as many as 40 to 50 brothers, although some had already set up their own families to go out to develop, but most of them still stayed in the Zhang family. To Zhang Xiaochang's generation, that directly reached nearly 100. However, those who usually stayed in the Zhang family's ancestral home were only 1/3 of them, sparing a third. The number was not small. Among the third generation of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaochang was undoubtedly the most outstanding one, the absolute leader. It was also the future hope of the Zhang family, and it was no surprise that when it came to Zhang Xiaochang's generation, he would definitely be the one to hold the power of the Zhang family. Therefore, when the Zhang family martial artists came out to see Zhang Xiaochang, who had his 3 limbs abolished by Yi Tianyuan, they were both shocked and angry. What shocked them was Yi Tianyuan's strength and means, that he was able to waste Zhang Xiaochang, a third-rate martial artist, in such a short period of time. Shocked was Yi Tianyuan's courage. In the Zhang family's ancestral home he even dared to lay such a cruel hand on Zhang Xiaochang. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the entire Zhang family. All the people in the Zhang family were furious, each looking at Yi Tianyuan with eyes that wanted to eat people. Zhang Deshang, Zhang Xiaochang's father, was heartbroken. His emotions were agitated to the extreme. His eyes were furious, and his expression was hideous as he stared at Yi Tianyuan in death. Dad, I'm going to make his life worse than death. Worse than death dash. Zhang Xiaochang let out a hysterical roar to his dad, Zhang Disheng. With a face of promise, Zhang Disheng said to Zhang Xiaochang, "Don't worry son, our Zhang family will definitely make him pay 10 times and 100 times the price, so that he will know how miserable the end of touching my Zhang family members really is." After he finished speaking to Zhang Xiaochang, Zhang Disheng, as if he was a wild beast, growled and roared at the 300 disciples of the Zhang family. "What are you still standing there for, waiting for me to buy you all coffins? All of you are a bunch of drunken and naive people. So many of you watched my son get wasted? What's the use of keeping you in my Zhang family? All of you give me your hands. If you can't kill this brat, then all of you get lost." Those 300 disciples were all aggrieved as well. Everything that happened just now was just a little too fast. They simply didn't have the time to react. However, there was obviously no point in talking about this now. All they had to do now was to take down this Yi Tianyuan and make up for their mistakes. Otherwise there was a real possibility that they would be swept away by the Zhang clan. Kill! The 300 disciples didn't have any hesitation, and immediately shouted in unison and charged towards Yi Tianyuan. Although these 300 disciples hadn't reached the level of a martial artist yet, but for ordinary people, they were all first-class experts. Putting them outside, they were all ruthless characters who could fight dozens of people. Although they are not martial artists, they are more than enough. The 300 people copied up their long sticks and killed Yi Tianyuan in unison. "A bunch of mole crickets. You're not worthy of letting me do it. All of you get lost." Facing these 300 disciples, Yi Tianyuan coldly snorted in disdain. A foot fiercely stepped out, and a powerful chi force immediately gushed out as if it was a flood tide. It instantly lifted all 300 disciples who had rushed up to the ground. The powerful force of the chi energy rolled up a strong wind, surprisingly shocking that crowd of martial artists from the Zhang clan who couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Yi Tianyuan had only stepped out with a single foot, without even moving his hand. The Zhang family's 300 disciples were all knocked to the ground. This strength could not be described as not powerful. Looking at the Zhang family's crowd of martial artists, they could not help but be stunned for a while, looking at Yi Tianyuan with strange eyes. It was hard to believe. At such a young age, how could he be so powerful? In terms of the strength Yi Tianyuan displayed just now, at least the Zhang family martial artists at the scene were ashamed of themselves. They obviously couldn't do so. Such a powerful chi strength. How thick must one's true chi be to be able to do that? A first-class martial artist? A first-class martial artist at such a young age? That's too unbelievable, right? Zhang Xiaochang could be considered a rare martial arts genius of the Zhang family. He was similar in age to the person in front of him, but he had only just become a third-rate martial artist not long ago. This is already a very outstanding performance. However, there are people of similar age who have already reached the terrifying level of a first-rate martial artist. This was really an eye-opening experience for all the Zhang family martial artists. Zhang Difu had seen Yi Tianyuan's strength yesterday, but he only thought that Yi Tianyuan should be at the level of a second-rate martial artist. Now it seemed that he had somewhat underestimated Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Difu looked at Yi Tianyuan with a cold face and asked, "A first-rate martial artist?" Hearing Zhang Difu's words, the Zhang clan's crowd of martial artists couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If this young man in front of them was really a first-class martial artist, then I'm afraid that today's matter wouldn't be too easy to handle. If only a first-class martial artist that is not terrible. His Zhang family also has a first-class martial artist in the town. Moreover, the Zhang family has dozens of martial artists, and there are as many as 6 second-rate martial artists alone. With the strength of the Zhang family, naturally, they were not afraid of a first-rate martial artist. But the problem is, what about the power behind such a young first-rate martial artist? How powerful would he be? This was one thing that all the Zhang family martial artists were concerned about at this moment. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Zhang Defu and said, "I don't know what first-class martial artist is or isn't. All I know is that all of you are far from being my opponent. The number of martial artists in your Zhang family should be far more than that. There should also be more powerful martial artists around. Just don't hide it. Shout it all out. The thing Yi Tianyuan, dislikes the most in my life is trouble. And when there is trouble I like to solve it all at once. What I told you yesterday was to pay a visit to your Zhang family at 9 o'clock sharp today. But today it was a bit of an accident that I came early. And now it's still 8:30. So your Zhang family still has half an hour to make preparations. Don't say I didn't give your Zhang family a chance. Half an hour. Pull out all the people your Zhang family can shout at. All the means they can use. Let me see just how strong your Zhang family is. Remember, you only have one chance. Once 9 o'clock arrives, I'll make my move on time." Arrogant. These words were simply not too arrogant. The Zhang family's crowd of martial artists all looked at Yi Tianyuan with jaws agape, all stunned by these words that were wild to the extreme. It was said that young people were arrogant, but this young man called Yi Tianyuan in front of them was far from being arrogant, right? Simply too unbeatable. He was so crazy that he had no friends. However, these words of Yi Tianyuan did shock the Zhang family's crowd, and one by one, they looked at each other in disbelief. Dare to be so confident. Then Yi Tianyuan in the end, what is the Holy Spirit? What is the big head? Without some people behind him, he couldn't say such wild words, could he? Just at this time, Zhang Xiaochang shouted out, "You guys don't be intimidated by him, Yi Tianyuan. He's just bluffing and pretending. He's my classmate Jiang Yao's husband, a soldier who just retired back from the army without any identity background. Dad, what are you guys afraid of him for? Hurry up and do it. Kill him for me." Chapter 68, Sorry, there's really no one in your Zhang family. Oh, just a warrior who just returned from military service? Since he didn't have any identity background, then the Zhang family really didn't need to have any worries, and just directly pinched him to death. In Castle Peak, not many people dare to mess with the Zhang family. If they messed with it, then they had to die. Kill him for me. With a roar of extreme anger, Zhang Dishing took the lead to kill Yi Tianyuan. He loved his son so much that he couldn't wait to kill Yi Tianyuan by 1,000 cuts. The other martial artists of the Zhang family also made their moves and combined their efforts to kill Yi Tianyuan. In an instant, Zhang Dishing had already killed Yi Tianyuan. In the face of Zhang Dishing's ferocious attack that contained anger to the extreme, Yi Tianyuan looked at it with indifference. In front of Yi Tianyuan's eyes, Zhang Dishing, a second-rate martial artist, was nothing more than a stronger ant facing a mole cricket. How would Yi Tianyuan need to look at it? Yi Tianyuan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and only when Zhang Dishing arrived in front of him did Yi Tianyuan suddenly struck. It was only when Zhang Dishing was in front of him that Yi Tianyuan suddenly struck. The speed of Yi Tianyuan's strike was really too fast, so fast that Zhang Dishing didn't have any sensation, and was directly smashed by Yi Tianyuan's punch on his body, and the whole person instantly flew out upside down, like a cannonball, flew out more than 10 meters away, and then smashed heavily on a wall. It directly smashed a big hole out of that wall. This scene immediately scared everyone in the Zhang family silly. Each and every one of them were petrified as if they were struck by lightning and froze in place. None of them had seen clearly what had just happened. It felt like Yi Tianyuan simply stood still and didn't move. But when Zhang Difu killed him, he instantly flew backwards. This situation was just a little too bizarre. After all, Zhang Difu was a peak second-rate martial artist, with half a foot already stepping into the ranks of first-rate martial artists. Among the second-rate martial artists, there weren't many who were Zhang Difu's opponents. In addition to the few first-rate martial artists in the entire Castle Peak, there was no one who was Zhang Difu's opponent. But it was such a powerful second-rate martial artist who hadn't even touched the corner of Yi Tianyuan's clothes, and was directly sent flying with a blow, smashing into the house in an unimaginable mess. After smashing heavily into the ground, Zhang Difu was spitting out blood from his mouth. His chest sunk down into a bowl-like deep pit. His clothes were already sticky with blood. It was a bit shocking to the eyes and one couldn't bear to look at it. Zhang Defu's eyes were also filled with consternation and horror when he looked at Yi Tianyuan, as if he had seen the devil. Within those deep and complicated eyes, an incredulous look flickered. How could it be so strong? Zhang Defu was still trying to recall what exactly happened just now. The speed of Yi Tianyuan's strike was simply too fast, and he, Zhang Defu, hadn't even seen what was going on clearly. The power of that casual strike was so powerful that it was so terrifying as hell. It made him. Zhang Defu felt like he was being hit by a heavy bomb. A first-class martial artist should not be this strong, right? Could it be that the strength of this young man in front of him surpassed that of a first-class martial artist? Zhang Xiaochang, who was still roaring and shouting angrily a moment ago, was also scared silly at this moment, his expression frozen as if he was petrified. How could this happen? Zhang Xiaochang's heart set off an uproar. It was really hard for him to believe that Yi Tianyuan, who was similar in age to him, was so powerful to such an unimaginable extent. Anyone else who was in a hurry to cast off might as well come up first. Yi Tianyuan's gaze coldly swept over the Zhang clan's crowd as he indifferently spoke out. It was as if it was a deathly inquiry. With Zhang Dishing's previous experience just now, who else dared to come forward easily now? Don't try to challenge my few moments of patience and mercy again. There are still 28 minutes left. Time is precious to you all. Don't waste it again. Yi Tianyuan once again spoke in a cold voice. After saying that, he simply pulled a chair and sat down right beside Zhang Xiaochang. Seeing Yi Tianyuan sitting down beside him, Zhang Xiaochang was immediately like an enemy, so frightened that he wanted to move away. But where could he move halfway now? Zhang Xiaochang looked at Yi Tianyuan with a terrified face, as if he was afraid that Yi Tianyuan would lay his hands on him again. Fortunately, Yi Tianyuan did not do anything to Zhang Xiaochang, which made Zhang Xiaochang feel relieved. However, Zhang Xiaochang's nerves were still taut at this time, not daring to have the slightest carelessness, not even daring to look at Yi Tianyuan, fearing that he would be angered by this god of murder. At this time, Zhang Xiaochang where there is just in front of his father Zhang Dishing clamor incomparable flames? The Zhang family's crowd was also silent, their expressions oddly fixed in place. At this time, an old man walked out. His pace seemed slow, but he quickly arrived in front of Yi Tianyuan. Upon seeing the visitor, the Zhang family's crowd then instantly acted as if they had a backbone, and one by one, they looked at the visitor with expectant eyes. After Zhang Hong's death, the Bagua sect was temporarily taken over by Zhang Mang, the second strongest member of the Zhang family, who dominated the Zhang family. Zhang Mang, however, was also a first-class martial artist. Previously, the Zhang family had two first-class martial artists, and there was also Zhang Hong, who was recognized as the #1 strongest person in Castle Peak. In addition to the two first-rate martial artists, the Zhang family also had a dozen second-rate martial artists and dozens of third-rate martial artists. The number of martial artists in the entire Zhang family added up to more than 50. I'm afraid that the number of martial artists in the entire Castle Peak did not even exceed 100. The Zhang family, however, accounted for more than half of them. Therefore, the Zhang family had the absolute qualifications and the backbone to walk horizontally in Castle Peak without fearing anyone, at least in the area of force. There was really no force that could compete with the Zhang family. There was no doubt about it. Regarding Zhang Meng's arrival, Yi Tianyuan also just casually glanced at him and then lost interest, not even bothering to take a second glance. Zhang Meng had been observing in the shadows just now, and it was only at this time that he stepped out. Zhang Meng's gaze was as deep as if it was an abyss. His eyes flashed with a strange luster, as if he wanted to see through Yi Tianyuan. Zhang Meng sized up Yi Tianyuan for a long time before he opened his mouth. Little friend Yi, we are all people in the martial arts path. What we have to say can be said completely properly. It's a bit too much for you to come out with such a vicious strike, isn't it? Could it be that you really think that there is no one left in our Zhang family? But, before Zhang Meng could finish his words, Yi Tianyuan directly made his move. By the time Zhang Meng finished his last word, Yi Tianyuan had already killed in front of him. This first-rate martial artist's sword brows were coldly raised, and his eyes blossomed with a vicious color. The incomparable Bagua palm was fully utilized, carrying a mountainous force, violently striking towards Yi Tianyuan. He obviously did not expect that Yi Tianyuan would directly strike at him without saying anything. This young man was not speaking of martial virtues at all. Bang! The palms of the two instantly clashed together in the air. This was a collision of power. The instant the powerful forces collided, a loud sound like muffled thunder erupted. From this deafening ringing sound, one could tell just how strong the power of this strike was. The powerful force directly lifted Zhang Meng out. The situation wasn't any better than Zhang Dishing, who had similarly flown out a dozen meters, similarly smashed through a large hole in the wall, and similarly fell to the ground spitting out blood. The difference was that Zhang Xingda's injury was to his chest, while Zhang Meng's injury was to his arm. The arm that he had blasted against Yi Tianyuan was already rugged and deformed. The bones were broken, and one could even see the broken bones piercing through the skin and flesh exposed. Zhang Meng's arm was clearly ruined. The entire scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely petrified, dumbfounded. Their expressions were stunned to the extreme as they froze in place. This time, everyone's hearts were shaken to the point of no return. Third-rate martial artist Zhang Shaochang was abused like a dog. Peak second-rate martial artist Zheng Dishing had also been completely abused and seriously injured. Now, Zhang Meng, a first-rate martial artist, was similarly unbeatable like a dog. In a single glance, he was directly defeated, severely injured and spitting out blood, unable to rise from the ground. Everyone in the Zheng family felt that their cognition was completely inadequate. All of them were shocked at what realm Yi Tianyuan was in the end. It was beyond a first-class martial artist, right? A grandmaster? A grandmaster at such a young age? Not to mention Castle Peak. Even the entire Jiang County had never heard of it, right? Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Meng with an indifferent expression, then said in a cold voice, "A bunch of fancy fists and legs. Not a single one capable of fighting. I'm sorry, there is truly no one from your Zhang family." Chapter 69 Zhang Family's Last Resort. Hearing such extremely humiliating words, the Zhang clan's crowd felt flushed and strangely ashamed. But, did they have the strength to retort? In the midst of the silence, the extremely injured Zhang Meng dragged his unbearable body and slowly walked over with difficult hesitant steps, staring deathly at Yi Tianyuan in a chilling voice and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to say anything else and directly sat back on the chair. Seeing this, Zhang Meng's expression became even more gloomy and ghostly. He knew that Yi Tianyuan no longer cared to talk to him anymore. Once he moved at 9 o'clock, he would strike on time. From this point of view, this young man in front of him was still quite principled. But such principles were obviously extremely unfriendly to the Zhang family. After a long period of silence, Zhang Meng spoke again in a deep voice. "Your Excellency, there is no need to be so aggressive when it comes to sparing others, right? Today, I count my Zhang family as having eyes that don't recognize Tai, and I have offended Your Excellency more often than not. So on behalf of the Zhang family, I apologize to Your Excellency for making amends. I also roughly understand the original cause of the matter. This matter was indeed caused by Zhang Shaochang, and all the responsibility belongs to him. But Your Excellency has already ruined both of his legs and one of his hands. Such a punishment is heavy enough, isn't it? Is Your Excellency still unwilling to give up on this? And do you want to put him to death? My Zhang clan admits defeat in this matter, and my Zhang clan also admits to the loss. But I ask you to please be magnanimous. How about this matter ends here? Stop here? Then wouldn't Zhang Shaochang be wasted for nothing? Wouldn't the Zhang family lose all their face? The Zhang family had been based in Castle Peak for 100 years. When had they ever suffered such a big loss? The person who dared to make the Zhang family suffer a big loss had yet to be born. However, at this moment, the Zhang family's hearts were reluctant, unwilling and unhappy, but what could they do? Dare to say half a word of no? Martial world, strength is king fist is justice, everything else is bullshit. In front of absolute strength, then have to obediently bow down. Yi Tianyuan just indifferently and casually glanced at the Zhang family master, coldly said, "There are still 25 minutes. You guys hurry up. If you say one more word of nonsense, I will kill you first." Believe it or not, these contemptuous words were not the ultimate humiliation for Zhang Meng. As a first-class martial artist, who in Castle Peak dared to speak to him in such a tone? Dared to say the wild words of killing him? But this young man named Yi Tianyuan in front of him dared. Moreover, Zhang Meng did not doubt for a second that Yi Tianyuan could do it. Therefore, after Zhang Meng looked at Yi Tianyuan with a long and deep gaze, he didn't continue to say anything more. Now it seems, today this thing is difficult to make good, then must be on some means to do. Since this was the case, then it was time to move the Zhang family's underbelly. This is also something that the Zhang family has never done before, and it is just the right time to take this opportunity to see how much the Zhang family's underpinnings really are. How deep is the Zhang family's heritage in the end? Zhang Meng immediately commanded the crowd with a solemn expression. "De Fu, you contact Chief Ma. De Bao, you contact City Chief Hu. De Chang, you contact Master Long. I'll contact De Wu. Let them make sure to arrive at my Zhang clan within 25 minutes. Upon receiving Zhang Meng's command, the few named immediately began to make their calls. Immediately, there were all responses. After Zhang Meng's side of the phone got through, he didn't have any nonsense, and directly said in a commanding tone, "De Wu, something has happened at home. Immediately bring people to the Zhang family to support them at great speed, and make sure to be quick." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Meng's face was gloomy to the extreme as he looked towards Yi Tianyuan. The latter, however, closed his eyes and rested his mind. This gesture, it was simply an extreme contempt for the Zhang family. Black Emperor Group, President's Office. Zhang Yao, who had seen Night Rao's president, hurriedly recounted the situation briefly. Zhang Yao looked at Night Rao with a pleading face and said, President Night Rao, I know I am very abrupt and rude like this, but I really have no way out, so I can only be brazen enough to beg you. I hope that you can help me out. I really can't thank you enough for this. Almost Zhang Yao was about to kneel down to Night Rao. At this time, Night Rao's heart was in a panic. The person in front of her was the woman of her righteous father's boss, and she was in awe of Yi Tianyuan like a god. Therefore, Night Rao was so scared that she almost knelt down to Zhang Yao. Without waiting for Zhang Yao to finish her words, Night Rao hurriedly and carefully held Zhang Yao and said, Don't worry Miss Jiang, even though it is said that we only met yesterday, but I know you at first sight. Miss Jiang, I appreciate Miss Jiang's beauty and talent. I also like Jiang Xiaoyao's sexiness. The right person is actually enough at a glance. This matter, just wrap it up on me. Hearing this, Zhang Yao was instantly grateful, momentarily excited and incoherent, not knowing what to say to be good. She also didn't expect President Night Rao to agree so readily. After all, this matter was not small, and she was afraid that some trouble would be inevitable. Not to mention the people who have only seen one side, even their own family members would not dare to easily agree. At this time, Zhang Yao, who was eager to save others, naturally didn't think that much. Night Rao saw Zhang Yao's key. In fact, Night Rao is not worried at all. She is well aware of Mr. Ye's horrible strength, not to mention the small green mountain. Even if you look at the whole dragon country or even the whole world, there is no one any force can threaten Mr. Yi. Half a point, right? In front of Mr. Yi, the Zhang family is as insignificant as a mole cricket. However, Night Rao naturally couldn't tell Zhang Yao about these circumstances. Therefore, she could only comfort Zhang Yao. Don't worry Ms. Jiang, I'll call now to find a few helpers. Looking for helpers? Hearing that Night Rao had to look for others, she was afraid that this would delay a lot of time. And Zhang Yao couldn't help but feel a bit worried. She was about to say something to Night Rao. Night Rao had already seen Zhang Yao's mind, and quickly explained, Miss Jiang is like this. After all, I have just come to Castle Peak, and I'm not familiar with Castle Peak, and I haven't had any dealings with the Zhang family. This Qing Shan thing, well, that naturally or find the Qing Shan's local snake to do will be more proper some. Sister Zhang Yao can rest assured. I know that time is life. I will let them rush to the Zhang family as fast as possible to save your husband. Mr. Yi. Hearing Night Rao say this, Zhang Yao was slightly relieved. However, Night Rao's sentence about her husband made Zhang Yao's face unable to stop a blush from appearing on her face. Although she and Yi Tianyuan have a daughter, but after all she has not been married yet. There was no husband and wife yet, nor was there a husband and wife. So saying husband did make Zhang Yao a little weird, right? Night Rao immediately called 3 people in front of Zhang Yao. One was Hu City Chief, one was Ma Chief, and one was Dragon Master. All 3 people on the other end of the phone said with a face of assurance that they would rush to the Zhang family as fast as possible. After receiving the assurances from these 3, Night Rao hung up the phone, and then said to Zhang Yao, Miss Jiang, you've heard it too. Now you can rest assured, right? Zhang Yao said to Night Yao with a grateful face, President Night Yao, really thank you so much. Your heart is really too kind. I really don't know how to thank you. Night Rao quickly shook her head and waved her hand. Miss Jiang is overstating it. It's just a small matter of lifting a hand. There's really no need to be so polite. To be able to help Miss Jiang, that is also my honor. Honor? Hearing these somewhat strange words, Zhang Yao couldn't help but give Night Rao an odd look. Night Yao also immediately realized that she had just spoken out of turn, and hurriedly changed the topic. Miss Jiang, why don't we also rush to the Zhang family? You must still be worried about your husband. Let's also go over and take a look, so you can also be the first to know what's going on over there. Zhang Yao immediately nodded. That's exactly what I mean. Let's go then. Please, President Night Rao is going to accompany me on a run. I'm really sorry for delaying you. Night Rao wanted to beg Zhang Yao to stop talking. Besides, she really wanted to kneel. In case if Mr. Yi knew about it, then she couldn't afford it. On the other side, at the Zhang family's ancestral home, time passed by 1 minute. The entire Zhang family was plunged into deathly silence. The atmosphere was tense and depressing, and the air was permeated with an indescribable strangeness. Soon, the half-hour deadline was about to arrive, and just at this time, there was finally a big commotion coming from outside the door. Chapter 70, Zhang family recognizes and begs for forgiveness. Upon hearing this commotion, the Zhang clan's crowd all perked up at once as well, each one of them looking like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. The reinforcements had arrived. A large number of Zhang family members quickly rushed in, bringing with them a huge crowd. All of a sudden, the large front yard was filled to the brim with thousands of people. Zhang family's main members and disciples, basically all arrived. Dozens of martial artists gathered together. When the latter saw the ruined Zhang Xiaochang, as well as the seriously injured Zhang Dishing and Zhang Mang, they were all amazed. Immediately after, a loud voice suddenly rang out in excitement. Chief Ma has come with a large number of city defense. Hearing that the real rescuers had finally arrived, Zhang Mang's complexion could not help but move. The gazes of the Zhang family all looked over in unison, only to see Chief Ma rushing in with a group of loaded city guards. The deterrence naturally came up at once. Zhang Mang dragged his injured body and hurriedly led a group of core members of the Zhang family forward to greet him. Chief Ma has worked hard for you to make the trip yourself. If it weren't for the special circumstances, it wouldn't be good for our Zhang family to trouble you. Chief Ma. For Zhang Mang's warm welcome, Chief Ma was indifferent. He did not even say a word back and stood there expressionlessly. Such an action by Chief Ma instantly caused the Zhang family crowd to look at each other for a while, not knowing what was going on. And at that moment, City Head who also rushed over in his special car, seeing the head of the city of who came, Zhang Mang a group of people also first regardless of the head of the horse, immediately to the head of the city of who smile and compliments up. However, the Zhang family people again stunned and puzzled is, whose city head with the same horse leader, is also a face of indifference? To their Zhang family people warm welcome and do not pay attention to, seem very strange. The last to arrive was Lu Jinlong, the underground emperor of Castle Peak. Lu Jinlong didn't even look at the Zhang family, but walked straight towards Hu city chief and Ma chief and said, I'm sorry I'm late. After saying that, the three of them walked over to Yi Tianyuan. The next thing that happened was a scene that made everyone in the Zhang clan dumbfounded and dropped their jaws in shock, only to see that after the three of them, head of Hu city, Lu Jinlong and head of Ma, arrived in front of Yi Tianyuan, they respectfully bent down and saluted Yi Tianyuan shouting in unison, Greetings, Mr. Yi. The three people's voices were not loud, but in the ears of the Zhang family, it was like a thunderous boom. Everyone in the Zhang family was shocked as if they were struck by lightning, completely petrified on the spot. One by one, their jaws dropped in disbelief at what they saw in front of them. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What in the world is going on here? Whose city head and Master Long, the two masters of Green Mountain, would actually grovel so much to him? Yi Tianyuan? Then what kind of god was Yi Tianyuan in the end? And how big of a person did he have to be? At this time, the most stimulated person was not Zhang Xiaochang, who had always thought that Yi Tianyuan was just a retired soldier, a poor loser. This kind of powerless person, he Zhang family to pinch the death that is not as simple and easy as stepping on an ant? So what if he can fight? The Zhang family has a lot of people, and has a wide range of contacts. There are still people in Castle Peak that the Zhang family can't kill? But Zhang Xiaochang had never thought that Yi Tianyuan had a big head. He now seriously doubted that Yi Tianyuan was really just a recently retired soldier. Zhang Mang looked at this side with no color in his face. His eyes were complicated for a moment, and his heart was even more mixed. Now he could not wait to kill Zhang Xiaochang. Everything was a disaster caused by this bastard. Now I am afraid that it is difficult to make good after this. Seeing Hu Shishou, three people came. Yi Tianyuan opened his eyes and slightly nodded to the three people. Immediately, Hu Shishou stood behind Yi Tianyuan respectfully, as if he was Yi Tianyuan's loyal bodyguard. With three bodyguards like this, who in Castle Peak would not be scared half to death upon seeing them? At this moment, the Zhang family's crowd all felt that there was a big mountain weighing on top of their heads, and each of them didn't dare to make a sound. Yi Tianyuan looked at the time. There were still 2 minutes, so let's wait a little longer. Zhang Mang suddenly took a step forward, slightly bent over, and said in a tone of voice with a few hints of recognizing and begging for forgiveness, Mr. Yi, today, it is our Zhang family that has no eyes and has offended a lot. When you do something wrong, you have to stand upright when you are beaten, and we, the Zhang family, recognize the mistake. Mr. Yi wants how to be able to eliminate the anger in his heart. Just open your mouth. Our Zhang family recognizes the punishment. Mr. Yi Tianyuan said indifferently. There's still one person who hasn't come, so wait a little longer. Hearing this, Zhang Mang almost vomited blood. The meaning in these words was very obvious. That is, he was not going to give the Zhang family a chance to admit defeat. Mr. Yi, what exactly will you do to stop? My Zhang family has already admitted defeat and is willing to accept all punishments, willing to pay a great price. Why are you so unreasonable? Mr. Yi, we are all from Chengshan. I still hope that Mr. Yi can be magnanimous and let my Zhang family off the hook. Zhang Mang once again spoke out. Saying that, Zhang Mang also looked at Hu Shishou's 3 people with a look of help. He and Hu Shishou 3 people are considered to be personal friends, and now that the Zhang family is in trouble, he naturally wants Hu Shishou 3 people to be able to give him a hand. But obviously, how could Hu Shishou 3 people dare to say half a word for the Zhang family to ask for half a word of mercy? They still wanted to live for a few more years. If they angered this great bodhisattva, they would all have to die. President Yang and Commander Hong had both lost their hats because of this. If they have the slightest change of heart, I'm afraid, they will lose their hats, or die. So now, Hu City Chief 3 people are directly pretend not to recognize the Zhang family. Draw the line. To Zhang Mang begging eyes directly ignore. The behavior of Hu Shishou's 3 people even made Zhang Mang had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Can let Hu City Chief 3 people are afraid to this point of people? That head must be how big? What kind of great bodhisattva did his Zhang family provoke? Just as Zhang Mang was still calculating in his mind, Yi Tianyuan suddenly got up and stood up. This small action, but also immediately the Zhang family all people are scared to death. All become nervous. Eyes are vigilant and dead look at Yi Tianyuan. It was as if they were seeing an abyssal demon. The tension of the Zhang family's crowd was tinged with a few moments of inexplicable fear. Not to mention Yi Tianyuan's powerful and terrifying strength. Yi Tianyuan's identity that could make the 3 Hu City chiefs grovel to such an extent was also enough to cause infinite reverie and oppression. The invisible pressure had caused everyone's nerves to tighten to the extreme. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Mang as if he was a killing god. At this time, Yi Tianyuan's body also became incomparably tall and magnificent, as if a demon god was standing there. Zhang Mang's heart could not help but be violently startled. He also did not know why his heart would have such an inexplicable sense of fear towards Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan indifferently opened his mouth. 9 o'clock has arrived. I don't have the time to wait much longer. Your Zhang family has indeed disappointed me. Zhang Mang looked at Yi Tianyuan in a daze, choking on his words for a moment. Of the Zhang family's rescuers, only Zhang Dewu was left yet to come. But I'm afraid that the situation at hand, Zhang Dewu had come. He might not be able to turn it around. Yi Tianyuan looked towards Zhang Xiaochang on the ground, who had long since turned white with fear, his face devoid of any semblance of human color as he looked at Yi Tianyuan in fear, being coldly swept by Yi Tianyuan's death-like eyes. It instantly gave Zhang Xiaochang the feeling of being stared at by the king of hell. This made Zhang Xiaochang, who was already extremely frightened, even worse, could no longer control his emotions, and his mind directly collapsed, or still care what face dignity posture and so on. Directly to Yi Tianyuan humble conceit to beg for forgiveness. Yi Tianyuan. No, Mr. Yi, it's me who deserved to die. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have invited you to mess with you. I know it's wrong. Please let me go. I'm still young. I don't want to die. I'll kowtow to you and Jiang Yao and apologize for my mistake. I'll compensate you guys with money. Whatever you want. Please let me go. Let our Zhang family go. Please Mr. Yi. Jiang Yao and I are classmates. Please Mr. Yi. For the sake of classmates, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Yi Tianyuan looked at the humble Zhang Xiaochang who begged for forgiveness with indifference and coldness. It's okay. You don't have to beg me. You also don't have the chance to bully my woman again. If you merely provoked me, perhaps I can still spare your life. But more you bullied my woman, then you must die. There is no room for negotiation. Classmate affection coming out of the mouth of someone like you is disgusting to the extreme. You die. Chapter 71 1 foot on Zhang Xiaochang's death. Yi Tianyuan directly pronounced the death sentence on Zhang Xiaochang. As he spoke, Yi Tianyuan's foot had already stepped on Zhang Xiaochang's head. Immediately, an oppressive feeling of death swept towards Zhang Xiaochang, instantly terrorizing Zhang Xiaochang as if he was facing the 9 hells. How many people could face the advent of death with a straight face? No, Yi Tianyuan, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, let me do anything dash. Ah, pain. Dad, save me. I don't want to die. Ah. Zhang Xiaochang's miserable cries of pain resounded throughout the entire Zhang family. Everyone heard their scalps numb and their hearts creeped out. No matter how much Zhang Xiaochang wailed and humbly begged for mercy, it could not stop Yi Tianyuan's killing heart. In a sound of despair, Zhang Xiaochang's life finally came to an end. Everyone in the Zhang family could only watch this scene. None of them dared to make a sound to stop it, let alone go forward to help. This despair caused Zhang Xiaochang to feel a great deal of regret. But it was a pity that he didn't have a chance to regret. After stomping Zhang Xiaochang to death, Yi Tianyuan's gaze coldly swept towards the Zhang family crowd. A single look made the Zhang family members nervous and frightened to the extreme. And they all looked at Yi Tianyuan as if they were seeing the king of hell. They all seemed to be afraid that Yi Tianyuan would kill them. Zhang Desheng, who was still lying on the ground with serious injuries, watched his proud son die a horrible death. His heart was dripping with blood and he was in pain. But what could he do? Yi Tianyuan. Who the hell are you? Zhang Mang suddenly let out a hysterical chorus. Yi Tianyuan sneered and asked Zhang Mang in return. Does it matter? Zhang Mang uttered out morosely. You have to let our Zhang family be the ones to understand, right? Yi Tianyuan. I know you come from a big place, but forgive me for being too ignorant and uninformed. I truly did not know that our Castle Peak and even our Jiang County still have a figure like you. There is also no big shot with the surname Yi in our Jiang County. At least old me is not aware of it. For you to be able to make the duo of City Head Hu and Master Long so respectful, your identity must be extremely great. Whether it's in terms of strength or power, my Zhang family has lost by a wide margin. We, the Zhang family, recognize our loss, but I also want to know to whom we actually lost. This is not too much to ask, is it? In the 100-year history of the Zhang family's foothold in Castle Peak, it had never bowed its head to anyone and admitted defeat. But this time, it had to bow down. Such a powerful opponent was something that the Zhang family had never encountered in their 100 years of history. And just at this time, a sudden huge commotion came from outside. Immediately afterward, it was a general with a star on his shoulder leading a group of heavily armed warriors that surged into the Zhang family. Seeing this, the Zhang family's crowd all made way. This general carrying a star on his shoulder was no other than Zhang Mang, Zhang Dewu, the son of Zhang Mang. Under the Zhang family's extreme cultivation, Zhang Du was now a general in the Jiang County War Department, with 20,000 troops at his disposal. It can be said to be a proper and powerful character. It is also because of the existence of Zhang Dewu, so even whose city chief and dragon master have to give him a few points of face. Zhang family do not dare to easily provoke the Zhang family. Zhang Dewu is the Zhang family's trump card. If not compelled to do so, the Zhang family will not use this trump card. Zhang Dewu's arrival also immediately gave the Zhang family a peace of mind. Looking at the tragically dead Zhang Xiaochang, the seriously injured Zhang Dishing and his father Zhang Meng, Zhang Dewu instantly became enraged, and a monstrous rage gushed out, instantly enveloping the entire Zhang family. I'm sorry, father. My son came back late. This matter, leave it to me now. Humph. There are really those who are not afraid of death these days. The world has really changed. In Castle Peak there are really people who dare to bully their way into my Zhang family's head? Since there are still people in Castle Peak who can't figure out the situation and don't know who the real king of Castle Peak really is, then today, let me turn over the sky of Castle Peak. After not returning to Castle Peak for a few years, perhaps no one even remembers my name anymore. Zhang Dewu spoke out in cold fury, mighty and domineering. Zhang Dewu himself was a first-rate martial artist, and he had been on the battlefield for many years, causing him to have a fierce aura on him. As a general with 20,000 warriors in his hands, he, Zhang Dewu, naturally had a superhuman brute strength. Listening to Zhang De's bold words, all the people of the Zhang family immediately felt that they were able to do it again, recovered their confidence, and even got a little hot-blooded. Yes, with Zhang Dewu as a general, what else does the Zhang family need to be afraid of? No matter what kind of power you are, in front of an army of 20,000 warriors, you still have to obediently bow your head? All the power in this world is for the fist. Zhang Meng, who was still desperate just a moment ago, also raised his spirits at this time and nodded heavily to Zhang Dewu. With a heavy tone, he said to Zhang Dewu, Dewu, the honor and disgrace of the Zhang family now rests on you alone. Zhang Dewu patted his chest with a face of assurance and looked at Zhang Mang. Don't worry, father. Just leave everything to me. I will definitely not let anyone step on our Zhang family's head. No one. Not to mention a tiny Castle Peak. Even if you look at the entire Jiang County, there are not many people that I should be afraid of. In Castle Peak, there is even no one who can turn over the sky. Anyone who tries to bully my Zhang family and thinks that my Zhang family has no one will be met with my monstrous fury. Without waiting for Zhang Dewu to finish these bold words, an impatient and cold voice suddenly rang out. You Zhang family members, you are all very noisy. Are you done with the nonsense? If you've finished, then come over and, to claim your death. Come over to claim your death? Hearing such arrogant words from Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Du was immediately like a hungry wolf, staring at Yi Tianyuan with anger and viciousness. His eyes were like sharp blades, like poisonous snakes. Just this look alone was sharp and terrifying enough, worthy of being a person who has been in the battlefield for a long time. The killing aura on his body is heavy. It can be seen that he Zhang Dewu hands stained countless blood. Zhang Dewu stared at Yi Tianyuan long after a cold ghostly glance. His gaze moved back to the two of whose city chief and Master Long. Chief Ma was directly ignored by Zhang Dewu. Zhang Dewu was not polite, and gave a heavy cold snort and said, Head of whose city? Master Long. My Zhang family has always been friendly with you too, and have no quarrels. For today's matter, I would advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite to you. I've brought 1,000 elite soldiers to arrive. And 20,000 troops have already assembled and prepared for battle. As long as I give the order, the 20,000 troops will be able to march to Castle Peak immediately. Zhang Dewu's words were filled with a threatening intent. If it was normal, then perhaps the two of them, Hu Shi and Lu Jinlong, would have to be wary and weigh their options. Tearing their faces off with a general who had 20,000 warriors in his hands, that was obviously a very unwise move. Chief Ma's city defense couldn't hold back Zhang Dewu's 20,000 strong army. But today, with Yi Tianyuan present, the duo of Hu Shishou and Lu Jinlong naturally didn't worry about anything in the slightest. There was no need for them to do anything here either. Therefore, when they faced Zhang Dewu's threatening words of warning, they smiled without saying anything. This duo's reaction made Zhang Dewu very upset, and he was also a little confused about their situation. However, at this moment, Zhang Dewu did not care about that much. Zhang Dewu cold anger like a wild beast looked at Yi Tianyuan. Heavy cold snort out. Humph. The hair is not even long enough to come out to play rough. Who is the crotch of the pants do not look good to pop you out. Kid, you can fight, right? You have a distinguished family background. Is it very hard backstage? Even Hu and the dragon are at your beck and call, aren't you? Then why don't you give me a good explanation? Who are you? Hearing Zhang Dewu's vulgar words, Hu's city chief and the three of them couldn't help but look at each other, then shook their heads and looked at Zhang Dewu with sympathetic eyes. There were thousands of death-seeking postures, and Zhang family members accounted for half of them. The Zhang family members, they were really all in a fancy way of seeking death. Zhang Xiaochang had just died, and here came another one seeking death. Zhang family, hopeless. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Dewu coldly with a smile on his face. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he asked in a cold voice, "You want to know very much?" How did Zhang Dewu know that he was in big trouble? He had a face that looked out of the sky, a haughty stance that looked down on the heavens and the earth and the dry heavens, and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a face of contempt and cold killing. To give you a chance to report yourself, you have to know how to cherish it. Understand? Chapter 72, you guys tell him who I am. Zhang Dewu still didn't even know how much trouble he had caused until now. Hu Shishou and the three of them all looked at Zhang De with sympathetic and pitiful eyes. A tiny one-star general dared to ask the heavenly abyss hall master to declare himself? How many lives does he have? Daring to be so cross? What? You don't dare to say it? Didn't you clamor a moment ago? Wasn't he so arrogant and unbeatable? If you don't dare to report, then forget it. This general doesn't care. Looking at the entire Jiang County, there are no more than 2 hands of people who can make this general scornful, but it's a pity that none of them are surnamed Yi. Since you don't speak, then prepare to receive this general's monstrous fury. Zhang Dewu was still there, not knowing what to do and ranting wildly. He didn't even realize how close he was to the gates of hell right now. I am Hong Yuanqi, all of you get out of my way. Just as Zhang Dewu's words had just fallen, a stern voice that sounded like a flood bell resounded throughout the entire Zhang family, and the frightened Zhang Dewu's 1,000 warriors that he had brought with him all swiftly made way, looking respectfully at the person who had spoken. Zhang Dewu and the others were all startled at first, and then quickly looked over. When they saw the person who had come, the Zhang clan's crowd was suddenly overwhelmed with astonishment. At this moment, there were 3 people striding in side by side. Yang Jia, the former governor of Jiang County, Hong Yuanqi, the former commander of the Jiang County War Ministry, and one more was the Black Emperor. Although none of the Zhang family members recognized the Black Emperor, the fact that he was able to walk side by side with Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi was enough to show that he was not simple. Even though Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi had already resigned and returned to their hometowns, they had just stepped down from their positions as the masters of the Jiang County, and they hadn't left so quickly. The authority of these two was still unquestionable. Why are the duo of Governor Yang and Commander Hong here? Zhang Dewu's heart immediately hit a small knot. Very puzzled. His heart also immediately had some not-so-good premonition out. They wouldn't be coming towards this Yi Tianyuan as well, right? As soon as this thought popped up, Zhang Dewu instantly broke out into a cold sweat. It shouldn't be, right? But, when Zhang Dewu saw that the 3 of them directly ignored and skipped over him, walking straight towards Yi Tianyuan, his entire body was suddenly struck by lightning and petrified on the spot. The faces of the Zhang clan's people also quickly became terrified, stiff, and desperate. Without any semblance of suspense, Yang Jia's trio arrived straight in front of Yi Tianyuan, groveling and performing a great salute to Yi Tianyuan. The impact of such a scene was no less than a nuclear bomb explosion. Everyone in the Zhang family instantly had their minds crumbled and their souls collapsed, once again falling into fear and despair. Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi were existences that had dominated Jiang County for more than 10 years, but they were also so respectful to Yi Tianyuan? Then what kind of god is Yi Tianyuan? I'm afraid that it's not the descendant of some great person in the capital, right? Zhang family, this time really finished. Zhang Du at this time was also shocked, face pale. Expression stagnant, mortar and pestle there. Face where there is a trace of that just now, the arrogance of the bullish force of the clamor. All of a sudden, it was like a wilted eggplant. Zhang Dewu's mind finally exploded. Rushing towards Yi Tianyuan and letting out a hysterical questioning voice, who the hell are you? Am I too insular? Although I don't know all those big shots in the capital, I should basically know a little bit about them. In the capital, there are also no big shots with the surname Yi. I really want to know, what exactly are you? Even Governor Yang and Commander Hong are treating you like this. This must at least be something that only the descendants of those patriarchs or war commanders can have, right? What? Descendants of the UNO or the War Ministry commander? Hiss. The moment Zhang Dewu's words came out, all of the Zhang clan's people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Scared enough to scare them half to death. That kind of towering dragon kingdom dominator existence was simply a huge dragon above the 9 heavens. Their Zhang family was nothing more than a tiny mole cricket. The difference was the distance of a star river. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Dewu with a cold expression, his voice faintly cold as he asked, do you know how the Chen family was exterminated? Aha! Hearing this, Zhang Dewu's brows instantly furrowed deeply into a Chuan character as he looked at Yi Tianyuan in puzzlement. What did it mean? Can it be that? Without waiting for Zhang Dewu to think more, Yi Tianyuan continued, because the Chen family hurt my wife and daughter, I personally exterminated the Chen family. Boom! The moment these words came out, the entire audience was in an uproar. The hearts of all the people in the Zhang family all instantly set off a huge wave. Shocked to the point of no return, the Chen family had inexplicably been wiped out overnight, and this matter hadn't spread in Castle Peak, the head of whose city's side had been desperately trying to suppress this matter. Although there were discussions in the Qingshan High Society about this matter, no one knew what was going on. According to unofficial gossip, the Chen family had offended the Ministry of War, committed a heinous crime, and was sent out by the Ministry of War to exterminate their entire family. This matter involved the Ministry of War, so naturally no one dared to discuss anything more. But Yi Tianyuan's words made the Zhang family realize that the Chen family was exterminated by Yi Tianyuan. This was the Chen family, the first of the 3 great families of Castle Peak. To be able to destroy the Chen family in one night, what kind of skill and energy is needed? Yi Tianyuan also did not care about the shock of the Zhang family's crowd and continued to say to Zhang Dewu, do you know how your Baigua sect leader died? This time, Yi Tianyuan didn't pause to give Zhang Dewu time to think about his answer, but immediately afterward, he asked himself, because he didn't know how to die and wanted to stand up for the Chen family, so he deserved to die. Everyone in the Zhang family was all dumbfounded and shocked, speechless. It turned out that the reason why the sect leader died in the Chen family was actually like this. The Zhang family had also inquired about the situation with the Hu city chief and the Ma chief, but after the latter said that the matter involved the war ministry, the Zhang family did not dare to ask anything more. Only now did the Zhang family realize that the original sect leader had died at his hands. Yi Tianyuan was still continuing. Then how did the Zhang County King's mansion perish? I think you should know now, right? And, saying this, Yi Tianyuan also glanced at Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi and said again, it was me who made the 2 of them remove their black hats. Now, do you know who I am now? A heavy bomb was thrown out from Yi Tianyuan's mouth, which had long ago completely bombarded the Zhang family with petrified stupidity. Using the word shock, it had long been far from being able to describe half of it. Zhang Dewu, who had been incredibly arrogant just now, had been so scared that his legs were soft and trembling violently. His face was pale, and his expression was terrified to the extreme. His mindset completely collapsed. But Zhang Dewu still shook his head. His voice had begun to tremble. After all you've said, I still don't know who you are. You might as well give a clear statement. I know that I'm bound to die today. I'll admit it. Right now, I have nothing else to ask for. I just want to be an understanding ghost. Yi Tianyuan shook his head at Zhang Dewu with a disappointed face. After telling you so much and giving so many hints, you unexpectedly still don't know who I am. And I really don't know. How did you get into the position of a general? After saying that, Yi Tianyuan looked at the 6 black emperor people and said, since the Zhang family are all very eager to know who I am, then I'll make an exception today and take a high profile. Come on, you guys tell the Zhang family who I am. Puff. As soon as Yi Tianyuan's words fell, the Black Emperor's 6 people instantly knelt down neatly, respectfully and incomparably. They shouted in unison in a flood of voices, greetings, Your Highness Tianyuan. Chapter 73, giving you a decent chance to die in appreciation of your sins. A loud voice resounded over the entire Zhang family. It caused everyone in the Zhang family to be deafened, as if they were bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. And for a moment, All the voices were silent, and a pin could be heard. The air, too, instantly froze. Everyone was shocked to the extreme as they looked at Yi Tianyuan. Their expressions exaggerated to the extreme. Especially Zhang Dewu was directly scared to death. His legs went limp, and he directly knelt to the ground with a thud, as endless fear instantly spread throughout his body. It caused Zhang Dewu's entire body to tremble violently as if he had an epileptic seizure. This was a first-class martial artist. This was a general with 20,000 troops in his hands. Yet at this moment, he was scared into this stupid state. Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, Protector of the Nation War God, Peerless Nation Scholar, Yi Tianyuan, Heavenly Abyss Hall Master. Yeah, he is the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master. Zhang Dewu couldn't wait to fiercely smack himself. How could he be so stupid? He had been prompted to this point, but he still couldn't guess that Yi Tianyuan was the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master. In the last incident, the 4 great war gods of Tianyuan Temple were all mobilized. Wasn't the person behind it the Lord of Tianyuan Temple? I knew that the announcement from the Dragon Kingdom's war ministry 3 years ago was a fake. How could a godlike existence like the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master die in battle outside the domain? As expected, the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master was still alive. Not only was he still alive, but he was even right here in Castle Peak. It's a pity that he knew too late that his Zhang family had unknowingly provoked the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master. How many heads did the Zhang family have that were enough for the Heavenly Abyss Hall's millions of generals to chop off? Puff, puff, punt. Seeing Zhang Dewu kneeling down, everyone else also all knelt down in succession. At this moment, except for Yi Tianyuan who was still standing there, everyone knelt in front of Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan said to the Black Emperor 6, "Get up. There's no need to do such a big salute to me in the future. I don't like it too much, especially when there are outsiders around." The Black Emperor 6 didn't dare to hesitate and immediately got up, respectfully and incomparably nodding their heads to Yi Tianyuan to show that they understood. Yi Tianyuan's gaze landed on the two of them, Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi, and he nodded slightly and said, "I have to thank you guys for making the trip." Yi Tianyuan's words immediately caused the two to be terrified, and they hurriedly shook their heads and waved their hands. "Being able to do a little bit of work for Hall Master Yi is a great honor for us." Being able to retrieve a life last time had already made Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi grateful to Yi Tianyuan. Lu Jinlong still had a face with a capital dumbfounded. From just now until now, he was still completely unaware of what was going on. Although it was said that he knew that Yi Tianyuan was from a very big place, a big shot that he had to serve with care. Lu Jinlong had always speculatively thought that Yi Tianyuan was the son of one of the Black Emperor Group's top bigwigs or something like that, such as being the left and right ambassadors or the 4 great protectors and those people. But Lu Jinlong had never thought that Mr. Yi was the Heavenly Abyss Temple Master. Although he is a mixed road, but for the Heavenly Abyss Palace Lord, Lu Jinlong has always been heartily admiration. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Jinlong was both shocked and excited, and was deeply honored. Indeed, it was a blessing that only came after 8 lifetimes of cultivation. Yi Tianyuan's gaze once again landed on Zhang Dewu's body, after which he got scared and hurriedly kowtowed to Yi Tianyuan with force, repentantly admitting his mistake. "My subordinate deserves to die." Yi Tianyuan indifferently looked at Zhang Dewu and said expressionlessly, "You could have not had to die, but unfortunately you insisted on seeking death. Then it would be hard for heaven to condone if I did not kill you. Let's give you a decent chance to die as a thank you for your sins." Although facing death Zhang Dewu, was also afraid, but he was also very clear in his heart that Zhang Dewu, had no choice. He was bound to die today. To die with honor is his last dignity. Zhang Dewu kowtowed to Yi Tianyuan 3 times in a row and said with a grateful face, "Many thanks to Hall Master Yi for completing this." After saying that, Zhang Dewu didn't have any procrastination. He drew the gun on his body and drank a bullet to thank for his offense, and drank his hatred on the spot in the northwest. A first-class martial artist, a 1-star general, with a single word from Yi Tianyuan, Zhang De was allowed to die as a token of his gratitude. This supreme majesty, as if a mountain in general pressed on the hearts of all the Zhang family, so that everyone could not breathe, allowing everyone to deeply realize a feeling, the feeling of a mole cricket facing a dragon, the feeling of only being able to look up. Zhang Dewu died, Zhang family members, also like a great disaster, each kneeling there, waiting for Yi Tianyuan to punish them. Who can blame them for all this? It's all their own fault, no one to blame. The cause of everything is because of him, Zhang Shaochang. Because of his fault, the entire Zhang family had to pay for his life. In the hearts of the Zhang family, they didn't know how many times they had cursed Zhang Shaochang. Zhang Shaochang was the sinner of the Zhang family. Zhang Disheng also seemed to feel this endless pressure as he voiced out expressionlessly, "The son does not teach the father's faults. I the father, have an unshirkable responsibility for the monstrous mistake that Zhang Xiaochang has committed. I can't escape my guilt, so I can only die to apologize for my sins. After saying that, Zhang Disheng also ended his life. Zhang Xiaochang, Zhang Dewu, and Zhang Disheng, 3 bloody lives, just lay there quietly. Blood had dyed a patch of red. In the air, it had all started to fill with a trace of bloody odor. This was the scent of death to the Zhang family. Looking at the corpses of the 3, Zhang Mang gave a self-deprecating bitter smile. He suddenly jerked his head up and looked at Yi Tianyuan, saying, Hall Master Yi, you are the towering Hall Master Tianyuan. You are the protector of the nation's war god that hundreds of millions of the Dragon Kingdom's subjects admire. You are a myth that has been enshrined in the history of our Dragon Kingdom, the double no nation's scholar. Your monstrous anger is something that our Zhang family cannot withstand. Zhang Xiaochang and the others deserve to die. As the current master of the Zhang clan, I am not to blame for what happened today. I plead guilty and accept the punishment. I'll thank you with my death. I only hope that you, Hall Master Yi, will be magnanimous and spare the lives of the rest of my Zhang family. This matter has nothing to do with them. They should not be guilty of death. You are the protectorate war god. I think you shouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately. Yi Tianyuan looked at Zhang Mang with an indifferent expression and coldly said, Did I say that I want to exterminate your Zhang family's entire family? Hearing this, Zhang Mang first froze slightly. Immediately, he was grateful and hurriedly thanked Yi Tianyuan. Thank you, Hall Master Yi, for your generosity. I'll thank you with my death. After saying that, Zhang Mang was about to kill himself. However, he was stopped by Yi Tianyuan. No need. Your Zhang family's fault. Zhang Disheng has already carried it. Sons don't teach their fathers. It's reasonable for him to die. It's considered to be atonement for your Zhang family's sins. This matter, let it end here. Not killing himself? Zhang Mang momentarily thought that he had misheard, and froze for a long time before he was sure that it was true. This gave Zhang Mang a pleasant surprise, causing Zhang Mang to be grateful to Yi Tianyuan once again. All the people of the Zhang family were also as if they had been pardoned, and each of them was incredibly grateful to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan turned to the Black Emperor and said, You take care of the things behind. I'll leave first. Zhang Yao will be outside the Zhang family this time. You guys will leave in a few minutes. Don't follow me. Black Emperor immediately nodded his head heavily and led the order. Under everyone's respectful escort, Yi Tianyuan took big steps towards the outside. At this moment outside, Chapter 74, as the old saying goes, it's always right to listen to your wife. Zhang Yao was sitting on pins and needles. She was as anxious as if she was an ant on a hot pan. Zhang Yao didn't know how many times she had looked at Night Rao with pleading eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Night Rao had been stopping her, Zhang Yao would have wanted to rush into the Zhang family. She was really worried about Yi Tianyuan. She was really afraid that something would happen to Yi Tianyuan. Waiting for one more second, she felt that Yi Tianyuan was in danger for one more minute. Miss Jiang, you can rest assured that is, with the 3 of you, City Chief Hu, Chief Ma and Master Long together, no one in Castle Peak will dare to not give face. Mr. Yi, absolutely nothing will happen. We can just wait here at ease. Night Rao was also a bit tearful. She was really shouting in her heart for her ancestor, aunt and grandma. She had already said such words 800 times, but there was no way. Zhang Yao was still worried. If she couldn't see Yi Tianyuan, Zhang Yao had no way to settle down. Night Rao didn't dare to let Zhang Yao into the Zhang family in case of any trouble, then she would die without knowing how to die. No, it's been so long Yi Tianyuan hasn't come out yet. I can't wait any longer. I must go down and take a look. Zhang Yao suddenly clenched her teeth hard and made up her mind. She also no longer cared about that much. Ignoring Night Rao's comforting persuasion, she directly pushed open the car door and ran down. Such an action immediately scared Night Rao, one of the 4 guardians of the Black Emperor group, who hurriedly chased after her in a panic, wanting to stop Zhang Yao before she entered the Zhang family. But Zhang Yao seemed to have anticipated this as well, so as soon as she pushed away from the car, she desperately ran towards the Zhang family. Although Night Yao's speed was fast, she had to go around the car, so naturally she was a few beats slower. By the time Night Rao caught up, Zhang Yao had already run to the entrance of Zhang's house. Scared Night Rao's undershirt immediately seeped out cold sweat, and her heart shouted bad. In case if Miss Jiang broke into the Zhang family and saw something she shouldn't have seen, then if Mr. Yi blamed it, then, fortunately, at this time, Yi Tianyuan finally walked out from the Zhang family with big strides. Zhang Yao almost jumped directly into Yi Tianyuan's embrace. Only when she saw the unharmed Yi Tianyuan did Zhang Yao stop in her tracks. Her eyes were wide open. She seemed to be very uneasy, and carefully looked at Yi Tianyuan. Night Rao was so scared that she was like a child who had done something wrong. standing straight there and slightly lowering her head, an appearance of waiting for Yi Tianyuan to punish her. Jiang Yao carefully stared at Yi Tianyuan and sized him up for quite a while before she was finally completely sure that there was nothing wrong with Yi Tianyuan. Instantly, the emotions that had been pent up within Jiang Yao's heart surged out all at once. Jiang Yao's eyes reddened, and her eyes became wet. If she hadn't held back her tears, I'm afraid they would have come out of her eyes. Jiang Yao just looked at Yi Tianyuan and smiled. Yi Tianyuan, it's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Looking at Jiang Yao, who was running around worrying like this in order to save herself, Yi Tianyuan's heart was greatly touched. Moved and blaming himself, Yi Tianyuan suddenly wrapped Jiang Yao into his embrace, gently patted Jiang Yao's shoulder and blamed himself. I'm sorry Jiang Yao. I made you worry. I'm fine. Being embraced by Yi Tianyuan, this sudden embrace made Jiang Yao like being touched by electricity. Momentarily froze in place. Her body was as stiff as ice. Although it was said that it wasn't the first time she had such intimate physical contact with Yi Tianyuan, but the last time, after all, was also 8 years ago, and that night was still because everyone had drunk too much wine. The situation now was obviously a little different. Under the condition of being fully conscious, it was the first time she, Jiang Yao, had been held in a man's arms. But what had to be said was that being held by her own man like this was still very warm and secure. Just that, it was also quite shy. Especially, Jiang Yao thought that President Night Ra was still watching behind her. Therefore, after Jiang Yao reacted, her face flushed red and pushed away Yi Tianyuan. Originally, she wanted to pout at Yi Tianyuan, but thinking that Yi Tianyuan had just escaped from death, her heart softened and she let it go. Night Yao still stood there in fear, not daring to make a sound. Yi Tianyuan softly said to Jiang Yao, I'm fine. You go to work first. I drove a car here. I'll go back by myself later. Jiang Yao seemed to still be a bit uneasy with Yi Tianyuan's appearance, thought for a moment and said, I'll go back with you. It's already so late. I'll take leave in the morning and forget about it. Yi Tianyuan smiled and said, it's not good for you to take a vacation when you're a newly appointed president, right? You're a very enterprising and strong woman. The chairman of your company values and trusts you so much. How can you turn your tail? It's okay. I'm not stupid. I won't cause you any more trouble. But Jiang Yao was very stubborn and shook her head. With a resolute face, she said to Yi Tianyuan, no, I have to accompany you back home before I can go to work at ease. If I can't feel at ease, then going to the company won't have any work efficiency, and I might even make mistakes. So, listen to me, or I'll really get angry. Looking at Jiang Yao with such a serious and resolute face, Yi Tianyuan was smiling happily. The feeling of being controlled by his wife was actually quite good. This is the feeling of happiness. Since Jiang Yao was adamant about this, Yi Tianyuan was naturally happy to nod his head and agree. Fine, fine, listen to you. As the old saying goes, listen to your wife's quasi-right. Poor mouth again. Jiang Yao instantly gouged out Yi Tianyuan fiercely, ranting without good humor. There was no such thing as a wife in ancient times. Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao quickly left. Phew. Only after sending the duo away did Night Yao let out a long dark sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Yi did not have to blame her. Night Yao didn't linger much longer and immediately drove off quickly. On the other side of the corner, there was a Porsche Panamera parked there. There were two people sitting in the car. Naturally it wasn't anyone else. It was the duo of Wei Jian and Su Yinfen. The two of them had been staying here to watch the show. But the more they watched, the more they felt that something wasn't quite right. Luckily, their eyesight was limited and they did not recognize Yang Jia and Han Yuanqi, nor did they recognize Night Enchantress and Black Emperor. They only recognized the three of them. Head Hu City, Head Ma and Master Long. Seeing these three people enter the Zhang family, the two realized that something didn't seem right about the situation. But then they saw Zhang Dewu arrive with 1,000 warriors, and they felt even more that the situation wasn't quite right. Shouldn't Zhang Dewu be the Zhang family's biggest card? Logically speaking, as the Zhang family's biggest card, Zhang Dewu would not make a move until he had no choice. Zhang Dewu rushed back to the Zhang family with 1,000 heavily armed warriors. It was obvious that the Zhang family was in trouble, in a tricky situation, and only then did he need him to step in. This was oddly strange. They had been guarding this place just now, and they had witnessed Jiang Yao and Yi Tianyuan entering the Zhang family successively. Later, they saw Jiang Yao being pushed out by Yi Tianyuan. Then, even though Jiang Yao brought a beautiful young woman over, they didn't recognize who this woman was. Moreover, the two of them had been sitting in the car and didn't go down, so Wei Jian and Su Yinfen didn't think much about it, thinking that Jiang Yao had just called out a girlfriend to accompany her. Then several waves of people entered the Zhang family one after another. Until a while ago, the two of them actually saw Yi Tianyuan walking out of the Zhang family home unharmed. Seeing Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao driving away, Wei Jian and Su Yanfen looked at each other with confused faces. What the hell is this situation? Go after them and take a look. I don't know how long they froze, but Su Yanfen said to Wei Jian. Wei Jian immediately started the car and prepared to go after Yi Tianyuan. But just as Wei Jian was about to drive, there was suddenly a person blocking the front of the car. Thanks to user 6134 for the roll summoning, user 5497 for sending the blades, Wuto for the inspiration capsule, Daishir Tan for the hypnosis charm, and other friends for the flowers. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. Chapter 75, He's the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master Yi Tianyuan. This sudden situation immediately startled the Wei Jian couple, especially when the duo saw that the visitor actually held his hands down on the front of the car and showed an evil ghostly expression at them. More so that the two people liked to see the King of Hell in general. Instant fear to the extreme. Under the panic, Wei Jian subconsciously slammed the gas pedal, wanting to ram the other party out of the way. But a strange scene happened. The car unexpectedly cannot advance the slightest, if not the engine issued a hissing roar like a beast, are going to let the Wei Jian couple suspected that it is not stepping on the gas pedal. This was a 1 million plus Porsche with an engine that could explode around 300 horsepower from the carriage, driven by such powerful horsepower. Even a wall of reinforced concrete would never be able to stop it. But at this moment, it was blocked by one person with his body. Before Wei Jian and his wife were more stunned and surprised, the Black Emperor's hands suddenly lashed out. Bang! Bang! The powerful force was like a mountain pressing hard on the head of the car, directly crushing the head of the car completely. Tires burst open. The front of the car collapsed, instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal paralyzed on the ground. The engine should also sound burst cylinder. Flame out smoke. Sitting in the car, Wei Jian couple was completely stunned by this scene, as if they had seen a ghost, dumbstruck staring at the Black Emperor as if he were a demon. This is still a person? With his bare hands, he had turned the car into scrap metal? How powerful could this be? Before the two of them could regain their senses, the Black Emperor walked to the front of the car, and with a casual tug, he even tore the car door down hard. Such an inhuman scene can only be seen on TV. Seeing the devilish Black Emperor approaching, Wei Jian and his wife were already scared out of their wits and their minds went blank. The Black Emperor lifted the duo out of the car like they were catching a chicken, and then walked towards the Zhang family. Although Yi Tianyuan was gone, the atmosphere in the Zhang family was still incredibly tense and depressing. Everyone stood in place, not even daring to move a bit. The Black Emperor casually threw the Wei Jian couple onto the ground, and when the two of them saw the several corpses on the ground, they immediately screamed shrilly in fear and hugged each other tightly. The two had been completely paralyzed with fear. I don't know how long it took for Wei Jian and Su Yanfen to slow down a bit. What in the world was going on here? The two of them obviously hadn't reacted at all yet. Big brother, what exactly did we commit? Wei Jian loomed and trembled as he glanced at the Black Emperor. With just one glance, he was so frightened as if he had seen a god or devil that he hurriedly lowered his head in fear, not daring to look any further. He was afraid that he would offend the Black Emperor as if he was offended. The Black Emperor's cold and ghostly voice sounded in the ears of Wei Jian and his wife. All raise your heads for me, Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian looked at each other before raising their heads in fear and caution. The Black Emperor pointed to the trio of Head Hu City, Head Ma and Master Long and asked Wei Jian and his wife, recognize them? Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian immediately nodded their heads desperately. These three, how many other people in Castle Peak didn't recognize them? Black Emperor pointed at Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi again and asked again, what about them? The two looked at each other and immediately shook their heads. The Black Emperor finally pointed down to the three corpses on the ground again and asked, what about these three? Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian take a serious look as well, and they were surprised to find that it was actually Zhang Shaochang and his father, Zhang Desheng, as well as Zhang Dewu, the general of the Zhang clan. This, Yi Tianyuan had just left unharmed, but Zhang Shaochang and the others were dead? What in the world was going on here? Do you guys know how they died? The Black Emperor looked at Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian with a sneer. How did they die? Could it be because of Yi Tianyuan? Thinking of this possibility, Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian looked at each other with frightened faces that were pale to the core. It couldn't be? First there was the Chen family, then there was the Jiang County King, just now there was the Zhang family, and now it's the two of you. How is it that there are so many people in this world who aren't afraid of death? Who is it bad to mess with? But all of them have to come and mess with my boss? You county mole crickets, are you also worthy? The Black Emperor spoke angrily and fiercely, and these words were spoken to both Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian, as well as to everyone present. Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian were terrified and pleaded out, who exactly is your oldest? We don't know him, do we? Don't tell me that your oldest is Yi Tianyuan, right? How dare you? The Black Emperor suddenly let out an explosive shout. Furious as a demonic god as he snapped, Yi Tian Yuan is also something you can call indiscriminately? My boss is the Protectorate War God, the Peerless Kingdom Scholar, and the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master. What? Tian Yuan Temple Master? Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian were once again struck by lightning, with a face of capitalized confusion. Yi Tian Yuan, Tian Yuan, Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, he's Heavenly Abyss Hall Master dash. Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian's mouths were crazy as they kept chanting. It was only now that they finally understood just where Yi Tian Yuan was. The poor loser in their eyes, the retired soldier with no money and no power, the cow dung that spoiled Jiang Yao. But what they never expected was that he would be the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master, the man of that godlike existence. They had actually messed with the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master? In that case, the Chen family and the Jiang County King were also exterminated because they messed with the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master? Zhang Xiaochang and the others also died at the hands of the Heavenly Abyss Master? Then it's their turn now? Thinking of this, Mr. and Mrs. Wei Jian instantly pissed themselves in fear, instantly repenting, and hurriedly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. But it was already too late. The Black Emperor had already shot out to send the duo to the Western Paradise. After resolving the duo, the Black Emperor's gaze was cold and stern as he swept towards the crowd present, shouting in a loud voice, everything that happened here today, I hope you all rot in your stomachs for me. If anyone dares to leak out half a word, I will exterminate their entire family. Do you all understand my words? Everyone nodded their heads desperately. Where would they dare to say they didn't understand? Only after ordering this did the Black Emperor turn around and leave. Lu Jinlong immediately followed quickly. After coming outside, Lu Jinlong, Dragon knelt in front of the Black Emperor with a flutter, and respectfully and incomparably said, Subordinate Jin Lu Long has met the Black Emperor. I hope the Black Emperor will forgive me. My subordinate has been unaware of your identity. In his trembling voice, there was a strong sense of adoration. Although Jin Lu Long was the emperor of the Castle Peak underground world, a big brother who dominated the One Way. However, he was only a small, insignificant figure in the Black Emperor group. If the Black Emperor group was ranked by level, the Black Emperor was the first level, the left and right envoys were the second level, the 4 great protectors were the third level, the 8 Vajra were the fourth level, the 18 Luohan were the fifth level, and the 188 Earthly Furies were the sixth level. Lu Jinlong was one of the 108 Earthly Furies. In the Black Emperor group, Lu Jinlong could only be ranked at the 6th level. For the Black Emperor, Lu Jinlong had always been incomparably worshipful, and even regarded it as a godly place of faith. Jin Lu Long had also fantasized countless times about being able to meet the Black Emperor, and he didn't expect to be so fortunate this time around. Black Emperor glanced at Lu Jinlong, so quickly guessed his identity. Lu Jinlong still has a few brains. My identity, take care to keep it a secret. Black Emperor coldly spoke to Lu Jinlong. Lu Jinlong immediately nodded his head solemnly and said, My subordinate honors my orders. I will definitely keep my mouth shut and will never dare to reveal half a word to anyone. On the other side, after returning to the Sandalwood Palace Villa, Jiang Yao was relieved. After speaking to Yi Tian Yuan, Jiang Yao hurriedly rushed to the company. Just after sending Jiang Yao away, Black Emperor came. Boss, those 2 people have already been executed. Do we need to exterminate their entire family? Black Emperor said. Yi Tian Yuan waved his hand and said, Woe is not as bad as their family. They deserve to die. Their family members, at least for the time being, haven't messed with my head yet. No need to exterminate them. Black Emperor nodded and said to Yi Tian Yuan again, Boss, I've already bought all the several villas next to me. My people, as well as the God of Death and the Demon Lady's people, have all been neutralized to Castle Peak, and for the time being, all of them will all be arranged inside the several villas next to this one, in order to better protect the main mother and Princess Yuan. Boss, do you see anything else you want to order? Yi Tian Yuan nodded slightly to the Black Emperor and said, You can just arrange these things. There is nothing else. You can step down. Black Emperor hurriedly added, Right boss, there is one more thing. Both Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi have purchased properties in Castle Peak and are preparing to settle in Castle Peak. Moreover, the 2 of them also want to work in the Black Emperor group. Boss, do you see this matter? Yi Tian Yuan lightly laughed. These 2 had a lot on their minds. Settling in Castle Peak and wanting to enter the Black Emperor group was nothing more than wanting to follow them. To the duo of Yang Jia and Hong Yuanqi, Yi Tian Yuan did not resent them. Although the duo had made a mistake last time, they had accepted the punishment. Yi Tian Yuan waved his hand at the Black Emperor and said, Look after yourself. Don't bother me with this small matter in the future. Hearing this, the Black Emperor hastily retreated. Just after sending off the Black Emperor, a chariot stopped in front of the villa. Chapter 76, The Four Great War Gods Come to Debrief. The Four Great War Gods of Heavenly Prime. Hell. Shen Underworld and Yellow Springs neatly jumped off the chariot and walked towards Yi Tian Yuan. Before and after arriving at Yi Tian Yuan's body, the four great war gods respectfully saluted and shouted in unison, "My subordinates have met with your highness, and have come to report their duties to your highness." Looking at the four great war gods, Yi Tian Yuan also showed a rare slight smile on his face and nodded to the four. The Heavenly Prime War God immediately reported, "Paul Master, as per your orders, we have selected a team of 2,000 elite warriors to be stationed at one of the western outskirts of Castle Peak, and they are ready to act at any direction you give them, boss." Yi Tian Yuan nodded slightly, but did not say anything. This elite, too, was only used as a backup force in case of an emergency. The Heavenly Prime War God continued to report, "Your Highness, today, our four major war divisions will be able to finish reorganizing all of the generals of our Heavenly Abyss Hall, and we will be able to formally proclaim to the world that the Heavenly Abyss Hall has returned. Our Heavenly Abyss Hall's millions of generals have been waiting for this moment for a full 4 years. Paul Master, only when you are here does our Heavenly Abyss Hall have a meaning to exist. My Heavenly Abyss Hall is now boiling with blood up and down. Everyone has found themselves, and they have all regained their ambition. Right now, everyone is waiting to be able to once again follow the Palace Master to battle the sands and slay the four directions. Our Heavenly Abyss Palace is going to once again make this world tremble. This is our supreme glory. This is the significance of our Heavenly Abyss Palace's existence. And this is where the lives of the millions of generals of my Heavenly Abyss Palace lie." The Heavenly Prime War God spoke in a glowing manner, his heart surging. It looked like he couldn't wait to go into battle right now. Yi Tian Yuan glanced at the Heavenly Prime War God slyly and said, "I'm very happy that the Heavenly Abyss Hall has returned. I am also approving, pleased, and supportive of your fervent desire to go into battle and kill the enemy, but I don't really want to return to the battlefield right now. I just want to accompany Zhang Yao and Yuan right now, and I'll leave the matters of the Heavenly Abyss Hall to you guys from now on. After fighting for so many years, I'm also tired. You guys can all be on your own now, so let me be lazy and be a shirker." After the four great war gods looked at each other, they said in unison, "Your Highness, feel free to rest assured. In the future, the matter of conquering the sands will be left to us, and you only need to sit at the Heavenly Abyss Hall. As long as we have you sitting at the Heavenly Abyss Hall, then you will always be by our side. We will have souls, we will have endless fighting spirit and battle intent, we can be invincible in battle, and we will still be the same Heavenly Abyss Hall that has struck fear into the hearts of all countries in the world." Yi Tian Yuan smiled faintly. There was more or less some guilt within him as well, right? The Heavenly Abyss Hall had now completed its reorganization and reappeared in the world to start a new journey again. But he, Yi Tian Yuan, had to be a shirker. This made him owe something to the millions of generals of the Heavenly Abyss Palace. But Yi Tian Yuan owed Zhang Yao and Yuan even more. Now, he, Yi Tian Yuan, would rather negate the heaven and earth than Zhang Yao and Yuan. And Yuan would never be indebted to Zhang Yao and Yuan. Yi Tian Yuan heavily patted the shoulders of the four Heavenly Prime Warrior Gods and heavily said to the four of them, "In the future, the Heavenly Abyss Palace will rely on you. I believe in you all. You can definitely do well. I will be at Castle Peak, watching you guys all the time. You guys definitely won't let me down." The four great war gods immediately stood straight before giving a standard warrior salute to Yi Tian Yuan, shouting in unison, "Yes, Hall Master, we will definitely not let you down." Yi Tian Yuan waved his hand at the four great war gods. "All of you get the hell back. I have already promised the Senate side to prepare to meet the 5 million allied forces of the kingdoms. All of you go back and prepare yourselves well. As soon as possible array troops at the border and get ready for battle. Guarding the national borders has always been the duty of our Heavenly Abyss Palace. This is the meaning of our existence. We are not fighting for the Yuan Dynasty Council, but for my Dragon Kingdom's 140,000,000 subjects. This matter is also considered to have started because of me. My Heavenly Abyss Hall is duty-bound, so I'll work hard for you guys on everything." The four great war gods immediately nodded their heads and led the order. This matter was also known to them, and they were already actively making preparations. Although it was said that this battle might be unprecedentedly difficult, they were still full of confidence. The Heavenly Abyss Palace never lost. When he was about to leave, the Heavenly Prime War God suddenly remembered another very important thing, and said to Yi Tian Yuan with a solemn face, "By the way, Temple Master, there's one more thing that I need to report to you. Do you know about the Dragon Soul War God?" "Dragon Soul War God?" Yi Tian Yuan frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, "Isn't it the grandson of the third patriarch? He was ordained as a Dragon Soul War God 8 years ago, and then it seems like there wasn't much news of him, and I haven't paid attention to this person since then. What? Does this person still want to come to me to take revenge for the third elder now? The heavenly prime war god nodded and said, That's right, your highness. It's the grandson of the third elder. This person's strength is extraordinary. His ability to lead an army is considered good. And he is good at playing mind games. Very good at enlisting people. And his followers are countless. All these years, the Dragon Soul War God has been keeping a low profile. And our 4 war gods have been sitting in the 4 war zones in the southeast and 4 north, guarding the borderlands of the Dragon Kingdom. And he, the Dragon Soul War God, is in charge of the land of the extreme west, that barren, uninhabited, cool, barren land. Previously, I hadn't been paying attention to this person, but just in the past few days after your return to the country, your highness, the Dragon Soul War God was suddenly unusually active. When he made his move, it was somewhat of a one-hit wonder. Oh, a shocking hit? Hearing this, Yi Tianyuan looked at the Heavenly Prime War God with some interest and said, Tell me, how is it a shocker? The Heavenly Prime War God continued, Although it is said that the Dragon Soul War God was ordained as a war god 8 years ago, but this person has always hidden himself well hidden, so no one would notice him, all thinking that he was just an ordinary war god, like that whatsoever Shura war god. It's not worth mentioning at all. The Dragon Soul War God is also merely leading 100,000 troops and sitting in the land of the extreme west. However, it is only in these 2 days that all the people were violently shocked, so it turns out that he, the Dragon Soul War God, has been biding his time for the past 8 years, and has been acting in the shadows, utilizing his heart segment of enlisting manpower, and has actually enlisted all of the forces of the Dragon Kingdom, except for our 4 major war divisions, under his command. That is to say, right now, all of the Dragon Kingdom other than our Heavenly Abyss Palace are his Dragon Soul War God's men. Not only that, but he, the Dragon Soul War God, has also utilized these 8 years to quietly cultivate 1 million troops in the extreme west. Even, the Dragon Soul War God is now claiming that he also has 4 major war god level henchmen under him, namely Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu. In addition to these 4 great war god level henchmen, there are also 100 dragon generals, each of which is a Zongshur level expert, 3,000 dragon guards, each of them are at the superb martial artist level. Right now, the entire Dragon Kingdom War Department has turned the sky upside down, and everyone is stunned. At first, the 4 of us didn't quite dare to believe it, thinking that it was just a smokescreen that someone had deliberately put out to threaten my Heavenly Abyss Palace. But after repeated investigations and confirmations, we affirmed that this matter is indeed true. The Dragon Soul War God has already brought people into the capital, and it is rumored that he will meet with the saints today to ask for permission to create the Heavenly God Palace. Oh, Heavenly God Palace? Was this a clear attempt to go against his own Heavenly Abyss Palace, biding his light for 8 years and exploding at once? If that was really the case, then the Dragon Soul War God's heart and mind of this person really wasn't ordinary deep. It was simply deep to the point of being outrageous. Such a person could not be underestimated. However, Yi Tianyuan was not too concerned about anything, and only faintly said, If he is willing to set up the Heavenly God Temple, then let's set up the Heavenly God Temple. Since he now has this person and this strength, there is nothing wrong with that. As long as he doesn't come to mess with our Heavenly Abyss Palace, then there's no need to care about him. Let's do what we need to do. That's enough. There's no need to care about anything else. The Heavenly Prime War God immediately said, Your Highness, even though the words are true, I always feel that all of this is not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate act. I feel that this move by the Dragon Soul War God is clearly aimed at our Heavenly Abyss Palace, and even at you, Palace Lord. You, Palace Master, have seriously injured the Third Elder, and it's rumored that the Third Elder has decided to retire early, and he'll officially step down from the Elder Council when the State Lord elects someone to take his place. The Dragon Soul War God, I'm afraid, is also rushing to avenge the Third Patriarch. So, Chapter 77, Dragon Soul War God requests order to form Heavenly God Palace. Hearing that the Third Patriarch had decided to retire early, Yi Tianyuan coldly snorted, Then count him as the Third Patriarch who knows what he's doing. Daring to touch my woman, he should pay a painful price. As for that what's-her-name Dragon Soul War God, there's no need to pay much attention to anything. If he's just taking advantage of the situation, then let him be. The name we, Heavenly Abyss Palace, don't need to fight for anymore, nor do we need to fight for it. Guarding the border is the greatest honor of our Heavenly Abyss Palace. No one can snatch it away or erase it. If he doesn't know better and insists on messing with our Heavenly Abyss Palace, then whatever Dragon Soul War God, whatever Third Elder, whatever millions of troops dash, anyone who messes with my Heavenly Abyss Hall will be killed without pardon. The magnificent voice contained a powerful and incomparable killing aura. It was resounding divine might. The four great war gods were all deeply inspired and immediately shouted in unison with a face of boiling blood. Those who mess with my heavenly abyss palace will be killed without pardon. Yi Tianyuan waved his hand and the four great war gods excused themselves and left. They had to rush back as soon as possible to reorganize their troops, and they had to rush to the border as soon as possible to prevent the allied armies of various countries from coming. The current situation in Lianjiang was supposed to be extremely tense, and a great war was imminent. The allied armies of various countries might launch an offensive against the Dragon Kingdom at any time, since the Heavenly Abyss Palace had now officially returned, and Yi Tianyuan had also taken on this burden in front of the Fifth Elder. This matter was also the responsibility of Yi Tianyuan, and the Heavenly Abyss Palace would not back down even more. As for the Dragon Soul War God, Yi Tianyuan didn't care much at all. Not to mess with him then okay, dare to mess with him then die. Just after sending off the four war gods, Jiang Yao called. Yi Tianyuan immediately put away his emotions and picked up the phone. Hey Jiang Yao, is there something wrong with calling me? Jiang Yao's voice on the other end of the phone came over. Yi Tianyuan, my cousin is getting married at noon today. I'm too busy to leave, so help me to buy a decent gift, and you can drive to the company to pick me up when it's about the same time. Cousin? Yi Tianyuan was slightly puzzled and asked, your mom called you to go? For this mother-in-law to be of his? Yi Tianyuan was very disliked. Jiang Yao on the other end of the phone hesitated for a long time before saying, my mom did call me just now, and my cousin also called me on purpose. No matter what, since marriage is such a big deal, since I was called out, we still have to go for a bit. If you don't want to go, why don't I go alone later? Since Jiang Yao insisted on going, Yi Tianyuan didn't say anything more and said, it's fine, I'll pick you up later. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tianyuan immediately called Black Emperor and asked him to go and do something about the gift. Capital. A forbidden army guarded the important place of the imperial city, where idle people were not allowed to approach. Outside a large hall, the 5 patriarchs and the 4 great commanders were gathered here. The 3rd patriarch was at home recuperating from his injuries, so he did not show up. The 5th patriarch had a gloomy face and was a little worried as he said to the crowd, do you really want the Dragon Soul War God to command the 3 armies? The Heavenly Abyss Palace took away 1,000,000 generals, and now all of the major war divisions of our Dragon Kingdom War Ministry combined. Excluding the logistical support forces, there are probably still 1,000,000 warriors left. If all of these 1,000,000 warriors were to be handed over to the Dragon Soul Warrior God, then with the addition of the 1,000,000 warriors that he has secretly cultivated over the years, that would be equal to his Dragon Soul Warrior holding a 2,000,000 strong army. In that case, then our Dragon Kingdom War Department can only have 2 forces, one being the Heavenly Abyss Hall and the other being his Dragon Soul Warrior. The Heavenly Abyss Hall is already difficult for us to control right now. If something happens on the Dragon Soul War God side, then wouldn't we not have any soldiers available? The 4 great commanders didn't seem to have any objections to this. The other 4 patriarchs, their expressions were different. The 6th patriarch shook his head and said, the Dragon Soul War God has led 1,000,000 strong armies that are too sharp to resist. Now that the 5,000,000 allied armies of all the kingdoms are arrayed at the border, I'm afraid that relying on the 1,000,000 generals of the Heavenly Abyss Palace alone will not be able to withstand them. Therefore, at this time, our Dragon Kingdom also truly needs a powerful force to come out to protect the safety of our Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Soul War God is, after all, the 3rd Elder's own grandson, and one that we all watched grow up, and one that is loved and trusted by the State Lord. It's also the future Commander-in-Chief that the 3rd Elder is trying his best to cultivate. The Dragon Soul War God should be able to be trusted completely. Hearing these words, the 5th Elder wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the sound of a neat pace. This resounding sound of pacing was like a thunderous explosion, and just from this sound of pacing, one was able to sense how strong these people were. As the sound of the steps appeared, there was immediately a powerful aura that covered and pressed, like a huge mountain. It pressed down on the crowd. Even though these 9 people were the most powerful existences in the Dragon Kingdom, they couldn't help but frown slightly in the face of such a powerful and terrifying aura pressure. Soon, a team of more than 100 people appeared in the 5th Elder's field of vision and were walking over to this side with their heads held high and stepping in a neat pace. Clearly colored warrior uniforms, speedy formation, and unified steps were as if they were standard bearers. The momentum was majestic and valiant. Each one was like a fierce tiger and lion, and each one was like a god of war on earth. Just this momentum alone was incomparably amazing. The leader is a man of about 30 appearance, tall and straight, strong but not fat. Moreover, his looks were handsome, properly a beautiful man. On his face, there was a look of arrogance that looked at heaven and earth, and between his eyebrows, there were a few points of a king-like demeanor, the arrogance and dominance. Between his hands and feet, he lived up to his name of War God. This person was the Dragon Soul War God. The four people immediately behind the Dragon Soul War God were the Dragon Soul War God's four God of War level henchmen: Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu. After the four War God level henchmen, there were the 100 Dragon Generals. The weakest of the 100 Dragon Generals were all at the Grandmaster level. With so many strong men coming in formation, the powerful and terrifying sense of oppression caused the surrounding forbidden troops to feel fear in their hearts, as if they were on the verge of a great enemy. If these people really started to fight, then I'm afraid that the 3,000 forbidden troops here might not be able to stop them. Thinking about it was an extremely frightening thing. This powerful aura caused the four commanders to feel the pressure and show a few scowls. Soon, the Dragon Soul War God led a group of his men to the front of the 5 patriarchs and the 4 commanders. The Dragon Soul War God stopped, and very respectfully and politely saluted the 9. Greetings to the 5 elders and the 4 commanders-in-chief. If it were in private, I would have to call you all grandfathers, but today is for official business, so let's be more formal. In the face of this courteous and polite Dragon Soul Warlord with a face of humility and respect for the elderly, everyone seemed to be full of praise. Only the 5th elder had a slight frown on his face, showing some condensation. The Dragon Soul War God was rising strongly at this time, commanding his troops in a high-profile battle. I'm afraid that his intentions weren't simple, were they? After 8 years of hibernation, what the Dragon Soul War God was planning should not be as simple as just serving the country, right? Moreover, he chose this time to come to the Heavenly Abyss Palace, which is more or less a clear indication. The 5th elder secretly sized up the Dragon Soul War God, and he deeply felt that this person was not simple. His city was even deeper than even his grandfather. The 3rd elder, behind him, he had the full support of the 3rd patriarch, and now the other patriarchs and the 4 great commanders seemed to be supporting him. What's worse, even the state lord valued him. Therefore, the 5th patriarch was unable to stop anything. It was just that what he was worried about now was that once the Dragon Soul War God had his hands on the power, if he wanted to make a move against Yi Tianyuan then. And just at this time, a middle-aged man walked out and came straight to the Dragon Soul War God and said, "Dragon Soul War God, listen to the order. The State Lord has allowed you to form the Heavenly God Temple and command 2 million troops to rush to the front line to stop the enemy outside the country's borders. If the Dragon Soul War God can accomplish great feats, he will then formally enshrine the Heavenly God Hall." The corners of the Dragon Soul War God's mouth instantly crossed a smile, and he immediately performed a standard military salute, leading the order in a loud voice. "I, the Dragon Soul War God, will definitely not dishonor the mission of the State Lord, and will definitely succeed in stopping the incoming enemy. Give me 7 days, and I will return peace to the Dragon Kingdom's borders." After saying that, the Dragon Soul War God saluted the 5 elders and the 4 commander-in-chiefs again to show his respect. Then he excused himself and left with his men, eyeing the background of the Dragon Soul War God's departure. The 5th elder's eyes grew deeper and heavier. Chapter 78, He is my man, my daughter's father. The other side of Yi Tianyuan, who was in Castle Peak, naturally felt aware of what was happening on this side of the capital. Of course, he didn't care. At 12 o'clock, Yi Tianyuan drove to the company downstairs on time to pick up Zhang Yao. Yuan was eating at school at noon, so she could not be picked up at noon. Now that there was a demon girl accompanying Yuan at school, Yi Tianyuan could not worry about anything at all. After a busy morning, Zhang Yao was also a bit dizzy. Before, it was fine to just manage one department, but now she was managing the entire company. Therefore, Zhang Yao felt that she had endless things to do every day, and she really had a feeling of being distracted. As soon as she got on the car, Zhang Yao lay down on the seat as if she was paralyzed with fatigue and gasped heavily. Seeing Zhang Yao so tired, Yi Tianyuan immediately felt a little heartbroken and said to Zhang Yao, "I thought it would be easier for you to be the president of the company, but I didn't expect it to be even more tiring. Or else, you'd better not be the president?" Zhang Yao twisted her head and gave Yi Tianyuan a somewhat powerless look, saying, "This is a goal I've been fighting hard for without ever wanting to be able to achieve it. Now that I'm somehow realistic, I'm too happy to be happy, and you're still asking me not to be Then I won't agree. This is what I've been striving for. For the time being, I might be a bit tired. After all, I still just took office. A lot of things haven't been smoothed out yet, so naturally I'm a bit frazzled. Moreover, I found that the company has some problems in many aspects. I'm prepared to map out all of these problems, organize them, and then make a feasible change plan. If I can get the chairman's support, perhaps maybe I'll be able to carry out a drastic reform of the company, wanting the company to get a better, bigger and farther development. I think the current mechanism is seriously not working." Speaking about work, Zhang Yao was instantly energized. Yi Tianyuan hurriedly stopped. "Don't talk about work with me. I can't understand these lofty things. You'd better take a good rest first." Zhang Yao nodded, so she squinted her eyes and rested. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at one public house. Zhang Yaoyao's cousin Yan Feifei's wedding was held in one public house. To be able to hold the wedding at one mansion, it is also evident that the strength of the man's family is strong, and this is not something that the general family can do. Want to hold a wedding at the one mansion? I'm afraid that all kinds of expenses add up, not less than a small goal. From the large parking lot at the entrance of one public hall, the scene that all the luxury cars are parked all over, it is enough to know how many rich and powerful guests came today. After parking the car, Jiang Yao opened her eyes. After squinting for a while, her spirit was also much better. Jiang Yao asked Yi Tianyuan, "Did you buy the gift for me?" Yi Tianyuan casually raised a small box in his hand and said to Jiang Yao, "I bought it." Seeing the tiny box in Yi Tianyuan's hand, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown slightly. Obviously, she wasn't too satisfied with this gift. What she said to Yi Tianyuan on the phone was for him to go and buy a decent gift, but thinking that maybe Yi Tianyuan didn't have much money on him, she let it go. Forget it, that's it then. She also hadn't been paid yet, and she actually didn't have much money on her. After identifying themselves, the security personnel allowed Yi Tianyuan and his duo to enter the one mansion. The huge banquet hall, at this time, was already packed with high-profile guests and people. After looking around, Jiang Yao found her parents at a table in the corner of the second row. Because they were her mother's family, they were able to be placed in the second row. There were 5 tables in the first row, and it was thought that all of them should have been arranged for Green Mountain's most important figures to be seated. For the time being, only 4 of those 5 tables were full, leaving the center one unoccupied. Obviously, the center table is the proper C seat. Must be the most heavyweight guests are qualified to sit in the center table. Yi Tianyuan didn't care about this. As soon as Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao arrived, the people at the table looked over with strange eyes. Jiang Yao's mother gave Yi Tianyuan a disgusted look, then said to Jiang Yao, "I didn't let you come alone. Why did you bring him here? He doesn't have a formal relationship with you yet. You shouldn't have brought him here." The others at the table also each showed different colors as they sized up Yi Tianyuan. There was an elderly couple, who should be Jiang Yao's grandparents, a middle-aged man and woman, and a young man in his early 20s, with a dyed brown hair. He looked a bit run-of-the-mill, with a few gangly looks on his face. These 3 were Jiang Yao's sister-in-law's family. Jiang Yao's grandparents only had 3 girls and no sons. Jiang Yao looked at Li Yongmei with a serious face and retorted, "Even though Yi Tianyuan and I haven't gotten a license to hold a wedding yet, he's already my man and my daughter's father, so how come I shouldn't bring him here?" Listening to Jiang Yao's words, Yi Tianyuan's heart was bursting with joy. Li Yongmei did not have the good sense to roll her big white eyes at Jiang Yao, her mouth shattering there. However, since the people had already come, Li Yongmei didn't say anything more. Jiang Zhanghai had an old face, as if Yi Tianyuan owed him $5 million. He also just coldly glanced at Yi Tianyuan. His nose lightly grunted, but also did not make a sound. But the dislike on his face was already written clearly. "Don't stand. Quickly sit down." Li Yongmei was angry, but she still said to Yi Tianyuan and the 2 of them. Jiang Yao nodded her head slightly to Yi Tianyuan in a gesture. Then sat next to Li Yongmei, and Yi Tianyuan also pulled out the chair to sit down. But just as Yi Tianyuan was about to sit down, a foot suddenly kicked over, directly kicking Yi Tianyuan's chair to the side. The person who made this move was no other than Jiang Yao's cousin Bai Fei. Seeing Bai Fei's rude behavior, Jiang Yao's willow eyebrows frowned, and her face immediately surged with a bit of anger as she looked towards Bai Fei and asked, "Bai Fei, what are you doing?" Yi Tianyuan coldly looked towards Bai Fei, daring to kick his chair. How unafraid of death does one have to be to do that? Bai Fei grinned, looked at Yi Tianyuan with a tugging look, and condescendingly said to Yi Tianyuan, "Is there a place for you to sit? Can't you see that this table is already full? This is the maiden's table. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to sit at this table? Seeing as you were brought here by my cousin, I won't kick you out. You move that chair and sit outside in the corridor. Later on when we've eaten and drunk enough, you can come back in and eat some of the rest. Got it?" Hearing this, Jiang Yao instantly spoke out in anger. "Bai Fei forbid you to be so unreasonable to Yi Tianyuan. How can I say he is also your cousin's husband?" The others, on the contrary, held the attitude of watching a good show and did not intervene in Bai Fei's behavior. Especially Jiang Yao's sister-in-law's family seemed to be very supportive of Bai Fei's behavior, and they looked at Yi Tianyuan with a few playful smiles on their faces. Everyone seemed to be waiting for Yi Tianyuan to make a fool of himself. In the face of Jiang Yao's anger, Bai Fei was unimpressed and instead became even more reckless. With a flighty and domineering stance he laughed playfully. "Cousin's husband? Oh, my great-aunt and great-aunt-father has not nodded it. 8 are not yet a thing. How I'm the cousin's husband? Even if it's true, that's a matter for later. Not now, right? Since it's not now, What's wrong with me being unreasonable to him, can't I? Today is cousin Fei's wedding. What right does he have to sit on the maiden's table as an outsider? Is there anything wrong with me kicking him out? Jiang Yao was also instantly furious and her face turned a little green. Her parents obviously wouldn't say a word for Yi Tianyuan, and her grandparents and sister-in-law's family, even more so. Their dislike for Yi Tianyuan was only a few points heavier than her parents. Originally, Jiang Yao thought of bringing Yi Tianyuan to meet his family, and also ease the atmosphere and such. Things were difficult, but they always needed to be done to slowly break the ice. However, she didn't expect that in such an occasion, her family would still want to take Yi Tianyuan. If he had known this, then he really shouldn't have brought Yi Tianyuan. Seeing Jiang Yao angry, Yi Tianyuan was instantly enraged. Yi Tianyuan's face sank, his complexion chilled, his gaze went cold, his cold eyes swept out, and his killing aura came out all of a sudden. Chapter 79, Brother-in-Law. Do you still lack a thigh pendant? Where had Bai Fei seen such a terrifying look? Being swept by Yi Tianyuan's cold eyes, it instantly gave him a feeling of falling into an abyss, and his heart was filled with endless fear. Frightened, he unconsciously sat back. Just now the arrogance instantly disappeared, replaced by a few points of fear. Seeing this, Jiang Yao hurriedly pulled Yi Tianyuan and shook his head at him. Li Yongmei had seen Yi Tianyuan's methods. He was a madman who even dared to directly violently beat up the Wang family's major. She was also afraid that Yi Tianyuan would go crazy, so she immediately shouted to Yi Tianyuan, "Yi Tianyuan, sit down." With her mom speaking, Jiang Yao also hurriedly pulled the chair over to pull Yi Tianyuan to sit down. Only then did Yi Tianyuan collect his icy killing aura. After Bai Fei came to his senses, he seemed to feel that he had just lost his face. He couldn't help but glare at Yi Tianyuan again, and said with a ferocious face, "Yi Tianyuan, don't you dare to drag yourself in front of me. I'm a member of the Qinglong Society. Do you know about the Qinglong Society? If you mess with me, believe it or not, I can call for 100 or 80 brothers to beat you up with a single greeting? Green Dragon Society?" Yi Tianyuan indifferently glanced at Bai Fei. Bai Fei thought that Yi Tianyuan was shocked by him and immediately said with a proud and arrogant face, "Now you know you're afraid, right? My boss is the boss of the Qinglong district. Brother Biao, if you dare to mess with me, I'll beat you to death." "Zhang San Biao?" Yi Tianyuan lightly laughed coldly and casually said, "I've beaten it." "What?" Hearing Yi Tianyuan's words, Bai Fei immediately looked at Yi Tianyuan with a stunned expression. "Zhang San Biao, wasn't that Biao's name?" Hearing Yi Tianyuan say such disrespectful words to Brother Biao, Bai Fei suddenly became furious and glared at Yi Tianyuan. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll get you right now." The others all looked at Yi Tianyuan with disgusting gazes. A useless person who still likes to brag? Such a big person doesn't even understand the most obvious truth that trouble comes out of the mouth? Yi Tianyuan glanced at Bai Fei with a cold face and said with a light hum and disdain, "It's Zhang Sanbiao's great honor to be beaten up by me. Not to mention him, Zhang Sanbiao. Even if it's Lu Jinlong, I'll beat him up if I want to." Bang! Hearing Yi Tianyuan getting crazier and crazier, Bai Fei finally became furious and stood up with a heavy slap on the table, angrily and fiercely glaring at Yi Tianyuan, causing the atmosphere on the table to instantly tense up. Jiang Yao looked at Yi Tianyuan with a bitter smile on her face helplessly. This matter was provoked by Bai Fei, but Jiang Yao also felt that Yi Tianyuan's words were a bit braggadocious. It was fine to say Brother Biao. After all, Yi Tianyuan's hands were indeed very good. Perhaps he had actually beaten Brother Biao. But who was Lu Jinlong? That was the boss of the Green Dragon Society. That was one of the 3 masters of Castle Peak. Master Long. That was the most powerful existence in Castle Peak. How dare you say something about beating up Master Long? If word of this gets out, I'm afraid that if this gets out, then the Green Dragon Society will definitely come after Yi Tianyuan. This kind of talk could lead to big trouble. Jiang Yao pulled Yi Tianyuan hard, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. Isn't it true that all men can't change the problem of bragging? Both Jiang Zhenghai and Li Yongmei's faces darkened. It's not even if you don't have money or power, but you still like to brag? This was proof of extremely poor character. Just when Bai Fei was about to turn on Yi Tianyuan, a respectful voice suddenly rang out. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I didn't expect to meet again so soon." As the voice fell, a figure had arrived in front of Yi Tianyuan. Seeing the visitor, all the people on the table were instantly scared and all stood up with a clamor, looking at the visitor with a face of awe. Especially Bai Fei was so scared that he was dumbfounded. Immediately, a strong look of admiration and excitement appeared on his face, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Master Long." The person who came was no one else. It was none other than the underground emperor of Castle Peak, Master Long. Yi Tianyuan also just lightly glanced at Master Long and slightly nodded his head as a gesture. Such a haughty stance left the crowd at the table dumbfounded. In Castle Peak, there was even someone who dared to be so arrogant and unbridled in front of Master Long? How did he, Yi Tianyuan, dare? But what made the crowd even more shocked and stunned was that in the face of Yi Tianyuan's arrogant gesture, not only did Master Long not get angry, instead he smiled sarcastically and said to Yi Tianyuan, Mr. Yi, you sit down first, and I'll come over to toast you later. After saying that, Master Long even waved his hand to the crowd in a greeting gesture before leaving. Master Long took the initiative to greet them, which made Bai Fei and the others feel flattered and honored. After sending Master Long away, everyone looked at Yi Tianyuan with stunned surprise. They were all surprised at why Master Long was so polite to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan was familiar with Master Long, but even if they were very familiar, it wouldn't be enough to make Master Long so polite, right? Could it be that he, Yi Tianyuan, was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and that he was actually a big shot? But this thought was quickly dismissed by everyone. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like it isn't. Bai Fei cannot care so much. The attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. A face of pleasing fawning to Yi Tianyuan said, Brother-in-law, is my pattern is small. Just now is my voice louder. I know wrong. Your brother-in-law does not care about the brother-in-law over. Just don't be general with me or this child who just graduated from college. From now on you are my own brother-in-law. Whoever dares to disrespect you, I will beat up whoever. Brother-in-law, do you still lack a thigh pendant? My kneeling posture is better. Brother-in-law, I will follow you from now on. Bai Fei's doggy look left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't like this just now. Yi Tianyuan also couldn't help but look at Bai Fei. This guy was able to talk to people and talk to ghosts. However, for this kind of person, Yi Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to take care of him a bit more. Li Yongmei couldn't help but open her mouth and inquired to Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan, you know Master Long? Her voice was much more gentle and friendly. Looking at his mother-in-law's face, Yi Tianyuan casually replied, I don't really know him. I just met him once. Li Yongmei said with a disbelieving face, only met once? Master Long will be so polite to you? Even the head of whose city and the lords of the three great families don't have such a big face, right? Everyone else also looked at Yi Tianyuan with a skeptical expression. The more Yi Tianyuan denied it, the more skeptical everyone became. The more they wanted to figure out what relationship Yi Tianyuan had with Master Long. If Yi Tianyuan was really well acquainted with Master Long, that would be a great thing. After all, in Castle Peak, as long as you can get on Master Long's good side, then a lot of things will be much easier to do. Yi Tianyuan naturally saw through the minds of the crowd. If these people had been a little more polite to him just now, then perhaps Yi Tianyuan would have recognized one or two. But the faces of these people just now made Yi Tianyuan very unhappy. Just now, they all scoffed at themselves, disliked them beyond measure, and even wanted to drive them away. But now they wanted to come and utilize them? Yi Tianyuan naturally would not fulfill these people's wishes. Yi Tianyuan said again, then I don't know. Perhaps Master Long is having some kind of misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? What did it mean? Li Yongmei and the others looked at Yi Tianyuan with puzzled faces. Zhang Yao's heart stirred and immediately thought of a possibility. Yi Tianyuan had a bit of a conflict with Zhang Xiaochang of the Zhang family, and in the morning, I stiffly went and asked the Black Emperor Group's Night Rao president to step in and smooth this matter out for me. President Night Rao called City Head Hu and Master Long to step in. Maybe Master Long misunderstood and thought that Yi Tianyuan was familiar with President Night Rao. Hearing Zhang Yao say this, everyone was greatly disappointed. They really thought that Yi Tianyuan was familiar with Master Long. Sure enough, still overthinking, Li Yongmei, on the contrary, was instantly overjoyed as she pulled Zhang Yao and said, my good daughter, it's really great that you're so familiar with the president of Black Emperor Group. To be able to get on good terms with such a big shot, the benefits are endless. Zhang Yao, you must grasp this once-in-a-lifetime great opportunity. Zhang Zhanghai also rarely looked at Zhang Yao with an approving gaze, and in his heart, he was already calculating how to utilize this relationship. In Castle Peak, right now, everyone was trying to get in touch with the Black Emperor Group. Anyone who was able to get involved with the Black Emperor Group would have a huge amount of space to gain, and it would be an opportunity to rise to great heights. Zhang Yao's sister-in-law and her husband looked at Zhang Yao with a sour face, and in their hearts, they recited that Zhang Yao had taken some kind of bad luck, and was even able to get on with the president of Black Emperor Group. Zhang Yao gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Chapter 80, $100 billion for hire. State Lord witnesses marriage. Mom, you guys misunderstood. I also just attended a business dinner yesterday and had the honor of getting to know President Night Rao. Perhaps, she also just saw that it's not easy to push back when I came to the door, so she casually helped out a bit. Today was also an emergency. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't have dared to go to President Night Rao. After hearing Jiang Yao's explanation, the smiles on the faces of Jiang Zhenhai and Li Yongmei instantly faded for the most part. They were thinking too much? Jiang Yao's sister-in-law, Li Yongzhen, was instantly in a much more relaxed mood as she smiled and said, maybe this matter is just a small matter of lifting a hand to the other Black Emperor Group's grand president. Jiang Yao is shamelessly looking for the door. The CEO can't save face. Who is the president of the Black Emperor Group? But even whose city chief and Master Long have to curry favor with her. How can it be that easy to get on good terms with her? We little people are nothing but tiny ants in the eyes of others. Li Yongmei also stopped talking, her face full of disappointment. On the contrary, Bai Fei didn't care that much. He kept pleasing Yi Tianyuan, shouting brother-in-law in every mouthful more than his own father. After a moment of silence, Li Yongmei and Li Yongzhen talked about Jiang Yao's second aunt Li Yantao and her daughter Yan Feifei. Li Yongzhen suddenly intentionally raised her voice with an emotional look and said, this woman really looks better than marrying well. Second sister's life is good. Marrying into the first-class family, the Yan family, and stepping into the mansion. Yan Feifei's life is even better. Directly married into one of the three big families, the Li family, is even more luxurious among the luxurious families. If we talk about looks, Jiang Yao is better than her Yan Feifei. But look at Jiang Yao dash. This comparison, that hurts a little too much dash. Li Yongzhen's words made Jiang Zhenhai and Jiang Yao's sister-in-law Bai Guo's face look a bit ugly. Their family backgrounds were indeed average, right? Jiang Zhenhai was still slightly better. After all, the Jiang family was also a third-rate family, albeit more backward. Bai Guo's family is very ordinary, just a small white-collar worker. Li Yongzhen's words, but all of a sudden hit the three men at the table, and finally even the sword pointed to Yi Tianyuan. But for the irony in Li Yongzhen's words, Yi Tianyuan was too lazy to pay attention to it. And at this time, the host's voice suddenly resounded throughout the venue. The wedding officially began. And under the host's introduction, the first grandly invited several heavyweight guests to appear. President Knight Rao, City Head Hu, Master Long, Chu Family Head, Chief Ma and Divine Dr. M.O. These were all the most heavyweight big shots of Castle Peak. Their shining appearance represented that the most powerful figures in Castle Peak had all been invited to the venue. It was evident just how much face the Li family had. However, as one of the three great families of Castle Peak, the Li family had such a great face that it was naturally a very normal thing. After the six heavyweights were seated at the main table, a group of staff members immediately took their seats. After the six heavyweights took their seats at the main table, a group of staff members immediately carried a large pile of colored gifts to the most conspicuous position on the wedding stage for display. The host also introduced the astronomical bride price that the Li family had sent to the Yin family, $10 million in cash, a set of sandalwood palace villas, a Ferrari, then all kinds of expensive jewelry, clothes, bags, shoes and so on, everything. The number of dowry samples, a total of 99 pieces, meaning a long 99. None of the bride price is less than 50,000. The total number of these dowry gifts added up was exactly 131452099, which also had a very good meaning. A bride price amount of more than $130 million. Not to be ashamed of not being trenchant, it was simply trenchant. Touched the ceiling of the Qingshan bride price. When the host finished reporting the bride price, the entire banquet hall was filled with envy. Which woman did not desire such a heavenly bride price? Li Yongmei couldn't help but sour at once, especially when she saw Jiang Yao sitting beside her. Li Yongzhen was there to fan the flames again, saying in a conspiratorial manner, Jiang Yao, you would have had such an opportunity. It's just a pity that you don't know how to cherish it. Otherwise, you could have married into a rich family 8 years ago in style, could have organized a grand and luxurious wedding, could have been distinguished in front of people and become the envy of others. You said that such a good opportunity was placed in front of you, but you even abandoned it like shit? Just for his Yi Tianyuan. Is it worth it? Li Yongzhen didn't care that Yi Tianyuan was sitting right next to him. It was Bai Fei who immediately fought for Yi Tianyuan. Mom, don't talk about my brother-in-law like that. Li Yongzhen glared at Bai Fei without any good humor. Jiang Yao was about to open her mouth when Li Yongmei took the lead. Jiang Yao, look at Yan Feifei. No matter if it's about looks or body or education. Which point is she better than you? The name of the four beauties of Qingcheng. You've taken it for nothing. Look at Yan Feifei. How beautiful she is today. Today, she will definitely become the happiest and most beautiful woman in the whole of Castle Peak. The luxurious bride price of $130 million will definitely be the front page headline news in Castle Peak today. Your condition is better than Yan Feifei. But look at you. Not to mention the scenic bride price. You can't even afford an ordinary wedding, right? Saying that, Li Yongmei again glanced at Yi Tianyuan without hiding her dislike. The implication didn't need to be said. Jiang Yao glanced at Yi Tianyuan, then said to Li Yongmei, Whether a wedding is windy or not has nothing to do with happiness. A grand wedding doesn't mean that you'll definitely live a happy life after marriage. And an ordinary wedding doesn't mean that you won't be happy after marriage. I've never aspired to marry into a wealthy family, nor have I ever wanted to live a more luxurious life. For me, an ordinary life is enough. And being ordinary is also a kind of happiness. Li Yongmei hated the iron and steel, viciously glared at Jiang Yao and scolded without any good manners. You silly girl. I think you're just stupid from all these years of suffering. You'll only live a life of poverty if you follow him Yi Tian Yuan. You'll definitely regret it later. Just when Jiang Yao was about to say something else, Yi Tian Yuan suddenly said to Li Yongmei with a straight face, Auntie, give me 3 months. I will give Jiang Yao a magnificent wedding. I can guarantee that I will definitely not let Jiang Yao follow me to live a miserable life. What others can give Jiang Yao, I can give. What others can't give Jiang Yao, I can give. In short, in 3 months at most, I will definitely make Jiang Yao the happiest woman in this world. Unlimited scenery will be an extremely ordinary and unusual thing for her. Hearing these big words of Yi Tian Yuan, Li Yongmei and the rest of them all instantly let out extremely disdainful snickers. Li Yongmei let out a cold snort, gouged out Yi Tian Yuan, and said in a very unfavorable manner, Still a grand wedding? Do you know what is called a blooming wedding? Look at the wedding between Yin Fei Fei and the Li family's eldest son. That's what's called a blooming wedding. The bride price alone is 130 million. The chartered one mansion to hold this wedding just budget spending is said to be 100 million. There are all the big names of our Qingshan have a face to invite to the scene. The head of the city of who personally officiate. This is called the face. Big money, big style. One cannot be less. This is called the wedding of the world. Yi Tian Yuan. What will you take to give Jiang Yao a grand wedding? Li Yongzhen looked at Yi Tian Yuan sarcastically with a snicker on his face. Young people still need to be pragmatic. Liking to brag is not a good habit to change. This is also a strange phenomenon in the society nowadays. Right. The more incapable people are, the more they like to brag. And those who are truly powerful know how to be humble. Humph. Yi Tian Yuan sneered in his heart. Wasn't he humble and low-key enough? But what he got in return was cynicism. Fine. Then he would be a little high-profile. Yi Tian Yuan said to Li Yongmei, How can a wedding like this be called a grand wedding? It's just ordinary and sparse. Humph. Li Yongmei looked at Yi Tian Yuan with a sneer and asked a rhetorical question. Then tell me what kind of grand wedding you want to give Jiang Yao. Li Yongzhen also looked at Yi Tian Yuan with amusement. She also wanted to listen to see what kind of shocking words Yi Tian Yuan could say. Jiang Yao's hand under the table pulled Yi Tian Yuan, desperately winking at Yi Tian Yuan, telling him to stop talking. Although she didn't say that she didn't desire a grand wedding at all, but it was fine to live within her means. She didn't want Yi Tian Yuan to have a hard time. However, Yi Tian Yuan still looked at Li Yongmei with a serious and incomparable face, and opened his mouth to say yen, hundreds of billions of dollars for the hire. The state lord witnesses the marriage. Millions of generals of the Tian Yuan palace receive the marriage, and the country celebrates the wedding together. I don't know, will this be able to be called a grand wedding? Chapter 81, Sorry. I'm really the president. Hundreds of billions of dollars for the wedding. The lord of the kingdom witnessing the marriage. Millions of generals from the Tian Yuan palace receiving the bride. And the whole country celebrating together? This is more than a grand wedding. This can simply be called the first wedding in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Regarding Yi Tian Yuan's words of blowing the bull to the sky, the crowd scoffed. It was true that bragging was not taxable. Even Jiang Yao was embarrassed by the bragging. Her hand under the table pulled hard on Yi Tian Yuan, signaling him to stop talking. Hundreds of billions of dollars for a job? I'm afraid that even the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't dare to say such words so easily, right? The three big families of Qingshan, the Chen family, the Li family and the Chu family, although the family groups all claim to have a market capitalization of $100 billion, but if you are counting the real assets, it is just 1 or 2 billion. This is only assets. Cash is certainly far from out so much. Li family, this 130 million sky-high bride price, already is the Green Mountain unprecedented thing. Hundreds of billions. Only Yi Tian Yuan dares to blow so much. The lord of the country witnessed the marriage? That's even more bullshit. What kind of supreme existence is the lord of the Dragon Kingdom? Would he witness the marriage for an ordinary person? Not to mention ordinary people. Even the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have such a big face. Even if it was the Dragon Kingdom's Council of Elders and the commander of the War Department, I'm afraid that they wouldn't necessarily be able to ask the Dragon Kingdom's lord to come out to witness the marriage. 1 million generals from Tian Yuan Palace to receive the marriage? Dream on? For the ordinary people of the Dragon Kingdom, the Heavenly Abyss Palace is no different from a legend. I'm afraid that the difficulty of inviting 1 million generals from the Heavenly Abyss Palace is no easier than inviting the Lord of the Kingdom to witness the marriage. These 3 conditions, not to mention being able to fulfill all of them, Even if only one of them could be fulfilled, it would be enough to stir up the entire Dragon Kingdom. If all three conditions were met, that was simply unimaginable. Too fantastic. I'm afraid that even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to do so. Li Yongjin smiled without saying a word. This kind of bragging words she did not even bother to mock a bit. Li Yongmei grunted angrily with a black face. Don't 100 billion. I'll give you a discount. 2 million. As long as you can come up with a $2 million dowry within 3 months, I'll agree to your marriage with Jiang Yao. If you can't come up with it, then take the initiative to leave Jiang Yao and don't get entangled in the future. Yi Tianyuan. What do you think? Jiang Yao immediately said to Li Yongmei. Mom, this is between me and Yi Tianyuan. We'll take care of it. Don't push him. Without waiting for Jiang Yao to finish her sentence, Li Yongmei was so furious that she looked like she wanted to hit Jiang Yao. You damned girl. Without the consent of your father and I, you and Yi Tianyuan will never be able to get married. After so many years of being stupid, why are you still being stupid? Yi Tianyuan's resounding voice suddenly rang out. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I said. After 3 months, everything will naturally be revealed. Seeing that Yi Tianyuan was still unrepentant, Li Yongmei blanked Yi Tianyuan with a look of dislike to despair. Jiang Zhanghai shook his head inside in a ghostly manner. This kind of person was hopeless. Even Bai Fei was somewhat unable to hold back as he said to Yi Tianyuan, brother-in-law, although I definitely support you and my sister 100%, but the bull you just had, wasn't it also more or less blown a little too big? Men, all understand can understand. I usually also quite like to brag. Yi Tianyuan was also too lazy to say anything more. It was normal that everyone didn't believe him when he bragged. This kind of words, I'm afraid that people with a little bit of normal brain will not believe. It didn't matter. Time would prove everything. After the atmosphere was awkward for a while, Li Yongjin suddenly found a new topic to break the silence. Li Yongjin pretended to have a concerned look on her face and asked Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, all these years you left the support of the Jiang family and brought your daughter to work outside alone must be very hard, right? There's a lot of pressure on employment now. The competition for jobs is fierce, and it's hard to find a good job. Relying on that monthly salary of a few $1,000s, how do you think you can live these days? Saying that, Li Yongjin looked at Jiang Zhanghai and Li Yongmei and said, elder sister and elder brother-in-law. I say that after all, you only have Jiang Yao as a daughter, so don't keep on being so stiff. Find a chance to talk to elder Jiang and let Jiang Yao go back. Jiang Zhanghai and Li Yongmei both had a few difficult looks on their faces at once. This matter was clearly not something as easy as talking about it. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also looked towards her parents with slight anticipation. If her parents were willing to let her go back, then she was still very happy. But obviously, the situation still made Jiang Yao a little disappointed. Jiang Yao secretly gave a bitter smile and shook her head. No need. I'm quite good now. I have a house to live in with Yi Tianyuan. My career has also seen some ups and downs. I've just been promoted as the president of the company, and my annual salary is at least 2 million, right? Caravan and work. Now we all have it. I believe our days will get better and better. Hearing this, there wasn't a hint of happiness or surprise on everyone's faces. Instead, they all looked at Jiang Yao with displeased faces. Obviously, everyone didn't believe Jiang Yao's words. Li Yongjin looked at Jiang Yao with a serious face and lectured, Jiang Yao, why are you following Yi Tianyuan's example? He's only been back for a few days, and you've started to learn how to lie and cheat like her? And you don't blush, you don't jump, you don't gasp, you say it so naturally. The habit of bragging is not good. It's a matter of character. Luckily there are no outsiders around. Otherwise Hearing her sister-in-law say that, Jiang Yao was a bit anxious. What I said is true. But without waiting for Jiang Yao to finish her sentence, Li Yongmei also said to Jiang Yao with a serious and unhappy face, okay Jiang Yao, you stop when you can. Jiang Yao was speechless. How come she didn't believe in the truth? If other people didn't believe it, Jiang Yao didn't care. She didn't care. She didn't care what others thought, but even her closest relatives didn't believe her at all. Could it be that in her family's eyes, Jiang Yao was so unworthy? And just at this time, a voice suddenly rang out. Yo President Jiang, it's really you. Haha, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. You guys are relatives of the woman's family, right? The speaker was a middle-aged man in a suit, who was greeting Jiang Yao with a friendly face. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Yao hadn't stood up yet, but Jiang Zhanghai stood up with a rub. With a complimentary face, he greeted the middle-aged man in suit with a smile. Mr. Jiang, how are you? It was only at this time that Jiang Yao reacted, and hurriedly got up and said to the visitor, good day, Mr. Jiang, I'm the female's cousin. The middle-aged man just casually glanced at Jiang Zhanghai, not familiar, so he didn't pay any attention. Instead, he smiled in a friendly manner and said to Jiang Yao, President Jiang, then you guys sit down first. I'll come over later to toast you, President Jiang, and make a dinner date sometime another day. What do you think? Jiang Yao was a bit flattered by Mr. Jiang's words. She froze for a moment before reacting immediately, nodding her head and saying, yes, then I'll contact you Mr. Jiang later. Mr. Jiang nodded to Jiang Yao and left. After sending away General Manager Jiang, the table was quiet. Everyone looked at Jiang Yao with strange eyes. The person just now was the head of the Jiang family, a second-rate family in Qingshan, in charge of a $10 billion group, and was definitely considered a big shot in Qingshan. How could he be so polite to Jiang Yao? Not knowing how long had passed, Bai Fei suddenly asked Jiang Yao, cousin, are you really the president of the company? Jiang Yao looked at Bai Fei before nodding her head. Yes, I've just been appointed as the president of Lanhai Trading Company Limited. Hearing that Jiang Yao was really the president of the company, Li Yongzhen's face instantly became embarrassed and hard to see, being slapped in the face. Although Lanhai Trading Company, Ltd., wasn't a big company in Castle Peak, its annual output value was a few $100 million. When the president of the company, that is still very successful, Li Yongmei was all of a sudden happy and smiling a little bit. Her face also showed a little bit of complacency to Li Yongzhen. Yongzhen, I told you that my family Jiang Yao from childhood to adulthood never lied. She said it was the president that is the president. Although my family Jiang Yao's life is not as good as Yin Fei Fei's, her ability is still much better than Yin Fei Fei's. It's only been a few years since she became the president of a large company. There aren't many women in the whole of Castle Peak who can compare to this ability, right? Looking at Li Yongmei's triumphant vigor, Li Yongzhen could only be broken-hearted. Jiang Yao laughed bitterly and helplessly. It really should be that saying. When you fail, even your breathing is wrong. When you succeed, everything you do is right. And at this moment, another voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 82, 3 months later. I'll give you a wedding of the century. Mr. Jiang, you're here too. Nice to meet you. I didn't have time to have a drink with you last night Mr. Jiang, you left early. When are you free to make a date? The one who spoke was a rich man. He was Lu Dafu, the boss of Dafu Group. Although it was said that Lu Dafu was not a local gentry of Castle Peak, he was not a small person. He was a board member of the Castle Peak branch of the Jiang County Chamber of Commerce. The Jiang County Chamber of Commerce was the #1 chamber of commerce that ruled the entire Jiang County business community. Although the Castle Peak branch is only a branch, it is a bridge, a link. Lu Dafu himself was a Jiangning native, and he could also speak up at the Jiang County Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Therefore, Lu Dafu can also be the object that the people in the Qingshan business community are competing to flatter. Lu Dafu left after exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Yao, but as soon as he left, there were some big shots coming over to greet Jiang Yao one by one as if they had an appointment. All of them were very enthusiastic, and even had a bit of ingratiating flavor. For a while, Jiang Yao became the meat and potatoes of the banquet hall. At last night's banquet, Jiang Yao had met quite a few big shots. Today, those big shots basically came over to attend the wedding, and one by one, they all came over to greet Jiang Yao warmly. This made Jiang Yao somewhat puzzled and flattered. She also felt that this matter was very strange. She wasn't a white boy in the workplace. The shopping mall was like a battlefield. Those big shots who were able to crawl through the complexity of the mall. Which one was not a human savant? It was said that businessmen were not interested in profit, and would not do anything that was not profitable. Jiang Yao didn't think that she was sitting at the corner table in the second row of the conference hall, and those big shots just happened to pass by and saw her, and only said hello to her politely. Obviously, those people had all deliberately run over to greet her. And all of them were very sincere in wanting to make a date with her. Business. It took a game to talk it down. Although this was a heavenly good thing, Jiang Yao was still a bit terrified in her heart. The others at the table were all stunned, staring at Jiang Yao with dumbfounded astonishment. Only the corner of Yi Tianyuan's mouth rose slightly. Yi Tianyuan knew that this was definitely Black Emperor's handiwork, including Lu Jinlong's appearance just now. It was also definitely Black Emperor's secret arrangement. An appearance that was just right was still quite good. In this regard, the Black Emperor was still quite good at his job. After 1 to 20 big shots had come over to greet Jiang Yao warmly about the game just now, the eyes of the crowd towards Jiang Yao had obviously changed completely, and their attitudes had instantly undergone a 180-degree transformation. Li Yongmei was so happy and proud that she pulled Jiang Yao and said, "Good daughter, you've made a fortune now, becoming the president of the company, and knowing so many big shots in Castle Peak. If your grandfather knew that, he would definitely be very happy, and would definitely praise you and let you go back to the Jiang family right away." For the matter of returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Yao didn't know how many times she had thought about it in these 5 years. Every time she thought about it, it was a handful of bitter tears. Jiang Yao had indeed longed for it countless times. Even when her sister-in-law said it just now, she still longed for it. But if Grandpa only saw her current utilization value and let her return to the Jiang family, that was not what Jiang Yao wanted. Therefore, Jiang Yao shook her head at Li Yongmei and said, "Mom, no need. No matter if I go back to the Jiang family or not. My family name is Jia Jiang, and I'm both your and Dad's daughter. As for other people, whether they recognize me or not, I don't care anymore. All I want now is for Yi Tianyuan to live his life peacefully." Li Yongmei immediately pulled Jiang Yao with a bitter face and said, "You dead girl. Why are you so confused when you don't move? You are now the president of a big company, so smart and excellent and capable, although slightly older a little bit, but you were born with good skin still looks like a young girl in her early 20s. Face value overrides everything. With your current condition, it's perfectly fine." Without waiting for Li Yongmei to say the words behind, Jiang Yao hurriedly stopped her words. "Mom, stop saying that. I'll leave if you say it again." If just now, Jiang Yao dared to speak like this, I'm afraid that Li Yongmei would directly throw her face to scold. But now, Li Yongmei is with a pleasing look on her face to Jiang Yao. Okay, then Mom won't say anything. Next time I'm free to talk to you about this. Jiang Yao. Bai Fei was still pleasing Yi Tianyuan there with a face of currying favor. He didn't care about that much, he only knew that Yi Tianyuan knew Master Long. Then he was going to hug Yi Tianyuan's thick leg. In the loud shouts of the host, the grand wedding between Jiang Yao's cousin, Yan Fei Fei, and Li Yunping, the Li family's eldest son, finally began. Yan Fei Fei became the most dazzling protagonist of the day, becoming the object of mad envy for all the girls at the scene. What woman wouldn't like such a grand wedding? What woman wouldn't like it? Wouldn't want it? Jiang Yao was also mesmerized as she watched. A trace of an expression that couldn't be told flowed on her face. Yi Tianyuan suddenly gently grabbed Jiang Yao's hand. Jiang Yao subconsciously withdrew her gaze to look at Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan softly but firmly said to Jiang Yao, 3 months later, I will definitely give you a century wedding. What I said just now is serious. The reason why he said 3 months was because Yi Tianyuan had promised Jiang Yao before that he would tell her all his secrets after 3 months. Secondly, it was because Yi Tianyuan had to calm down the current chaos in the world within 3 months. Without calming everything down, how could Yi Tianyuan feel at ease to organize a wedding with Jiang Yao? Now the situation outside the country is very bad and turbulent. The countries have already gathered 5 million allied army array border. At any time may be able to. The countries have gathered 5 million allied troops at the borders and may launch an attack on the Dragon Kingdom at any time. Thirdly, Yi Tianyuan also wants to use 3 months' time to let Jiang Yao understand him slowly, accept him completely, and marry each other because of true love. Hearing Yi Tianyuan blowing this bull again and looking serious, Jiang Yao was also made a bit angry. Jiang Yao said to Yi Tianyuan with a serious face, Okay Yi Tianyuan, don't tell me this again in the future. Even if you can't take out a single penny of dowry, I will still marry you. I Jiang Yao only have one man like you in my life, and I only recognize one man like you. Otherwise I wouldn't have waited for you for 8 years. I don't need any grand wedding, nor do I need you to give me much scenery. I just want you to be able to live your life with me in a down-to-earth manner. Even if it's ordinary and plain, I'm willing. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao with a guilty face. He didn't know what to say. Indeed, Jiang Yao would definitely not believe him if he said those words now. Yi Tianyuan was also able to understand it, right? Therefore, Yi Tianyuan had a slight impulse inside him at the moment, itching to tell Jiang Yao everything right now. To tell Jiang Yao everything. However, reason still made Yi Tianyuan calm down. If he really wanted to tell Jiang Yao everything at once, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to accept it. Forget it, take your time. 3 months' time. I believe it can solve everything. Alright Jiang Yao, don't be angry. I won't say anything in the future. Yi Tianyuan said to Jiang Yao with an apologetic face. Jiang Yao shook her head and said, It's alright. She actually knew that Yi Tianyuan said this to please her. He didn't want her to look bad in front of her relatives, right? But this was, after all, not really. In the midst of a chorus of cheers and envy, this grand wedding was finally the end, and the host announced the opening of the table. The waiters had also already placed a table of sumptuous and incomparable banquet on the table, with all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Soon, the bride and groom's families came over to toast. This side is the grandmother's family table, is also the main guest today, so the toast is also more grand. The Yen family and the Chen family all came over. Even the Chen family's old man came over. One is toasting, the other is to recognize relatives. Li Yongmei and the rest of them all gave Yan Fei Fei a wedding gift, a blessing of sorts. Yi Tianyuan handed the prepared gift box to Jiang Yao, who immediately handed it over to Yan Fei Fei. Fei Fei, I wish you a happy wedding. I came in a bit of a hurry today, so I didn't have the time to pick out a gift for you. so I had Yi Tianyuan go and buy one for me. I hope you don't mind. The gift is light, but our newlywed wishes for you are heavy. Yan Feifei looked at the small gift box handed over by Jiang Yao with disgust. Out of politeness she still casually took it, but didn't even bother to open it and look at it. The corners of Li Yunping, the Li family's major beside Yan Feifei's side, rose up as his gaze looked towards Yi Tianyuan. Chapter 83, Sky-High Gifts. Miserable mockery. Li Yunping smiled and said, "You are Fifi's cousin, that cheap man, right? Nice to meet you. It's really better to hear than to see now. Oh, do you know that Castle Peak, but there are a lot of people who are envious and jealous of you? Everyone calls you the lucky son. I admire you. You say what you want nothing, but was able to capture the hearts of the four beauties of Castle Peak. This is even the Li family's eldest young man did not chase the goddess. What means did you use? Turn around and teach me too." Li Yunping's playful and flirtatious words were clearly a sneer at Yi Tianyuan. When these words came out, they also instantly caused a chorus of laughter. And there were even some people who followed suit, all scrambling to flirt with Yi Tianyuan. Many people looked at Yi Tianyuan with contemptuous gazes. Jiang Yao's face sank slightly, very unhappy. But in this kind of occasion, she couldn't say anything. Jiang Yao secretly pulled down Yi Tianyuan's hand, signaling him not to be angry. After Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao, he smiled blandly and didn't bother to pay attention to anything. Just a clown who doesn't know how to die. Yan Feifei didn't give Yi Tianyuan the slightest bit of face. After looking at Yi Tianyuan with contempt and disdain, she bluntly said to Jiang Yao, "Cousin, you say you are in such good condition. It would have been easy to marry into a rich family. Why do you think you have to bury your own happiness in a pile of cow dung? Why don't you turn around and I'll let Yunping introduce you to a first-class family's son. Marry into a rich family like me. Enjoy endless glory and wealth. Show off in front of people it doesn't smell good?" Jiang Yao couldn't hold back any longer and said in a deep voice, "Yan Feifei, this is my own matter, so I don't need you guys to worry more about it." Li Yongmei immediately pulled Jiang Yao and desperately winked at Jiang Yao, signaling her to shut up. Jiang Yao's second aunt Li Yongtao glared at Jiang Yao unhappily. Seeing that Jiang Yao didn't appreciate it, Yan Feifei also felt a bit bored all of a sudden. Yi Tianyuan did not return the favor either, and did not even glance at Li Yunping. This also prevented Li Yunping from continuing to strike. Hitting someone in the face was like this. If you hit someone and the other party didn't say a word, didn't even let out a fart, then instead of having that thrill of hitting someone in the face, it felt like a bad punch in the face. It feels like a punch in the air, not a little feedback. The sense of feedback was important. It was an important factor in making people feel good and have a sense of pleasure. Li Yunping took the gift box in Yan Feifei's handover. He wanted to open it to see what gifts this poor loser could give. He wanted to find a point to continue humiliating Yi Tianyuan. Naturally, there was no one who was looking forward to the gift from Yi Tianyuan's duo. Instead, they were all somewhat watching the fun, all wanting to see how shabby it was. Opening the gift box, inside was a piece of paper. Seeing that inside the gift box was actually a piece of paper, this made the crowd, who originally did not have any expectations, suddenly, immediately burst out laughing. All sorts of mocking voices rose and fell. "Haha, this is to laugh me to death. To participate in the wedding banquet to accompany a note? Obviously can be cheeky to rub a banquet. But you with a piece of paper? This white whoring tactics I kind of learned. No wonder people are the lucky son. People can pick up our four beauties in Castle Peak. Just ask you to convince? Buddy, can't we be a little outstanding? People poor will not be poor. You even with 100 is money. With a piece of white paper is more or less some ungodly, right?" Jiang Yao's willow eyebrows were also deeply wrinkled, and she looked at Yi Tianyuan in doubt. Li Yongmei and the rest of them glared at Yi Tianyuan in disgust. It was simply a disgrace. If you can't afford to send it, don't send it. Yi Tianyuan also did not really know what gift the Black Emperor had prepared for him, but what was certain was that the gift was bound to be not expensive, and it could never be a blank sheet of paper. Li Yunping apparently also intentionally waited for everyone to mock Yi Tianyuan before slowly opening his mouth. "Yo, it's a check. I thought it was an IOU. Thinking about the online segment, today it's going to fall on me. Check? What era is this? Even people still use checks?" A discordant voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. "The meaning of a blank check?" These words instantly drew another burst of laughter. Yan Feifei immediately glared at Yi Tianyuan with a displeased face. "What do you mean? Today is the wedding day of Yunping and I. Are you sending us a blank check? Are you trying to curse us?" At this time, Li Yunping smiled and said, "Fifi, this is not a blank check yet. No, look, it has 7 sixes written on it. More than 6 million na. TSK. Your cousin and cousin's husband are really not generally generous." In Li Yunping's words, it was obvious that the flavor of sarcasm was immediately present. Yan Feifei immediately echoed, "Oh, that's not generous. Anyway, is a blank check. and there is no way to cash. It may be that the idea limits his pattern. All dare to open a blank check. Why not directly write 600 million? Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter erupted from all around. Some people even laughed until their stomachs hurt. Li Yongmei angrily and fiercely gouged out Yi Tianyuan. As much as you can. You're embarrassing yourself here. And I don't know what you're running over here for. Jiang Yao bit her lips hard, her eyes somewhat complicated as she looked at Yi Tianyuan. She had thought that things were not what everyone said, but after hearing the figure of over $6 million quoted by Li Yunping, Jiang Yao also instantly cried and laughed a little. If it was more than 6,000 or 60,000, then it could be true, but over 6 million, that obviously couldn't be true. She also didn't expect that asking Yi Tianyuan to prepare a gift would be so. This made Jiang Yao's heart also a bit angry. Angry. Yi Tianyuan sat there with a calm face, not saying a word, looking at Li Yunping with a smile or not. Yan Feifei snorted and took the check from Li Yunping's hand, then returned it to Yi Tianyuan. This blank check, you'd better keep it for yourself. It's okay to use it to favor my cousin. Money, this thing we do not lack. No money to buy a gift that send a blessing can be. Li Yunping also smiled and said, oh, alright. No gift can also eat and drink well. Do not have any psychological burden. The more this is said, but the more the mockery is very thick. A normal person. I'm afraid that there is no face to continue to eat this banquet. Eating a banquet without giving a gift. That in itself was a thing that made people very shameful. Raising the check in his hand, Yi Tianyuan looked at Yan Feifei and Li Yunping with a smile on his face and said, are you sure you don't want this gift? Yan Feifei smiled even more despicable, mocking said, so expensive gift we cannot afford. You receive good chant. Jiang Yao is also really embarrassed. Red-faced stood up with an apologetic face to Yan Feifei and Li Yunping said, I'm sorry, the gift thing is my responsibility. Before Jiang Yao could finish her sentence, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Can you show me this check? Hearing this voice, everyone looked over. When they saw the person who spoke clearly, they immediately stood in awe. The two of them, Yan Feifei and Li Yunping, also made some way out with respectful faces. The person who came was no one else but the Black Emperor Group's president, Knight Rao. As the number 2 person of the Black Emperor Group in Castle Peak, it was the object that all the big shots in Castle Peak were clamoring for. It's the head of whose city, the Dragon Master, and the head of Li Chu's 2 families who all have to treat each other politely. Once President Knight Rao came, who would dare to be disrespectful? Yan Feifei immediately said to Knight Rao, President Knight, this is a fake check. You don't need to see it, right? Knight Rao immediately glanced at Yan Feifei and said in a cold voice, you're teaching me to do something? The powerful aura immediately pressured Yan Feifei speechless. Yan Feifei was so frightened that she hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands in fear, desperately explaining and apologizing. No. How dare I teach you to do things? President Knight, Not waiting for Yan Feifei to finish her sentence, Knight Rao coldly drank. If not, shut up. President Knight Rao was angry. Who dared to squeak? The large banquet hall was silent. All the people from the Yan and Li families didn't dare to take a breath. They even rebuked Yan Feifei with stern eyes, telling her to shut up quickly. Angering President Knight Rao was not something that the Yan and Li families could afford to do. President Knight Rao's aura was simply too large, and the originally lively atmosphere instantly became somewhat oppressive. After scolding Yan Feifei, President Knight Yao changed her look and looked at Yi Tianyuan with a few smiles on her face. Chapter 84, Dragon Kingdom Supreme Black Card. May I have a look? President Knight Rao asked again. Yi Tianyuan naturally knew that Knight Enchantress was doing this on purpose. The corner of Yi Tianyuan's mouth crossed a cold smile that was not traceable. Since Yan Feifei and Li Yunping gave their faces, then he didn't mind slapping their faces. Yi Tianyuan casually handed the check to Knight Rao. After Knight Rao looked at it, she spoke out. This check is real. Knight Yaoyao's voice wasn't loud, but because the whole place was just a little too quiet, so it made Knight Rao's voice clear and incomparable into everyone's ears. When these words came out, it was like a thunderous explosion. Everyone was so shocked that they looked at each other for a while, their expressions incomparably wonderful. Especially those who had just spoken out and ridiculed Yi Tianyuan were even more dumbfounded and had a dumbfounded look on their faces. The check was actually real? This plot was also too dog-blooded, right? Novels didn't even dare to write like this, right? This face hit. Simply snapped. How is this possible? He doesn't look like a rich man, does he? A gift of more than $6 million? What kind of person would have to be so generous? Li Yongmei stared at Yi Tianyuan with wide eyes and an exaggerated expression, momentarily in disbelief. Jiang Yao's expression was stunned, but she also looked at President Knight Rao with some suspicion. Although Yi Tianyuan had told her that he had gotten a retirement payment, she felt that it shouldn't be much. It should be a few $100,000 to hold up, even if it was a lot. then it wouldn't be so loser as to take out more than $6 million to accompany the gift, would it? If you don't have a few $100 million on you, you shouldn't be able to do such a thing. At this moment, Jiang Yao's heart even came up with an extremely bold idea. Could it be that President Night Rao intentionally stood out to help her, diffusing the embarrassing situation for her? Yan Fei really couldn't help but open her mouth again. President Night, would you be mistaken? My cousin and he are living in straitened circumstances. It's impossible to take out more than $6 million. How could they send such a heavy gift? The check might be real, but would it be impossible to cash it at all? Yes. Yan Fei's words also instantly reminded everyone. The check was real, but it wouldn't necessarily be able to be cashed, right? It was also possible that he, Yi Tianyuan, was taking advantage of this? Right. That must be it. Everyone rediscovered the point to question Yi Tianyuan again. Li Shangping also issued a question. Yes, President Knight, it's not that we doubt what you said, but 6 million plus is indeed not a small amount. It's more than all the accompanying gifts I received today, even though I said that they are my wife's cousin and cousin's husband. But this handout is a bit too luxurious. Looking at the entire history of Green Mountain in recent decades, there has never been anyone who has accompanied such a heavy gift, right? Even if it's a good relationship, to be able to follow $1 million, that would already be giving a great face. I don't think that the two of them have this kind of financial power. The crowd also agreed with Li Shingping's words. What kind of joke is this? To eat wine and give gifts with more than $6 million? This must be a stupid thing that a person with a large amount of money and a large amount of gambling can do? Even those who have assets of over $100 million, I am afraid that they may not be able to take out so much cash. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out and said with a few smiles on his face, "This is very simple. Just let me take a look and see. I think I should have the qualification to do a verification, right?" Seeing the rich middle-aged man who walked out, everyone nodded their heads. Li Yunping immediately said to the other party with a few compliments, "Of course you are qualified. Governor Yu, you are the most qualified here. You are the president of the Green Mountain branch of the Longhua Bank. This check also happens to be from your Longhua Bank. Whether this check can be cashed or not, then naturally you Governor Yu have the most say." Night Rao also casually handed that check to Governor Yu, who took the check and carefully examined it, and then seriously nodded. "This check is real, and there is indeed no problem with it. It can be cashed." "What? Can be cashed?" The moment these words came out, it immediately set off a furor. The banquet hall immediately erupted into a clamor, as if a tsunami was coming. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyuan with unbelievable expressions. This ordinary-looking man was so trenchant? Is it really true that you can't tell the difference between a person and a person? But wasn't it said that this lucky son was just an ordinary person who stepped on shit luck? He's got more than $6 million in his pocket. How is he ordinary? This is the hidden big brother absolutely dressed up as a pig to eat a tiger's existence. Jiang Yao also looked at Yi Tianyuan with a shocked face. She was just guessing that President Night Rao was deliberately helping her out, but she didn't expect that it was true. Surprisingly, it's true. Li Yongmei's and their expressions were unusually wonderful for a while. They had never thought that the check was real. Yan Fei and Li Yunping, two people, but also like a lightning strike in general, a face of dumbfounded frozen on the spot, such as into the petrified general. The check is real? This sentence, as if the sound of thunder in the two people's head lingering, looking around at the various wonderful exaggerated expressions of the crowd, Yi Tianyuan coldly sneered in his heart. Just now, how much these people had taunted, and now how badly they had been slapped in the face. A bunch of heartless villains. Can't you let me, Yi Tianyuan, keep a good low profile and be a quiet beautiful man? I don't know how long it took, but Yan Fei suddenly let out a questioning voice. Governor Yu, you only looked at it for a few moments, so how can you be sure that this check will definitely be able to cash it? Cash it? The check is true, we do not doubt, but the question of whether or not it can be cashed, but also depends on the checker's bank account. Inside there is not enough money, right? TV can also be so acted. Some of the checks issued, a moment in the bank cannot withdraw money. In the face of such skepticism, Governor Yu immediately shook his head and said with a straight face, "Miss Yen, I think you should have some kind of misunderstanding. The kind of situation you are talking about is all old-fashioned past tense. There was indeed such a situation 20 years ago, but now, there is no longer such a situation. After all, nowadays, there is basically no one who uses checks anymore. So our Dragon Country Bank's issuance of checks is now extremely harsh. Only our Dragon Kingdom Bank's Platinum VIP card users are qualified to take checks. Different VIP levels correspond to different checks, and there is a limit to the amount that can be written on top of different checks, and there is also a limit to the number of sheets that can be released each time. In this way, It can be absolutely guaranteed that every check can be cashed 100%. So, there's no need to doubt at all. As long as it's a check from our Dragon Country Bank, then there's no need to verify anything anymore. We'll definitely cash it for you when it arrives at our bank. The moment these words came out, Yan Feifei's face immediately darkened. Li Shangping also felt his face being slapped by an invisible slap that caused a fiery pain. He had never been slapped in the face like this before. This check was actually able to be cashed. Although it was said that more than 6 million was not a large sum of money for him, the problem was that he had foolishly questioned the check just now. It was simply a disgrace to his grandmother's house. After a pause, Governor Yu continued. Let's say for example, our Platinum VIP card of the Longhua Bank. Each time you can receive 10 checks from our Longhua Bank, and each check can have up to 7 digits written above it, which is a difference of 10 million. As long as the money written above the check, that can be cashed. And a Platinum VIP card is the minimum requirement for our Dragon Bank to take a check. That is to say, as long as it's a check from our Dragon Country Bank, that lowest grade, it can be written for nearly $10 million. After saying this, Governor Yu couldn't help but secretly measure Yi Tianyuan, because this check could be written up to 11 digits. That is 100 billion. This was a privilege that only the Dragon Kingdom Supreme Black Card, the highest grade of the Dragon Kingdom Bank, possessed. There were no more than 10 Dragon Kingdom Supreme Black Cards in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, this young man in front of him had a line in his hand? Then what kind of god was this young man? Those who were able to possess the Dragon Country Supreme Black Card were definitely supreme existences that stood at the top of the Dragon Country. While the crowd was in a state of shock, a hand suddenly and violently reached over to the check in Governor Yu's hand. Chapter 85 Stop. Did I tell you to leave? Obviously, was trying to grab that check. And the person who made the move was no other than Yan Feifei. After getting Governor Yu's confirmation that it could be cashed, Yan Feifei's eyes instantly lit up. More than $6 million. For her is also a huge sum of money, so she didn't care about her image at this moment, and directly grabbed it. However, it was a pity that her plan was skewed. Just when her hand was about to touch the check was taken away by another hand. The person who took the check was not someone else. It was Wang Chuan. At this time the eyes of the crowd were moved by the check. After all, such a large amount of checks everyone can be the first time to see. Yan Feifei immediately changed her face, smilingly looked at Yi Tianyuan, reached out and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you for the big red packet." Looking at this cheeky appearance of Yan Feifei, Yi Tianyuan sneered and said, "Just now you are not this attitude. Blank check, what good to want?" Yan Feifei immediately apologized. Brother-in-law, just now is my wrong, well, is my pattern small wrong misunderstanding brother-in-law? I to brother-in-law and cousin you make amends to apologize. Brother-in-law, seeing as today is my wedding day, don't be angry. Later on, Yunping and I will honor you and cousin and thank you for the big red packet. For the sake of money, Yan Feifei was not even willing to lose her face. But then again, if she still wanted to have a face at this time, it would be disrespectful to the 7-6. Yi Tianyuan glanced at Li Yunping, who had a somewhat ugly face. Yan Feifei wasn't stupid. Naturally she immediately understood Yi Tianyuan's meaning. For the sake of more than 6 million, where did Yan Feifei still care so much? Immediately pulled down Li Yunping, signaling him to quickly give in to Yi Tianyuan. Li Yunping slightly hesitated. For the sake of the money, he still forced a few moments of cheer and said to Yi Tianyuan, "Cousin husband, what happened just now was our fault. You'll just be generous enough not to see eye to eye with us. Later, I'll punish myself with a cup and make amends to you guys." Cousin-in-law. Looking at the ugly faces of these two, Yi Tianyuan but sneered. It seems that money really has a big enough face. You guys want it right? Fine, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, Yan Feifei and Li Yunping's hearts were instantly ecstatic. So much money could buy a luxury supercar. Many of the guests around them also showed envy, receiving such a large red packet. Thinking about it was too good to be true. But, obviously, Yan Feifei and Li Yunping were too happy too early. Just as Yan Feifei reached out to pick up the check in Yi Tianyuan's hand, Yi Tianyuan suddenly tore the check to shreds and then casually scattered it to Yan Feifei. A cold voice then issued out from Yi Tianyuan's mouth. "But sorry, my belly has always been small. Since this check you guys say is a blank check, don't give it back to me, then tear it up." This scene immediately stunned the crowd. A check of more than $6,600,000 unexpectedly just like this, torn, this forced to pretend, also too damn big, right? Seeing the pieces of the check that fell to the ground, Yan Feifei immediately felt as if her heart was twisted, pounding her chest. "My check, my 6,600,000 Li Yunping's face instantly darkened, angrily glaring at Yi Tianyuan, gritting his teeth. "You dare to trick us? Play, you guys? After Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at Li Yunping and Yan Feifei, he shook his head and said, "Not really. Thinking too much. You guys are actually not worthy yet." Not yet worthy? The moment these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. This tone of voice was also too wild, right? This was simply a blatant humiliation of Li Yunping, right? Wasn't that tantamount to offending the majesty of the Li family? As expected, the faces of the Li family's people also instantly sank, looking at Yi Tianyuan with a few shades of anger. Li Yunping was instantly annoyed beyond measure as he coldly said to Yi Tianyuan, "Are you looking for death? Don't think that you are cousin Fei Fei's wild man. I wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Dare to mess with me, not to mention you. Even her Jiang Yao I will get dead in minutes." Li Yunping's harsh words immediately startled Jiang Zhenghai and Mr. and Mrs. Li Yongmei. Both of them glared angrily and fiercely at Yi Tianyuan with reproachful gazes, and were about to open their mouths to rebuke them. But before the two of them could open their mouths, a clear and incomparable slapping sound resounded through the entire banquet. Instantly, the large banquet hall was silenced. A gaze of astonishment looked towards Yi Tianyuan. Crazy, right? How did he dare to be so bold? How dare he slap the Li family's eldest son in public? Today, the Li family's eldest son is the main character, and the groom was slapped on the face during the wedding. What kind of shame is this? As one of the three great families, the Li family also felt disgraced. Jiang Yao was so scared that she looked terrified and grabbed Yi Tianyuan with both hands, without waiting for the crowd to react. Yi Tianyuan's voice sounded as cold as a killing god. "This is the first time and the last time. It's fine to mess with me. Dare to mess with my woman for a bit and I'll get you killed. Remembering that you guys are Jiang Yao's relatives, I'll only give you a small lesson today. Hopefully there won't be a next time. Since we didn't follow the molecule money, we won't eat this banquet." After saying that, Yi Tianyuan pulled Jiang Yao, who was still in a daze, and left straight away. "Stop, did I tell you to leave?" Just as Yi Tianyuan was about to walk out of the door, Li Yunping snapped out of his senses and let out a hysterical roar of anger. The voice contained monstrous rage and thick killing intent. Hatred had already reached the point of being extremely morose and thick. Li Yunping's expression was hideous, as if he wanted to eat people. Yi Tianyuan, who was about to walk out of the banquet hall, stopped in his steps. His face turned cold, and a cold and ghostly murderous aura erupted from his eyes. Looking for death. Just as Yi Tianyuan was about to turn around and become angry, the Li family master suddenly spoke sternly in a serious voice and drank to Li Yunping. "Alright Yunping, today is your big day. The guests are all still waiting for you and Fei Fei, the couple, to toast. Don't cause trouble for me to make it too embarrassing. The two of them, let them be." Although Li Yunping was angrily upset in his heart, he still didn't dare to disobey his grandfather's words. Li Yunping's face was grudging, his gaze was deep as he looked hard at Yi Tianyuan. His heart viciously had a plan to retaliate. Wait until the wedding is over." Seeing Li Yunping stop, Yi Tianyuan gave a cold snort in his heart before pulling Jiang Yao to continue leaving. After sending away Yi Tianyuan, the Li family had apologized to everyone with an apologetic face. Yan Feifei's mouth was still broken there, heartbroken over the $6 million. Just as Li Yunping was about to continue his toast, President Knight Rao suddenly got up and indifferently said to the Li family head, "Li family head, is this your Li family's way of treating guests? I've seen it today. I'm not in the mood to eat any more of this banquet, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, President Knight Enchantress left in large strides. Hearing this, the Li family's master was instantly frightened, and hurriedly chased after President Knight Yao to apologize. The Li family's crowd was even more confused. How did they offend this great bodhisattva? Is President Knight Rao blaming the Li family for slowing down Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao? This is too strange, isn't it? Why would CEO Knight Rao stand up for Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao? Is it possible that these two are not on normal terms with President Knight Rao? But that's impossible, isn't it? President Knight Rao is the president of the Black Emperor Group, a towering figure. How could Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao be able to befriend those two little people? Before Family Master Li could catch up with President Knight Enchanting, another voice immediately sounded out. "Family Master Li, I still have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." This time, the person speaking was Master Long. First it was President Knight Rao, and now it was Master Long, and Family Master Li's face immediately became extremely ugly. But that wasn't the end of it. Immediately after that, the two of them, City Head Hu and Head Ma, both said that they had to leave beforehand as well. With the four big names all leaving, some of the non-Castle Peak family's big names, such as Lu Dafu, such as Governor Yu and the others, all found an excuse to leave as well. Soon, there were more than 20 heavyweight guests who left the banquet. Most notably, the three heaviest weights, City Head Hu, Master Long and President Knight Rao, led the way in leaving the venue. This made the Li family head really want to cry. It was very inexplicable. How did his Li family provoke these big shots? Couldn't all these big shots have left the stage because of that pair of young people leaving the stage just now? This is definitely a great shame for his Li family, and will definitely make his Li family become a big joke in Qingshan. Thinking about this, the anger in the Li family's chest could not be vented. Splat! The Li family master suddenly slapped Li Yunping's face, which allowed him to vent his anger. Li Yunping, who had once again received a slap, looked at the Li family master with an aggrieved face, but did not dare to say anything. All of this, it was all his fault. Yi Tian Yuan. Chapter 86. Master Long invites you to dinner. Miss Jiang, Mr. Yi Dash. Yi Tian Yuan and Jiang Yao had just taken a few steps out of the banquet hall when a voice called out to them. It was Night Rao who chased after them at a brisk pace. Jiang Yao hadn't fully recovered from what had just happened. The impact on her was indeed too great. In her heart, she was also worried about Yi Tian Yuan. Zhang Xiaochang's matter had just been resolved, but now, he had offended the Li family. I'm afraid the Li family won't stop. What can we do now? It really made Jiang Yao want to cry. Night Yao once again said, Miss Jiang, Mr. Yi, I wonder if you have the time to have a meal together. Hearing the president of the Night Yao this, Jiang Yao suddenly violently froze, staring blankly at the Night Yao. For a moment thought that he had heard wrong. After freezing for a long time, Jiang Yao reacted fiercely, and hurriedly said, I'm free. It's our honor to dine with President Knight. Others want to ask about it. It should be President Knight that you reward our face. Just, President Knight, don't you want to attend the banquet? Night Rao was faintly smiled and said, it's better not to eat such a banquet. It affects the mood. These words made Jiang Yao even more puzzled. She and Yi Tianyuan had just come out from the banquet hall, and President Knight followed her out? Since a big shot like her had come to the banquet, how could she leave the banquet early without giving face? Then this was a severe slap in the face of the Li family. Although it is true that President Knight's identity does not need to look at the face of the Li family, but it is also more or less a bit of that, right? Before Jiang Yao could think too much, 3 more figures immediately came over. The first one is the head of the city of Hu, the Dragon Master and the head of the horse. Master Long smiled and spoke, President Knight, why don't you call us together for dinner? This is my territory. I'll make the arrangements. After saying that, Master Long looked at Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao with a sarcastic smile and said, Mr. Yi, Miss Jiang, I wonder if you two would mind joining us. If you don't mind, then could you please honor me by letting me be the host? This wave after wave of surprises really made Jiang Yao a bit unable to react. When President Night Rao said to eat together, she could barely understand it. After all, last night was also considered to be a good match, and they had a good chat. And this morning, Jiang Yao had asked President Night Rao to help her save Yi Tianyuan. Jiang Yao was about to say that she would invite President Night Rao to have a meal at noon to express her gratitude, but I didn't expect that Master Long would jump out and say that he was going to be the host. This was Master Long, the underground emperor of Castle Peak. This level of big shot, she Jiang Yao usually do not even have the opportunity to meet, let alone eat together. To be able to eat a meal invited by Master Long, it would be a very honorable thing to spread out in Castle Peak. If you put it on an ordinary person, it would be enough to blow it for a lifetime. Such a polite and courteous Master Long was really a bit beyond Jiang Yao's imagination. In Jiang Yao's imagination, Master Long, the master of the underground order, should be a ruthless and murderous person. He should be a vicious and intimidating presence. But the Dragon Master in front of her was obviously not like this, giving Jiang Yao a feeling of amiability instead. Just like a neighboring grandfather, Jiang Yao was still in extreme shock. She naturally didn't realize that at this moment, Master Long and the others were all looking at Yi Tianyuan with a respectful look on their faces, waiting for Yi Tianyuan to open his mouth. Yi Tianyuan looked at Jiang Yao before saying, then let's have a meal together. Hearing this, Master Long and the others were instantly overjoyed and felt very honored. Being able to eat with the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master was definitely the greatest honor of their lives. Master Long immediately made a gesture of invitation and said, Mr. Yi, Miss Jiang, this way. Jiang Yao was still a bit terrified and hesitantly looked at Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan pulled up Jiang Yao's hand and tenderly said to her, let's go. Only then did Jiang Yao take a step. However, she still had more or less some doubts in her heart. She was really puzzled as to why Master Long would be so polite to her. It wasn't reasonable. This was her first time meeting Master Long. Could it be because of President Night Rao? Was Master Long misunderstanding that she was on good terms with President Night Rao, and that was why she was like this? Jiang Yao looked at President Night Rao and thought to herself that I'm afraid that's the only possibility. Those people who came out from the back saw Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao following Master Long as they walked in the same direction. They couldn't help but look at each other. They would have liked to follow them at the top of their asses, but in the end, they dismissed the idea. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment, they looked a little unsure of what to do. Lu Dafu suddenly said with a smiling face, "Bosses, why don't my little brother be the host and invite all the bosses to have a little drink and get together? Over at night President Dragon Master and his side. Let's not bother, lest we don't get any good fruits. Now we can basically be sure of one thing. That Miss Jiang's relationship with President Knight is definitely not ordinary. In the future, we should have more dealings with that Miss Jiang and cooperate more with her company. In this way, in the future, are you still worried that you won't have a chance to get on the side of President Knight?" Everyone nodded their heads in deep thought, agreeing with Lu Dafu's words. Soon, Master Long brought Yi Tianyuan and the others to an extremely luxurious box. This box, surprisingly, was more than 100 square feet. The decoration inside could be described as luxurious to the extreme, perfectly illustrating what was called luxury. A strong flavor of money. This box was completely piled up with money. Eating in such a box, the feeling was completely different. This was the first time Jiang Yao had come to such a luxurious box. Eating with the four top dignitaries of Castle Peak, Jiang Yao also looked a bit formal. In comparison, she was just an insignificant little person. According to reason, how could she be able to eat this meal? Jiang Yao didn't know that at this moment, Master Long's four people were in the same mood as her. Master Long's four people faced Yi Tianyuan, but they were also very formal, and even a bit terrified. To be able to dine with Tianyuan and his wife was a great honor for them. A large table of delicacies was quickly served. The dishes here were all made with special delicacy, color and fragrance. At a glance, it would arouse one's appetite. Of course, the prices weren't cheap either. Although Jiang Yao didn't know what the specific consumption here was, he could imagine that this table was at least several $100,000. This was still without letting Master Long take the drinks. After all, he had to work in the afternoon, so there was no alcohol. If he had added more alcohol, then I'm afraid it would casually be over $1 million. With such a luxurious meal, it wasn't the meal that was eaten but the money. Master Long and President Knight Rao had been asking Jiang Yao to eat more, and even President Knight Rao took the initiative to give Jiang Yao dishes. This made Jiang Yao even more terrified. The meal lasted for more than an hour, and everyone was full. However, half of the dishes on the table were still left, which was a waste of time. Dragon Master smilingly said to Jiang Yao, "Miss Jiang thinks the taste of the food here is okay?" Jiang Yao immediately nodded her head in approval and said, "It's too good. Every dish is very good. If it wasn't for the fact that my stomach just couldn't fit, I would have wanted to eat a little more. The dishes are delicious. It's just that your consumption here should also be very high." Immediately, Master Long handed over a pure gold card with both hands, and said to Jiang Yao, "Miss Jiang, first time meeting for dinner. There's nothing to give. A small meet and greet gift. I hope Miss Jiang won't mind." Looking at the gold card that Master Long handed over with both hands, although Jiang Yao didn't know what it was, she also felt that it must be very expensive. After all, it was a gift from Master Long. Could it be light? Jiang Yao hastily shook her head and waved her hand. "No, no, no, this I really can't accept, Master Long. After eating such a luxurious meal for nothing, if I have to receive another gift from you, then I really can't take it." But just after Jiang Yao finished her words, Yi Tianyuan directly took the gold card from Master Long's hand and stuffed it into Jiang Yao's hand, saying, "If you're given it, you just take it. It's only polite to accept things that are given out by such a character as Master Long, or else how much will it bring down Master Long's face?" President Knight Rao also smiled at Jiang Yao and said, "Yes, Ms. Jiang, it's just a small gift, just accept it." A small gift? Jiang Yao looked at the gold card in her hand, but she didn't quite believe it. "Master Long, what is this card?" Jiang Yao couldn't help but ask. Master Long smiled and said to Jiang Yao, "This is my Green Dragon Society's Supreme Gold Card. As long as you hold this card you can spend money in all of my Green Dragon Society's venues and enjoy many privileges. For example, this one Eat Public House. If you normally eat, you need to book at least 1 day in advance. And even so, it is still very difficult to book. But as long as you hold this Supreme Gold Card, then anytime you come to have an exclusive box reserved." Hearing Master Long say this, Jiang Yao also knew how valuable this Supreme Gold Card really was. Moreover, this was the Green Dragon Society's Supreme Gold Card, which was itself a symbol of status, right? The value brought by this vanity privilege was greater than the value of the Supreme Gold Card itself for many people. "Master Long, then I'll shamelessly accept it. Thank you." Jiang Yao spoke to Master Long. Master Long hurriedly said, "There's no need to be so polite, Miss Jiang." Master Long's heart was flustered. How could he dare to accept the gratitude of the Heavenly Abyss Hall Master's wife? Once the meal was ready, the crowd got up to leave as well. A group of people walked out of the gate of one mansion. Master Long's 4 people kept escorting Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao, causing Jiang Yao to be strangely embarrassed. When they arrived at the car, Jiang Yao said goodbye to Master Long's 4 people. Just when Yi Tianyuan and Jiang Yao were about to get into the car, a figure suddenly scurried over. Brother-in-law, you guys are here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Good day, Master Long. I'm the one who hangs out with Brother Biao. The person who scurried out was naturally no one else, but Bai Fei. He is a smart guy. Under the guise of hugging Yi Tianyuan's thighs, he actually wants to get close to Master Long. Yi Tianyuan didn't bother to pay attention to Bai Fei, and directly got into the car and drove away. After sending Yi Tianyuan away, Master Long's 4 men also immediately changed their complexion and became high and cold. Master Long looked at Bai Fei and asked, "What's your name?" Bai Fei immediately replied back ecstatically, "Back to Master Long. My name is Bai Fei." Master Long nodded slightly. "Turn around and I'll talk to Zhang Sanbiao." Hearing this, Bai Fei was instantly thrilled and hastily thanked him. "Thank you, Master Long." Chapter 87, Get Lost. Before I get mad now. Today, 2 heavyweight news broke out from Castle Peak. The first one, the Black Emperor Group is contributing $1 billion to organize a grand birthday party on the 20th day of May, with the goal of sponsoring 1,000 women to spend their birthdays together. However, any girl under the age of 30 who celebrates her birthday on the 20th day of May can sign up with her ID card. The scope, covering the entire 100 cities of Jiang County. As long as they meet the requirements, they can all sign up. Finally, 1,000 people will be selected to attend the grand birthday banquet. Attendance means that you can get a $52,000 birthday red packet, as well as many chances to draw prizes. 1,000 people. 1 billion. On average, each person would receive $1 million. However, out of the 1,000 people, there were only 2 lucky ones who shared the huge reward of $520 million. Even so, just by participating on average, one could get 500,000. And if one was a bit more lucky, one could get 5.5 million. Who wouldn't be confused about this kind of good thing where the world was wildly spreading money? As soon as the Black Emperor Group officially announced this event, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the entire Jiang County. A huge sensation, and the discussion surged wildly like a tidal wave. The event page was bursting over and over again, and the circle of friends were all going crazy. Secondly, 5 million contact formation soldiers from all the countries have started to launch the first wave of attack on the Dragon Kingdom at noon today, and the Great War has begun. The Dragon Soul War God has led 2 million troops to the border to stop the enemy from attacking. The Dragon Kingdom has been without war for several years, and the people of the Dragon Kingdom seem to have forgotten that there is such a thing as war. The unfamiliar name of Dragon Soul War God was instantly hotly debated, but most people didn't care much about such a national event, so it made this heavy news far less popular than the Black Emperor Group's grand birthday banquet. Yi Tianyuan had also received a report from the Heavenly Prime War God side requesting that the Heavenly Abyss Palace would not be able to deploy all of them until tomorrow at the earliest due to the fact that it was still being reorganized. The meaning of the Heavenly War God is that he doesn't want to let the Dragon Soul War God steal the credit. Guarding the Dragon Kingdom's borders has always been their Heavenly Abyss Temple's business. When did it come to other people to intervene? What's more, the Heavenly Abyss Palace had only just recovered and reorganized. At this juncture, the Dragon Soul War God jumped out. His heart can be punished. The entire Heavenly Abyss Palace was outraged at this. Yi Tianyuan didn't care about this, and said to the Heavenly Prime War God, "The Dragon Soul War God wants to grab this credit, so let him do it." A war god that doesn't want to take credit isn't a qualified war god. Since he's been dormant for so many years, he always has to blossom the sharpness that he's been hiding under his bows for so long. As long as one can defend the enemy, that's a good thing. Our Heavenly Abyss Palace doesn't need to go grabbing credit from anyone, and our Heavenly Abyss Palace isn't going to guard the Lianjiang border and protect the people of the Dragon Kingdom just for the sake of credit. But, it's for the sacred belief and responsibility in our hearts. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. Hearing Yi Tianyuan say this, the Heavenly Prime War God then stopped. There were talented people in the rivers and mountains, and the Dragon Kingdom also needed some dragon and tiger generals who could serve. Dragon Soul War God's purpose was pure or not that could be ignored first. The fact that he was now willing to go and charge into battle to kill the enemy was not a bad thing. It could also fight for some more time for the Heavenly Abyss Palace and share some pressure for the Heavenly Abyss Palace. Originally, Yi Tianyuan had already taken all of this responsibility for the war. But since the Senate and the War Ministry didn't agree, then forget it. Just after returning to the villa, Yi Tianyuan saw a black Audi car parked there. Seeing that Yi Tianyuan had returned, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s immediately stepped out of the car. The middle-aged man's expression was cold with a bit of unkindness, and he had a stern face, as if Yi Tianyuan owed him $5 million. Yi Tianyuan coldly looked at the middle-aged man. Being swept by Yi Tianyuan's cold eyes? That middle-aged man was actually scared and subconsciously stopped his steps. Looking surprised, he strangely surveyed Yi Tianyuan, and only after a long look, did the middle-aged man open his mouth in a deep voice. Your Excellency is Yi Tianyuan, right? I am the butler of the Su family. Our Su family master would like to invite Your Excellency to a trip. There is something he would like to talk to Your Excellency about. I hope that Your Excellency can show your face. Su family? Yi Tianyuan once again coldly glanced at the middle-aged man. Su Yinfan's family? Su family, a first-class family in Qingshan. However, in Yi Tianyuan's eyes, it was nothing more than a tiny ant. For such a thing, Yi Tianyuan naturally did not have half an interest, and said indifferently, I'm sorry, my face is not something I will give to whoever wants it. You, the Su family, are not qualified yet. Get lost, before I get angry now. Hearing these full of arrogance words, the middle-aged man frowned. His gaze gave Yi Tianyuan a deep look, as if it was a cold knife, emitting a chilly ghostly aura. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Tianyuan with a serious look on his face and said in a deep voice, Young man, listen to my advice. It's better not to be too young and frivolous. In Castle Peak, there aren't many people who dare to give the Su family so little face. The Su family is not something that an ordinary person like you can mess with. I'm afraid you won't have a good ending if you offend the Su family. I'm not trying to scare you or anything. I'm just telling you a fact. If you come with me now, then everyone will save themselves some trouble. If you refuse to come with me, then think about your wife and daughter. You should have to believe that the Su family is fully capable of doing something to them. But, before the middle-aged man could finish his words, his throat was firmly pinched by a hand. In an instant, it caused the middle-aged man to suffocate and look like he was about to die. An endless sense of fear spread instantly, hitting the depths of the soul. The middle-aged man was also instantly frightened by Yi Tianyuan, who looked like a Shura killing god in front of him. His face was pale. His eyes looked at Yi Tianyuan in horror. His throat tried hard to make a sound but couldn't. However, Yi Tianyuan did not kill this middle-aged man. Instead, he casually dropped him on the ground. The middle-aged man grimaced in pain for a while, but he also had a few moments of toughness. Soon the middle-aged man forced himself to endure the pain and climbed up from the ground. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Tianyuan and said again, Young man, even if you kill me, it's useless. I'm just an insignificant subordinate, and I'm not any important figure in the Su family. I am also just ordered to come over to bring a message. If Your Excellency is not willing to follow me, then I will just go back now to resume my orders. But what consequences there will be, that's not something I can sway. Yi Tianyuan had always hated others threatening him the most. Anyone who dared to threaten him. Yi Tianyuan's grave grass was half a man high. Since the Su family didn't know how to live, then Yi Tianyuan wouldn't be spoiled either. Go, take me. Yi Tianyuan coldly spoke to the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately pulled open the car door and made a pleased gesture to Yi Tianyuan. Soon, the middle-aged man parked the car in front of the Wei Jian couple's villa. Here, Yi Tianyuan could have come here yesterday. Inside the villa, 2 ice coffins were placed. Inside the ice coffins were naturally the bodies of Wei Yi and Su Yinfan. In addition to these 2 ice coffins, there were also 2 pairs of middle-aged couples. Who didn't need to guess that they were Wei Jian and Su Yinfan's parents? There was also an old man of about 70. Precisely Su Yinfan's grandfather, the Su family master. Behind the Su family lord, there was also an old man in his 60s. Although this old man appeared somewhat lean, his eyes appeared incomparably sharp, transmitting a sinister color. His body exuded a powerful and intimidating aura, and at a glance, he knew that he was a martial arts expert. In addition to these people, Yi Tianyuan had already sensed before he came in that there were quite a few people ambushed outside. However, Yi Tianyuan did not care about these situations. In front of absolute strength, all plots and tricks were pale and powerless. As soon as Yi Tianyuan arrived, the atmosphere in the room instantly became eerie and chilly and depressing to the extreme. A gaze filled with monstrous anger and hatred, staring at Yi Tianyuan with a deep hatred. All of them assumed a posture of wanting to eat Yi Tianyuan, and cut Yi Tianyuan into pieces. Death by 1,000 cuts. Yi Tianyuan had long anticipated these situations, and looked at them coldly. Humph! A heavy cold snort suddenly exploded as if it was a midnight thunder. Chapter 88, should we continue? Yi Tianyuan, did you kill the 2 of them? Su Ko, lord of the Su family, had a voice as loud as thunder, imposing and coldly furious. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would be frightened. However, Yi Tianyuan was calm and indifferent as he looked at Su Ko and spat out a single word. Yes. What? Yes? Although the people of the Su and Wei families had guessed and even basically decided that the murderer who had brutally killed Wei Jian and Su Yinfan was Yi Tianyuan, Suko and the others had obviously never thought that they would be able to get away with it. But Suko, they obviously never thought that Yi Tianyuan would be so quick to admit, and also said so lightly posture, to such a heinous crime does not seem to care half a point. This is his Su Wei-tu families of extreme contempt, right? Once Yi Tianyuan's words came out, the two families froze for a long time before reacting violently. One by one, their expressions were hideous to the extreme, instantly turning into ferocious beasts, wanting to pounce over to break Yi Tianyuan into pieces. The second-rate martial arts provider behind Suko stared at Yi Tianyuan as if he was a 1,000-year-old viper, ready to strike at any time, as long as Suko gave the order. Then he would come out of his hole and take Yi Tianyuan's life. The air was instantly frozen. Suko's complexion became unusually eerie and morose, staring at Yi Tianyuan with a deadly stare. How dare you admit it so readily? This was indeed something that Keiko did not expect. This feeling was like happiness coming too fast, and for a moment, one could not believe it. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at Cuckoo and said, killing two dogs that don't know how to die is just a matter of killing them. Why don't you dare to admit it? What? You guys have opinions? Aha! Such overbearing and domineering words shook the crowd again. Which murderer was so rampant? In front of his Su Wei-tu families, he still dared to be so arrogant and unbridled, bold and unaware of death. Who gave him the courage? Su Ko, as the head of the Su family, a first-class family in Qingshan, had never met anyone so young and arrogant in his life. This is simply completely did not put him in the eyes. Depending on his Su family is nothing. Su Koyuchun stared at Yi Tianyuan, pointed at the two ice coffins. His voice was cold to the extreme. This morning, the two of them were brutally murdered and thrown in the car. After investigation, in the past 2 days, the two of them only had conflicts with you, Yi Tianyuan. I wanted to have someone bring you here to swindle you, but I didn't expect your kid to be so arrogant to the extreme. Not only did you admit it readily, but you also dared to speak so loudly, so unaware of death. Do you think we don't dare to kill you? In the face of Suko's murderous words, Yi Tianyuan but disdainfully sneered and said, I know you guys dare, but you can't do it. Can't do it? The Su family, a first-class family in Chang Mountain's first-class family. The Su family would not be able to do it if they wanted to kill an ordinary young man? Who had given him his mesmerizing confidence? I gave them a chance. It's just a pity that they didn't know how to cherish it and insisted on seeking death. They deserve to die. I don't like killing right now. It's not too late to stop now while you guys haven't messed with me for a while. Otherwise, the Li family is your previous lesson. The Li family? They had naturally heard about the Li family being exterminated. It was just that no one knew exactly what was going on. Suko also only knew a little bit of gossip, saying that it was a big shot from the War Ministry who had laid hands on the Li family. This matter involved the bigwigs of the Ministry of War. So naturally, it was not something that they could discuss. What did he, Yi Tianyuan, mean by taking the Li family out? Could it be that he wanted to express that the Li family's demise had something to do with him? But obviously impossible. Yi Tianyuan is just a person from the bottom of society without any family background. He was just an ordinary retired soldier, and could not have any relationship with the top echelon of the War Department. Suko's voice was cold to the extreme as he chilled out. Since ancient times, killing people to pay for their lives, heaven and earth. Since you have admitted to committing the crime, then you will be ambushed on the spot. As soon as Suko's voice fell, the Su family's second-rate martial arts provider immediately took a big step and killed towards Yi Tianyuan as if he was a fierce tiger. In front of a second-stream martial artist, it was impossible for an ordinary person to have a single ounce of resistance. The Su clan's envoy was obviously confident as well, as he grabbed Yi Tianyuan with his big hand, wanting to break his neck with one hand. However, before the Su family's official's hand reached Yi Tianyuan's body, it was suddenly firmly grabbed by a hand. Instantly, the Su family's hand was fixed in mid-air, causing the Su family's official to be greatly impeded. Unable to advance half a step further, the Su clan's official was immediately horrified in his heart, and his expression was shocked and extremely surprised. He obviously had never thought that this young man in front of him would be able to block his attack so easily and effortlessly. The speed of the other party's strike just now was simply too fast, so fast that even he, the Su clan's vicar, had not reacted to it. Moreover, that powerful force made him a peak second-rate martial artist, unable to move even the slightest bit. This was enough to show one thing. This young man in front of him was very strong and not an ordinary person. You are also a martial artist? The Su clan's confessor asked with an incredibly grave expression. But Yi Tianyuan did not answer him. His hands suddenly snapped. Ka-ching! Instantly, a chilling sound of bones breaking resounded. A thick color of pain immediately surged on the face of the Su clan's provider. However, he clenched his teeth extremely hard and did not give out a cry of pain. His right arm had been broken by Yi Tianyuan's hand. In the heat of the moment, the Su family's provider violently kicked towards Yi Tianyuan. The power of the Su family's provider's full-strength kick was simply like a heavy truck speeding and crashing into him. With such a powerful force, even a stone pillar would be shattered by the kick. But in front of Yi Tianyuan, it was clearly a piece of dirt. Yi Tianyuan casually kicked out, accurately and incomparably kicking at the leg of the Su family's confessor. With a powerful force, it directly sent the Su clan's confessor flying out. Like a cannonball, it smashed heavily into the wall, directly shattering the wall tiles and sinking into a deep pit. Only then did the Su clan's provider roll to the ground, spitting out blood, his face pale to the extreme. One of his hands had been ruined, and his feet had also suffered a serious injury. Even if it wasn't ruined, it was still seriously injured, and he definitely wouldn't be able to stand up for a while. The Su family's provider was lying on the ground in agony. The eyes that looked at Yi Tianyuan were filled with shock and disbelief. How could a young man in his 20s be so terrifyingly strong? A first-class martial artist? It could even be sovereign? This scene left both Su Wei's and Wei's families dumbfounded, dazed and petrified on the spot. Their hearts all set off a huge wave, their expressions stunned to the extreme. How could this happen? The Su family's peak second-rate martial artist was so unbeatable in front of Yi Tianyuan? Abused to such an extent? It was no wonder that Wei Jian and Su Yanfen were killed by him. This son was definitely a ruthless person. For a while, both Su Wei's and Wei's families were shocked by Yi Tianyuan's methods. The air froze and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Yi Tianyuan coldly glanced at the Su family head and asked, "Still want to continue?" Su Ko looked at Yi Tianyuan deadpan, silent for a moment. This was a torture of his soul. Yi Tianyuan coldly said again, "If the two of them had only provoked me, perhaps I wouldn't have let them die. But if they dare to provoke my woman, then they must die. I also seriously warn you guys. You want to take revenge for the two of them? You are welcome to come to me at any time. I am a very reasonable person. I can give you 3 chances to take revenge. But things don't come in threes. If there is a 4th time, that's when you will bring about your own demise. But if you dare to touch my wife and daughter for a moment, I will make your 2 families fly into ashes and remove your names from the world. You have already struck once. The 3 chances of revenge count as you having used it once. Can you now use it a 2nd time? If you use it, then hurry up. I have to pick up my daughter from school later. I don't have that much free time to play with you guys.